In a twist of fate, the reincarnated Chu found himself bitten by a black cat, thrusting him into a perilous survival arena. Within this arena, humanity is randomly transformed into various animals and plants, engaging in life and death contests where the vanquished are irrevocably turned into creatures. Doomed to languish in a zoo for eternity, the arena encompasses diverse settings: bedrooms, parks, towering mountains, boundless grasslands, the azure sea, and the majestic atmosphere itself. In this surreal realm, Chu metamorphoses into an African lion. Amidst fierce battles between lions and tigers and confrontations with monstrous pythons, Chu declares, "In this ruthless world of survival, I shall prevail." Chapter 1. The Survival Arena. Recently, our city's zoo has witnessed a commotion. A wild boar has escaped its enclosure, rampaging through the grounds and injuring 6 visitors, though fortunately no children were harmed. Notably, this wild boar charged into the tiger enclosure, engaging in a rare clash with 2 adult tigers. Thankfully, thanks to the diligent efforts of the staff, the battered Bengal tigers have been rescued. Listening to the news blaring from the television, Chu, sprawled on the sofa, wore an expression of disbelief. What absurd news is this? Could it be any more exaggerated? A mere wild boar injuring 2 formidable tigers? Has the ticket sales for your zoo plummeted to an all-time low? He sunk deeper into the sofa, feeling utterly drained. His name is Chu, 18 years old, currently in his final year of high school. Though not strikingly handsome like the fabled Panin, he possesses a clean and pleasant visage, exuding a warmth that makes a favorable first impression. He is currently recuperating at home due to illness. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and his parents had yet to return from work. With his body devoid of energy, he could only lounge on the sofa, watching television. As for the mobile phone, it was only on weekends that his parents allowed him to use it, for he was currently confronting what his parents and teachers deemed the most crucial juncture. Year of life. Alas, while others awaken from rebirth invigorated and optimistic about the future, why am I plagued by a fever upon my resurgence? Is it a matter of acclimatization? Chu murmured to himself, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He had just undergone a rebirth, transitioning from the age of nearing 30 back to his senior year of high school. He had been roused from his midday slumber by his deskmate, and upon awakening, he was astonished by his surroundings. The classroom, the teacher, the youthful faces of his classmates, everything was both alien and familiar. Before he could revel in this unexpected joy, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his body temperature surged alarmingly. A day later, his fever still lingered, afflicting him with considerable discomfort. On the first day of my rebirth, instead of being met with the fervor of youth or the promise of opportunity, I am greeted by the harsh blow of a fever. As Chu lamented, a sudden knock echoed at the door. He propped himself up and staggered toward the entrance, suspecting it might be a delivery from his mother or sister. Upon opening the door, he found no one there. Meow. A cat's meow drew his attention, and instinctively, he glanced down to see a small black kitten sitting on the ground, gazing up at him with eyes as captivating as sapphires. Where did this little cat come from? Chu furrowed his brow in confusion. Just as he bent down to scoop up the black kitten, it suddenly lunged at him, seizing his right hand and biting at the webbing between his Thursday MB and index finger. The sharp pain compelled Chu to jerk his hand away, causing the black kitten to be flung outward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu stood there, momentarily stunned. He blinked, ensuring that the small black kitten had vanished, and the pain in his right hand had likewise dissipated. Raising his hand to inspect it, he discovered 2 black crescent-shaped marks at the base of his thumb. There was no blood, only 2 minuscule scars, resembling tiny feline teeth. Simultaneously, his mind became unexpectedly clear, the fog of confusion lifting. Chu was astonished, a chill creeping down his spine. Having encountered the phenomenon of reincarnation, could it be that spirits truly exist? He had often heard tales of the supernatural nature of black cats, and it seemed there was truth to these stories. His family's residence spanned merely around 100 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms. Aside from the master bedroom occupied by his parents, both his and his sister Chu Ying's rooms were rather modest, accommodating only a bed and a desk, along with a wardrobe, leaving little space for anything else. Returning to the sofa, Chu scrutinized his right hand, convinced he was not imagining things. Could it be that ghosts are indeed real? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, even in the bright light of day, sending shivers down his spine. In a flurry, he turned up the volume of the television and drew the curtains wide open, allowing the sunlight to flood the room. After watching television for a while, his heart gradually steadied. "I must be overthinking this," he murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the screen. Before his rebirth, he had committed no wrongs. In fact, he often rescued small animals. If there were divine beings, they should recognize him as a good person. Good deeds beget good fortune. May the demons and spirits depart swiftly. Wait. Chugu suddenly realized that his fever had subsided, and he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Lying on the sofa began to feel uncomfortable. Venturing outside, he reasoned, should pose no risk of encountering spirits. After hastily emerging from the corridor, Chugu exhaled deeply, feeling the warmth of the sun enveloping him. In this southern city, on the brink of autumn, the sun still hung high in the sky, its warmth neither oppressive nor chilly, complemented by a refreshing breeze. During this weekday afternoon, the community was relatively quiet, with only a few elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of chess beneath a nearby tree. With no fever to cloud his senses, Chugu was finally able to appreciate the beauty of youth. What should he do now? He glanced at his right hand, hesitating over whether to get a rabies vaccine. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, a cold, indifferent female voice echoed in his ear, startling him into looking around, only to find himself alone. Yet the countdown continued, inducing a wave of panic and cold sweat. He struggled to maintain his composure, turning to flee back into the corridor. 3, 2, 1. The survival trial begins. Entering the survival arena now, Chugu felt the world spin around him, and he quickly lost consciousness. Time passed unmeasured. When he awoke again, he was astonished to find himself lying on a sofa in a small room. The space contained little more than a sofa and a coffee table, with walls resembling white jade, flooding the room with brightness that made him squint. Frowning, Chugu instinctively searched for something to defend himself with, only to despairingly discover there was nothing at hand. At that moment, a projection suddenly appeared before him, displaying 2 lines of text. You have been chosen as a survivor in the survival arena, and your accumulated virtue points. From your past and present amount to 877, which can be exchanged for survival abilities. There are 14 minutes and 39 seconds remaining until the survival trial begins. Survival arena? Survivor? Virtue? Chug's heart raced as he read through the lines. Having previously perused various novels, anime, and films, he had garnered a wealth of imaginative concepts. From these keywords, he discerned a multitude of information. It was evident that they recognized his reincarnation. Could the survival arena resemble a battle royale scenario? 100 individuals cast onto a deserted island, with only one emerging alive? He inhaled deeply, murmuring with curiosity, "Where can I exchange for survival abilities?" As soon as his words fell, the projection shifted, revealing a series of lines. Forelimb Strength Enhancement LV1. Increases the strength of the forelimbs by 10 points, requiring 500 virtue points. Hind Limb Strength Enhancement LV1. Increases the strength of the hind limbs by 10 points, requiring 500 virtue points. Bite Force Enhancement LV1. Augments the bite force by 30 points, requiring 550 virtue points. Paralytic Venom LV1. Capable of immobilizing foes, with effectiveness determined by the enemy's size, requiring 600 virtue points. Skunk Gas LV1. Repels adversaries with a foul odor, requiring 550 virtue points. Chapter 2. Nuclear weapons. What on earth are these? Chuga gazed at the luminous screen before him, his brow furrowed in perplexity. This did not resemble a chaotic melee of firearms. Rather, it appeared to pertain to the survival skills of animals. Was he to contend with creatures? If it were merely cats and dogs, it might be manageable, but the mere thought of facing lions and tigers sent shivers down his spine. No, he must remain composed. His benevolence might stem from his past life of nurturing small animals, which could serve as a slight advantage. He must seize it. Chugu took a deep breath, contemplating this turn of events. He had not anticipated such a drastic shift on the second day of his rebirth. He had originally entertained dreams of entrepreneurship, aspiring to lead his family to prosperity, but fate had other plans. He began to meticulously examine the survival abilities. noting the countdown indicating the time remaining until the first survival trial. Despite having lived nearly 30 years, the ticking clock filled him with trepidation. As he scrolled down, he recorded any survival abilities that piqued his interest. When the countdown dwindled to merely 2 minutes, he finally paused. He had selected 3 appealing survival abilities and resolved to choose one for exchange. Speed Enhancement, LV1. Increases one's speed by 15 points, requiring 600 benevolence. Surface Color Change, LV1. A basic survival skill of lowly chameleons, enabling one to blend with the surrounding environment, requiring 850 benevolence. Vision Enhancement, LV1. Augments one's eyesight, requiring 650 benevolence. Speed, as one might expect, was crucial. The swifter one ran, the greater the chance of survival. Surface Color Change was a masterful means of camouflage. Vision Enhancement would facilitate the detection of impending dangers. Chuga found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he realized that this decision could very well determine his fate. The mere notion of survival sent a chill down his spine. As the countdown dwindled to 30 seconds, Chuga made his choice, selecting the option to change his body color, LV1. With a sigh of relief, he sank into the sofa, savoring the last moments of relaxation. Yet, his heart remained heavy with apprehension, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. When the countdown reached 0, a cold, indifferent voice echoed through the room. Chu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. What did the final statement mean? Suddenly, he recalled a news report he had seen earlier regarding a wild boar. Before he could ponder further, he felt a dizzying spin, darkness enveloping him, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Randomly selecting a survival species, you have been assigned the ant. You are about to enter the survival arena. What on earth? An ant? Chuga nearly lost his composure. While he had anticipated transforming into an animal, he never imagined he would become an ant. How could he possibly survive? A mere child could crush him with a single step. Suddenly, he felt himself land, slowly opening his eyes to a dim world, a distant point of light ahead. Instinctively, he moved, realizing he was not standing on 2 feet, but rather lying on the ground with 6 legs. Humans are inherently afraid of darkness, so he hurriedly dashed towards the light. To his astonishment, he discovered his speed was remarkable, so light and swift. It surpassed his human agility, making him feel as if he were a gust of wind. Swifter than Bolt himself, he raced forward with unparalleled speed. Reaching the nadir of darkness, Chuj decelerated his pace, cautiously extending his head, and after acclimatizing to the light, he was utterly dumbfounded. This is a bedroom? What greeted his eyes was a chamber of immense proportions. The wardrobe resembled a mountain, the desk a precipice, and the bed, adorned with pink linens, was akin to a vast plain. It was the first time he had beheld such a colossal room. More precisely, he had diminished in size. The entire room bore the semblance of a young woman's chamber. The headboard and bookcase were laden with dolls, and upon the walls hung 3 family portraits, in which a girl, appearing to be but 10 years of age, donned a white frock, her hair arranged in pigtails, exuding an air of loveliness. Where are the adversaries? I have been transmuted into an ant, entering a survival arena. It follows that the other contenders may also be ants or other insects, such as cockroaches, flies, maggots, or spiders. Chuj mused silently. The mere thought of spiders sent shivers down his spine. In his estimation, the other survivors could only be insects. Were they to be cats or dogs? The survival contest would be rendered meaningless, devoid of any suspense. This must be a fissure in the wall. The tenebrous depths seemed to harbor primeval, ferocious beasts. Filling him with trepidation, he instinctively desired to distance himself from the aperture, yet intuition cautioned him that landing would be even more perilous. No matter how swiftly he ran, he would be crushed underfoot. From the perspective of a normal human being, upon sighting a small insect, the inclination to crush it would likely prevail. Upon this realization, he was overcome with a sense of despondency. To exist as an ant was truly oppressive. Subsequently, he commenced to survey his surroundings, seeking to discern the presence of other insects. He fervently entreated in his heart that he would not encounter a spider. He harbored an intense dread of spiders, especially the thought of being ensnared in a spider's web, awaiting death. The mere contemplation of it made his scalp prickle. Soon, he noticed a small cockroach scurrying out from beneath the bed, darting swiftly towards the door and slipping through the gap at the bottom. How audacious! Attempting to flee this room, Chuga mused, reflecting that being a cockroach was certainly preferable to being an ant. The speed of the cockroach far surpassed his own. Just then, the door swung open, revealing an adorable British short-hair cat. Chu Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the boss? Such a formidable creature usually succumbed to his whims. Yet now, looking down, the cat loomed like a small mountain, instilling a sense of awe. The British short-hair dashed beneath the bed, its swiftness embodying a valor that seemed invincible to Chu Gu. He resolved firmly to avoid touching the ground at all costs. For 24 hours, survival was paramount. He silently contemplated the disregard for the kill rewards stipulated in the rules. What a jest! In this arena of survival, was there truly a more insignificant creature than himself? If he were a bull ant, perhaps he could be compared to some cockroaches. But he was merely an ordinary little ant. He calculated that few small insects could squeeze through such a crevice. Remaining here was undoubtedly the safest option, allowing him to survey the entire survival arena while keeping a safe distance from the boss cat. He hoped his fellow companions would refrain from any collective movements. Should they alarm the room's owner, she might resort to deploying nuclear weapons. Another thought struck Chu Gu, sending a shiver through his 6 legs. Insecticide. Chapter 3. The Great Boss. Insecticide is undoubtedly lethal to the vast majority of insects within the household. The mere thought of the homeowner deploying insecticide sent shivers down Chu Ji's spine. Compose yourself, he mentally commanded, striving to maintain his composure as he meticulously assessed potential hazards. After a brief interval, the British shorthair emerged from beneath the bed, and Chu Gu observed it was seemingly masticating something. Could it be the unfortunate cockroach? How utterly dreadful! Chu Gu inwardly lamented, vowing to forever abstain from interacting with British shorthairs. Utterly terrifying. The British shorthair sauntered out of the bedroom, its hindquarters swaying rhythmically, leaving the room once again enveloped in silence. Chu Gu resumed his environmental assessment, estimating his current elevation to be approximately 1.5 meters above the ground. Based on the adjacent desk, should he ascend to a higher vantage point? His gaze drifted towards the ceiling light fixture and the wardrobe summit. Yet he couldn't discern the conditions above. What if some colossal insect awaited him there? Never mind. Chu Gu demurred, retreating to the floor, where he remained vigilant. Never before had he experienced such acute anxiety, his eyes darting in every direction, apprehensive of an imminent threat. What unsettled him the most was his ignorance regarding the number of fellow survivors. Time elapsed imperceptibly. The sole source of solace for Chu Gu was the electronic alarm clock on the desk, which indicated that it was only 5 in the afternoon. Nightfall heralded the insect's revelry. During his vigil, Chu Gu remained industrious, continually experimenting with his camouflage ability. The method was simple. By tensing his entire body, he could seamlessly blend into his surroundings. Relaxation, however, would immediately terminate the camouflage. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally useful skill. Who wouldn't be apprehensive when faced with danger? And tension naturally leads to muscle rigidity. Approximately half an hour elapsed. Chu Gu suddenly noticed an ant on the left wall, a diminutive creature akin to himself, albeit with a slightly reddish exterior. Hastily advancing towards him, his heart tightened instantly, and he lowered his head, his body tensing up, his surface changing color, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the stone backdrop. Achieving a flawless state of camouflage. If one were not to approach and observe meticulously, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the presence of this small ant. The red ant drew nearer, seemingly honing in on his position. Chu Gu endeavored to calm his emotions, having fought hard for a second chance at life. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. He began to contemplate strategies to deal with the red ant. Due to the considerable distance, he could not ascertain the size disparity between them. At present, he could only rely on his ability to change color, hoping to catch his adversary off guard. He shifted his mandibles, more precisely, his mouthparts, which featured large teeth at both ends and a slender middle section. This would serve as his weapon for vanquishing foes. At that moment, Chu Gu abruptly raised his head, his body trembling. What had he seen? A centipede. The creature surged forth from behind the wardrobe, its body a deep black, with yellowish-red legs, relentlessly pursuing the red ant. To the untrained eye, this might appear merely as a small centipede, yet to Chu Gu, it was undeniably a primordial beast of terror. It was profoundly unfair. Chu Gu felt tears welling up. If a centipede had emerged, surely a spider would not be far behind. What if a scorpion appeared next? This was not a modern urban bedroom. Was it rather the outskirts of a county town? Chu Gu began to doubt his surroundings. From within, the decor revealed little. Many rural residences were adorned in a manner indistinguishable from their urban counterparts. The crimson ant, becoming cognizant of the centipede in close pursuit, accelerated its pace, evidently disoriented and scurrying erratically, its trajectory soon diverging from the crevice where Chuj was situated. Chuj felt a pang of concern for the ant, as the centipede was undeniably swifter. Continuing this chase would inevitably lead to the ant's capture. Chuj's thoughts raced, hesitant to intervene. Swiftly, both the ant and the centipede vanished beneath the air conditioner, obscuring the unfolding conflict from his view. After a brief pause of 5 seconds, the ant unexpectedly plummeted from the shadowed recess behind the appliance. Chuj couldn't help but lament its fate, wondering why it didn't seek refuge and develop discreetly. Witnessing the ant's plight, he resolved to evade this mission at all costs. It wasn't a matter of lacking courage, but rather the overwhelming disparity in strength between him and his adversaries. At that precise moment, he observed the ant tenaciously adhering to the wall with its foremost pair of legs, gradually descending while mitigating its velocity. Was this a handbrake maneuver? No. It was an augmentation of forelimb strength. Could this creature also possess virtue, or perhaps it was not its inaugural survival trial? Chuj's mind raced as he contemplated the situation. He noticed the ant's body was noticeably incomplete, with a portion of its posterior abdomen devoured and 2 legs missing from its right side. It can be salvaged, Chuj swiftly concluded, estimating that the ant's inertia would be minimal upon reaching his elevation, given its decelerated descent. Moreover, ants possessed considerable strength, capable of lifting objects far exceeding their own dimensions. His rationale for rescuing the ant stemmed from his need for assistance. He believed his chances of survival were slim if he relied solely on his own capabilities. The red ant possesses an extraordinary enhancement in its forelimb strength and exhibits remarkable reactions during its descent, clearly distinguishing it from the ordinary. Those who attain benevolence in their initial survival trials likely harbor principles or goodwill within, rather than being purely malevolent. Contemplating this, Chu promptly dashed horizontally. The red ant's falling velocity gradually diminished, its 2 forelegs skimming against the wall. From Chu's perspective, it resembled a dramatic cinematic effect. Chu swiftly positioned himself beneath the creature, exposing his formidable mandibles, and, seizing the opportune moment, he lunged upward to bite. He managed to grasp one of the red ant's left legs, anchoring it in place. With a powerful tug, he turned and sprinted towards the wall crevice where he had previously sought refuge. "Are you a survivor?" A voice of astonishment resonated from behind him, likely belonging to a man in his 20s. Chu paused momentarily, instinctively retorting, "Can you speak?" He had assumed that ants were incapable of communication. Yet, the voice that reached his ears was distinctly human, articulated in standard Mandarin, which struck him as utterly fascinating. Survivors are indeed able to communicate. The centipede had cursed at me earlier, and I am grateful for your assistance, the red ant expressed, its indignation flaring at the mere mention of the centipede. Meanwhile, concealed between the air conditioning unit and the wall, the centipede lurked in the shadows, peering out coldly at Chu and the red ant as they slipped into the wall crevice. It refrained from pursuing them, likely wary of the potential dangers lurking within the narrow opening, and withdrew its head into the darkness. Once back in the wall crevice, Chu gently set the red ant down. Although gravely injured, the ant's robust vitality prevailed, allowing it to move with some degree of freedom despite its wounds. Peering out cautiously, Chu ensured the centipede was no longer in pursuit before breathing a sigh of relief. "My friend, I surmise this is your inaugural trial?" the red ant remarked from the ground. "You are truly a benevolent soul." Benevolent soul? Chapter 4. Dreadful night. The red ant rolled onto its back, lying prostrate and enfeebled. "You are an admirable novice, possessing both courage and strategic vision. Considering our present circumstances, you and I are the weakest survivors in this predicament. Cooperation is our sole recourse for survival." Chu's eyes lit up with interest. "Is this not your first foray into the survival arena? Or does this survival trial encompass more than just neophytes?" His understanding of the survival arena was limited. The appearance of a veteran was akin to discovering an oasis in the desert, naturally eliciting excitement. "In consideration of your act of saving my life, I shall impart what I know. The origins of the survival arena are shrouded in mystery, unknown to all. I have endured 2 survival arenas, and this marks my 3rd. Within the survival arena, one may purchase an initial trial scroll to descend into the novice's survival trial. The stricture is to become the lowest form of life within the arena, with abilities suppressed to a 1-star level to maintain equilibrium. The red ant commenced acquainting Chu-gu with the information it had gleaned. Those who enter the survival arena hail from diverse backgrounds. The reason for their selection remains an enigma. Upon arrival, combat is the only option, particularly during the first trial. Death results in transformation into an animal, insect, or even a plant within a zoo, insectarium, or nature park on Earth. To be reduced from a human at the apex of the pyramid to a bewildered beast or reptile is an act of utter cruelty. Having weathered the initial trial, subsequent survival missions become considerably more manageable. Survival points are introduced, which can be exchanged for various survival skills and items. However, should these points dwindle to 0, the consequence is akin to death in the first trial, transformation into a beast. Rest assured, few opt to purchase initial trial scrolls due to their inherent peril. Even seasoned veterans risk failure. As evidenced earlier, I narrowly avoided being devoured by that vile insect. It, too, was undergoing its first trial, blessed with extraordinary luck. Your misfortune, however, is palpable. The red ant shook its head, lamenting its plight. To enter such a survival scenario as an ant is a veritable nightmare for a novice. However, remained undeterred, inquiring, "How many survivors have you encountered here?" Inwardly, he fervently hoped that the centipede he had encountered was the ultimate boss. Harvestmen, good heavens, was terrified. Harvestmen are common spiders indoors, with very long legs. Many children are frightened, but they are beneficial insects to humans, specializing in preying on cockroaches in the home. Generally appear at night. In general, the appearance of this kind of harvestmen indicates that there are too many cockroaches in the home. For humans, harvestmen are beneficial insects. But for insects, harvestmen are nightmares, especially for a small ant like him. You undertake such a perilous journey here. Does the survival trial possess some unique attribute? Persisted, striving to regain composure. He began to suspect that the survival trial might harbor some hidden rule. The red ant gritted its teeth, grumbling. It's one thing not to say anything, but once I do, my anger knows no bounds. As long as we can survive the trial unscathed, we will receive an additional 1,000 survival points. The mention of 1,000 survival points caused Chu-Ji's eyes to gleam. No wonder the red ant dared to take such risks. Was it not possible to simply remain in hiding? That was implausible, as the rules dictated a specific survival range and a limited number of steps. The precise regulations were unpredictable. Moreover, defeating opponents was a clear pathway to earning survival points. If one refrained from attacking, others would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. Cowards would not thrive in this arena, and only those with ruthless tenacity could endure. Newcomer, in gratitude for your assistance, I will do my utmost to help you survive the trial. However, I must caution you, do not trust others too readily. In the survival arena, no one is to be trusted, the red ant advised, turning over and gazing outwards, where the room beyond the cracks in the wall was gradually succumbing to darkness. Nightfall was approaching. Chu-gu noted this shift, a surge of anxiety swelling within him. Compared to other newcomers, he perhaps possessed a unique survival skill. If he could effectively harness his ability to change colors, perhaps he could indeed navigate this ordeal unscathed. In the survival arena, the night was perpetually the most terrifying aspect. While it might be manageable within the confines of human dwellings, can one truly fathom the dread of being in a park or by a river? The red ant sighed, its voice trembling as it spoke. Including this instance, it had experienced merely 2 survival competitions and had yet to fully acclimate. Nonetheless, before the newcomer, it had to maintain an air of confidence. Chu-gu no longer inquired, but began to ponder how he might sustain himself. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. Chu-gu and the red ant approached the edge of the wall's crevice, vigilant and scanning their surroundings, their hearts racing in their throats. Fortunately, for insects, the night does not render everything invisible. Typically, how many survivors are there in a survival trial? Chu-gu inquired softly, his gaze occasionally darting toward the air conditioning unit on the wall. The terrifying image of that centipede lingered in his mind. The feline creatures, truly fearsome. Chu-gu fell silent, astonished by the number of survivors concealed within this bedroom. Time continued to pass. A feminine voice echoed from outside the door, her words resonating in Chu-ji's ears like a thunderous clamor, startling him into a shudder. The red ant was equally frightened, promptly crouching to the ground. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a school uniform who turned on the light within the room. Chu-gu glanced over, momentarily frozen. This girl had fair skin and an enchanting visage, her hair tied in a ponytail, with 2 strands of black hair cascading down her cheeks. Dressed in a short-sleeved summer uniform, she exuded youthful vitality, unmistakably the kind of girl who would be the belle of the class or school. Could it be that this was his deskmate, Tang Xuejia? Was this her room? Chu Ge found himself in a state of confusion, despite his recent rebirth. He remained a young man, with vivid memories of his high school days. Tang Xuejia hummed a popular tune as she placed her bag on the bed, pulled out her phone, and sat at the edge of the bed, her legs swaying in delight. He hoped she was the type to sleep with the lights on. Chu Ge murmured, prompting a nod of agreement from the red ant. After a while, Tang Xuejia set her phone down, walked to the door, turned off the lights, and then went out to dine. Inwardly, both Chu Ge and Hong Ant cursed in frustration. Chapter 5. The Arrival of a Formidable Foe, Color Change. Hong Ant lay on the ground, feeling utterly dispirited. The encroaching darkness rekindled a sense of dread within him. Upon hearing this, Chu Ji's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Tang Xuejia was a senior student. So was he. The workload of senior students was never-ending, with daily assignments and revisions to undertake, meaning that after dinner, she would not retire until past midnight. The phrase burning the midnight oil until 12 was a battle cry for many scholars. They began to wait with bated breath. Approximately an hour passed. When they observed Tang Xuejia cradling a British shorthair cat, their bodies shuddered in unison, especially when they witnessed the cat licking Tang Xuejia's face. They nearly retched. This British shorthair had previously devoured a cockroach, which had once been a human. "I shall never own a cat again," muttered Hong Ant. To which Chu Ge nodded in agreement. After indulging in playful antics with the British shorthair, Tang Xuejia commenced her revision. The cat lounged by the edge of the computer desk, its innocent feline eyes surveying the room. Yet when its gaze fell upon Chu Ge and Hong Ant, they felt an icy shiver run down their spines. In the eyes of the older generation, cats were seen as mystical beings, and in their human lives, such terrifying sensations had never been felt. Calm as still water, the cat exuded the aloofness of a sovereign at the pinnacle of the food chain, looking down upon all. Chu Ge sighed internally. How humiliating it was to be frightened by a mere house cat. He endeavored to recalibrate his emotions, understanding that in the arena of survival, fear was tantamount to defeat. Time continued to slip away. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the hour of 10 in the evening. Tang Xuejia remained diligently engrossed in her writing, while the British short-hair cat lay in tranquil slumber. "What is the matter?" Chu Ge inquired anxiously, observing that the narrow crevice in the wall seemed barely wide enough for an ant, hence presenting little threat. With that, he began to crawl toward the opening. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. Although the red ant was grievously injured, the resilience of insects was remarkable. It ascended the wall as Chu Ge trailed closely behind. Both felt a palpable tension, pausing intermittently to scan their surroundings. Their diminutive size rendered them susceptible to numerous visual obstructions, where even a mere scrap of paper on the wall could conceal a foe from sight. "Isn't that a pill bug?" Chu Ge quickly composed himself, recalling that he had never heard of pill bugs preying on ants. To humans, pill bugs appeared as insignificant as ants, often crushed underfoot. These creatures were relatively common in human dwellings, frequently lurking in dark, damp corners. Could it be that there was a leak in Tang Xuejia's wall? To their astonishment, the pill bug charged towards them upon noticing their presence. "Run!" the red ant exclaimed. "This creature is no ordinary pill bug." It hastily surged upward. Chu Ge, not to be outdone, unleashed his ant-like speed and sprinted ahead. Before long, he surpassed the red ant. "Hey, could you slow down a bit?" the red ant shouted, its tone laced with indignation, having lost 2 legs to a centipede. It was no match for Chu Ji's speed. Yet, Chu Ge had no intention of truly slowing down. Despite their claim of cooperation, he was unwilling to be encumbered by the red ant at this critical juncture. The pill bug was surprisingly swift, even outpacing them. "This cannot continue. I shall perish." With the swiftness of thought, Chu Ge contemplated his options, his gaze drawn upwards. There lay a region of paper debris, remnants of torn posters. He ascended with fervent haste. Yet the wood lice, with their accelerated pace, were visibly closing the gap. "Confound it," he inwardly exclaimed. "Do these wood lice possess enhanced velocity?" Behind him, the exasperated cries of the red ant echoed, but Chu Ge paid them no heed. The paper wasteland was now within reach. He promptly positioned himself behind a scrap of paper, tensing his body and assuming a white hue, seamlessly merging with the surrounding debris. Soon, the red ant scurried past, dragging its severed abdomen as it frantically propelled itself forward. Chugo felt a pang of sympathy. My friend, fortune has not favored you. He could only offer a silent lament, for he could ill afford to dwell on empathy, his sole focus being on escape. The woodlouse followed suit, bypassing him without pause, its quarry fixed on the red ant. Before Chu Ji's eyes, the woodlouse overtook the red ant, delivering a forceful thrust that sent it hurtling through the air with a mournful cry, tracing an arc towards the floor. Can ants perish from a fall? Chugo pondered, uncertain, for he had never witnessed such a demise. The woodlouse turned and charged towards the ground, evidently believing the red ant would survive the impact. The conflict persisted. In the distance, Tang Xuejia, appearing as a colossal figure, remained engrossed in her examination, oblivious to the life-or-death struggle unfolding within her chamber. Chu Ji's gaze settled upon the British short-haired cat perched atop the desk, praying that this formidable creature would remain undisturbed. The red ant, upon landing, swiftly regained its footing and darted towards the nearby wardrobe. The woodlouse hesitated to descend directly. Despite its rapid ascent on the wall, it was outpaced by the red ants. Once more, Chuj felt the urgency of a life-or-death race. Simultaneously, he was thankful for his foresight. The chameleon ability was indeed a divine skill. In this chamber, it was unlikely that there existed any serpentine creatures with thermal perception, granting him a substantial chance of survival. Chuj resolved to remain within this zone of paper scraps, doubting that Tang Xuejiao would arise in the dead of night to cleanse the walls. Just then, a melodious female voice resonated, the music so loud that it struck Chuj like a bolt from the blue. A phone rang. Tang Xuejia answered her mobile, rousing the British short-haired cat nearby, which blinked its drowsy feline eyes, surveying its surroundings. The woodlouse, nearing the floor, immediately ceased its movement, remaining utterly still. Xiaoyu, why are you calling me so late? Tang Xuejia inquired, holding the phone in one hand and picking up an exam paper with the other, as there was no one else present. Xiaoyu's voice from the phone was faintly audible to Chuj. Tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we visit Chuj? Visit him for what? We're not particularly close. You dolt. It's an opportunity to go out and have fun. We're in our final year of high school. You're still thinking of playing around. Not afraid of failing to get into a top-tier university? There's a comic convention tomorrow. Are you sure you're not going? Listening to the conversation between the two female students, Chuj was mortified. Ladies, I'm trembling on the wall right behind you. Chapter 6. The melee. As the British short-haired cat remained awake, it reclined upon its forepaws, gazing at the wall with a bemused expression, its thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, the cat's innocent gaze evoked an indescribable sense of dread among the survivors. After terminating the call, Tang Xuejia set down her mobile phone, her spirits buoyant, and began to hum a popular tune as she worked on her examination paper. Striving for evolution, even the animal kingdom seems too contrived. Our ancestors have long since dulled their claws. Her voice possessed a pleasing timbre. Yet the song struck a discordant note with Chu Gu. How exceedingly apropos. Before long, the British short-haired cat succumbed to slumber once more, and the woodlouse resumed its hunt. Disappearing into the adjacent wardrobe, Chu Gu commenced scrutinizing his surroundings. His attention was riveted to the areas behind the air conditioner and the picture frame. Concealed behind the air conditioner was a centipede, while a huntsman spider lurked behind the picture frame. In addition to these, there were other survivors present, such as the woodlouse, an unforeseen presence that had left the seasoned red ant in a state of disarray. Now that two veterans had emerged, could a third be far behind? Chu Gu pondered with trepidation, deeming the survival trial exceedingly merciless and devoid of equity. Were they all ants, there might be a chance of prevailing, but now, faced with centipedes, spiders, and cockroaches, he, as an ant, could only rely on his intellect and fortitude to triumph. He was compelled to contemplate the worst-case scenarios and exercise prudence to maintain his composure. Time continued to elapse. The woodlouse had not resurfaced since entering the wardrobe, and Chu Gu remained uncertain of the red ant's fate. Remaining idle and maintaining a state of heightened tension proved exhausting. To conserve his energy, Chu Gu had no choice but to revert from his camouflaged state. He lay amidst the scraps of paper, occasionally glancing in various directions. As the clock approached 11, Tang Xuejiao rose and retrieved a set of pajamas from the wardrobe before stepping outside. Upon her exit, the British short-haired cat stealthily followed her. Soon, Chuga noticed a long-legged spider emerging from behind a picture frame hanging on the wall above his desk, its size reminiscent of a child's palm. For an ordinary person, such a spider would be utterly terrifying, even more so for someone as diminutive as Chuga. The spider moved with remarkable speed, undoubtedly faster than he could manage, compelling him to maintain a considerable distance. Chuga pondered silently, instinctively turning his gaze towards the gap between the air conditioner and the wall, uncertain if the centipede still lurked within. After a brief interval, he suddenly spotted 3 cockroaches scurrying out from behind the curtains, engaging in a lively chase. Completely absorbed in their antics, a pill bug from the wardrobe then burst forth, audaciously charging at the 3 cockroaches, which were significantly larger than it. The seasoned survivor demonstrated its prowess. Chuga marveled quietly, eagerly anticipating a fierce battle to the death among these creatures. The centipede, lurking behind the air conditioner, swiftly descended to the ground, causing Chuga to tense up, blending seamlessly with the paper debris. The 5 insects commenced an intense brawl on the floor. Although the pill bug was the smallest, it exhibited the most ferocity, repeatedly colliding with the 3 cockroaches. When the centipede charged in, the pill bug bravely confronted it head-on. Madness, Chuga murmured. Is this creature invincible? The pill bug, despite facing the centipede and the onslaught of 3 cockroaches, held its ground. Observing intently from his elevated position, Chuga sought to learn their combat techniques. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. The sobug abruptly scurried away, leaving the centipede and 3 cockroaches momentarily stunned before they too darted off in divergent directions. The most grievous casualty of this skirmish was not the cockroaches, nor the sobug, but rather the centipede, which left behind a scattering of its legs upon the ground. Its physique, being somewhat diminutive compared to the cockroaches and seemingly lacking in potent venom, rendered it particularly vulnerable. A series of footsteps heralded the arrival of Tang Xuejia, who entered while drying her hair with a towel. Adorned in an endearing Pikachu nightdress, she revealed a pair of fair and slender legs, followed by her British short-hair cat. With the arrival of the apex predator, the surviving creatures were compelled to seek refuge. Tang Xuejia seated herself on the edge of the bed, humming a tune as she continued to dry her hair. The British short-hair cat, meanwhile, ventured beneath the bed, its intentions inscrutable. After a brief interlude, the British short-hair emerged, the centipede held firmly within its jaws, its paws pinning the creature to prevent its escape. With swift efficiency, it devoured the centipede. What was akin to a locomotive for Chuga was but a trifling thread to the British shorthair, of little consequence. Chuga could not help but offer a silent eulogy. It had been presumed that this centipede would ascend to become one of the dominant entities within this survival arena. Yet it met its demise with startling rapidity. Indeed, it was a novice, blessed with fortune yet unable to capitalize upon it. Having consumed the centipede, the British shorthair groomed its paws before approaching Tang Xuejia's feet, lavishing them with gentle licks. Tang Xuejia playfully swayed her leg, teasing the British shorthair with her toes. Chuga watched, his scalp prickling with unease, unable to bear the sight. After indulging in a brief session with her mobile phone, Tang Xuejia rose and exited the room, proceeding to the lavatory to dry her hair. The British shorthair, however, did not accompany her this time. Its gaze remained fixed upon a corner of the ceiling, where a huntsman spider clung. It observed the huntsman spider in silence, uttering not a word. Chuga was curious about the emotions stirring within the cellar spider. Fortunately, the British shorthair cat was incapable of scaling walls, or its fate would have been sealed. Yet, why did the cellar spider remain motionless, brazenly displaying its form? Was it a display of audacious confidence born of exceptional skill? Chuga considered the matter from a different perspective. If he were the cellar spider, whom in the entire survival arena would he fear? A myriad of emotions coalesced into a solitary sigh. Why have I been transformed into a mere ant? Fate is unjust. As the sound of Tang Xuejia's footsteps approached, the cellar spider swiftly darted behind the curtains, evidently understanding the wisdom of discretion. Upon entering the room, Tang Xuejia closed the door, preparing for sleep. Abruptly, she approached the window, intending to draw the curtains. With a swift motion, she startled the cellar spider, causing it to plummet to the floor. Instinctively, she glanced downward. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, causing Chuga to tremble violently. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chuga, fraught with anxiety, instantly changed color, daring not to move. Soon, Tang Xuejia's parents burst into the room. What's wrong? Xiaojia, are you all right? In response to her parents' inquiries, Tang Xuejia hastily retreated to the doorway, pointing at the wall and exclaiming, "Spider! A huge spider!" The cellar spider could only cower on the ceiling, trembling, far from the ground. Tang Xuejia's father, adorned with glasses and a voluminous sleeping gown, adjusted his spectacles and chuckled. These spiders are beneficial insects. Their presence indicates an abundance of cockroaches in the house. We mustn't kill it. Chugo nearly collapsed in despair. "Uncle, I implore you, eliminate it." "Oh, quickly shoo it away. I'm terrified." Tang Xuejia stamped her foot in exasperation, while her mother, equally fearful, joined in scolding her father. Under the urging of the mother and daughter duo, Tang Xuejia's father reluctantly took up the broom, opened the window, and forced the long-legged spider outside. The spider, evidently a newcomer, swiftly darted out the moment the window was ajar. It could be regarded as an unearned hidden reward for survival trials. Chapter 7. Unscathed completion. Once the long-legged spider was driven away, Tang Xuejia regained her composure. Her parents offered her a few words of comfort before shutting the door and departing. Nevertheless, the girl remained fearful, clutching her British Shorthair cat tightly. That night, she dared not turn off the lights, wrapping herself in a blanket, glancing anxiously at every corner of the room as if haunted by phantoms. Chu Ge, however, found amusement in the situation, his body relaxing as he revealed his ant form. With the centipede dead and the long-legged spider fled, his chances of survival had significantly increased. Soon enough, he noticed a red ant emerging from the wardrobe, making its way towards the area littered with paper scraps. The red ant was minuscule, entirely unnoticed by Tang Xuejia. Before long, the red ant approached Chu Ge. He muttered irritably, "That pill bug is formidable. It must have undergone over 5 survival competitions. Is 1,000 survival points worth it? Is it truly enjoyable to rampage in the novice village?" His entire being had been reinforced, rendering him as tough as an iron ball. Chu Ge suddenly understood. No wonder that creature could single-handedly confront the centipede and 3 cockroaches. It truly possessed an indestructible physique. He chuckled, "Are we safe now? As long as we maintain this, I can complete the challenge without injury and earn hidden rewards." The red ant nodded in agreement, stating, "That pill bug has some combat prowess, but the rest are mere newcomers. We should be able to pass through the night safely." Having spoken, he was suddenly consumed by envy. It seemed this lad was unscathed. Heavens! Red Ant was filled with indignation and had the urge to push Chu Ge down. But the thought of the young man having saved him stayed his hand. Alas, he had expended a great fortune to acquire the initial trial scroll, and the result? Alas, I shall consider it a stroke of misfortune. Red Ant lamented with resentment. Chu Ge consoled him. Survival is of paramount importance. Red Ant could only reconcile himself to this notion, sighing, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gao Fei, and my survival avatar is a parrot. From this day forward, we shall be brothers in adversity. Should fortune smile upon me and I am recruited into a survival team, I shall assuredly bring you along." Survival avatar? Survival team? Chu Ge inquired, perplexed, hastily seeking clarification. Gao Fei patiently elucidated, believing that Chu Ge, having emerged unscathed, was destined for greatness, as the 1,000 survival points granted to newcomers could alter one's destiny. Upon completion of the survival trial, each individual awakens their survival avatar, generally chosen at random. However, some survivors are selected by others and inherit their biological lineage, though such instances are rare. Subsequent survival competitions are conducted using these survival avatars, and encountering creatures such as lions, tigers, king cobras, anacondas, or elephants would undoubtedly be a harrowing ordeal. The survival team is a distinctive feature of the survival arena, allowing survivors to assemble a team by expending 10,000 survival points. The team leader can recruit members through several survival competitions, and within the survival team, members can entrust their lives to one another. Consequently, the entrance requirements for various survival teams are quite stringent. Once one joins a survival team, the chances of survival significantly increase. After listening to Gao Fei's introduction, Chu Ge became even more intrigued by the survival arena. It seemed that Gao Fei intended to confide in him, revealing previously undisclosed information. Survival competitions occur once a month, and survivors can freely enter the survival arena. However, in reality, one must not disclose any information regarding the survival arena, as doing so would result in immediate disappearance. The essence of survival is particularly crucial. It is not merely about having a larger physique, but also involves considering the growth cycle. The growth period of the survival essence is linked to reality. For instance, if one awakens their survival essence as a tiger, they start as a cub. To mature into an adult tiger, one must endure numerous survival competitions. Gao Fei continued to elaborate on the circumstances of the survival arena. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Gu remarked, "A cub tiger is still impressive. It is certainly more formidable than a British shorthair." "That is a valid point," Gao Fei coughed, slightly taken aback by Chu Ji's comment. He said with conviction, "Newcomer, do not overthink it. To be selected as a lion or tiger from the outset would require extraordinary luck. Do you have any idea how many survival points these creatures' bloodlines are worth? Do not harbor unrealistic dreams." Chu Gu remained silent, fully aware of the truth in Gao Fei's words. The survival essence serves as the foundation, while survival capability acts as an enhancement. Just imagine the strength of a tiger endowed with the power of an elephant. Moreover, lions, tigers, and elephants do not represent the pinnacle of survival entities. Are you aware of any more extraordinary survival entities? Gao Fei opened the floodgates of conversation, growing increasingly animated. Curiously, Chu Gu inquired, "Anacondas? Orcas? Great white sharks? Blue whales?" Gao Fei shook his head, prompting Chu Gu to sit up straighter. Was it possible that his breathing began to quicken? Chu Gu inhaled deeply and asked, "Can survival abilities be transferred to reality?" His current survival skill was merely the ability to change the color of his skin. Could he possibly become a chameleon superhero? Ugh, what a ridiculous name. Indeed, however, survivors dare not act recklessly. Should matters escalate, even the strongest survival abilities would be subdued. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Oh, I didn't expect my brother Gao Fei to have such a sound perspective." "Of course," Gao Fei replied with a proud grin. The two engaged in delightful conversation amidst the scattered paper. Gradually, Tang Xuejia succumbed to slumber. In the early hours, with a British shorthair cat on watch, the other survivors dared not make a move. Yet, Chu Gu and Gao Fei were reluctant to sleep, for to the young, pulling an all-nighter was hardly a daunting task. As the night passed, dawn arrived. Suddenly, Chu Gu felt a wave of fatigue. At that moment, the previously indifferent female voice echoed in his ears. "As more than half of the survivors have perished, the survival trial comes to an early conclusion." Stunned, Chu Gu processed the announcement of an early end. Beside him, Gao Fei also appeared taken aback, letting out a sigh. "Brother Chu Gu, let us keep in touch. Remember my phone number, 718XXX74741. He expressed no joy but rather exhaled deeply, slumping back against the sofa. A faint smile graced Chu Ji's countenance as a luminous screen materialized before him, proclaiming, "Survival trial concluded. 100 survival points awarded. An additional 1,000 survival points granted for completing the trial unscathed. Current total, 1,100 survival points." Initiating Survivor Attribute Panel. Chapter 8, Primal Awakening. The African Lion. Survivor, unnamed star rank, 1-star primal form. Ready to awaken survival ability. Adaptive camouflage survival gear. None survival team. None survival points. 1100 Chu Ji's gaze fixated on ready to awaken beside primal form on his attribute panel. How does one awaken? He mused, a perplexed expression clouding his features. As if in response, an intense beam of light descended upon him. The detached, ethereal voice resonated once more, commencing survivor primal form awakening. Due to prior selection by another survivor, the subject will inherit the corresponding primal form lineage. A sharp, searing pain coursed through Chu Ji's body. Instinctively clutching his abdomen, he writhed and convulsed on the sofa. Within the radiant glow, his form began to transmute. Primal form successfully awakened. African lion, the voice announced impassively, as Chu Ji's agony subsided like a receding tide. An African lion? Chu Gu exclaimed in astonishment. How had he been transformed into such a creature? His thoughts drifted to the small black cat that had bitten him. Could it, too, be a survivor? But wasn't it just a cat? Confusion reigned. As the light dissipated, a lion cub stood in its place upon the sofa. The young lion possesses a coat of pale yellow fur, with a slightly brownish hue adorning its head and neck, interspersed with faint black strands. Its body measures no more than 30 centimeters in length, akin to that of a domestic cat. This is Chuj, who is transformed into a lion that Gao Fei envies. An immense surprise envelopes his heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken as he sits in a daze upon the sofa. Survivor, please choose a name for yourself. A cold, indifferent voice interrupts his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he declares, Chuj Sisi. He intends to use this name as a reminder to never grow complacent. Although he has navigated the survival trial unscathed, luck has played a significant role. From now on, as a young lion, he shall no longer remain inconspicuous like a small ant. Shortly thereafter, the attribute panel on the luminous screen transformed. Survivor, Chuj Sisi star rank, 1 star bite force, 2 forelimb strength, 8 hind limb strength, 9 speed, 3 stamina, 5 survival entity. African lion survival ability, color change of the body surface survival equipment, none survival team, none survival points. 1100 Chuj felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing the words African lion, envisioning himself as a formidable presence in the arena once he matures into an adult lion. However, he recalls Gao Fei mentioning the possible existence of dinosaurs. He remains unfazed. Beyond the survival entity, survival abilities hold greater significance. For instance, the prowess of that pill bug is truly remarkable. He meticulously examines his attribute panel, commencing an analysis. What does a bite force of 2 signify? While a lion's bite force is not the strongest, it pales in comparison to that of hyenas, tigers, crocodiles, and hippos. Unlike tigers, lions ascend to the throne of the savanna through the prowess of teamwork. While the majestic male lion may appear formidable, it often lies languidly for extended periods, leaving its physique somewhat lacking compared to other formidable beasts of similar stature. Nevertheless, it possesses the potential to embody a lion that is perpetually vigorous. Now, how might I transform into human form? And how can I exit the arena of survival? As the thought crossed Chu Ji's mind, a surge of memory invaded his consciousness. Simultaneously, a peculiar warmth coursed through his body. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes once more, filled with profound reflection. He realized that by channeling the extraordinary warmth within him into his bloodstream, he could effortlessly assume human form at will. Furthermore, he discovered that he could also transform into a lion in reality. The method was equally simple. It required expelling the strange warmth from his blood. He found himself capable of manipulating this unique warmth with remarkable ease, as if it were an extension of his own will. As for exiting the survival arena, the process was straightforward. One merely needed to mentally recite the command 3 times. The same applied for re-entering from reality. His survival chamber was a sanctuary exclusively belonging to him. No one could intrude without his consent. Upon grasping this newfound knowledge, Chu Gu inquired, I wish to see the list of survival abilities available for exchange. As his words fell, the luminescent screen before him transformed, unveiling an array of survival abilities that dazzled his senses. These abilities were categorized by star ratings, and currently, he could only access those rated up to 5 stars. For instance, Enhanced Bite Force, LV5, increases bite strength by 600 points, requiring 13,000 survival points. Speed Enhancement, LV5, boosts personal speed by 600 points, necessitating 14,900 survival points. Deadly Venom, LV5, capable of exterminating most beings below 6 stars, requiring 13,999 survival points. Muscle Ironization, LV5, transforms bodily muscles to the hardness of steel, requiring 12,999 survival points. Chu Gu nearly drooled at the sight, as these survival abilities could also be transferred to oneself. He was currently oblivious to the standards by which these numerical values were determined. With 100 survival points, one could exchange for a lower-tier LV3 survival ability. For a young lion, the enhancement of strength would not be excessively significant. Therefore, he shifted his focus towards stamina and speed, for it is the ability to run swiftly and endure that ensures survival. Upon reflection, he estimated that the majority of survivors who passed the survival trials likely possessed only around 100 survival points, with those like him boasting over 1,000 being exceptionally rare. Otherwise, the existence of initial trial scrolls would be inexplicable. This implies that contemporaneous survivors might only be able to exchange for level 1 or level 2 survival abilities. He could opt for 2 level 2 abilities or 1 level 3 ability. The tasks in the survival arena should be calibrated according to the cohort, or else fairness would be utterly compromised. After all, would it not be a death sentence for newcomers to face seasoned veterans in multiple tasks? Just as in this survival trial, where that particular woodlouse stood unparalleled. However, the presence of initial trial scrolls in the survival trials accounts for the existence of veterans. And even so, they are restricted to 1-star strength. With this consideration, a LV3 speed would be a whirlwind in the next survival competition. Chu Gu had made a decision. He aspired to become a young lion that could run swiftly and change colors. The mere thought invigorated him. He refrained from hastily making a choice, instead opting to explore the array of survival abilities. The myriad of peculiar survival abilities left him utterly astonished. The frog's leaping prowess, the Hercules beetle's weightlifting capability, the eagle's keen eyesight, the python's constricting power, the cockroach's resilience, and so forth. Aside from specific attributes and star tiers, the exact classification of a survivor's strength remains beyond Chuj's current purview. After perusing for nearly half an hour, Chuj opted for LV3 Cheetah's Speed, requiring 1,000 survival points. It would grant him the velocity of a mature cheetah, with a top speed of 110 to 120 kilometers per hour, enabling him to sprint 100 meters in a mere 4 seconds, or even less. Such celerity would instill a sense of security within him. Upon confirming his exchange, a beam of celestial luminescence descended, enveloping him. This time, he experienced no agony, but rather a comforting warmth. After approximately a minute, the radiant glow dissipated, and he felt invigorated with newfound power. Maintaining such velocity necessitated a certain degree of physical robustness, hence his overall statistics experienced an augmentation. Chapter 9. A Lion Cub Swift as the Wind Survivor. Chuj Star Tier. 1 star Bite Force, 5 forelimb Strength, 21 hindlimb Strength, 33 Speed, 89 Stamina, 21 Survival Avatar. African Lion Survival Abilities, Skin Camouflage. Cheetah's Speed Survival Equipment, None Survival Team, None Survival Points, 100 indeed. The augmentation in speed also precipitates an enhancement in physical fortitude. A rudimentary principle dictates that a high-speed trained shell cannot be fashioned from wooden planks. Chuj was elated, yet remained uncertain as to the caliber of his current physical attributes. If only there were a training venue available. Chuj surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. As his words faded, a line of text materialized on the luminous screen before him. Expend 100 survival points to activate the novice training facility? Without hesitation, Chuj promptly selected affirmative. 100 survival points were insufficient to procure any substantial survival skills, whereas a training facility, by its very designation, suggested an environment conducive to physical conditioning. In reality, he could not consistently employ his lion physique for exercise. With a month remaining until the subsequent survival arena, he was compelled to seize this opportunity. At that moment, a portal of light manifested upon the wall behind the luminous screen. Chuj immediately leaped from the sofa and proceeded directly into the radiant gateway. In an instant, he found himself within a space reminiscent of a basketball gymnasium in its magnitude. Before him lay a circular running track, its 2 straight sections estimated to be merely 50 meters in length. Adjacent to the track were diverse pieces of exercise equipment, a sandpit, a small copse of trees, and a steep mountain face on the opposite side. Encasing the entire novice training facility was an outermost layer of glass, beyond which lay an expanse of white light, evoking a profound sense of science fiction. Chuj approached the starting line of the running track, poised to assess his velocity. Abruptly, a 4-wheeled robot materialized beside him. Simplistic in its design, its body consisted of a rectangular silver metal box, with a screen on its front displaying a stopwatch. Indeed, this is quite technologically advanced. Whatever I desire, the survival arena can provide it. Chuj mused, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. Who was orchestrating the survival arena from behind the scenes? A deity? A creator? Was this entity capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of all individuals? He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress further speculation. Currently, he was powerless to defy the survival arena. His sole recourse was to strive for greater strength, ensuring his continued existence. His forelimbs curved, assuming a poised stance for a sprint. Though he is but a cub now, he feels his limbs brimming with strength, as if with a single push. He could leap a great distance. 50 meters no longer seems far in his eyes. To a young lion, 50 meters is akin to 300 or 400 meters perceived by an adult. He resembles a playful kitten, his body taut, nearly bursting with energy. 3, 2. Chu Gu murmured softly to himself, and upon reaching 1, he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst, his body shooting forth like a finely tuned arrow. In that moment, he experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to that of an ant sprinting. He dashed with remarkable agility. Unlike before, he felt a newfound potency coursing through his limbs, as though he could soar into the air. Delightful, Before long, he crossed the finish line of the straight path. He halted, turned to glance back, and began to catch his breath. Such a vigorous run proved somewhat taxing for an enhanced cub. A robot approached, its screen displaying a series of data: maximum speed, 7.5 ms, acceleration time, 0.89 s. In 1 second, he could cover 7.5 meters. This maximum speed still fell short of an adult cheetah's peak velocity, and even lagged behind that of some humans. Chu-Ge felt no dissatisfaction, for he is still young. His speed is bound to gradually improve. He hopes that within this month, he might reach the swiftness of a cheetah. By this reckoning, a speed of 100 represents the average running speed of a normal man, excluding the majority of those in a suboptimal state. Chu-Ge mused to himself, acknowledging that he too possesses a somewhat sedentary nature, likely slower than his current cub state. Suddenly, he recalled speed enhancement, LV5, an augmentation of 6,000 points in speed. What might it feel like to be 60 times faster than a human? This is indeed the velocity of an aircraft, exclaimed Chu-Ge, his spirits soaring, and he vowed to acquire the speed enhancement, LV5. However, accumulating 14,900 survival points would not be an easy task. The luminous screen transformed into a web-like interface, displaying numerous lists. Whichever he desired to peruse, the page would automatically transition. After a full hour, Chu-Ge suddenly recalled the real world. Heavens, could I have vanished for an entire night? With this thought, Chu-Ge promptly reverted to his human form and exited the survival arena. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself behind a large tree in his residential complex. Unnoticed by anyone, judging by the sun, it was approximately 7 or 8 in the morning. He glanced down at himself, noting that his clothes were intact, precisely as they had been when he entered the survival arena the previous day. He immediately sprinted toward his home. Several minutes later, he knocked on the door. A flurry of footsteps approached, and the door swung open, revealing his mother, Han Yujuan, her face etched with anxiety, tear streaks visible on her cheeks. Upon seeing Chu-Ge, her face lit up with elation, and she swiftly pulled him inside. "You rascal, where have you been?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Do you have any idea how worried we were? Your sister is also concerned about you," Han Yujuan said, her voice choked with sobs. As she closed the door, Chu-Ge noticed his father, Chu Feiqiang, in the living room. He sat on the sofa, his expression somber, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chu-Ge felt a pang of guilt and feigned distress, saying, "Yesterday afternoon, I felt suffocated, so I went for a stroll in the nearby park. Unfortunately, I stumbled and fell asleep in the woods, only waking up a short while ago." Upon hearing this, Han Yujuan became even more concerned, reaching out to touch his forehead, attempting to gauge his temperature. "Oh," Chuf Iqing scoffed. "Which park are you referring to? Tell me, we might have looked for you there last night." CHG sensed the mounting pressure and inwardly sighed, wishing for a graceful way out. "It's the King Mai Park right next door. We searched there last night and didn't find you. I was in the bushes, behind that small pavilion." "Is that so?" "Of course. I endured the cold wind all night, and my fever has subsided." Having weathered the survival trial, CHG's temperament had become more composed, allowing him to lie with a newfound confidence. Though skeptical, CHF Iqing decided not to press the matter further. He rose, retrieved his phone, and headed towards the balcony, tossing back, "I'll inform the police that there's no need to prepare a case." Upon hearing this, CHG couldn't help but feel ashamed, realizing that his parents had actually reported him missing. At that moment, he felt a surge of warmth. Seeing his parents again, his eyes inexplicably welled up. CHF Iqing grumbled as he left, slamming the door shut, his anger palpable. CHG, however, couldn't help but smile. His father was a manager at a factory, earning a modest salary sufficient for the family's needs. His mother ran a laundromat, barely making ends meet. Gazing at his home, CHG clenched his fists, resolving, "I will not only survive but also strive to ensure their happiness." Chapter 10. The velocity of a world champion. Despite the sleepless night, his mental state remained remarkably sharp, even bordering on exhilarated. It was likely due to the infusion of the cheetah's speed survival ability, which had left him invigorated. He was already contemplating his next survival arena mission. Throughout the morning, he was engrossed in perusing encyclopedic information about various animals online. He mused that it would be beneficial to watch animal documentaries daily. His innate fondness for small creatures ensured that he did not tire of this pursuit. At midday, Tang Xuejia contacted him abruptly via the Weixin messaging application. "Tang Xuejia, esteemed classmate Chu, This afternoon, Song Xiaoyu and I shall represent the class in visiting you. Are you currently at the hospital or at home? Smiling emoticon. Chu Ge. There is no need. I have already recovered. Thank you. Clasped hands emoticon. Tang Xuejia. It is no trouble at all. We merely wish to pay our respects. We shall not impose upon your time. If necessary, we shall simply deliver a fruit basket and depart. Laughing emoticon. Chu Ge. Truly, there is no need. I shall promptly telephone our form teacher to inform him that I have recovered and am prepared to return to school at any time. Striving emoticon. Tang Xuejia. Esteemed classmate Chu is indeed devoted to learning. Chu Ge, gazing at the dialogue on his mobile screen, felt the corners of his mouth lift in a subtle smile. So, you desire to attend the comic convention? In your dreams, you were instructed to extinguish the lights. You insist on keeping a cat. I shall ensure that you dedicate yourself to your studies. After concluding the conversation with strained politeness, Chu Ge resumed his online activities. Subsequently, his elder sister, Chu Yingying, telephoned him to inquire about his well-being. Throughout the day, Chu Ge abstained from attending school, conscientiously remaining at home. Since his rebirth, he had not indulged in frivolous pursuits, instead seizing every opportunity to enter the survival arena's novice training hall, diligently enhancing his leonine capabilities while simultaneously acquainting himself with the survival arena. The survival arena contained numerous wondrous elements, including not only survival skills, but also various potions capable of augmenting diverse aspects of physical aptitude, including intelligence, as well as language potions and knowledge potions, which, upon ingestion, could directly impart mastery of other languages and bodies of knowledge. Chuj has grown increasingly fascinated by the survival arena, yearning to amend the regrets of his past life. The notion that education is futile resonates with many young individuals today. However, once they step into the real world, the significance of a diploma becomes abundantly clear. Of course, there are instances of individuals with modest qualifications achieving great success, for in this world, absolutes are a rarity. Chuj is confident in his future ability to earn a living. Yet he also wishes to rectify the regret surrounding the college entrance examination, aspiring to make his parents proud. During class, he noticed a female classmate occasionally glancing in his direction, her gaze tinged with a hint of anger. It was Song Xiaoyu, the close friend of Tang Xuejia, who had invited Tang Xuejia to a comic exhibition. Chuj found the situation amusing and chose to disregard her stare, focusing intently on the lesson. Being a young girl, Song Xiaoyu's grievances flared quickly and dissipated just as swiftly. Neither she nor Tang Xuejia confronted Chuj, nor did they become more familiar with him. Their relationship remained that of ordinary classmates, with minimal interaction. As time swiftly passed, over half a month went by. Within the junior training hall, a young lion raced around the small playground. It was Chuj. Drenched in sweat, his fur matted, he remained resolute in his gaze. He was determined to no longer live in fear. After running for an extended period, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He murmured, "Check my attribute panel." As the words faded, a luminous screen materialized before him. Survivor, Chuj Siki star rank, 1 star bite force, 10 forelimb strength, 31 hindlimb strength, 42 velocity, 123 stamina, 35 survival avatar, African lion survival abilities, integumentary camouflage, cheetah-like speed survival gear, none at present survival team, none at present survival points, 0 not too shabby. Chuj was rather pleased with his progression. Taking his velocity as an instance, his maximum speed had already surpassed that of most humans, with only world champions capable of contending with him. After a brief respite, he promptly exited the novice training hall and returned to the real world. It was now 4 in the afternoon. His parents were away visiting relatives, leaving him the sole occupant of the house. He rose, retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and headed to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Half an hour later, he luxuriated on the living room sofa. The lion's physical attributes had been consistently improving, thereby augmenting Chuj's human form as well. He had previously ascertained that his fastest time for a 100-meter sprint in human form was 9.79 seconds. This pace would suffice for him to participate in the Olympics. Yet, upon considering those survival capabilities, Chuj felt it was still insufficient. His adversaries in the future would not be ordinary people, but rather formidable survivors. He suddenly recalled Gao Fei. During the latter half of the survival trial, that fellow had recited his phone number dozens of times, making it impossible for Chuj not to memorize it. He had been contemplating whether to contact Gao Fei, but one can never truly know another's heart. What if Gao Fei were to locate him in reality and jeopardize his family? Upon reflection, there seemed to be no discernible reason for Gao Fei's actions. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Gu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Gao Fei's number. Approximately 7 seconds elapsed before the call was answered. Who is this? If it's a sales call, I'll unleash my fury, darling. Gao Fei's boisterous voice resonated, leaving Chu Gu speechless. He promptly identified himself, eliciting an immediate and fervent response from Gao Fei. Chu, my brother, you finally contacted me. I'm deeply moved. You're the first survivor to reach out. Gao Fei's voice was imbued with elation, bordering on trembling. A pang of regret washed over Chu Gu. Had he been imprudent? In comparison to other survivors, was he insufficiently cautious and composed? You've awakened your survival form, haven't you? What is it? Gao Fei inquired with curiosity. Don't try to pull one over on your elder brother, newbie. A survivor who can awaken the form of a lion is a rare occurrence, perhaps 1 in 100. Very well, I am a ginger cat. A ginger cat? Not bad, better than my parrot. No, wait, I can fly, you cannot. My odds of survival are still higher than yours. Ha ha ha. Chu Gu chuckled inwardly. Younger brother, I am your elder brother, the lion you dare not believe. Subsequently, he steered the conversation towards the survival arena mission. In the real world, he could discuss the survival arena with other survivors, provided that no one else overheard. Currently, Gao Fei was fretting over the upcoming survival arena mission. His failure in the survival trial had left him with 1 less accumulation than his contemporary survivors, hence his apprehension. Chapter 11. A daily trek of 20,000 steps, quest initiated. After an hour-long conversation with Gao Fei, during which the seasoned veteran imparted a wealth of experience, Chu Gu ended the call. Gao Fei emphasized the importance of survival teams, suggesting that joining one would significantly increase the odds of survival in the arena. He stressed that lone wolves rarely thrive in such a competitive environment, piquing Chu Ji's interest in forming or joining a team. As a lion, the king of the savannah, finding a team should be relatively easy, Chu Gu mused, pondering where to begin his search. Perhaps within the survival arena itself? He crossed his arms, lost in thought, envisioning various scenarios of joining an existing team. However, he felt uneasy, suspecting he might be reduced to a mere pawn or shield. Why not establish my own survival team? The thought struck him. As a lion, a social creature and the king of the savannah, I shouldn't submit to others. Gao Fei seemed like a promising candidate. But Chu Gu dismissed the idea, reminding himself that surviving the next competition was his immediate priority. Another fortnight slipped by. On the school's track field, Chu Gu frowned as he warmed up alongside his classmates. Since the previous night, he had been feeling restless. Unable to ascertain the timing of the next mission from within his survival home, he dreaded its sudden arrival. Today, we shall engage in a practice sprint of the 100-meter dash to prepare for the autumnal athletic meet at the month's end. This marks your final sports event. Initially, the senior year would not have had such a meet, but the school, mindful of your arduous efforts, desires to grant you a moment of respite. Your class may now register for competitive events. Those who wish to participate should consult the sports representative. The physical education instructor stood forth, his voice resonating with vigor, eliciting cheers from the students. Yet, stood at the rear, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In the months since his rebirth, had maintained a low profile, but his peers had distinctly noted his transformation. Seated in the row before him, would occasionally engage in discourse, and she, too, had perceived these changes. Following warm-up exercises, the students aligned to prepare for the 100-meter race, arranged in groups of 4. Stood beside his deskmate, still frowning, his thoughts adrift. An increasing unease beset him, as if the specter of mortality drew near. Should I proceed thus? Mentally remonstrated. He was already preoccupied with the survival mission, and now this predicament arose before its commencement. He pondered whether to request a day's leave. As he brooded with concern, the sound of a whistle startled him. He awoke from his reverie and, glancing ahead, realized that it was his group's turn to run. The 3 others had already darted off. What are you doing? The physical education instructor glared at, bellowing in anger. The other students erupted in laughter. He had no desire to seek prominence, but neither did he wish to suffer humiliation, so he began to accelerate. Initially, he had lagged behind by nearly 20 meters, but now, with perceptible swiftness, he diminished the gap. The students' laughter ceased entirely, and all, including the physical education instructor, stared in stunned silence at the receding figure. Is he cheating? Song Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide open. Chu Gu typically refrained from engaging with his classmates. having forgotten that the athletic standout from their class was in his group. This standout, Wang Hang, was not particularly handsome, but certainly not unattractive. He possessed a robust physique and enjoyed a favorable reputation among his peers, garnering the affections of several female admirers. He was currently preening as he tossed his hair. His best time in the 100 meters was an impressive 12:31 seconds, indicating his potential to become a genuine athlete. He had consistently dominated the class races. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. A sense of being pursued surged within him, a feeling he only experienced during competitions. No way, Wang Hang gasped, his eyes widening as he quickened his pace. Chu Ge matched his acceleration, maintaining a 3-meter distance, ensuring that even in defeat, he would not suffer embarrassment. What the hell? Has he taken performance-enhancing drugs? Chun Xuanjia, Chu Ji's deskmate, thought in disbelief. He knew Chu Ge well. Both of them had slender builds. And while their athletic performance was not the worst, it was certainly unremarkable. Chu Ji's 100-meter time was roughly comparable to his own. So how could he suddenly surpass him and chase after Wang Hang? A few students began to cheer and rally, prompting an increasing number of classmates to join in. The gym teacher observed Chu Ji's figure with a complex expression, utterly shocked by the earlier events. Chu Ji's starting speed and acceleration were astonishingly rapid, reaching his maximum velocity in the blink of an eye. He had closed the gap with his fellow competitors almost instantaneously. This was undoubtedly a display of innate physical talent. The 100-meter race concluded swiftly. Wang Hang, as always, reached the finish line first, with Chu Ge closely trailing behind him, and Chun Xuanjia securing the third position. Another slightly overweight boy took a full 15 seconds to cross the finish. Chun Xuanjia, brimming with excitement, approached Chu Ge, panting, and exclaimed, "I never expected you to be so discreet. Tell me, what have you been up to this summer?" Chu Ge shook his head with a smile, replying, "Oh, nothing much, just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups each day, plus a daily goal of 20,000 steps." Wang Hang, hands on his hips and also catching his breath, had exerted every ounce of energy during the last half of the race. He vowed he had never run so swiftly before. As he gazed at this usually unassuming classmate, his emotions were a whirlwind. "Come on, you homebody. How could you possibly walk 20,000 steps a day? I didn't see you on the step count during the summer." Chun Xuanjia, looking skeptical, scrutinized Chu Ge and suddenly realized that he seemed more attractive than before. What is this ridiculous mindset I have? Chun Xuanjia thought, shuddering at his own thoughts. The survival competition was about to commence, with a countdown of 30 seconds. 30, 29. The cold, mechanical voice of the survival arena echoed in Chu Ji's ears, startling him. He hurried towards the physical education teacher, who was leading the other students toward the finish line. Their excitement palpable. Given that Chu Ge had managed to catch up to Wang Hang despite a slow start, it was indeed a remarkable comeback. Tang Xuejia observed Chu Ge. Her curiosity piqued. When did he become so formidable? "Teacher, I'm not feeling well. May I take a leave?" Approaching the physical education instructor, Chu Ge urgently conveyed his message before dashing towards the academic building. With the countdown echoing in his ears, he was determined to avoid vanishing into thin air before a crowd of onlookers. Consequently, he sprinted with unparalleled speed, astonishing all the students present as he covered the distance to the steps near the platform in under 5 seconds. He ascended swiftly, then plunged into the academic building. "How swift," Wang Hang murmured, rooted to the spot in utter disbelief. Chapter 12, Factional Contest. Submerged as an undercover agent, Chu Ge burst into the restroom on the first floor of the academic building. It was during class hours, so the restroom was deserted. No sooner had he entered than he vanished from sight. Once more, Chu Ge experienced a dizzying sensation. After a few moments, he felt himself landing on grassy ground, his body numb and his eyes unable to open. This survival contest is a factional survival competition. There are 24 participants in this factional survival contest, divided into 2 factions, each with 12 survivors, including 3 undercover agents. This factional survival contest will take place in a park, with a duration of 24 hours. Leaving the park's boundaries will result in failure. Each elimination of an opposing faction's survivor will yield 100 survival points. Mistakenly eliminating an ally undercover agent will result in a deduction of 200 survival points. The factional survival contest has officially commenced. The indifferent female voice resounded ceaselessly in Chu Ji's ears, leaving him stunned. Factional contest. And undercover agents? Special reminder. You are one of the 3 undercover agents. and you will descend with the opposing faction. Upon hearing these words, Chu Gu nearly flew into a rage. But I'm just a novice. Was it necessary to be so exhilarating? Just then, he felt his command over his corporeal form returning. He instinctively opened his eyelids. An verdant serpent's head entered his field of vision. A tremor coursed through Chuj's entire being, and he recoiled reflexively. To be precise, it was a giant panda cub, with its alternating black and white fur, appearing utterly harmless. He immediately regained his composure. They were all survivors. As long as the other party did not discern his true identity, they would certainly not dare to attack him. Ah, a lion! The verdant snake shrieked, shrinking back in response. This green snake was likely an Asian vine snake, with a yellow-orange abdomen and slight black spots on its back, its body measuring less than 30 centimeters. Chuj had seen Asian vine snakes while watching animal documentaries and still retained the memory. Over the past month, he had indeed done a considerable amount of research. A lion. We have a lion in our ranks. How impressive. Could he be an undercover agent? Possibly, but fortunately, he's just a cub, and you're just a little kitten. Voices arose from all around. Chuj surveyed the scene, and including himself, there were indeed 12 survivors. His physique was slightly above average. Besides the Asian vine snake and the panda cub, there were also 2 rats, a white lamb, a crab, a white dove, a brown teddy bear, a wild rabbit, a ginger cat, and a vulture. A group of inferior creatures. Chuj became the center of attention. Except for the vulture. All the survivors retreated, maintaining their distance from him. It was scrutinizing Chuj with its piercing gaze. Definitely not a newbie. Chuj immediately concluded. He promptly scoffed. Me? An undercover agent? I am an African lion. Why would I need to be an undercover agent? My arrival is meant to enhance your strength. An undercover operative is undoubtedly an inconspicuous creature, one who must rely on ambush. His tone was imbued with pride, deliberately lulling others into a false sense of security. The assembled survivors, upon hearing this, found the reasoning sound. Even if Chuj were a mere lion cub, he would still pose a formidable threat to them. Save for the vulture and the red panda, none of the other survivors could hope to contend with him. As for the green snake, it was non-venomous. Of course, not all the survivors were privy to the fact that the green snake was harmless. So, by your logic, that crab must be the mole? A saccharine female voice piped up, sending shivers down the spines of Chuj and the other survivors, who instinctively turned their heads. Lo and behold, a teddy bear. Judging by the voice alone, one would have expected a beautiful young woman, yet her true form was that of a teddy bear? Even Chuj was rendered speechless. That crab is most likely an Ariakir sinensis, also known as the Chinese mitten crab or the Shanghai hairy crab. It brandished its pincers, muttering curses. Who do you think you're looking down on? You mutt. Mutt? The brown teddy bear trembled with indignation, yet dared not charge at the crab. As a human, she had always feared crabs, all the more so now that she was confined to the form of a small teddy bear. Enough, you two. Now is not the time to be searching for a mole. We're all strangers to one another, so to avoid accidental harm, we should prioritize unity and survey our surroundings. It's broad daylight, after all. The vulture interjected, his voice raspy, betraying his middle age. The survivors followed his gaze. They were encircled by verdant shrubbery, effectively concealing them from the notice of parkgoers. As for their earlier squabble, it would have been dismissed as mere barking and birdsong. It being a weekday, the park was sparsely populated, and the distant strains of square dancing music wafted through the air. Team-based arena battles necessitate collaboration. In my prior experience, solitary endeavors proved largely ineffective. However, through cooperation and the systematic elimination of adversaries, equitable distribution of victories becomes achievable, fostering mutual success. Therefore, prior to engagement, the selection of a leader is imperative. The vulture continued, his words implying his superior experience and suitability for the role of captain. The emerald serpent, flicking its tongue, questioned. What if you are a mole, leading us to our demise? Other survivors echoed the sentiment, wary of placing complete trust in any individual, given their past encounters with death during the survival trials. The vulture raised a claw, its surface glinting menacingly in the sunlight. He scoffed. My talons are fortified with level 2 hardening. Given my experience and strength, were I a traitor, you would all be doomed. Such a scenario defies the conventions of the survival arena. Novices, cease overthinking. With me at the helm, I shall guide you to triumph. Do you aspire to become mere exhibits in a zoo? Level 2 hardening. The survivors were intimidated. Chu Gu, however, was relieved, realizing the formidable strength of level 2 survival ability in the current context. He surveyed the other survivors, attempting to discern any potential moles among them. However, their animalistic forms rendered them inscrutable. Let's side with him. After all, he possesses experience, a timid mouse squeaked, epitomizing timidity. The survivors concurred, as none contested the vulture's claim to leadership. The vulture surveyed all the survivors and announced, "There are 3 undercover agents among us. Everyone should be vigilant. If you notice anyone displaying aggressive intentions towards us, we'll identify them as the infiltrator. We won't rush to kill them. Instead, we'll break their legs to incapacitate them, thus preventing mistaken killings." Upon hearing this, the survivors felt a chill in their hearts. How ruthless. Teddy and Little Panda stealthily moved closer to Chu-Gu. After a month of training, Chu-Gu appeared to be 2 or 3 months old. Among those present, he was the only one who gave the other survivors the sense that he could contend with the vulture. "Teddy, the 2 mice, and Little Cat, you are responsible for gathering intelligence." The vulture began issuing orders. "Remember, avoid approaching any cats or dogs, no matter how adorable they may seem. Even sparrows and butterflies should be treated with caution. Your objective is to ascertain the size of this park, not to scout out the enemy." Reluctantly, the 4 survivors emerged from the undergrowth. Chapter 13. Natural Selection. Chu-Gu lay prone on the ground, conserving his strength. The vulture approached him and inquired, "Brother, are you a novice or a veteran? It's quite remarkable that you've become a lion." His tone was filled with envy. Lions are apex predators, superior to him in both appearance and growth potential. "A novice," Chu-Gu replied nonchalantly. "Just got lucky, waking up as a lion." He feigned arrogance and conceit to appear reckless and imprudent. The vulture chuckled. "So, in your opinion, who might be the mole? Fool, do you think becoming a lion entitles you to look down on everyone? You haven't even matured yet." The vulture harbored disdain, aware of the lion's protracted growth. He figured this cub would inevitably degenerate into a zoo animal, given his disposition. Regardless, their only objective was to target and eliminate him. Chu-Gu licked his paw, brimming with overconfidence. The vulture was rendered speechless, shaking his head as he retreated to a corner to rest. Beside Chu-Gu, the red panda gently patted him, inquiring softly, "Big brother, are you truly a newcomer?" "I am too. Are you in need of a lackey? I can serve as your underling." Upon hearing this, Chu-Gu cast a sidelong glance at him. The red panda lay prone, exuding an endearing charm. Curled up like a ball, he presented a rather comical sight. "You wouldn't happen to be an undercover agent, would you?" Chu-Gu jested, his palms interlaced, his chin resting upon them. This posture, in the eyes of the red panda, conveyed an air of paramount authority. The red panda chuckled. "Even if I were an undercover agent, I wouldn't pose a threat. Besides, I'm not. I merely wish to survive. My survival skill lies in skin thickening." "Skin thickening?" Chu-Gu raised an eyebrow, impressed by the ingenuity of this fellow's thinking. A panda adopting a tank build was indeed viable. Already possessing thick skin, further reinforcement would render him even more impervious to injury. Across from them, the vulture fixed the red panda with a piercing gaze, yet remained silent. The verdant snake and the white lamb also stealthily gathered behind Chu-Gu. The vulture exuded an aura of danger, and even if he wasn't an undercover agent, he was certainly no benevolent soul. In contrast, Chu-Gu appeared nonchalant, even somewhat indolent. Perhaps not a paragon of virtue, but at least not as brutal as the vulture. A peculiar atmosphere descended upon them. Receiving no response from Chuj, the red panda, though anxious, was intimidated by the vulture's gaze and dared not speak further. The little hare remained hidden in the grass, silent. As for the white dove, it had not yet learned to fly and trembled incessantly. Chuj surveyed the surroundings, gaining a sense of the situation. It seemed that only the vulture posed a threat in this survival camp, while the other survivors were insignificant. He wondered what kind of lineup his teammates had. It would likely exceed his expectations. Chuj looked behind him, where a dense forest lay, with a Ferris wheel faintly visible. It seemed this park was quite large. Such a size presented both advantages and disadvantages. It was suitable for hiding and surviving, but if one wanted to eliminate enemies, it would be difficult. Chuj guessed that most of the survivors in this round were small, as even crabs were present, making it easy to hide in the bushes. About an hour passed. The gazes of Chuj and the vulture changed simultaneously. The red panda wailed, "We're doomed. There will definitely be many people walking their dogs tonight. And if there are stray dogs in this area, it will be even worse." Their current size made it impossible to defeat a fully grown dog, let alone large breeds. Upon hearing this, the survivors panicked. Adults would be afraid of a pack of stray dogs, so they were naturally even more frightened, even despairing. It seems we can only wait until late at night to fight. What about the companions who left with you? The vulture pondered. The survivors had no objections and nodded in agreement. The vulture fixed her with a sharp gaze, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. There are so many animals in this park, and many old men and women walking their dogs, making it difficult to distinguish who is a survivor, Teddy continued. Her tone filled with worry. The unknown is the most terrifying. The survivors began to speculate about the nature of their adversaries. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to the most formidable survivors they had encountered. My survival trial took place in a pool. You know, even loaches can be quite frightening. Snakes are the most dreadful, especially venomous ones. Have you never encountered spiders, particularly wolf spiders? Are there no venomous creatures in our camp? That's disadvantageous. If all else fails, should we simply try to endure and survive the 24 hours? Listening to the survivors' discussions, Chu sank into deep thought. He was contemplating the most advantageous course of action for himself. He possessed LV3 survival skills, and if he chose to lie low this time, he would narrow the gap with his competitors or even be surpassed in the next trial. He would be in danger afterward. He absolutely could not afford to be passive. He had to take a risk. It was either him or the enemy who would perish. Chu made up his mind. He surveyed the survivors present, then looked at the vulture and said, "We should proceed. If we truly wait until late at night, it will be troublesome. We can act in the evening when there are more people and no stray dogs, making it easier for us to fight. If we choose to hide and pass safely this time, what about the next time? We can only survive by constantly killing enemies and growing stronger. This is a survival arena. The law of natural selection prevails, and we cannot afford to be overly cautious. The survival rule of wild creatures is to hunt." The survivors fell silent after hearing this. The vulture cast a keen glance at Chuj and remarked, "Indeed, only through relentless hunting can one survive. Here is the plan. I will scout from the skies, and by dusk, you shall commence your endeavors. Be cautious, river crab. Do not fall prey to the dogs." The river crab, feeling somewhat aggrieved, interjected, "You may call me river crab, but not Daza crab. I am not mere sustenance." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. They continued to lie in wait, vigilant against any approaching threat. Time swiftly passed. The sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight enveloped the scene. Observing the dimming light, Chuj gradually rose. Shrouded in dusk, he could blend into the crowd, and unless someone lifted him, they would remain oblivious to his lion form. "Let us proceed. You shall ultimately travel in pairs, divided into 2 teams," the vulture whispered. With that, he spread his wings and soared away, swiftly disappearing beyond the trees. The red panda scoffed. "I find him to resemble an undercover agent, acting alone. Perhaps he is off to relay information." The river crab retorted, "If he is indeed an undercover agent, what chance do we have? Would the survival arena be so merciless?" The red panda shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing him with a scoff. Youthful naivety. Chapter 14. The terrifying adversarial camp. As evening fell, Qingmei Park bustled with life, much like many parks across Huaxia. Melodies intertwined throughout the park, flowers bloomed in abundance, and birds competed in song. Chuj strolled across the grass, with a sidewalk nearby where couples occupied the benches, and numerous citizens ambled by. Following closely behind him were the red panda, little rabbit, crab, lamb, and teddy bear, while the other survivors remained hidden, too timid to act. In the cloak of night, they appeared akin to small kittens and puppies. The crab was even more inconspicuous, practically invisible unless scrutinized intently. "Boss, there's a large canine ahead. Be careful," the red panda whispered, glanced over, retorting with some annoyance, "What's there to fear about a husky?" With that, pivoted and trotted off in another direction. The other survivors hastily followed. "TCH, I thought you weren't afraid," the poodle scoffed. This little lion was quite the showman, though his discomfiture earlier was rather endearing. The red panda flattered, "The boss is astute. Some huskies are timid, but others can be quite ferocious. What would a young whippersnapper like you know? Pandas may appear endearing and docile, but in reality, they are quite formidable, possessing a fearsome bite and claws as sharp as scalpels. During periods of protecting their young or during mating season, they are prone to fits of rage, exhibiting aggression comparable to that of larger bear species." "Huh, I'm a red panda, all right. I haven't even gnawed on bamboo yet, having just been born." The red panda huffed, his tone cheeky. For some reason, hearing his voice conjured the image of a drooling, portly figure in his mind. "This presents an opportune moment. They pose virtually no threat to me. I could eliminate all the survivors save for the red panda. The remaining red panda is timid as a mouse, a little intimidation, and he likely wouldn't dare resist. I could spare his life. Perhaps he could aid me in perpetuating this charade. His eyes gleamed as he contemplated a hunting strategy. Just then, the red panda wiggled his rump as he scampered to a cluster of small trees, where a cement pit lay. He promptly rolled around in it, instantly rendering his appearance disheveled, no longer as endearing as a panda. "You son of a gun!" The red panda roared, its voice tinged with a sob. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the commotion, approached. Immediately, Chug and his companions fled. "Huh, when did Chingmei Park get sheep?" The man wondered, gazing at the little white sheep with a puzzled expression. Mistaking the other survivors for mere cats and dogs, he shook his head, donned his headphones, and resumed his run. The thought of his date tomorrow evening brought a boorish smile to his face. A young idler, an old beggar, he muttered, spurring himself on. Meanwhile, Chug and the others advanced along the undergrowth, detouring whenever they encountered large dogs. "Come, to the left, let's draw a dragon together, and on your right, paint a rainbow. Sister, you must be a heartless wild goose, and brother will be a poplar waiting for you for 3 millennia. The mortal world rolls on, foolish and deeply affectionate. I once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword, to see how prosperous it is." Various square dance melodies assaulted their ears from all directions. "This is too noisy," the little wild rabbit lamented. It had found it noisy as a human, but as an animal, it was earth-shatteringly deafening. Moreover, the later it got, the louder the speakers became, as if they were engaged in a volume battle. "Stop complaining. You'll be one of them when you're old," the crab remarked offhandedly. Chug thought it had a screw loose. Despite being weak, it loved to argue with everyone. Could it be that his survival points are sufficient, rendering him fearless and unyielding? "Beware, there's a terribly odorous gas ahead," Teddy suddenly exclaimed, startling Chudge and the others to a halt. They peered forward and noticed a slight rustling in the bushes 10 meters away. A black and white creature emerged, its limbs short and its body adorned with bicolored fur. Its tail was large, held high like a broom. Chudge focused his gaze and realized it was a skunk. "What is that contraption? A survivor?" Little Panda asked nervously, the skunk's size dwarfing his own, nearly causing him to soil himself. The other survivors also grew tense. Upon spotting them, the skunk's eyes lit up, and it charged directly toward them. This frightened Little Panda and the others, causing them to tremble and retreat. Chudge remained steadfast, his forelimbs bent in a posture of readiness. This was an opportune moment to vindicate himself. If he engaged the skunk in a fierce battle, the survivors would no longer suspect him of being an undercover agent. Although the skunk was larger, he possessed the speed of a cheetah and had nothing to fear. "Brothers, don't attack. I'm an undercover agent, one of you." The skunk suddenly stopped and cried out, its voice somewhat shrill. Chudge and the other survivors were taken aback. "An undercover agent?" Chudge glanced at Little Panda in astonishment. This chubby fellow is quite clever and quick to react. I must be cautious. His timidity may be feigned. A panda with hardened skin is not weak in this game. Chudge grew wary, resolving to be vigilant of Little Panda in the future. "Exactly. Aren't you afraid that there might be an undercover agent from the opposing faction among us?" Teddy scoffed, hiding behind Chudge, unwilling to take a single step forward. The skunk, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "We have a seasoned veteran on our side. A near-adult wolf. In a single afternoon, he discerned my true allegiance as an undercover agent, and another operative has already met a fatal end by his jaws." The revelation of a near-adult wolf sent a wave of alarm through Chudge and the other survivors. Wolves are notoriously ferocious predators, and the prospect of facing a nearly mature wolf was daunting, to say the least. Had Chudge and the red panda reached adulthood, they might have stood their ground. But as it stood, the mere mention of the wolf filled them with trepidation, causing the red panda to tremble uncontrollably. "Tell us about the composition of that faction," Chudge said, his gaze fixed on the skunk, wary of the creature's defensive spray. The skunk shuddered and divulged, "There are rats, spiders, a python, a pit bull, chickens, sparrows, bats, a turtle, cats, pigs, and of course, myself and the aforementioned wolf." A pall of silence descended upon Chudge and the others. The crab, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the grass, foaming at the mouth. "It's over. It's truly a nightmare difficulty," he lamented. The poodle, visibly shaken, echoed the sentiment with a despairing tone. Seizing the opportunity, Chudge scrutinized their reactions, deducing that the poodle and the crab were likely not the undercover agents. The cottontail rabbit and the white sheep remained mostly silent, but their trembling betrayed their fear. As for the red panda, its histrionics made it difficult to ascertain its true feelings. Is the pit bull the one with an insensitivity to pain? The red panda inquired cautiously, swallowing hard. Chapter 15. The Hunt, Wolf's Gaze Indeed. It was the kind of deranged fighting dog that consorted with the wild wolf. They did not act, but instead interrogated their teammates, seeking to uncover the undercover agent among them. Aside from me, Spider, and Sparrow, the rest of the team had been severely beaten. They proclaimed that they would rather forsake their allies than allow the infiltrator to succeed. The skunk cried out in distress, his voice choked with emotion, and he inadvertently released a foul odor. The panda shot him a glare and retorted with irritation. Are you all fools? It's obvious that the pit bull and the wild wolf are the infiltrators. They are deliberately incapacitating the enemy. The other survivor's eyes lit up in realization. Indeed, what a cunning ploy. The skunk continued to weep, lamenting, but I was too afraid to speak. They disregard other infiltrators and simply eliminate anyone. Upon hearing this, Chugu also came to the conclusion that the wild wolf and the pit bull were indeed the infiltrators. This was not good news for him, as he too was an undercover agent. He observed the expressions of the other survivors. Apart from the panda, the rest seemed quite exhilarated. It appeared that this individual truly might be an infiltrator. Chugu fixed his gaze on the panda, pondering that this muddy, rotund creature seemed to possess considerable cunning. The goat then spoke up. So, does that mean the infiltrators are unaware of each other? The usually taciturn individual had hit the nail on the head. Should we trust him? Teddy whispered to Chugu from behind. The stench emanating from the skunk made her feel nauseous. She could barely stand to glance at him. Chugu shook his head and replied, regardless of whether we trust him or not, we cannot allow him to remain. His odor is akin to a glaring neon sign. With him around, our movements would surely be compromised. The survivors nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. The skunk, in desperation, was about to plead when Chug suddenly exclaimed, "Flee." Animals possess a keen sense of impending danger. Having acquired the cheetah's speed, Chug's vision was greatly enhanced, and he had already discerned a pair of verdant eyes lurking within the thicket behind the skunk. An adversary. He spun around and bolted, his fellow survivors instantly following suit, their legs churning as they fled. Ah! A red panda cried out in agony as a crab clamped onto its posterior, hitching a ride. The skunk, far from being as pathetic as he appeared, discharged his pungent defense and gave chase. A mournful wail emanated from the undergrowth, followed by the emergence of a gray wolf. It shook its head incessantly, sneezing and retching in disgust. Chug burst forth from the athletic field, reaching a plaza where he mingled with the crowd and crouched down. Teddy was hot on his heels. "Boss." The red panda's eyes widened. After a moment's hesitation, he approached. In his current state, resembling a plump, dirt-caked dog, he hoped his true identity would remain concealed. While giant pandas are typically endearing, and their cubs are undeniably charming, when coated in mud and shrouded in the night, their appeal wanes. Passers-by recoiled, hurling insults that left the red panda feeling utterly aggrieved. "Mommy, that dog has a crab on its bottom." A little girl, holding her mother's hand, pointed and exclaimed. The red panda, with swift agility, made its way to a corner of the plaza, where it leaned against a wall and lay motionless on the ground. You must be mistaken in the dark. How could a crab be clinging to a dog's behind? And why isn't the dog yelping? The little girl's mother, engrossed in a phone call, retorted impatiently. She then turned away, using her other hand to cover the phone. Nestled between the two elderly figures, Chugo surveyed his surroundings with a keen gaze. Though the lion's sense of smell was acute, he had yet to discern the scent of his adversaries, compelling him to rely solely on his vision for assessment. Teddy hastily approached and crouched beside him, her countenance betraying her apprehension as she scrutinized the vicinity. The white lamb and the wild rabbit sought refuge at the periphery of the thicket, hesitant to venture forth. Unaccustomed to the urban landscape, they feared being captured and thus eliminated from the competition. Similarly, the skunk remained concealed, motionless within the verdant undergrowth. What course of action should we undertake? Teddy inquired anxiously. The throngs in the park will begin to dissipate after 9 o'clock. The piercing gaze she had encountered earlier had left her unnerved, and she was still reeling from the experience. Let us exercise patience and observe, Chugo responded softly. He cast a sidelong glance at Teddy, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Are you not concerned that I may be a mole? Teddy's canine form stiffened perceptibly upon hearing this. Do not attempt to frighten me, she retorted with a forced chuckle, instinctively creating some distance between herself and Chugo. Chugo merely chuckled in response, offering no further elaboration. He surmised that the teddy bear was not a covert operative. Should I lure her to a secluded spot and dispatch her? Teddy wondered, her heart pounding with trepidation as she observed his silence. She found herself grappling with uncertainty, unsure of whom to trust. The adversarial nature of the arena was proving to be far more daunting than she had initially anticipated. If only I had devoted more time to playing werewolf, she lamented. Teddy's plaintive wail elicited a suppressed chuckle from Chugo, who began to drift into contemplation. As the strains of the plaza dance music filled the air, he gazed towards the distant city lights and the warm glow emanating from the windows of the nearby residential complexes, a sense of reverie washing over him. Once, he was merely an ordinary individual, pondering what to eat today and how to indulge in laziness tomorrow. Now, he has transformed into a lion, mingling among the elderly, observing them dance. Life truly is a drama, one that even novels would dare not articulate. Chugu revealed a bitter smile as he contemplated. He had always envisioned an extraordinary life. Is this not it? Everyone believes themselves to be remarkable, yet ultimately, life smooths their edges. Now, he possesses the chance to transcend an ordinary existence. Why wallow in sorrow? He straightened his posture, preparing for action. Follow me, Chugu stated, abandoning those words as he strode toward the sidewalk. Teddy hesitated for a moment, but chose to follow him. The little panda in the corner observed this and trailed behind. Upon noticing the panda's approach, Chugu's gaze turned icy. Soon, they arrived at a deserted, shadowy alley. What are we doing here? It feels so eerie, Teddy uttered in fear, maintaining a 2-meter distance from Chugu, unwilling to venture further lest she be ambushed by an enemy. Chugu turned, fixing her with a cold, indifferent stare. The little panda remained silent, quietly observing from the side. The atmosphere was peculiar. Teddy realized, trembling, why you're an undercover agent. She quickly glanced at the little panda, exclaiming, let us confront him together. The little panda lay still on the ground, not uttering a word. Suddenly, the river crab behind him scurried away, swiftly disappearing into the grass. Teddy felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. This guy is also an undercover agent. Boss, hurry, what if the vulture spots us? The little panda urged, indicating a clear understanding. Teddy instantly turned to flee. Chugu swiftly pursued her, his speed remarkable, with a swiftness that blurred the senses. The red panda witnessed Chuj overpower the teddy, pinning her to the ground. Incredible speed. The panda marveled, eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be the enhanced survival skill of level 2? No, even that wouldn't account for such velocity. Chuj, looming over the subdued teddy, hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver the fatal bite. Ending her existence now might not guarantee her demise, but without survival points, it would be irreversible. Chapter 16. The panda ascends, please. Spare me, Teddy whimpered, her cries lost to the indifference of the human world. Even if someone were nearby, her canine pleas wouldn't warrant investigation. Driven by an almost primal instinct reminiscent of a lion's hunt, Chuj clamped his jaws around her neck, yet refrained from exerting force. A different strategy was taking shape in his mind. He murmured, do you wish to live? Teddy responded with desperate whimpers. Yes. 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 Then silence yourself and heed my words. Chuj commanded, his weight pressing down on her. In this predicament, you can't discern who is a mole, nor can you prove your own innocence. Instead, align yourself with me. Help me lure your comrades, and as the end draws near, I'll ensure you have one of them to eliminate. This is your optimal outcome. Otherwise, Chuj continued, his voice a menacing whisper. Do you believe the wolves and pit bulls would share their spoils? They would only exploit you. The red panda, eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but admire the cunning of the plan. Though blessed with the speed of a cheetah, Chuj understood his limitations against the might of the wolves and pit bulls. To triumph, he needed a stratagem, and Teddy, despite her weakness, could serve as the perfect bait. Teddy inquired anxiously, his voice still tinged with a sob. How can I be certain you won't break your word? The red panda rolled its eyes, retorting, do you have the luxury of choice? It's either demise or joining our ranks. Didn't you hear what that skunk said? Once the wolves and pit bulls return, even if you survive, you'll be maimed. Imagine having your limbs torn off by wolves and pit bulls, a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, Teddy shuddered and immediately submitted. Chuj released her, stating, remember, in the survival arena, regardless of the competitive task, you can only rely on yourself. Everyone is fighting for their own survival. Your current value to me is your asset. Teddy lowered her head, appearing compliant. Subsequently, Chuj led them into the undergrowth. If you perform well this time, you may join my survival team in the future. A survival team, understand? It means participating in survival competitions together, which significantly increases your chances of survival, Chuj whispered while crawling on the ground. Teddy looked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. The red panda, on the other hand, grew excited and, suppressing his excitement, asked, "Boss, you already have a survival team? How many members?" Chuj glanced at him, saying meaningfully, "You're quite inquisitive. You're quite the actor, aren't you? I thought you were genuinely timid and weak. I encountered a veteran in the survival trials who told me about it. Boss, take me with you in the future. I'll go through fire and water for you." The red panda chuckled. His relentless pursuit of Chu Gu stemmed from the very essence of Chu Ji's existence, a lion. The potential for growth in the latter stages is undoubtedly beyond their comparison. When the same survival abilities are manifested in a lion versus a wolf dog, the outcomes diverge significantly. The combat prowess of the panda is formidable, yet the young panda harbors uncertainties about his ability to triumph over a lion in adulthood. He instinctively doubts his chances. Chu Gu remained noncommittal, directing his gaze toward Teddy, stating plainly, "I shall be forthright with you. Your forthcoming role will be that of bait, intended to lure the wolves and pit bulls. This implies a substantial risk of injury. In the arena of survival, how is it conceivable to evade harm perpetually? If you possess wisdom, you will comprehend that by remaining with your companions, your prospects of merely surviving are limited. Yet, should you align with me, there lies a glimmer of hope for vanquishing foes. The trials within the survival arena will invariably escalate in difficulty. Only through the defeat of adversaries can one grow stronger and persist in existence." His tone was measured, prompting Teddy to bow his head once more. The young panda grinned, declaring, "At that moment, I too can charge to the forefront. I wager they cannot outright kill me." Upon revealing his true identity, he ceased to feign timidity, instead emanating a fierce determination. Teddy raised her head, gritting her teeth. "Can you guarantee that I will not be slain by them?" A month following the conclusion of the survival trials, she had been engaged in a process of mental fortification. Yet, it was at this juncture that she resolved her determination. "I can only promise to do my utmost. I do not wish to instill excessive hope in you. I urge you to adopt an unwavering resolve of acceptance for your fate. Only then will you find it easier to survive," Chu Gu asserted earnestly. Teddy lapsed into silence once again. The little panda chuckled, "Dear sister, shedding tears here is futile. If you weep before the vulture, can you imagine what he would do? He would render you powerless, silencing your cries." Time continued to elapse. Chu Gu and his companions lay in ambush along the narrow path, awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. "Climb the tree," Chu Gu suddenly instructed the little panda. The little panda hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped Chu Gu's intent. The giant panda was adept at climbing, yet the younger panda's abilities remained uncertain. Before long, the little panda astonished them by scaling the tree with surprising agility, suggesting he had indeed been honing various survival skills. Chu Gu marveled inwardly, realizing that one should never underestimate any survivor. Teddy was equally taken aback, having never anticipated that the little panda possessed such prowess. The little panda ascended the trunk, resting motionless above them. Enveloped in mud, his scent was effectively masked, making it challenging for the enemy to detect him. Remaining still, Chu Gu and Teddy fell silent. Approaching 10 o'clock, a figure emerged around the bend of the path. A gray wolf. With its tail tucked, it walked while sniffing the ground. Upon sighting him, the hearts of Chu Gu and his companions tightened. This creature appeared to be on the verge of adulthood, resembling a harbinger of death as it advanced under the moonlight. Chu Gu gently nudged Teddy, signaling her to leap forth. Teddy shuddered, fear coursing through her, yet she tremulously complied. The gray wolf instantly became alert, fixating its gaze on Teddy, inquiring, "Where is that little lion?" Chu Gu, lying in the grass, was positioned lower than the adjacent stone path, camouflaged by the vegetation, perfectly concealed from the wolf's line of sight. He was too swift for me to keep pace. He promptly advanced toward Teddy. Teddy trembled, cautiously inquiring, "Are you truly a mole on our side?" Gray Wolf grinned, a smile of utter cruelty, retorting, "Take a guess?" With a sudden burst of motion, he leaped, lunging at Teddy. Teddy, with the sensibilities of a maiden and a novice in the survival arena, had no time to evade, and was immediately tackled to the ground. Gray Wolf opened his jaws, preparing to seize her throat. At that very moment, leaves rustled, and a stout, stone-like figure descended. With a resounding thud, Gray Wolf's head was struck askew, and he howled, tumbling into the adjacent grass. Teddy, too, felt the impact, nearly losing consciousness. The red panda, upon landing, rolled several times before swiftly regaining its feet, charging directly toward Grey Wolf. "Grey Wolf, prepare to meet your end," he exclaimed with fervor, hurtling like a cannonball, colliding head-on with Grey Wolf, knocking him to the ground once more. Chapter 17. The three heroes against Elbu, knocked down again by the red panda. Grey Wolf was consumed with rage. He quickly sprang up, evading another charge from the red panda. Baring his fangs, he roared, "You rotund ball of flesh. I'll tear you to shreds." With that, he crouched low, and with a single bound, he pounced, pinning the red panda to the earth. The red panda, smaller in stature, was naturally outmatched in strength. Grey Wolf began to maul the red panda with savage abandon. Yet, the red panda's hide was thick and tough, and for the moment, he could not pierce its throat, as the red panda struggled fiercely. "Why don't you just try to bite me to death, if you have the guts?" The red panda, caught in a struggle, cried out, his voice a blend of agony and exhilaration. The Grey Wolf's eyes glinted with a frigid light as it exerted all its strength to subdue the red panda. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the underbrush, swift as a cunning rabbit and fierce as thunder. The Grey Wolf, oblivious to the commotion behind it, was suddenly pounced upon by Chuj, whose sharp lion claws pierced its flesh. Chuj attempted to bite at the wolf's neck, but alas, being a young lion, he was unable to reach it. The Grey Wolf let out a howl and rolled to the side, trying to shake Chuj off. Having honed his reflexes daily at the beginner's training center, Chuj deftly leaped aside, leaving the wolf to miss its mark. He landed beside the red panda and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" The red panda's bravery redefined Chuj's perception of him. This fellow appeared far more dependable than he usually seemed. "Of course, no problem. This Grey Wolf does not appear as formidable as anticipated. It seems the survival ability he exchanged for is merely a growth accelerator." The red panda shook his plump body and stood up, his analysis causing Chuj to squint in realization. No wonder. Chuj had been puzzled as to why their current mission presented adversaries with growth forms far exceeding their own. It seemed this Grey Wolf had only undergone one or two more survival competitions than they had, using his survival points to exchange for a growth accelerator. As the name implies, a growth accelerator hastens the process of maturation, varying in levels. The higher the level, the swifter the growth, necessitating a greater expenditure of survival points. The most affordable growth accelerator costs no less than 500 survival points. The Grey Wolf languidly arose, his gaze fixed upon Chuj and the little panda with murderous intent. He spoke in a chilling voice, "So, you've discerned my stratagem. You are indeed perspicacious. However, in addition to the growth accelerator, I've also acquired a survival augmentation, enhanced stamina. If you fail to vanquish me swiftly, prepare to be torn asunder." The Grey Wolf's grin was ghastly, and his words stirred Chuj and the little panda. Stamina enhancement. Without hesitation, Chuj charged towards the Grey Wolf, followed closely by the little panda. Witnessing their advance, the Grey Wolf smirked cruelly and leaped, aiming to pounce upon Chuj, who was in the lead. Just as he was about to be struck, Chuj nimbly dodged aside, causing the Grey Wolf to miss his mark. The little panda then collided head-on with the Grey Wolf, causing him to see stars. With his hardened skin, the little panda's charge was akin to being struck by a stone. After all, pandas are naturally fleshy and their weight is comparable to that of an adult wolf. Chuj lunged at the Grey Wolf once more, and together with the little panda, they besieged him. One was swift and agile, while the other was resilient and tenacious, leaving the Grey Wolf feeling utterly stifled. Upon the stone-paved path, Teddy stood transfixed, observing Chuj and the panda challenging a beast larger than themselves. Her heart was deeply moved. Their courage stirred within her a maelstrom of emotions, and a surge of fervor coursed through her veins. She had faced the Grey Wolf, her body rigid, without even a chance to react. But witnessing Chuj and the little panda, she suddenly grasped the survival principles of the animal kingdom: natural selection, survival of the fittest. With a determined bite of her lip, she advanced towards Chuj and his companion. Reaching the grassy verge, she began to bark at the Grey Wolf. Woof, woof, woof. The incessant barking grated on Chu-Gu, the red panda, and the Grey Wolf's nerves, an unbearable cacophony. "Could you, for the love of," the red panda roared, incensed after being knocked over by the Grey Wolf, but his invective was abruptly cut short. Could it be? He turned to the teddy bear, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Chu-Gu, too, sensed something amiss. While they were merely annoyed, the Grey Wolf was visibly agitated, thrashing about like a rabid beast, shaking its head violently. LV2, Sonic Disruption. The teddy bear possessed the ability to inflict auditory distress upon its intended target, potentially causing emotional dysregulation. She had a level 2 survival skill. Even though sonic disruption was among the most economical level 2 skills, it still cost 450 survival points. How had she acquired it? Had she also completed the game unscathed? Chu Ji's thoughts were in disarray, but he knew this was not the time for contemplation. He began to circle the gray wolf, launching attacks, while the red panda relentlessly charged in, undeterred by the bloody gashes appearing on his body. The gray wolf began to falter. Meanwhile, perched atop a tree several meters away, a vulture observed the battle between Chu Ji's trio and the gray wolf, his gaze dark and silent. He was taken aback. Chu Ji's performance was not entirely unexpected, but the red panda's prowess and the teddy bear's possession of a level 2 survival skill were astonishing. So that's why their team seemed so weak. They were all just putting on an act. The vulture was speechless, suddenly grateful that he had not incapacitated his teammates from the start, lest he suffer the same fate as the gray wolf. Elsewhere, the little lamb and the young hare observed the battle from the grass, utterly astonished. The tales of the gray wolf's brutality had etched an indelible nightmare in their minds, rendering it seemingly invincible. They were taken aback to witness Chu Gu and his companions fighting the gray wolf to a standstill. Should we lend them assistance? The young hare inquired cautiously. The little lamb rolled its eyes and replied, "Can you not see? They are our foes. Do not forget. The gray wolf is an undercover agent, aligned with our faction." The young hare widened its eyes in bewilderment. Inside the security room of Qingmei Park, an elderly gentleman reclined in a chair, engrossed in a television show, his legs propped up on the table. The walls around him were adorned with monitors displaying surveillance footage from various corners of the park. He was responsible for one area, while other security rooms oversaw the surrounding locales. A fleeting glance at the monitors sufficed for him to return to his show. Suddenly, he froze, redirecting his gaze to one particular screen. On the display, a small cat and a plump puppy were engaged in a scuffle with a larger dog, while a tiny teddy bear dog yapped excitedly nearby. These stray cats and dogs are quite restless. Is this a scene reminiscent of three heroes battling Lu Bu? The old man chuckled, pouring himself some tea to enjoy the spectacle. As night fell, Qingmei Park became a gathering spot for numerous stray cats and dogs. Although he had witnessed many brawls before, this was the first time he had seen cats and dogs unite against a larger adversary. He murmured to himself, "I hope they fight to the death, so they cease their biting escapades." Just last month, his granddaughter had been bitten by a stray dog, fostering his disdain for these feral creatures. Chapter 18. Slaying the enemy. This is untenable. His stamina is remarkable. The lesser panda, overturned onto the ground, cried out in anguish. Chu Gu leaped away, increasing the distance between himself and the gray wolf. Despite his swiftness, he still sustained several bloody lacerations, the pain causing him to gasp. He gritted his teeth, gazing at the agitated gray wolf, and declared, "It seems we are evenly matched, unlikely to achieve a decisive victory. Why not cease hostilities here? Even if you were to kill us in the end, your exhaustion would render you prey to other survivors." Upon hearing this, the gray wolf endeavored to regain composure. Chu Ji's statement held truth. Enhanced physical strength did not equate to limitless stamina, and he had already expended over half of his energy. Continuing the fight would not serve his best interests. Yet, he seethed with resentment, for he had been driven to such a wretched state by three mere youngsters, especially that lesser panda, who had persistently provoked him, inflaming his ire. "Do you believe I am afraid?" The gray wolf retorted defiantly, maintaining a ferocious countenance. Chu Gu scoffed. "The mission's end is still distant. If you insist on fighting, then let us continue. Even if it means death, we shall fight to the bitter end." Inwardly, however, he felt uncertain, but he refused to show weakness. In both this life and the previous, it was the first time he had experienced such a fierce struggle. Perhaps it was the inherent wildness within the lion that caused him to feel not only pain, but also a surge of exhilaration. The gray wolf, intimidated by his resolute words, hesitated. Teddy followed suit by keeping silent, allowing reason to resurface in the gray wolf's mind. Ultimately, the gray wolf snorted coldly. "You have not seen the last of me." With that, he turned and swiftly fled. Chu Gu and the lesser panda exhaled in relief. "Let us depart from this place at once," Chu Gu instructed, sensing that they were being watched from the surrounding darkness. It would be best to leave as quickly as possible. He immediately turned and ran away, with the little panda and Teddy closely following. They swiftly dashed into the underbrush. advancing along the trees. Throughout their journey, Chuj remained vigilant, acutely aware that the most formidable threat was the pit bull. The little panda, brimming with excitement, engaged in conversation with Teddy behind him. Indeed, Dateon, you possess a level 2 survival capability. How did you achieve that? Nonsense, you are Dateon. As long as one completes the survival trial without a scratch, one can earn an additional 1,000 survival points. What a load of nonsense. Can you really emerge unscathed? Did you sacrifice yourself to cling to someone else's coattails? Puffed. In the survival trial, I was but a small kitten, charming a girl who took me in, and I was cradled in her arms while sleeping at night. Who would dare harm me? Teddy, regaining his lively demeanor, chuckled with a hint of pride. Chuj was left speechless. Was this sheer luck or genuine skill? He suddenly realized that completing the trial without injury was challenging, yet certainly not an uncommon feat. Curiously, he inquired, you have 1,000 survival points. Why not exchange them for level 3 survival abilities? Chuj and the little panda felt a vain throb on their foreheads. The little panda nearly spat blood, indignantly exclaiming, how unfair the heavens are. Teddy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was fortunate that her face was obscured by fur, concealing her blush. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the top of a slide in the park, where there was a small space that required adults to bend to enter, yet was still relatively spacious for them. There were only 2 paths downward. One was the slide, and the other was the stairs. This position could be described as easily defensible, yet difficult to assault. Anyone daring enough to charge forward would face their counterattack. They lay low, refraining from exposing themselves. Having weathered a fierce skirmish, the camaraderie amongst the trio palpably deepened as they lay in ambush, engaging in hushed discourse. Unbeknownst to them, a bat hung inverted from a nearby arboreal giant, its gaze fixed upon them with chilling indifference. The foliage served as a natural veil, concealing its presence from the unsuspecting eyes of Chugu and his companions. It had arrived before them, a silent observer of the unfolding situation. Foreman, is our strategy to remain in concealment indefinitely? The lesser panda inquired, his voice barely audible. The lesser panda nodded in affirmation. Teddy remained mute, her heart once again seized by trepidation. The mere contemplation of dispatching the survivors filled her with a visceral dread. Chugu, on the other hand, pondered the fate of those survivors maimed by the gray wolf. They were his comrades, and should he manage to locate them, they might yet prove to be of some utility. Time continued its inexorable march. Nightfall descended. Green Plum Park lapsed into a state of profound solitude. The nocturnal symphony of frogs and cicadas permeating the air, punctuated by the occasional baying of stray canines. You two remain here. I shall embark on a brief reconnaissance. My celerity affords me a greater chance of evading peril than you, Chugu declared, before descending the slide with practiced ease. The lesser panda was taken aback, and before he could utter a word, Chugu had already darted into the verdant labyrinth, his velocity leaving the lesser panda utterly astounded. Is that the velocity of a lion? More like a cheetah, he exclaimed in admiration. Teddy nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chugu had not journeyed far before he espied a quartet of stray canines resting prone upon the ground. They varied in size, the largest of which exuded a more imposing presence than even the gray wolf. Upon detecting his scent, the 4 canines opened their eyes and directed their gaze towards him. Chugu remained unperturbed, continuing his advance. So, the stray dogs of the night are truly formidable. He sighed inwardly, observing that the 4 stray dogs bore an uncanny resemblance to wolves, sending a chill down his spine. As he walked past them, the dogs suddenly rose and lunged toward him. Chugu took to his heels, his speed rivaling that of a cheetah, swiftly putting distance between himself and the dogs. After only a few strides, the stray dogs abandoned their pursuit. Chugu meandered through the surroundings, arriving at the hideout of his companions, the emerald serpent and the little orange cat. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered that they were no longer there. Had they been relocated by the vultures? Furrowing his brow, he had intended to hunt, only to find himself thwarted. At that moment, a flurry of wings caught his attention, and a white dove descended before him. Gazing at the dove, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "Is there a traitor lurking within our ranks?" The dove shook its head and replied, "I am unaware. I have remained hidden in the trees, too fearful to venture out." With a sudden movement, Chugu pounced on it, seizing its head and twisting with force. Ding! You have successfully hunted an enemy and earned 100 survival points. Releasing his grip, he exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not mistakenly killed an ally. If he had slain a fellow traitor, he would have faced a deduction of 200 survival points. Looking down at the lifeless dove, he sighed and began to dig a grave for it. Indeed, you were a traitor. A cold, hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts, and Chuge looked up to see a small orange cat emerging slowly from the underbrush, its eyes glinting with a chilling light in the darkness. Chapter 19. The undercover rivalry intrigued. Chuge's gaze lingered on the small ginger cat, a tremor of surprise coursing through him. Within their faction, aside from himself, were the verdant snake, the lesser panda, a pair of rodents, a white lamb, a crab, a white dove, a brown teddy bear, a wild rabbit, the ginger cat, and a vulture. He had considered the vulture to be the only real threat, dismissing the lesser panda as already under his sway, and viewing the rest as a disorganized rabble. Yet now, the ginger cat exuded an air of unfathomable depth. During their initial encounter, the ginger cat had maintained a low profile, appearing timid and hesitant, barely uttering a word in the presence of their comrades. But the ginger cat now was as though it were a completely different feline. Suppose I told you I wasn't the mole, would you believe it? Chuge inquired with a sardonic smile, poised for an attack. The ginger cat ceased its movement, settling down on the ground to groom its paw, and responded with a chuckle, "Relax, I'm an undercover agent as well. I've been observing, and besides you, the vulture is also a mole." On the opposing side, we know that the pit bull and the gray wolf are undercover, which suggests a pattern. The key members of both sides are moles. Chuge furrowed his brow. His vigilance heightened. He was already aware of the lesser panda's true allegiance, and now the ginger cat claimed that both it and the vulture were also moles. With a total of 4 moles, someone was undoubtedly lying. He trusted his intuition, and the lesser panda had genuinely fought for him before, not seeming to be deceptive. The ginger cat's sudden appearance and attempt to muddle his judgment was suspicious. "Oh really? Have you and the vulture been in contact?" Chuge asked with a smile, concealing his true feelings in an attempt to gauge the situation. "Indeed, he has reached out to me." At that juncture, the vulture's cry echoed through the air. Chuge pivoted, his gaze ascending to witness the vulture's descent, alighting upon a tree limb, its eyes fixed upon him with frigid indifference. The diminutive ginger feline chuckled. "My survivability also stands at level 2, venomous variant. Should I sink my teeth into you?" Paralysis ensues instantaneously. As he concluded his pronouncement, he bared his diminutive fangs, their gleam intensified by the lunar luminescence. "We must coalesce," the vulture declared, his gaze sweeping across Chuge and the ginger feline, his expression inscrutable, leaving the veracity of his words uncertain. "The pit bull has decimated the majority of the opposing faction. Only the spider, bat, skunk, and gray wolf remain." Chuge's brow furrowed upon hearing this. It appeared their faction was at a disadvantage. The gray wolf and pit bull were not to be trifled with, especially the pit bull, which the vulture implied was even more ferocious than the gray wolf. "The verdant snake and both mice on our side have fallen by your hand, have they not?" The ginger feline inquired, directing his query toward the vulture, his smile imbued with a sinister undertone. The vulture remained impassive, his gaze unwavering, awaiting their counsel. Chuge maintained his observation, striving to discern any deception. The ginger feline shook his head, stating, "I know the whereabouts of the pit bull. Let us unite and eliminate him first." Chuge inquired with a smile, "You possess this knowledge?" The ginger feline affirmed with a nod. "He has taken refuge behind a small shop, nursing grievous wounds sustained during an earlier altercation with a pack of stray canines." As the words faded, Chuge lunged toward him with sudden alacrity. The distance between them was less than 3 meters, and with a swift thrust of his legs, he tackled him to the ground. The ginger feline, being of smaller stature, could not withstand his force. He opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the neck of the little orange cat, startling it into exclaiming, "Wait, are you going to kill your teammate? Are you a fool?" The vulture perched on a tree, observing with indifference, uttering not a word. Chuge maintained his grip on the cat's neck, preventing it from retaliating, casting a cold sidelong glance at the little feline to confirm his suspicions. The orange cat, flustered and exasperated, pleaded, "Can you not be so irrational? If I were not an undercover agent, would I foolishly come to confront you and self-destruct?" Crack. Chuge severed its neck, extinguishing its life in an instant. "Ding. You have successfully hunted down an enemy, earning 100 survival points. Since this survivor has already slain 3 enemies in this survival competition, you will receive half of their survival points as a reward. Congratulations, you have acquired 150 survival points." A cold, feminine voice resonated in Chuge's mind, filling him with elation. He had not erred. Moreover, he had unexpectedly secured half of the opponent's survival reward, compelling survivors to take risks against formidable foes. This little orange cat could eliminate 3 survivors? Remarkable. He immediately released his grip and turned to the vulture. Indeed, you were merely pretending. You are quite astute. How did you discern that he was acting? The vulture inquired, gazing down at Chu Gu. Chu Gu responded calmly. A dog's sense of smell is not to be underestimated. He can see the pit bull, and the pit bull would undoubtedly detect him. In such a scenario, would the pit bull not move? It was clearly a ruse, and furthermore, I have already identified another undercover agent. The vulture refrained from taking action, further solidifying his belief that this individual was also an infiltrator. I was cognizant that the panda was a mole. However, upon witnessing the pit bull assemble the ginger cat, the angora rabbit, the hare, the jade snake, and 2 mice, I resolved to turn the tables. Alas, you proved more astute than I anticipated, immediately discerning his scheme. I refrained from interfering earlier, allowing you to accrue survival points unimpeded. Surely, you must believe me now? The vulture fixed its gaze upon Chu Gu, speaking with earnestness. Chu Gu nodded. The ginger cat was not the informant, leaving only the 3 of them as possible candidates. The vulture then sighed, stating, "The pit bull possesses a survival capability beyond mere brawn, which is why I sought your collaboration. Given his experience and prowess, he ought to have opted for a solitary endeavor, maximizing his acquisition of survival points. However, he now harbors considerable trepidation." "What survival capability?" Chu Gu inquired. At that moment, a chorus of canine barks echoed throughout the park. "What?" Chu Gu exclaimed, his composure shattered. How was one to proceed under such circumstances? The sheer number of stray dogs within Qingmei Park sent shivers down his spine. "I can fly, ensuring my safe passage through this survival mission. But I am loath to concede. What course of action do you propose?" the vulture asked. Chu Gu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. "Wait. If the pit bull is so formidable, could the gray wolf possibly prevail against him? The gray wolf evidently possesses an air of arrogance, undoubtedly seeking to amass a greater number of survival points." A plan immediately formed in Chu Ji's mind. He inquired, "Do you know where the gray wolf is hiding?" The vulture instantly grasped his intent, replying with a smile, "I shall seek him out. In the meantime, may fortune favor you, for the pit bull approaches." With that, he spread his wings and soared away. Moved, Chu Gu detected the scent of a pack of stray dogs. He immediately turned to flee, only to halt abruptly as he emerged from the woods. Before him lay a plaza where a multitude of stray dogs, varying in size, were arrayed in a fan-like formation. Tongues lolling, eyes fixed upon him. 17 in number, their gaze betrayed a ravenous hunger. From the adjacent woods, more strays emerged, effectively blocking his escape. Chapter 20. Show Pit Bull. The night sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, a rare sight in the city. Beneath this spectacle, a sense of foreboding permeated Qingmei Park. On the plaza, a throng of famished stray dogs fixed their gaze upon Chu Gu, their saliva dripping onto the ground, heightening the atmosphere of dread. Chu Gu advanced slowly, refraining from turning to flee due to an intensely menacing scent emanating from the woods behind him. Rustling sounds echoed as a figure emerged from the undergrowth. It was a squat, sturdy dog with short, brown fur and muscular limbs, particularly the forelegs, which were splayed wide. Its head was round, with a massive skull and a wide mouth, panting softly, revealing teeth still flecked with bits of flesh. A pit bull. Though smaller in stature than most of the stray dogs, its robust physique dwarfed Chu Gu. Its gaze was unnervingly calm, sending shivers down Chu Ji's spine. A mere glance was enough for Chu Gu to realize he was outmatched. "Lion, fortune favors you. If you offer no resistance, and allow me to maul you to death, I might consider adding you as a friend after the mission and inviting you to join my survival team." The pit bull spoke, his voice possessing a magnetic quality. His tone measured and steady, reminding Chu Gu of a corporate executive in his 30s. Chu Gu nearly chuckled upon hearing his words. Was this an appropriate recruitment approach? Even if he were to join the pit bull survival team, he would likely be relegated to the lowest rung. The stray dogs surrounding Chu Gu rose to their feet, emitting low growls, poised to swarm him at any moment. Halt! Just then, a shout rang out, causing Chu Gu, the pit bull, and the stray dogs to turn their heads. A security guard was approaching along the road, flashlight in hand. He was incensed to see so many stray dogs menacing Chu Gu. "Get out, you wretched creatures! Begone!" he roared, brandishing his flashlight. The pit bull frowned and barked at him, followed by a chorus of barks from the other strays. "Woof, woof, woof." Woof, woof. What was it like to be assailed by the barking of nearly 20 stray dogs in the dead of night? The guard shuddered, turning tail and fleeing. Chugo was speechless. The peril had not abated with the arrival of the human. The pit bull refocused his attention on Chugo, saying, "Have you made your decision?" "I am not often this patient." Chugo scanned the surrounding stray dogs, seeking an avenue of escape. The fleeing security guard had stopped, taking cover behind a tree, and began filming the confrontation unfolding in the plaza with his phone. His right hand trembled slightly as he muttered under his breath, "Old Zhang was right. These stray dogs ought to be exterminated." The pit bull fixed his gaze on Chugo, beginning to advance. "Why are you capable of commanding these stray dogs?" Chuj inquired, perplexed. "What survival skill is this?" He mused that the survival skills in the survival arena were too numerous to recall them all. The pit bull's lips curled into a grin as he responded, "Merely a survival skill to communicate with dogs. I can comprehend the sentiments of these strays, making it effortless to lead them. They are simply homeless waifs. Their desires are uncomplicated, to avoid starvation. The true culprits responsible for their plight are humans, who are fond of keeping dogs, yet also prone to abandoning them. Now that we humans are transformed into beasts of prey, do you not think this might be divine retribution?" Unmoved, Chuj calmly retorted, "Whether it is punishment, I cannot say. However, if you expect me to surrender meekly, that is an impossibility." With that, he whirled around and bolted. Unleashing his full power, he swiftly traversed to a small stray dog and leaped over its head. Upon landing, he sprinted forward. The stray dog was momentarily stunned, unable to react. "A pack of imbeciles." The pit bull roared, then barked twice. The stray dogs surged after Chuj. Chuj raced along the sidewalk, slowing his pace as the stray dogs receded into the distance. He guffawed, "Pit bull, with such a throng of lackeys, how can you fail to apprehend me?" Upon hearing this, the pit bull's gaze sharpened. He began to pursue Chuj with renewed vigor. Alas, the stray dogs soon faltered, their hunger sapping their strength for a prolonged chase. The pit bull halted as well. Nevertheless, even the most composed pit bull was nearly incensed. A quarry inferior to him dared to provoke them so. He leaped up fiercely, intending to pounce on Chuj, yet Chuj's reflexes were swifter. With a kick of his legs, he widened the distance between them in an instant. Impressive. The security guard, concealed behind a large tree, exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. Thus, Chuj repeated the maneuver time and again, driving the pit bull into a fit of rage. Eventually, Chuj swiftly shook off the pit bull and the pack of dogs, vanishing into the park's night, leaving no trace. "Despicable. I will certainly kill you." The pit bull gnashed his teeth, collapsing to the ground to rest. Meanwhile, Chuj, having scrambled up, was panting heavily. He prostrated himself and whispered, "Keep it down." Seeing his exhaustion, the lesser panda quickly fell silent. Teddy, on the other hand, anxiously surveyed the surroundings, fearing an enemy might have followed. After a brief respite, Chuj recounted the events he had encountered earlier, leaving the two survivors dumbfounded. "This is not a survival arena. It's an arena for drama queens," Teddy murmured in amazement. Had she been in Chuj's position, she reckoned she would have believed the little orange cat's words, leading her into the jaws of the pit bull. The lesser panda shuddered. "The pit bull has so many stray dogs as his henchmen, we certainly can't defeat him. We'd better not provoke him. He lacked Chuj's speed. Facing the pit bull would certainly mean death." Unbeknownst to them, a dark shadow flitted across the treetops not far away. Chuj nodded. "If we could enlist the gray wolf, we might stand a chance." The lesser panda's eyes widened, inwardly exclaiming, "Madman." The gray wolf and the pit bull were in the same camp. This was utter suicide. However, he dared not voice his thoughts directly, as he still needed to cling to Chuj's support. "Let us wait a bit," Chuj remarked casually. He needed to regain his strength. Having spent the entire night without sustenance severely hampered his recovery, a troubling sign indeed. Currently, our companions included the vulture, the spider, and the bat, while the opposing side boasted not only pit bulls and gray wolves, but also an entire pack of stray dogs from Qingmei Park. "It's over," analyzed the little panda, feeling a chill in his heart. "We have entered a nightmarish predicament." Chapter 21. The approaching showdown. We had overlooked a crucial issue, namely, the necessity of nourishment. Chuj gazed into the depths of the park under the night sky and remarked thoughtfully, noting the presence of stray dogs nearby, uncertain if they might relay any information. The little panda swallowed hard and said, "It's better that you didn't mention it. Now that you have, I find myself quite hungry. I wonder if there are any bamboo shoots nearby." Teddy widened his eyes in disbelief and whispered, "Are you truly so adaptable?" Already craving bamboo? The little panda rolled his eyes and retorted, Indeed, and what about you? Are you yearning for excrement? Teddy, incensed, sprang to his feet, attempting to leap over Chuj to scratch the little panda. Enough of this, Chuj commanded sternly, causing Teddy to immediately drop back down, glaring furiously at the little panda. The little panda, feeling triumphant, cast a challenging glance at Teddy before turning to Chuj. Boss, should we seek out some food? Otherwise, once dawn breaks, we will find ourselves in dire straits. Unlike the ant phase, as mammals, their demand for food was significantly greater, particularly during their juvenile years. Should an adult male lion go several days without sustenance, it can indeed endure, yet such deprivation inevitably impacts its vitality. The ferocious beasts capable of surviving 10 days to a fortnight without nourishment are those that have previously feasted, boasting substantial reserves of fat. Young lion Chuj, having engaged in strenuous activity, necessitates replenishment of energy. In response to the suggestion from the red panda, Chuj nodded in agreement. After resting for approximately another hour, Chuj, accompanied by the red panda, stealthily proceeded with Teddy. Possessing a keener sense of smell than Chuj, Teddy guided them past numerous stray dogs as they foraged for food within Qingmei Park. Chuj grappled with a persistent dilemma, the prospect of consuming raw meat. If future competitive tasks were to extend over several days, or even a month, it would be impractical to abstain from nourishment. As a lion, he could not engage in culinary endeavors such as stir-frying or grilling. Indeed, he was incapable of even igniting a fire for roasting. Yet, recalling his 2 lifetimes, the mere thought of raw flesh filled him with revulsion. He resolved to set aside these thoughts for the moment, reassuring himself to first survive the night. On the opposite side of the park, beneath a tree, a gray wolf rested, its gaze fixed upon a vulture perched above. What do you think? A mere 100 survival points are hardly worth considering. Why not take a bold chance? As a wolf, are you content to be oppressed by dogs? The vulture queried. The gray wolf's eyes flickered. Indeed, it felt a profound sense of resentment. From the outset until now, it had failed to claim a single prey. All the discarded survivors had been slain by the pit bulls, and it had been forced to submit to their dominance, serving them in a state of utter frustration. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the gray wolf gritted its teeth and declared, Very well. I shall gamble with you all. In the aftermath, I trust you will honor your word. Subsequently, we shall refrain from interfering with one another, and may the most capable among us prevail in the hunt. The vulture chuckled. Then let us be on our way. Surely you can detect the scent of the lion and the pit bull. The gray wolf nodded, then rose to lead the way. Seeking out Chuj. A quarter of an hour later, he discovered Chuj, the lesser panda, and the teddy bear before a vending machine. The lesser panda was assiduously scraping at the glass with its sharp claws, having already etched a fissure. A bit more effort would suffice to shatter the glass. The grating sound of claws against glass sent shivers down the gray wolf's spine. Let us collaborate, he declared as he approached. Chuj was already aware of his arrival, for even before he materialized, the teddy bear had caught his scent. What did the vulture convey to you? Chuj inquired, turning around. He needed to ascertain the situation first, lest it be another elaborate ruse. His past experiences had made him wary of trusting other survivors. He trusted only his own judgment. Chuj nodded. You must not set your sights on my 2 subordinates. The gray wolf's countenance darkened. He had the lesser panda and the teddy bear, his lupin gaze ablaze with ire. In the end, he relented with a nod. First, we must eliminate the pit bull. As for what transpires afterward, can a verbal agreement truly hold weight? After this contest, the likelihood of encountering one another again is exceedingly slim. He harbored no fear of retribution. Chuj, too, did not place complete trust in him. They commenced discussing how to confront the pit bull. The lesser panda continued to strive to breach the vending machine. I desire cola, I desire cola, he chanted, brandishing his claws with vigor. The teddy bear beside him was rendered speechless. Indeed, a corpulent shut-in, he mused. The pit bull appeared to be resting, remaining silent for quite some time. After a while, the red panda finally broke through the glass, tossing out snacks and beverages from within. Teddy pressed down on a bag of chips, causing the packaging to burst, and began to indulge in the delightful treat. The red panda shot a disdainful glance at her, remarking, You seem to relish those chips so much. You wouldn't happen to be an overweight homebody, would you? Perhaps with a lowly voice? Do confess. How many ignorant young boys do you chat with all day long? Teddy, too indifferent to respond, focused intently on her meal. Come, have some snacks. Consider it my hospitality, Chu Gu said to the gray wolf. He then turned to find a spicy strip, biting it to tear it open. The gray wolf, unhesitant, joined in, as he was still unaccustomed to consuming raw meat. The snacks, packaged in plastic bags, were cumbersome to open, especially as their paws became greasy. The gray wolf finished 2 bags of chips before departing. As midnight approached, the park grew increasingly desolate. Just as Chu-Gu and his companions were about to satiate their hunger, a pack of stray dogs began to gather slowly, some hiding in the thickets, while others strolled directly along the sidewalk. The gray wolf joined the pack of dogs. It was part of their scheme, with the gray wolf going ahead to signal and lure the pit bull over for a surprise ambush. "They're coming," Chu-Gu spoke softly, and the red panda and Teddy turned in unison. Not far away, a vulture lay in wait atop a large tree, poised for action. The red panda trembled, gritting its teeth and asking, "Boss, do you think all these stray dogs could actually kill me?" Chu-Gu reassured, "If wolves can't bring you down, what can dogs do?" Emboldened, the lesser panda confidently advanced, halting a mere 3 paces before Chu-Gu. Chu-Gu turned his gaze towards the teddy bear, instructing, "Withdraw for now. And then feign being a stray, integrating yourself amongst the canine throng. Surely their collective intellect isn't keen enough to discern every member." With a nod, the teddy bear promptly departed. Soon after, the pit bull materialized, brazenly descending the stone-paved path under the cloak of night. Though not towering in stature, it exuded an aura of profound peril, casting a palpable sense of unease upon Chu-Gu and his companions. "It is they, particularly that panda, who aided in my crippling. Avenge me by tearing him apart, so that I may personally deliver the killing blow." The gray wolf snarled through gritted teeth, his tone saturated with malice. The lesser panda shuddered, inwardly cursing, "Surely this cur doesn't intend to make this a genuine affair?" With a resounding bark, the gray wolf commanded the pack, and the stray dogs surged towards Chu-Gu and the lesser panda in a frenzied assault. The battle had commenced. Chapter 22. Frenzy and Astonishment Among Humans, a Pack of Mongrels. "You dare attempt to devour your panda granddaddy." The lesser panda roared as he charged forth, only to be immediately swarmed and toppled by a multitude of stray dogs. He commenced a frantic series of rolls, crushing the canines beneath him and eliciting yelps of pain. Chu-Gu, too, sprang into action, relying on his agility and reflexes to evade the onslaught of stray dogs as he pressed towards the pit bull. The pit bull, consumed by murderous intent, reciprocated the advance. From all directions arose the cacophony of howls and snarls as Chu-Gu deftly leaped over the stray dogs, leaving only the pit bull and the gray wolf standing before him. Just as he was about to collide with the pit bull, he deftly dodged its claws and seamlessly rolled into the adjacent thicket of grass. There, he tensed his form and invoked his camouflage ability, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. The pit bull furrowed its brow, a sense of unease stirring within. It charged forward without hesitation, only to find the thicket devoid of Chu-Ji's presence. Impossible. Before it could ponder further, Chu-Gu materialized from the adjacent foliage, his skin tone shifting, creating the illusion of spontaneous appearance. Taken completely by surprise, the pit bull was knocked back by Chu-Ji's flank assault. Yet, it was merely a setback. Chu-Gu reeled, feeling as though he had collided with a marble edifice, his body aching. This brute is far too resilient. The pit bull regained its footing and lunged again, but Chu-Gu darted into the undergrowth, camouflaging himself once more. Now, the pit bull was thoroughly disoriented. Chu-Ji's scent permeated the surroundings, rendering its olfactory senses useless in locating him. Abruptly, Chu-Gu burst forth from another direction. But this time, the pit bull, with heightened vigilance, detected him instantly, whirling around to strike with a paw. Crack! Chu-Ji's face was struck by the pit bull's paw, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He tumbled backward on the ground as the pit bull pounced. A howl echoed through the air as a gray wolf hurtled into view, clamping its jaws onto the pit bull's nape midair, sending them both tumbling onto the grass before disappearing into the thicket, which then began to convulse violently. Chu-Gu, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, slowly rose to his feet. "Damn it, does this thing think I'm a tiger?" He spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath. Despite his swiftness, he was no match for the pit bull. They were simply in different leagues. "This beast is truly formidable." From within the thicket, the roars of the gray wolf and the pit bull's struggle reverberated, adding a touch of dread to the night. Concurrently, the security personnel on duty at Chimay Park were observing the surveillance footage from the vicinity. "Everyone gather. There are wolves in the park, and they are fighting with stray dogs," exclaimed a middle-aged security guard, excitedly seizing his walkie-talkie. He was closest to the scene and had heard the wolves howl distinctly. Wolves. Upon hearing this, the other previously despondent guards instantly felt invigorated. Having lived for decades, they had never encountered a real wolf outside of a zoo. In a surge of adrenaline, the guards rushed towards the area where the survivors were battling. Chu stealthily crept into the underbrush, camouflaging himself once more, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. It must be said that this pit bull was truly fierce, holding its ground against a gray wolf. The wolf's primal instincts surged forth as it engaged in a bloody struggle with the pit bull. The two survivors soon bore numerous injuries, their roars echoing continuously, leaving Chu both alarmed and captivated. The ferocity of the beasts engaged in combat was a raw and exhilarating spectacle. Not far away, a red panda was being tormented by a pack of stray dogs, its cries of anguish piercing the air. "You little brutes. Ouch. Stop biting my behind. You filthy creatures. Where do you think you're going? Are you hyenas? Boss, help me." The red panda could no longer maintain its bravado and began to call for help. Utilizing its camouflage ability, it blended seamlessly with the grass, making it nearly undetectable to the unobservant eyes around. The famished strays, oblivious to their surroundings, were unable to remain calm. Seizing the moment, Chu pounced upon the strays one by one, thereby rescuing the red panda. At that moment, the red panda was covered in blood, with the hardened mud clinging to its fur having mostly fallen away, presenting a pitiful sight. Particularly distressing was the gaping wound on its rear, where a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away, a sight that was truly harrowing. "These little wretches," the red panda exclaimed, rising in fury, its voice tinged with tears. The stray canines were poised to pounce once more. "Halt!" A commanding voice echoed through the air as 6 security guards brandishing flashlights and iron bars sprinted towards the scene. They vociferously waved their batons, attempting to disperse the encroaching pack. However, an increasing number of strays congregated, exceeding 30 in number. When did our park become infested with so many strays? This is utterly terrifying. We need to request backup. We're outmatched. Why bother with backup? Let's alert the authorities. There's a wolf present. Good heavens. I dare not patrol alone anymore. The guards, intimidated by the sheer number of stray dogs, soon noticed the skirmish unfolding in the nearby thicket. The terrifying roars emanating from within indicated a fierce battle in progress. The mere sound of it sent shivers down their spines, deterring them from approaching. One of them even began recording the scene with his mobile phone. Chu instructed the red panda, "Let's go. We must assist the gray wolf. Once the pit bull is neutralized, the stray dogs will scatter." With that, he charged forward, taking the lead. The red panda followed hesitantly. One of the guards rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointing and exclaiming, "Is that a panda? A panda?" The other 5 guards were taken aback and turned to look. Despite being covered in blood, the mud had fallen off the red panda, revealing its true identity. "A national treasure," the middle-aged guard stammered. "If a national treasure were to perish here, we'd be in dire straits." Consequently, they mustered their courage and charged forward, attempting to drive away the dog pack. At that moment, the gray wolf and the pit bull burst out of the thicket, tumbling across the grass several times before regaining their footing. Everyone who beheld the scene gasped in astonishment. The wolf and the pit bull were covered in wounds, with bare bones visible in several places. The ferocity of the battle was truly appalling. Noticing that a portion of the pit bull's mouth had been torn away, with blood incessantly dripping, Chu observed that its eyes remained frenzied, filled with savage intent. Abruptly, the pit bull pivoted and lunged toward him. Given their proximity, the pit bull unleashed a terrifying burst of power, and before Chu could evade, he was knocked to the ground. With ferocious snarls, the pit bull began to tear at Chu, causing blood and flesh to splatter. "Boss!" the little panda cried out, instinctively charging forward and knocking the pit bull away. Everything transpired with incredible swiftness. Chu's right eye was unable to open, and his face and neck burned with excruciating pain. He felt as though his face had been mauled, bringing him close to fainting. In that instant, Chu truly sensed the proximity of death. As he attempted to rise, the pit bull pounced again, sending the little panda flying. Immediately following, he heard a series of violent and frenzied tearing sounds. Under the cloak of night, the sounds of this mauling echoed like the maniacal laughter of a demon. Chapter 23. Lion's instinct. Listening to the sounds of tearing flesh beside him, Chu struggled to maintain consciousness, and with great difficulty, he managed to stand. Now only able to see with one eye, he perceived the pit bull's figure as utterly deranged in the night, intent on tearing the little panda to shreds. The little panda made no sound of agony, for he was beyond the capacity to cry out. Chugo felt the world spinning around him, and he dimly perceived the panda's horrific condition. Recalling the little panda's selfless act of saving him earlier, a surge of rebellious blood rushed to the crown of his head. His left eye instantaneously became suffused with blood vessels, and he emitted a violent roar as he lunged toward the pit bull. With a resounding thud, the pit bull stumbled backward, while Chugo felt as if his forehead was on the verge of splitting open, the pain causing his mind to explode. At that moment, he heard a piercing avian cry. Instinctively, he opened his left eye to behold a vulture descending from the heavens, its iron talons piercing the pit bull's back. The pit bull, displaying its ferocious nature, seemed impervious to pain and retaliated with a swift bite, only for the vulture to evade the attack. "Bald bird, do you have a vendetta against me?" The pit bull roared in fury, its body marred with chunks of flesh torn away by the gray wolf. Resembling a horrifying zombie hound, the vulture responded with an icy gaze, stating, "It's the law of the jungle. Either I become prey, or you become the hunted." Simultaneously, the security guards were taken aback. "What a massive bird! Is that an eagle? Fool, that's a vulture. Heavens, vultures, wolves, pandas, is our park turning into a zoo? Has anyone called the authorities? Hurry, vultures might be protected animals." The security guards, while attempting to drive away the stray dogs, also took out their phones to record the scene. They had a premonition that if this event were to be uploaded online, it would undoubtedly go viral, perhaps even explode in popularity. The gray wolf, shaking its head to regain composure, rose to its feet and resumed its advance toward the pit bull. Its injuries appeared less severe than those of the pit bull, but while the pit bull was impervious to pain, the wolf could genuinely feel it. However, it had become consumed by a murderous rage. At this moment, it had truly transformed into a wolf, ignoring the humans nearby and disregarding the enemy. Its sole desire was to tear the pit bull to shreds. As a wild wolf, it could not allow itself to be bullied by a mere dog. He lifted his head and emitted a prolonged howl, the sound carrying far and wide. Many individuals in the vicinity of the park, deep in slumber, were roused from their sleep, while others burning the midnight oil were startled. The wolf's howl instilled unease and trepidation. Once more, the gray wolf engaged in a fierce struggle with the pit bull, this time battling not within the thicket, but before the very eyes of the security personnel. It was primal, untamed, and brutal, a spectacle of cruelty that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Those of weaker constitution found themselves unable to bear witness. Approaching the lesser panda, now scarcely resembling its former self, Chugo was overcome with sorrow. "Why did you save me?" he asked through gritted teeth. The lesser panda, with great effort, opened its eyes and mustered a smile. "You were the one who saved me first," it replied weakly. "Don't be saddened, my friend. I still have survival points. I won't be reduced to a beast. Remember to take me with you in the future." Ultimately, it succumbed to its injuries, its life extinguished, plunging into eternal darkness. Eliminated, Chugo remained silent, prostrate before the lifeless body of the lesser panda, unable to utter a word. Having endured a fierce battle, his combat prowess was significantly diminished, to the point where he could not even defeat a domestic dog. Yet, instead of panic, his anger surged. Reason dictated that he must remain composed. He had no remaining survival points. Should he perish, he would be forever relegated to the status of an exhibit in the zoo. The survival points earned from each survival arena battle were only tallied upon the completion of the mission. To acquire these points, one must first survive. Death in the survival arena meant forfeiting all survival points, regardless of the number of enemies vanquished. Yet, no matter how he reasoned with himself, the fury within him remained unappeased. Initially, he believed that his speed, akin to that of a cheetah, would allow him to surge ahead in this survival competition. However, reality delivered a harsh wake-up call. I should retreat and hide, yet why does my body refuse to obey? The thought of lunging forward plagued Chugo's mind, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Instinct. The instinct of a lion. The pride of the king of the savannah. A lion may flee when outmatched, but to be frightened off by a mere dog in a one-on-one confrontation is a profound insult to his identity as a majestic lion. Aside from those domesticated, which lion exhibits such cowardice? As the gray wolf engaged in combat with the pit bull, vultures occasionally swooped down. The ferocity of the fight intimidated the stray dogs, none daring to approach. The battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. The pit bull had pinned the gray wolf down, fiercely clinging to its neck, using the wolf's body as a shield against the vulture's talons. The gray wolf was exhausted, struggling to free itself, and the pit bull, too, could only maintain its grip, unable to tear the wolf apart. Suddenly, the sound of Teddy's barking pierced the air as she stood amidst the pack, incessantly calling out to the pit bull. The cacophony irritated all who heard it. "Get away!" a man shouted at Teddy, but she remained unfazed. Appearing calm on the surface, her heart raced with anxiety. Upon seeing the gruesome carcass of the red panda, a wave of sorrow washed over her, reminiscent of the phrase "the death of one brings despair to another." Though she often exchanged barbs with the red panda, they were, after all, companions. Once more, she felt the brutal reality of the survival arena, and this time, the impact was even more profound. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens echoed from afar, heralding the approach of uncontrollable chaos. If the police were to take them away from Qingmei Park, it would be deemed a failure of their mission. Chu-gu took a deep breath, glanced at Teddy, and commanded, "Follow me." With that, he turned and departed, Teddy quickly trailing behind him. Before entering the woods, he cast a final glance at the lifeless body of the panda and then vanished into the shadows of the forest. The pit bull suddenly released the gray wolf, kicking it aside, then sprang to its feet and swiftly darted into the thicket on the other side, followed by the other stray dogs fleeing in haste. The security personnel dared not intervene. As the battlefield fell into silence, they remained ensnared in a surreal daze. 10 minutes later, Chu-gu and Teddy found refuge once more in the small house atop the slide, 2 meters above the ground. During the human search of the park, they would likely not suspect their concealment in this spot. Lying prone, Chu-gu finally relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over him, rendering his eyelids exceedingly heavy. Teddy, too, lay low to avoid detection. "What shall we do next?" she whispered, her voice trembling, clearly gripped by fear. Chu-ji's eyes flickered, and he declared, "Revenge." Even if he could not slay the pit bull, he was determined to devise a way to eliminate it. He resolved that once he regained his strength, he would lure the pit bull into the presence of humans, then use his ability to change color to escape. Should the pit bull be drawn away from Qingmei Park, its injuries would have been in vain. If the pit bull failed to leave a survival point, then its fate would be sealed. Chapter 24. No rest for the vengeful revenge? "It's so fierce. Perhaps we should refrain from going," Teddy murmured, clearly terrified, having never before witnessed such brutal combat. Chu-gu cast a fleeting glance at her and declared, "You should stay here. I will go alone." Teddy felt a surge of guilt at his words. Yet she lacked the courage to express her desire to accompany him. Her relationship with Chu-gu and the little panda was far from a bond of life and death. They were not even friends, merely coerced companions. To send her to her demise was utterly inconceivable. Chu-gu did not force her, after all. It was commendable that she had the audacity to disrupt the pit bull during the earlier skirmish. Moreover, her presence would only hinder his movements. "You may await your fate," Chu-gu thought bitterly, his eyes flickering with resentment. In all his past lives, he had never harbored such animosity towards anyone. As the police cars arrived, officers began to search Qingmei Park after assessing the situation. Many residents on nearby balconies observed the unfolding events. The earlier howl of a wolf had reached numerous ears, and now, the sight of so many police vehicles sparked their imaginations. "Why are so many police here? I heard the wolf's call earlier. Did you? How could there be wolves? Perhaps a wolf from the zoo has escaped? Don't frighten us," residents murmured, and more lights flickered on in the buildings, heralding a sleepless night. The air grew increasingly cool. After resting for several hours, Chu-ji's strength had somewhat returned. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial, and they did not pose an immediate threat to his life. He rose silently and departed. Teddy gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with inner turmoil. Just as Chu-gu was about to enter the thicket, she bit her lip and chose to follow him. Chu-gu, staring ahead, asked, "What are you doing here?" "You will only hold me back," Teddy murmured in a low voice. "I will assist you in locating the pit bull. Rest assured, I will not interfere with you afterward. As daylight breaks, the number of people will undoubtedly increase. I can easily find someone to serve as a patron." Teddy, a common pet dog, is not afraid of encountering people, unlike Chuj. Upon hearing this, Chuj ceased speaking, tacitly accepting her plan. In the early morning, Qingmei Park is frequented by many young people jogging and elderly individuals taking leisurely walks and exercising. However, numerous areas are cordoned off by the police, piquing the curiosity of passers-by. "Have you heard? A panda died here last night. It's said to have been killed by wolves." "Nonsense, we're in the city center. How could there be pandas and wolves here?" It wasn't killed by wolves. It was a pit bull. Have you not seen the video? It's gone viral online. Yes, a pit bull engaged in a fierce battle with a group of stray dogs, a panda, wolves, and vultures. There was even a small lion, it seems. A lion? You're exaggerating too much, aren't you? The residents discussed animatedly, some even taking out their phones to search for news online. In the era of big data, news spreads rapidly, especially sensational and astonishing events. An increasing number of reporters flocked to the scene, making Qingmei Park exceptionally bustling early in the morning. Chuj lay prone in the grass, quietly gazing at the reporters in the distance. He was now certain that the news he had seen on the day he entered the survival arena was fabricated by the survivors. A wild boar injuring 2 adult tigers sounded absurd. However, it was likely to be true. At this moment, Teddy approached him and said, "I've located the pit bull. It's hiding beneath the pavilion by the lake, where there's an earthen cave." As she spoke, she gestured to guide Chugo, following her paw's direction. Beyond the sidewalk lay a lake. On the opposite shore, a stone pavilion housed 2 students engrossed in their studies. Pedestrians strolled along the path. The pavilion stood close to the water's edge. Despite his injured eye, Chugo could discern the earthen cave, resembling a sewer opening. Should the pit bull escape, it would have to circumvent the pavilion, lest it plunge into the lake. Chugo made a swift decision. He leaped from the undergrowth, shouting towards the nearby police and reporters, "Look, a lion cub!" The reporter exclaimed, prompting everyone to turn their heads. A collective gasp arose as the police surged forward. Chugo spun around and bolted, sprinting along the lakeside path towards the stone bridge ahead. The sight of Chugo startled the residents. In broad daylight, they could clearly see his true form. "It's a lion," they cried, "a lion only seen in zoos and documentaries. It's really a lion. How did it lose an eye? Haven't you heard? It was bitten by a pit bull in last night's animal battle. Wow, this is a headline. Chase it." Soon, a growing crowd pursued Chugo, creating a spectacle. Trailing behind, the teddy bear watched Chu Ji's retreating figure, her heart filled with concern and a mix of emotions. Why was he so fearless? Despite being a newcomer like herself? Reaching the stone bridge, he quickly arrived at the pavilion, startling the 2 elementary school students studying there. The one-eyed Chugo appeared remarkably eerie, especially with bloodstains adorning his figure. 2 elementary school students, witnessing the multitude pursuing ahead, were instantly struck with terror. Leaping onto a bench with expressions of sheer horror, Chugo approached the earthen cave, bellowing into its depths. He had already caught the scent of the pit bull. Soon, 2 police officers apprehended him, yet he continued to shout into the cave. A middle-aged officer commanded, and upon hearing this, 4 officers promptly moved closer. The growl of the pit bull followed, inciting a stir among the crowd behind. They speculated what might be concealed within the cave. Despite the pit bull's ferocity, it could not withstand the sheer number of onlookers and soon emerged cautiously. Its wretched yet menacing appearance sent shivers through the spectators. A glance at the little lion's injuries confirmed the veracity of last night's events. People began to capture the moment with their phones, excitement palpable. After the pit bull was captured, an officer bound its mouth with a rope. Chugo, however, was not restrained, as he was no larger than a cat and feigned a docile demeanor that elicited sympathy. The pit bull, despite any pretense, could not hide its inherent grotesqueness and imposing size, evoking an instinctive compassion for Chugo and fear of the pit bull. "Do you wish for mutual destruction? I possess survival points, do you?" The pit bull bared its teeth and growled, a language indecipherable to humans, yet comprehensible to Chugo. With a cold smirk, Chugo replied, "Between us, there will be no escape." The pit bull displayed a scornful smile. "Fool." Just then, a figure descended from the sky at great speed. It was a vulture. While all attention was focused on Chugo, none noticed the arrival of this formidable bird of prey. The vulture extended its talons, piercing directly through the shoulder of the pit bull, forcibly lifting it aloft. The 2 nearby police officers were taken aback, instinctively retreating. The pit bull turned its head, preparing to snap at the vulture. The vulture soared towards the stone pavilion, releasing its grip, propelled by inertia. The pit bull collided violently with the stone column, instantly losing consciousness. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Chuj's gaze transformed into one of ferocity. He promptly bit down on the hand that held him. "Ah!" The officer yelped in anguish, instinctively loosening his grip. Chuj fell to the ground and lunged towards the pit bull. His terrifying explosive power allowed him to reach the pit bull in the blink of an eye. His jaws gripping its throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain into Chuj's throat, rendering his visage even more menacing. Chapter 25. The first to kill. Upon witnessing the little lion seize the pit bull by its throat, the surrounding crowd erupted into panic. Quick! Stop it! How do we stop it? We can't pull it away. Be gentle. This is a national protected animal. Is that for real? It's a world protected species. The officers flailed in disarray, grasping Chud's hind legs. No matter how they tugged, he refused to release his grip. Being a lion, they dared not use brute force. The pit bull's worth paled in comparison to that of the lion. They feared the consequences of inadvertently harming the young lion. In midair, the vulture furrowed its brow as it surveyed Chudge below, surprised that his prey had been intercepted. With so many vigilant eyes upon him, he dared not descend further. Teddy stood upon the stone bridge, observing the chaotic scene beside the pavilion, her expression one of profound complexity. Her very soul was stirred by the sheer resolve and ferocity emanating from Chudge. A vendetta to the death. He was indeed earnest. Swiftly, the pit bull succumbed to Chud's leonine bite. Until his dying breath, he never conceived he would perish by Chud's jaws. Ding! A dispassionate, feminine voice echoed in Chud's mind. You have successfully hunted down an adversary, thereby accruing 100 survival points. Given that this particular survivor had previously hunted 7 adversaries during this survival contest, you shall be awarded half of his survival points. Congratulations on receiving 350 survival points. Instinctively, Chudge released his bite. The policeman behind him, propelled by inertia, stumbled backward. Seizing the moment, he leaped out. The journalists, upon seeing him surge forth, scattered in terror, unwilling to impede him. Cleaving through the throng, Chudge vanished into the thicket, swiftly altering his hue. The pursuing policeman was immediately unable to locate him. He fled with the speed of the wind. Once removed from the crowd, Chudge sought refuge in a sandbox adjacent to a swing set. With no one strolling about, he lowered his head, his body assuming the color of the earth, rendering him imperceptible. He sighed in relief. Even now, his heart pounded furiously. He even felt as if he was in a dream. He had slain the pit bull. He had accomplished it. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration flooded his heart. Panda, I have avenged you, he murmured softly, addressing himself. The pit bull had slaughtered 7 survivors. Truly savage. A faction consisted of merely 12 survivors, and after subtracting the 3 undercover agents, only 2 survivors remained alive. However, survival points were undeniably challenging to earn. Chudge, at great personal risk, slew the pit bull and only garnered 450 survival points. It was only then that he realized the immense value of the 1,000 survival points in the survival trial. As he pondered this, Chu suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, an intense desire to succumb to slumber. Yet, he understood that this was not the appropriate moment for rest. If he could endure a few more hours, he would achieve victory. This battle had left him battered and bruised, having lost the sight in his right eye, a truly harrowing experience. Chu furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted a skunk swaying its rear as it emerged from the underbrush, sniffing the ground intently. Could this creature be the final infiltrator? Chu was taken aback. Aside from their previous encounter, he had not seen the skunk throughout the night. Remarkably, amidst human scrutiny, it had managed to remain unharmed. Observing the skunk's antics, he sighed inwardly, feeling an urge to reprimand it. Suddenly, the skunk let out a mournful wail, its paws incessantly slapping its own face. Then, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Chu was momentarily stunned. What had happened to it? As he focused his gaze, he gasped in shock. A large spider was crawling from the skunk's face onto its back. The burrowing wolf spider. Chu swallowed hard. It seemed that the infiltrator was this very spider. He recalled hearing the skunk mention that spiders belonged to the opposing faction. The burrowing wolf spider is among the most venomous of its kind, infamous for its association with the Black Widow. A chill ran down his spine. Had he inadvertently crossed paths with this creature the previous night? He could have been bitten without even realizing it. A wave of apprehension washed over him. In the survival arena, one must never underestimate anyone. The earlier encounter with the diminutive orange cat, seemingly weak yet audacious enough to taunt 2 infiltrators, came to mind. As Chu reflected on the situation, the burrowing wolf spider vanished from sight. 30 minutes later, an elderly gentleman happened upon the deceased skunk. Ascertaining its demise, he lifted the creature and deposited it into a nearby refuse container. With a dismissive clap of his hands, he nonchalantly departed, his hands clasped behind his back. Chudge mused inwardly, impressed by the elder's worldly composure. Time continued its relentless march. Chudge, leveraging his camouflage abilities, remained securely concealed. Despite the exhaustive searches conducted by law enforcement and residents alike, he remained elusive. Ultimately, he navigated the factional arena mission unscathed. The factional survival arena has concluded. You have successfully completed the mission, earning 100 survival points. Your total kill count in the arena yields 800 survival points. As you have emerged as the top combatant in this factional survival arena, your survival points will be doubled. Your current total stands at 1,800 survival points. The impassive female voice resonated within Chuj's mind in rapid succession. Immediately following, darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. He was instantly elated. 1,800 survival points. A windfall. Resuming his human form, he reclined on the sofa, a luminous screen hovering before him, detailing the breakdown of his survival point earnings for the mission. Elimination of White Dove, 100 survival points. Elimination of Ginger Kitten, 250 survival points. Elimination of Pit Bull, 450 survival points. Further down, a notification left Chuj utterly astonished. The Pit Bull you eliminated has been removed from the survival arena due to insufficient survival points. It will be reincarnated in the zoo within your city. Please see details. The Pit Bull had no survival points to retain? Chuj was momentarily disoriented, realizing that the seemingly ferocious canine was, in fact, a gambler. He genuinely believed at that juncture that the Pit Bull harbored survival points. What astonished him most was his capacity to witness the reincarnation of the Pit Bull. This was profoundly unsettling. What did it signify that each survivor could observe the fate of those they had eliminated? What experience was the survival arena attempting to impart to them? Inhaled deeply and was about to rise when 3 messages materialized on the screen. Survivor Little Darling has requested to add you as a friend. Survivor Nagong has requested to add you as a friend. Survivor Wind Night Song has requested to add you as a friend. Was perplexed as to how the others had managed to add him as a friend. He scrutinized the screen and discovered an icon labeled Round Settlement on the left-hand side. Upon clicking it, he could view the names of the 2 factions and their kill data. The survivors' names were also clearly marked with their survival forms. Little Darling was the teddy, Nangong was the red panda, and Wind Night Song was the vulture. Chapter 26. Survival Arena Leaderboard acceded to the 3 friend requests. The first to message him was the red panda, Nangong. The chat interface closely resembled that of a mobile application. The words he contemplated would appear in the input box, and he could delete them at will. Nangong, boss, you're awesome. First in kills, you even slaughtered the pit bull. Nangong, I'm sticking to you like glue from now on. Nangong, boss, what about your survival team? Can you bring me in? The survival team hasn't been established yet. Would you like to be a founding member? Nangong, boss. You're going to create a survival team? I heard from veterans that it costs 10,000 survival points. How long will it take you to save that much? Can you afford to wait? Nangong, patience is paramount. This arena of survival has forged an unbreakable bond between us. Upon reading his words, Chugu couldn't help but smile. Nangong was quite the conversationalist, and it took Chugu considerable effort to finally bring their exchange to a close. Even the teddy bear known as Little Pitiful extended congratulations. Next, he opened the chat with Night Song in the Wind. Night Song in the Wind. Quite the talent for stealing kills, aren't we? Chugu everywhere. I appreciate the compliment. Night Song in the Wind. How would you like to join my survival team? We, the Azure Raptors, are among the top 50. Chugu everywhere. I'll give it some thought. Night Song in the Wind. Understood. Azure Raptors. What could that be? Chugu mused, surprised that survival teams were ranked. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, 2 lists appeared on the screen. Enemy Elimination Rankings. 1. Evil Dragon, 9,981 kills 2. Wolf Emperor, 9,923 kills 3. Survival Seeker, 9,874 kills 4. Hyena Slayer, 9,845 kills 5. Blade of E, 9,642 kills 6. King of the Pacific, 9,641 kills 7. Fish Swallowing the Sea, 9,587 kills 8. Zeus, 9,466 kills. Survival Team Power Rankings. 1. Celestial Palace, 18 members, 2. Trinity, 3 members, 3. Pantheon of Olympus, 18 members, 4. Atlantis, 18 members, 5. Blackskin Empire, 17 members, 6. Wolf Pack, 18 members, 7. Ivory Tower of Heaven, 18 members, 8. Survival Storm, 18 members. Both lists only documented the top 100. Chuga felt his scalp tingle as he took in the number of kills listed on the enemy elimination rankings. Perhaps this is the creator's punishment for humanity. Countless animals have been brutally slain by humans, and now, humanity finds itself turning upon one another, with the casualties being their own kind. Chuga shifts his focus to the combat rankings of the survival teams. The second-ranked triad is truly remarkable. While other survival teams consist of 17 or 18 members, this trio has managed to secure the second position, a stark affront to the top-ranked Heavenly Palace. Chuga suddenly becomes curious about the total number of survivors in the survival arena. Before his rebirth, he was entirely unaware of the existence of such an arena, considering that each year, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, mysteriously vanish from around the globe. However, the kill count leaderboard indicates that the number of survivors is indeed a figure difficult to ascertain. Chuga cannot help but speculate. Has he been reborn into a parallel universe? In his previous life, at this age, he rarely heard of a city plagued by a string of disappearances. According to the rules of the survival arena, it seems that a significant number of individuals go missing daily. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chuga exits the survival arena, only to find himself vanishing for another day. The mere thought of informing his parents and teachers gives him a headache. Upon returning to reality, he finds himself in the men's restroom where he had vanished. Exiting the restroom, he realizes that it is still class time. After a moment's hesitation, he makes his way towards the nearby stairs, intending to head directly to the teacher's office. He plans to attend class first and have the teacher call his parents for him. All the while, he contemplates which survival abilities he should exchange. He must acquire a growth accelerator. His current physique is far too weak and disadvantaged. The most affordable growth accelerator costs 1,500 survival points, leaving him with a mere 300 points, enough to exchange for a level 1 survival ability at most. Furthermore, he needed to retain at least 100 survival points to safeguard his life. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the pit bull. As Chuga pondered this, he proceeded to the faculty office on the 4th floor. Inside, only 3 teachers were grading assignments. His homeroom teacher, Su Shuebing, was not among them. After a moment's hesitation, Chuga resolved to head directly to the classroom. Arriving on the 5th floor, he walked along the corridor, gazing at the diligent senior students studying in the classrooms, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was the kind of life one ought to lead. Soon, he reached the entrance of Class 7, Grade 12. Currently, an English lesson was in progress, taught by a middle-aged woman in a professional sheath dress. She was writing sentences on the blackboard with chalk while reciting English phrases. The students in the front row were taken aback when they saw Chuga appear at the door. "Greetings, teacher. I've come to attend the class," Chuga announced, his voice clear and not grating. All the students looked up at him. Their expressions varied. The English teacher turned to face him, a peculiar look on her face, and inquired, "Chuga, where have you been?" Chuga replied calmly, "I encountered some unforeseen circumstances that I cannot disclose." He feigned a sigh, prompting others to let their imaginations run wild. "Take a seat for now," the English teacher said with a frown, then put down the chalk and added, "Class, please review the sentence patterns we just covered. I'll step out to call your homeroom teacher." As soon as the English teacher left the classroom, the room erupted in chatter. Did he really disappear for a day? After gym class yesterday, do you know where he went? Skipping class for a day and still so composed, impressive. Observing his demeanor, could it be that something troubling has transpired at home? His desk mate, Chun Xuanjia, nudged him and inquired, "Have you been kidnapped?" Chuga shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "I went to save the world." Chun Xuanjia appeared skeptical. Over the past month, Chu Ji's transformation had been profound, and this mysterious disappearance had given rise to many rumors within the class. After all, in the high-pressure environment of the 3rd year of high school, such occurrences serve as a source of gossip and a means to alleviate boredom. "No, this matter is inconvenient to discuss. Please refrain from asking. I still need to figure out how to explain it to my family." The surrounding students turned their heads in astonishment, gazing at Chuga. The once somewhat introverted Chuga has become so audacious, disappearing for a day without informing his family, and then directly coming to school? Such mental fortitude. Chuga glared at Chun Xuanjia and said, "Hurry up and study. Do you still want to aspire to the top universities?" Chun Xuanjia chuckled, his eyes still brimming with curiosity. "I was thinking of visiting the zoo this weekend. Would you like to join?" Chuga suddenly proposed. Chapter 27. The Chime Park Incident. The Zoo? What prompted your sudden interest in the zoo? Have you heard about the news from Chime Park today? Chun Xuanjia asked excitedly, his eyes sparkling at the mention of the topic. A lion is still a lion. Even a cub is not something a dog can provoke. Remember the numerous claims about pit bulls? In the end, one bit a lion cub and lost its life. How formidable. Chu Gu narrowed his eyes, surprised that this incident had spread to his classmates. The age of big data is indeed remarkable. Any unusual event can rapidly circulate through the internet. The others shot him disdainful glances, as if to say, "Have you been lost in a fantasy novel? Make no idle chatter. Shall we embark?" Inquired with a nonchalant demeanor, his chin resting upon his right hand. He had yet to witness the ultimate destiny of the pit bull, nonetheless. Survival Arena had already intimated that the canine had been reincarnated within the municipality's zoological gardens. He intended to investigate the matter subsequently, confident in his ability to locate it. Indeed, let us proceed. Esteemed class monitor, will you be joining us? Allow us to journey together. We are in our final year of senior high school, and yet we have not been afforded the opportunity for a more profound communion, jested, raising an eyebrow and directing a smile toward. His overtures were purely facetious, had been seated before them for nearly 3 months, yet their rapport remained superficial. In the presence of the school's belle, could not entirely suppress the stirrings of carnal inclination. Cast a fleeting glance at before responding with a smile. Very well, however, I shall summon to accompany us. Upon hearing the name, was immediately galvanized with enthusiasm. Tilted his head, his countenance serene. Having endured the recent mission, he had undergone a veritable metamorphosis into a survivor. A trip to the zoological gardens, you say? Perhaps the entire class should partake in the excursion. Let us deem it our final autumnal outing as senior high school students, a slender, bespectacled male proposed, addressing the assembly. He had been seated before, surreptitiously eavesdropping on the trio's discourse. An excellent proposition. Let the entire class attend. What allure lies within the confines of a zoological garden? I have yet to complete my 5-year Gaokao, 3-year simulation exercises. Indeed, the incident involving the conflict between the animals at park has ascended to the trending topics. I am desirous of observing the lions. I am of the opinion that the wolves possess a more imposing presence. Have you perused the footage of the altercation between the wolf and the pit bull? It is exceedingly ferocious. Have you all been apprised of this news? Could it be veracious? The entire class was invigorated, and the overwhelming majority expressed their eagerness to visit the zoo. The conversation swiftly pivoted to the news regarding Qingmei Park. Chun Xuanjia let out a cold snort and muttered, Xiao Xiaojia truly knows how to seize every opportunity. Is being class monitor really that impressive? Class monitor Xiao Xiaojia turned to engage in conversation with Tang Xuejia, casting a provocative glance at Qin Xuanjia, as if to imply, indeed, being class monitor is quite remarkable. Chu Gu, however, remained detached from the discussions, lost in her own thoughts. After a while, her tone became rather unpleasant. It was evident that she had no interest in the matter, likely due to her escapades at the internet CF the previous night, causing her parents to call the police once again. Naturally, such behavior did not endear her to Chu Gu. With a nod, she promptly gathered her belongings, slinging her backpack over one shoulder, and, under the gaze of her classmates, leisurely exited the classroom. Humph, we're already in our final year of high school. Yet there's no effort to study. What future can one expect? Xiao Xiaojia remarked disdainfully after she sat down, radiating a sense of righteousness towards Chu Gu. Tang Xuejia, ignoring him, opened her textbook and immersed herself in her studies. Classmates, we have entered our final year. This is your first crossroads in life. Do not be tempted by frivolity. Do not cause your parents worry. Loyalty and filial piety surpass grades in importance. Attitude determines performance, and performance dictates the starting point of your journey into society. Do you understand? The English teacher began imparting grand principles after Chu Ji's departure. With a heart full of trepidation, Chu Gu opened the door to her home. The moment she stepped inside, she was met with a palpable atmosphere of tension. Han Yujun and Chu Feiqiang were seated on the sofa, both wearing grim expressions. This marked the second time Chu Gu had suddenly gone missing. Han Yujuan initially intended to provide Chuj with a means of escape, fearing he might feel aggrieved. However, upon observing his spirited demeanor and immaculate attire, her ire surged uncontrollably. A sense of dread washed over Chuj, realizing he was about to endure a dual onslaught from his parents. Once the door was shut, he promptly knelt upon the unforgiving tiled floor, the sound resounding sharply enough to startle Han Yujuan, who rushed to his side. Chu Feiqiang was equally taken aback, yet he struggled to maintain his fury. This time, he was determined to impose severe punishment on Chuj. The boy had crossed the line. Father, mother, I am truly sorry. Chuj gritted his teeth, his face contorting into an expression of anguish, despair, and profound regret, utterly despondent. Witnessing her son's distress, Han Yujuan's heart ached instantly. She hurried to grasp Chuj, attempting to lift him, but no matter how she tugged, he remained resolutely on the ground. What are you doing? Is there anything that cannot be spoken? Must you remain kneeling like this? How old are you? Han Yujuan scolded, her eyes quickly welling with tears at the sight of her son's plight. Chu Feiqiang's furious roar sent a shiver through Han Yujuan. Are you in pain? What about us? This is the second time we've had to call the police. Look at this boy. Don't tell me he's being bullied. He appears quite carefree and joyful. Chu Feiqiang trembled with rage, while Chuj felt a wave of shame wash over him. It seemed that the next time a survival competition task arose, he would need to concoct an excuse to escape beforehand. However, this time, he had no choice but to endure the chastisement. With Chu Feiqiang's anger unabated, Chuj remained kneeling for 3 long hours. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yujuan finally managed to lift Chuj from the floor. Confronted with his parents' inquiries, Chu Gu remained reticent, as his current status and age precluded him from concocting a plausible explanation. Thus, he opted for silence. He reclined on his bed to rest, and at precisely 11:30, he extinguished the lights and entered the survival chamber. He summoned the survival interface and promptly exchanged 500 survival points for a vial of rudimentary growth accelerant. Instantly, a silver syringe manifested in his grasp, filled with a deep green fluid. Chu Gu inhaled deeply and, mimicking the posture of a blood draw, pierced the needle into a vein on the back of his hand. Chapter 28, Ascension, 2 stars. He writhed on the sofa, drenched in a cold sweat. This is excruciating. Chu Gu thought through gritted teeth, finally comprehending the true meaning of unbearable agony. And this was merely the inception of his torment. The pain intensified relentlessly until he felt as though his bones were dislocating, his skin was cracking, and blood was seeping out, staining the sofa crimson. A full hour elapsed before Chu Ji's ordeal subsided, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse. Still supine on the sofa, his body bloodied. He was noticeably larger than before, now comparable in size to a sizable adult dog. However, he remained smaller than a mature lion. Chu Gu desired a mirror, and a full-length one materialized beside him. He scrutinized his blood-soaked form and exhaled in relief. The suffering was worthwhile. He now appeared as large as the gray wolves he had encountered previously, though still somewhat smaller than a fully grown lioness, let alone a majestic adult male lion. Despite their similar size, wolves or dogs would undoubtedly be outmatched against him. He rose slowly, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, filling him with elation. He promptly accessed his attribute panel, Survivor, Chuj Siki Star Rank, 1 star, upgradable, Bite Force, 185 Forelimb Strength, 156 Hindlimb Strength, 198 Velocity, 172 Stamina, 102 Survival Form, African Lion Survival Abilities, Integumentary Camouflage, Cheetah-like Celerity Survival Equipment, None at Present Survival Team, None at Present Survival Points, 300 each attribute had undergone a quantum leap, surpassing his previous capabilities by a factor of 5, with his Bite Force amplified nearly 20-fold. Chuj Siki was ecstatic. He had finally achieved true empowerment. If the elementary growth accelerator was this potent, how much more formidable would the intermediate and advanced versions be? Would he instantaneously age into senescence? He chuckled, dismissing the thought as improbable. His thoughts then drifted to the pit bull and the gray wolf. He surmised that these 2 creatures had likely utilized growth accelerators, as their sizes were remarkably augmented. For creatures of superior lineage, allocating the initial 1,500 survival points to acquire growth accelerators was the most judicious strategy. With the exception of venomous insects, physical stature dictated combat prowess for the vast majority of organisms. He refocused his attention on the attribute panel, his gaze fixated on the upgradable notation adjacent to star rank. Upgrading requires an expenditure of 100 survival points. Proceed with the upgrade? This line of text materialized within the radiant screen. After a moment of deliberation, Chuj Siki elected to proceed with the upgrade, convinced that the ensuing benefits would be substantial. Instantly, a beam of light descended from the firmament, enveloping his leonine form, imbuing him with a sensation of gentle warmth. You have successfully ascended to the rank of a 2-star survivor, earning a reward of 1,000 survival points from the survival arena. From this day forth, you may preview the upcoming survival challenge 5 days in advance. A cold, Indifferent voice echoed in Chu Ji's ears, bringing him yet another wave of astonishment. To his delight, ascending in rank also came with rewards. Most significantly, he now had the advantage of foreknowledge regarding the next survival task. Although merely 5 days, it afforded him the opportunity to familiarize himself with the impending survival environment. As the radiance dissipated, Chu Gu sensed a notable enhancement in his strength. His attribute panel reflected the changes. Survivor, Chu Gu rank, 2-star bite force, 231 forelimb strength, 181 hind limb strength, 210 speed, 181 stamina, 123 survival entity. African lion survival abilities, color changing. Cheetah's speed survival equipment, none survival team, none survival points. 1,200. All attributes had increased by a modest 10 to 20 points. Although Chu Gu felt elated, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. Was the increase after ascending truly so minimal? There was no transformative sensation accompanying this enhancement. Could there be undisclosed latent settings yet to be revealed? Shaking off these musings, Chu Gu rose and made his way to the primary training hall. After taking a refreshing shower, he commenced his speed trials, 50 meters in a straight run. His neck had begun to sprout a hint of dark mane, though sparse. It hinted at the majestic form of a lion. As he sprinted, he resembled a bolt of yellow lightning. 31 seconds. A staggering speed. Elated, he repeated the run. After 4 consecutive sprints, he achieved a remarkable time of 2:53 seconds. The swiftness of the cheetah had seamlessly integrated into Chu Ji's very being. The cheetah can reach an astonishing speed of 110 kilometers per hour, translating to less than 4 seconds in a 100-meter dash. Chu Gu, from the moment he started to accelerate, took longer than before, as his maximum speed had significantly increased. Excellent, he thought. There is still a month left for further enhancement. Filled with confidence, he realized he was drawing closer to becoming a top predator. He currently possessed 1,200 survival points, sufficient to exchange for another level 3 survival skill. Indeed, only through adventure can one reap substantial rewards, he murmured, striding toward the survival house. During the fierce battle in Qingmei Park, had he chosen to play it safe, he certainly would not be soaring as he was now. However, fortune favored him as he fortuitously stumbled upon a vulture's spoils. He could be self-assured, yet never arrogant. Upon returning to the survival house, he found the sofa rejuvenated, transforming into human form. He reclined on the sofa and summoned the holographic screen to check on the fate of the pit bull. A video window emerged, revealing a large cage containing numerous antelopes. As the focus zoomed in, it settled on a small antelope nestled in a corner, its gaze vacant and motionless. Observing this scene, Chu Gu let out a soft sigh. He felt no sympathy for the pit bull, which had shown him no mercy, had it not been for the timely arrival of the police. The pit bull might very well be watching his own impending fate now. He felt a tinge of melancholy, a complex emotion that he could not quite place. He shook his head, pondering which zoo this might be. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the zoo, the Nanluo City Zoo. It truly resonated with my intentions. Chuj sighed, striving to avoid delving too deeply into his thoughts, lest he be gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided not to linger any longer. Having gone 2 days without sleep, he desperately needed a restorative rest. The following morning, Chuj rose to attend school under the cold gaze of Chu Feiqiang. He was oblivious to how his departure might be discussed by his parents, unable to provide an explanation. He chose not to dwell on it. Upon arriving at school, he overheard numerous students engaged in fervent discussions about Qingmei Park. Just the night before, videos of an animal battle in Qingmei Park had gone viral online, with multiple versions circulating. Though the footage was somewhat unclear due to the darkness, one could still discern the forms of pit bulls, gray wolves, and young lions. The repercussions of this event were escalating, and it was rumored that Qingmei Park had been sealed off. As Chuj entered the classroom, he encountered his homeroom teacher, Su Xuebing, who shot him a disapproving glare before launching into a lecture. It took 10 minutes for Su to finally depart, still seething with anger. Taking his seat, Chuj retrieved his textbook, preparing to review his studies. Why are you not the least bit flustered? Not only she, but other classmates in the room frequently cast glances in his direction. Chapter 29. The Survivor Tycoon of the City, Chuj remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Even now, whenever I see Tang Xuejia, I am reminded of her British short-hair cat. It's utterly revolting. After feasting on insects, it goes on to lick her feet. Those insects are survivors, possessing human identities. The mere thought of this ignited a wave of nausea within him. Chuch, you seem quite low-key. Yet I sense a rather cunning side to you, Tang Xuejia stated earnestly before turning away. Chu Ge found it amusing. With a playful glint in his eye, he proposed. Class monitor, let us venture to the zoo this weekend. It's rather dull to stick with the class. He held little affection for Tang Xuejia. Merely seeking a diversion from his boredom, and the presence of a beautiful girl could alleviate his ennui. His past experiences with British shorthair cats had left him with psychological scars, thus he was not inclined to develop feelings for Tang Xuejia beyond that of mere classmates. Yet, he suspected she would decline his invitation, especially since he had previously disrupted her chance to attend the comic exhibition with Song Xiaoyu. Tang Xuejia, tapping her pen against her lower lip, pouted and replied, "All right then." Chu Ge raised an eyebrow in surprise at her acceptance. Could it be due to his recent enhancement in looks? He chuckled softly, opting not to prolong the conversation, instead redirecting his focus to his studies. As time passed, an increasing number of students filed into the classroom. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted as class leader Xiao Xiaojie took to the podium. With a serious expression, he addressed the class, "Fellow students, we are now in our final year. Aside from the sports meeting, physical education classes will be cancelled, and we will have classes on Saturday, leaving us little time for leisure. As your class monitor, I wish to organize a picnic for us this Sunday. This may be our last gathering as a class before graduation, and I hope everyone can attend." His words were met with a chorus of cheers from the class. Compared to a trip to the zoo, most students were far more eager for a picnic. Chun Xuanjia scoffed quietly, murmuring, "Here we go again with the pretense." Chu Ge maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Xiaojie's announcement. Seeing his classmates brimming with excitement, Xiao Xiaojie smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Truly, I hope everyone in our class can attend. We are all members of Class 7 in our senior year. It would be incomplete without any one of us. I wish for our youth to be marked by a beautiful memory. At that time, each person should prepare 50 yuan, which will cover transportation and groceries. Any remaining funds can be considered as class expenses. What do you think?" Some agreed, while others opposed. "Class expenses again." A plump girl in the front row raised her hand and asked, "Is it mandatory to go?" She looked displeased, feeling that such an outing should not cost so much. With so many students, how much could each person possibly eat? It was likely that only the more vocal students would be satisfied. It would be best if everyone goes. "Did you not understand my point?" "I do not wish for you to have any regrets," Xiao Xiaojie said, adjusting his glasses and glancing at the plump girl. The classroom erupted into a hubbub. Tang Xuejia turned and smiled. "It seems you won't be going to the zoo after all." Tang Xuejia frowned. Her words were clearly not kind. But was there any merit to her reasoning? "My deskmate simply wants you to join us," Chen Sunjie said excitedly. Though he often teased Xiao Xiaojie, he would never dare to directly oppose him. Now, with Chu Ge leading the way, he found it exhilarating. After pondering for a moment, Tang Xuejia replied, "All right then." The prospect of the outing stirred Class 7 for quite some time, only quieting down when a teacher patrolling during morning study passed by. In the following days, Chu Ge attended class with a sense of calm, avoiding any conflicts. After his rebirth, he realized he was not as exuberant as depicted in the novels about rebirth. In the presence of his classmates, he initially found their company refreshing, yet as time passed, he began to perceive them as rather immature. He became increasingly reserved, engaging in conversation only with those seated directly beside him. Before he knew it, Saturday night arrived. Chu Ge lay in bed, preparing to enter the survival arena when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Gao Fei. "Hello. What is the matter? Brother, you actually survived the second round of the survival competition. How many survival points do you have now?" 200. "Is that so many? You didn't spend any before?" "I did, but I earned quite a bit more." "That is impressive. My friend, I just joined a survival team led by some seasoned experts, which will significantly enhance our safety. Let me tell you, this team is remarkable. The leader is a formidable cougar who has already taken down over 1,000 foes." Gao Fei began to boast about the survival team he had recently joined, and Chu Ge could sense his excitement through his voice. The notion of having eliminated over 1,000 adversaries was utterly unimaginable for Chu Ge at this stage. How many rounds of survival competitions must one endure to achieve such a feat? Chu Ge listened intently, feeling no impatience. Having Gao Fei around allowed him to gather more intelligence about the survival arena. Once Gao Fei concluded his tale, Chu Ge inquired, "What is the significance of achieving 2 stars? I've recently attained that level, yet I feel little has changed." "What? You've reached 2 stars?" Gao Fei's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. Chu Ge found the tone grating and furrowed his brow, asking, "Is that a problem?" He could discern the anxiety in Gao Fei's voice, suggesting that this was not a positive development. While attaining 2 stars was a necessary milestone, it seemed unwarranted for a newcomer. The configurations for acquiring survival points in the survival competition vary with each star rank. The higher the rank, the more survival points one can accumulate. Points garnered from defeating enemies are double those from the preceding rank. However, the challenges also escalate correspondingly. Venturing into the 2-star arena without ample experience is akin to courting disaster. "Why didn't you consult me beforehand?" Gao Fei exclaimed in exasperation, causing Chu Ji's brows to furrow even deeper. "Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder one can preview survival tasks 5 days in advance. Initially, I intended to introduce you to the prominent survivor in Nanluo City, hoping he might lend you a hand in reality to enhance your living conditions. But it seems you'll be unreachable in a month." "A prominent survivor? How many survivors do you have real-life connections with? Is this person wealthy or simply misguided? You lack understanding. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Should he encounter difficulties in the future, we would also be obliged to assist him." Chapter 30. Human Form Training, a Wealthy Survivor. Upon hearing Gao Fei's words, Chu Ji's mind began to race with possibilities. He yearned to provide a better life for his family, which necessitated financial resources. If he could earn money under the guidance of that survivor, he could easily appease his parents by claiming he needed to report monthly. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. "Brother, could you assist me?" Chu Ge interjected, interrupting Gao Fei's lengthy discourse. He was now a 2-star survivor, his strength on par with Gao Fei's. Furthermore, the numerous phone conversations over the past month had solidified their bond. Chu Ge felt a deepening trust in Gao Fei. If Gao Fei had intentions to harm him, expending such effort and energy would compel Chu Ge to yield in admiration. "If you were to die, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me?" Gao Fei hesitated. Chu Ge rolled his eyes and replied, "I've saved some survival credits for myself. Is that sufficient?" Gao Fei chuckled, "I was just teasing you. I can have a word with him. If everything is fine, you can head straight to his company. When do you plan to go?" The two were in different cities, but Gao Fei was not far from Nanluo City, situated in a neighboring province. "Next weekend, perhaps?" Chu Ge pondered aloud. He had plans to visit the zoo the following day, thus postponing it to the weekend after. "All right," Gao Fei agreed, and after chatting for another several minutes, they concluded the call. It must be said that Gao Fei was quite the conversationalist. Chu Ge even found himself questioning his sexual orientation. How could he engage in such lengthy conversations with men and still have time to discuss women? He shook his head and then entered the junior training facility of the survival house. Recently, he had been training in human form. Apart from his lion state, he felt it was imperative to strengthen his human body as well. After all, what if he encountered enemies in reality? Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Chu Ge arrived at the school gate dressed in a white shirt and black shorts. Chun Xuanjia, Tang Xuejia, and Song Xiaoyu were already there, along with other students from Class 7 of the 3rd year. "Classmates, those who haven't paid yet, please hurry up," the class monitor, Xiao Xiaojia, called out. Wearing sunglasses and exuding confidence, he approached Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu, grinning. "Xuejia, I've covered your fee. Consider it my treat." Chun Xuanjia scoffed. "Monitor, why not treat me instead?" Song Xiaoyu exchanged playful glances with Tang Xuejia, chuckling. "Off we go." Xiao Xiaojia cast a disdainful glance at Chun Xuanjia, not bothering to utter more than a few words. Tang Xuejia demurred with a shake of her head. "Class monitor, thank you, but I won't trouble you for a treat." She didn't even offer a smile, leaving Xiao Xiaojia somewhat disconcerted. "Let's go." Chu Ge sauntered over, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, and said in a nonchalant manner. With that, he turned and departed. Chun Xuanjia, Tang Xuejia, and Song Xiaoyu promptly followed suit. "Class monitor, apologies, we have other plans," Song Xiaoyu said, waving to Xiao Xiaojia with a smile. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt and denim shorts, her hair tied in pigtails, exuding youthful exuberance. Although her beauty didn't quite match Tang Xuejia's, she was still quite the eye-catcher. "You," Xiao Xiaojia stammered, but before he could say anything, Chu Ge and the others had already walked away. He was tempted to chase after them, but he had an entire class of students waiting for him. Although he was the class monitor, he couldn't force everyone to join him. Several academic elites had already declined, engrossed in their practice exams in the classroom. The quartet of Chu Ge made their way to the bus stop, awaiting the arrival of their bus. "Chu, you've changed a lot lately. daring to disregard the class monitor. I never noticed you being so audacious before, Song Xiaoyu remarked, scrutinizing Chu Gu with curiosity. She had harbored resentment towards Chu Gu over the comic convention incident. But such was the nature of a young girl's heart. Emotions came and went quickly. After all, they didn't have any real conflict. Chu Gu jested with a smile. I had a fever that woke up my brain. The two girls were amused by his remark, and Chun Xuanjie chuckled. How did you get that fever? What kind of fever makes you run so fast? He couldn't forget the scene of Chu Gu overtaking him that day. At that moment, the speed of Chu Gu left him profoundly astonished. It was quite simple. Imagine being confined in a refrigerator for an entire day. Chu Gu chuckled. The bus has arrived. He produced his transit card, preparing to board. Chun Xuanjie widened his eyes and exclaimed, Are you joking? Wouldn't tea that freeze you to death? He pondered inwardly. Could it truly be possible? Let us get on the bus. Today we must take some splendid photographs, Tang Xuejia said, linking her arm with Song Xiaoyu's. Once aboard the bus, Chu Gu acted swiftly, seizing a seat, while Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu stood beside him, exchanging glances. Chu Gu feigned ignorance, promptly closing his eyes and stating, I'm exhausted. Please wake me when we arrive. With that, he commenced his slumber. His words were sincere. He had only fallen asleep at 4 o'clock the previous night. He had discovered that his survival skills had markedly improved, leading him to browse extensively, which consumed far too much of his time. This fellow is quite capable. He will not be burdened by a clingy girlfriend in the future, Song Xiaoyu mused, though her smile bore a hint of coldness. Tang Xuejia, however, remained emotionally detached, recognizing that Chu Gu was genuinely fatigued. Chun Xuanjie stood nearby, anxious to strike up a conversation, yet he felt nervous in the presence of the two beautiful girls, unsure of what to say. It was manageable when Chu Gu was awake, but now he was left alone, his introverted nature surfacing prominently. The two girls engaged in their own conversation, still discussing Qingmei Park. Approximately 40 minutes later, Tang Xuejia gently roused Chu Gu from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, startling Tang Xuejia. Have we arrived? Excellent. Let us go. Chu Gu yawned, and then stood up. Song Xiaoyu tugged at Tang Xuejia as they disembarked, while Chun Xuanjie, bursting with excitement, began to chat animatedly with Chu Gu. It was her first time witnessing such a piercing gaze, reminiscent of the fierce beasts she had observed in documentaries. After disembarking, Chu Gu and Chun Xuanjie walked ahead. It was the weekend, yet the Nanluo City Zoo was rather quiet. For the citizens, a zoo is not a place to revisit frequently. The quartet arrived at the ticket hall, where they encountered a short queue and emerged within 5 minutes. Which area shall we visit first? Qin Xinjie inquired, his eyes occasionally darting towards Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu, believing he concealed his interest well. Though Chu Gu noticed, the heart of youth is often restless. Let us go see the zebras, Song Xiaoyu exclaimed. Chu Gu added, let us first visit the antelopes. I have a friend waiting for me. Friend? The three paused, taken aback that Chu Gu had not mentioned he was meeting another companion. An awkward tension enveloped them, as they were unfamiliar with this friend of his. Yes, in a cage, you understand what I mean, right? Chu Gu remarked, shaking his head. He had come to observe the fate of the pit bull, not to ridicule it, but rather to caution himself. Do you come here often? Tang Xuejia asked, puzzled. Chu Gu proceeded towards the entrance, gesturing, follow me, and you shall comprehend. Chapter 31. The next survival challenge after approximately half an hour's walk. The four finally arrived at the antelope grove. The zoo housed 7 species of antelope, with the pit bull reincarnated as the springbok, slender-limbed. Its back adorned with a tawny coat, while its belly was cloaked in white fur, and its long, pointed horns lent it a lively appearance. Chu Gu sought out a staff member to inquire about the whereabouts of the small springboks. The staff did not refuse him, leading them to an enclosure. Within this space, there were antelopes, recently born, kept inside to prevent them from injury. One particular young springbok was prone to colliding with the cage, resulting in a bloodied head. Upon hearing the staff's words, Chu Gu raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, Sister, could you take us to see that little springbok? The staff member replied with a grin, Of course, it is rare to encounter a student so eager to learn about animals. Most visitors merely wish to enjoy themselves without delving deeper. Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu were busy taking selfies nearby, while Chun Xuanjie gazed around. Chu Gu followed the staff to a metal fence, where inside, a dozen springboks of varying sizes lay mostly asleep. That little fellow over there, look at its head. The wound has only just scabbed over, The staff member pointed to the small springbok in the corner, her tone tinged with compassion for the creature. Approaching the fence, Chu-gu grasped the metal with his right hand and called out, "Pitbull, undercover." The staff member chuckled at this, asking, "Little brother, what are you saying?" Chun Xuanjia, Tang Xuejia, and Song Xiaoyu joined him. The previously slumbering springbok suddenly opened its eyes, glancing at Chu-gu with a vacant expression, devoid of any change. Chu-gu continued, "Where's your pack of dogs?" The springbok merely stared blankly at him, unmoving. "Pitbull, pack of dogs? Have you been watching too much news from Qingmei Park?" Song Xiaoyu laughed. Chun Xuanjia seized the moment to interject. "How can that little antelope resemble a pit bull? It resembles that little lion lying on the ground, with a coat strikingly similar." Suddenly, the little springbok sprang to its feet and dashed forward. As the iron mesh quaked violently from the impact, Chun Xuanjia trembled in fright. Instinctively leaping backward, Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu were equally startled, while Chu-gu narrowed his eyes. "Step back. This little creature has lost its senses," he commanded. The staff hurriedly approached, intending to calm the little springbok. In a frenzy, the springbok battered against the iron mesh, its skin soon splitting from the relentless blows. And two newly sprouted horns were tragically shattered. Chu-gu fixated on the springbok's eyes, keen to discern whether any semblance of human consciousness remained. This was his most pressing curiosity. After becoming an animal, did one still retain human awareness? If not, that would be a relief, but if so, it would be profoundly horrifying. To be an inarticulate creature confined within a zoo was undoubtedly tormenting. In such an establishment, the prospect of escape was nearly impossible. Humanity, under the guise of compassion, has ensnared animals, surrounded by surveillance and fortified facilities. How could one hope to flee? Chu Ji's mind drifted back to the wild boar incident from a month prior. Was that little wild boar engaged in a struggle for survival, or had it been reduced to mere animal existence? The more blood the springbok shed, the more frenzied it became. The staff, alarmed, quickly summoned others for assistance. Soon, 5 adult men arrived, entering the enclosure to restrain the little springbok. The bloodied little antelope continued to struggle fiercely, its eyes vacant throughout, lacking the ferocity of a pit bull, making it difficult to associate the two. Chu-gu and his companions were escorted away by the staff. As they departed from the area, they remained in a state of shock. What had happened to it? Chun Xuanjia could not help but ask. Song Xiaoyu speculated. Perhaps it skipped breakfast? Or is it simply experiencing a morning grump? Tang Xuejia shot her a disapproving glance, as if to say, "Are you really a high school student?" Chu-gu fell into deep contemplation, silent and perplexed. He could not fathom why the little antelope was in such a frenzy. Was it obsession? Surely. The pit bull had harbored a desire to tear it apart in its lifetime. "Let us go see the lions," Chun Xuanjia suggested, seeking to divert the conversation. The mere thought of the previous scene sent chills down his spine, compelling him to change the focus. Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu had no objections. However, as they continued their outing, they noticed that Chu-gu seemed somewhat preoccupied. When they inquired about the whereabouts of his animal friend, Chu-gu merely shook his head with a wry smile. It was not until noon that Chu Ji's demeanor improved. He began engaging in conversation with the three, occasionally sharing jokes that rekindled the lively atmosphere. This shift positively affected the impression the two girls had of him. Without comparison, they had not realized how entertaining Chu-gu truly was. When he fell silent, Chun Xuanjia found it difficult to articulate anything of substance, even hesitant to meet their gaze. Overall, the day unfolded pleasantly. Witnessing the pit bull's fate had profoundly affected him. He felt the pressing need to strive harder. He was determined not to be eliminated from the arena of survival. In the ensuing week, Chuj devoted himself to diligent study during the day and rigorous training at the elementary cultivation hall until the early hours of the morning. On Thursday evening, Gao Fei telephoned. "Brother Chu, that influential figure is currently occupied with preparations for the city war and has delegated the management of the company to others. I will introduce you to him at a later time." City war? Chuj was intrigued by the term, but despite his inquiries, Gao Fei remained tight-lipped. This time, Gao Fei concluded the call abruptly. "Only survival teams can partake in this competition, so don't ask." Chuj, left speechless, resumed his training. The life of a high school student was monotonous, devoid of physical education and burdened with piles of review work after school. Time elapsed swiftly. With only 5 days remaining until the next survival competition, Chuj was finally able to preview the mission details. Seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the luminous screen before him, he read, "Next survival competition, Frenzied Hunt. 99 survivors will initially descend upon the preparatory battlefield, awaiting random deployment to the mission site after 1 hour. During the mission, participants will operate independently, with a continuously updated kill leaderboard. Duration, 72 hours. Location, Xinjiang University. Chuj's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. It was not the rules that alarmed him, but the mission location, Xinjiang University. Was that not the university where his sister resided? What a coincidence. Chuj's expression turned glacial. With 99 survivors involved, would Xinjiang University not be turned upside down? Including this one, he had only participated in 3 survival competitions, and 2 of them involved people he knew. Fortune smiles upon us. Xinjiang University, situated thousands of kilometers from Naluo City, ranks among the nation's top 50 universities. Renowned not only for its academic prowess, but also for the breathtaking beauty of its campus. Is it the remarkable environment that has rendered it a chosen arena for survival? Chapter 32. Muscle Enhancement. The name Xinjiang University captured Chu Ji's attention, stirring a tempest within his heart. However, upon reflection, he realized that the survivors would scarcely dare to act recklessly in such a public setting. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his focus towards the rules. The concept of frenzied hunting bore an uncanny resemblance to the principles of a survival game. Although the presence of 99 survivors appeared daunting, upon closer inspection, such regulations seemed comparatively safer than those of a faction-based survival contest. At least there was no concern regarding infiltrators, as every other survivor was unequivocally an adversary. Yet, for the weaker participants, this undoubtedly constituted a hellish set of rules. It was evident that he must select survival abilities that would bolster his combat prowess. Chuga murmured to himself, contemplating his current total of 200 survival points, of which he needed to reserve 200. According to Gao Fei, should a 2-star survivor be eliminated, they would incur an immediate deduction of 200 survival points, a penalty 100 points greater than that faced by a 1-star survivor. Upon learning this information, Chuga was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known, he would have resolutely refrained from leveling up. Subsequently, the screen transformed into a list of survival abilities. A mere 1,000 survival points could be exchanged for a level 3 survival ability. Since ascending to 2-star status, the array of survival capabilities had become even more extensive. With 5 days remaining for preparation, Chu Ge needed to make his choices with utmost caution. The following morning, Chu Ge discreetly took his phone to school, intending to call his sister, Chu Yingying, urging her to lay low for a few days. In 4 days, the next survival competition will commence, coinciding with a Monday. This means that during the frenzied hunting task, the students of Xinjiang University will be attending classes, making it quite likely for survivors to encounter them. What if a deranged survivor were to attack a university student? Chu Ge harbors a deep concern for his sister's safety. As the noon bell rings, signaling the end of classes, Chu Ge enters the cafeteria, queuing while dialing his sister, Chu Yingying. Hello, Xiao Ge, is there something you need? Chu Yingying's melodious voice resonates through the phone, clear and enchanting. Having spent only a short time in the north, Chu Ge perceives that his sister's voice has become notably more vibrant. He gets straight to the point, understanding that asking Chu Yingying for 3 days off is impractical. He lacks a compelling justification. Why? Chu Yingying playfully counters, seemingly accompanied by other girls, as Chu Ge hears someone inquire about which boy is calling her. Sister, trust me. Have I ever spoken to you like this before? Just hold on for 3 days, and you'll understand why I need you to do so, he assures her. Chu Yingying pauses for a moment before responding. All right, but if I find out you're just teasing me, you'll be in trouble. Her threat does not faze Chu Ge. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he ends the call. Suddenly, the teasing voice of Song Xiaoyu emerges from behind him. Turning to see Song Xiaoyu and Tang Xuejia, who have seemingly appeared out of nowhere to join the queue, he chuckles. Indeed, my sister is exceptionally beautiful. If you were my sister, I wouldn't worry at all. Song Xiaoyu shoots him an incredulous look and retorts, are you implying that I am unattractive? Tang Xuejia wore a radiant smile as she observed their playful banter. Not far away, the class monitor, Xiao Xiaojia, witnessed this scene, his hand trembling with indignation as he clutched his lunchbox. What could have led to their newfound closeness? Xiao Xiaojia pondered, bewildered by the sudden admiration that Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu had for Chu Ge, who had previously been so unassuming and inconspicuous. Was it merely because of his speed? Nonsense. What good is speed? Would he soon be delivering takeout or parcels? Jealous thoughts swirled in Xiao Xiaojia's mind. Yet despite his discontent, he dared not confront Chu Ge directly in front of so many witnesses. He could not afford to lose face. After procuring their meals, Song Xiaoyu invited Chu Ge to join them for lunch, to which he readily agreed. The trio settled at a secluded table in the corner of the cafeteria. Xiao Xiaojia approached with his lunchbox, smiling at Chu Ge. "May I sit beside you?" With Song Xiaoyu and Tang Xuejia occupying one side, a seat was conveniently available next to Chu Ge. Song Xiaoyu rested her chin on her right hand, watching the interaction between Chu Ge and Xiao Xiaojia with keen interest, while Tang Xuejia dutifully focused on her meal, avoiding any glance in Xiao Xiaojia's direction. "Oh, what is on your mind?" Xiao Xiaojia inquired with curiosity. Chu Ge shook his head, replying, "One should not eavesdrop on matters that do not concern them." Anger simmered within Xiao Xiaojia as he racked his brain for a pretext to linger. "Chu Ge, Xuejia mentioned that she has a fondness for chocolate ice cream. We discovered a new shop. Why not go together and then study at Xuejia's house?" Song Xiaoyu suddenly suggested with a smile. Xiao Xiaojia felt a pang of frustration. What? He had already been to Tang Xuejia's home? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Chu Ge, usually so reticent, had moved with astonishing speed. Chuj laughed and said, "Great. I look forward to savoring the dishes cooked by Andy. Didn't she mention that I should come often?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaojia forced a smile and took his leave. Tang Xuejia glanced up and shot Chuj a glare, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The reason she refrained from exposing Chuj's connection with Song Xiaoyu earlier was her own aversion to Xiao Xiaojia's attentiveness. She had initiated the relationship, after all, under the guise of a superficial sisterhood. Chuj, attempting to shift the blame, incited Song Xiaoyu's desire to retaliate. How audacious to take advantage, yet feign innocence. Following this incident, Chuj, in a daze, found himself dining with them once more in the cafeteria. He vowed it was not by his own volition. He spent 1,000 survival points to exchange for a survival ability, muscle enhancement, LV3, which fortifies his muscles, requiring 1,000 survival points. Having witnessed the prowess of the red panda, Negong, Chuj developed a keen interest in augmenting his physical strength. Now, with the LV3 muscle enhancement, not only would his defensive capabilities improve, but his overall physical power would also increase. His attribute panel experienced a significant boost. Survivor, Chuj star rank, 2 stars bite force, 322 forelimb strength, 245 hindlimb strength, 289 speed, 206 stamina, 142 survival entity, African lion survival abilities, color change, cheetah's speed, muscle enhancement survival equipment, none survival team, none survival points, 200 in comparison to his previous strength during the faction survival competition. He had become exponentially more powerful. Chuj felt a flicker of confidence regarding the impending frenzied hunts. However, he is currently a 2-star survivor, and his opponents are likely to be of the same caliber, so they won't be as weak as before. The day before the mad hunt, Nangong sent a message to Chu Ge. "Nangong, boss, I've been selected for the faction survival arena again. I feel like I'm going to get wrecked." "Nangong, boss, what's your mission?" "Chu Ge mad hunt. 99 survivors battling it out on a university campus, no teammates." "Nangong, awesome. That sounds intense. Suddenly, the faction survival arena seems pretty good." Chu Ge, Chapter 33. The Black Bear and the Honey Badger. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the survival arena mission. Nangong is quite anxious, so he sought out Chu Ge for a heart-to-heart. He only added 3 friends in the survival arena: Teddy the Poor Thing and Vulture in the Night Wind, who never proactively initiate conversations with him. Whereas Nangong is the most enthusiastic, almost rivaling Gao Fei. "Chu Ge, you're a panda. You're quite formidable." "Nangong, I was eliminated in the last faction survival arena. I haven't improved much this month, just gained some weight." "Nangong, boss, poor Teddy contacted me, wanting to join your survival team, but she's too shy to talk to you. Will you accept her in the future?" "Chu Ge, it depends on her future strength. We can't afford to take on dead weight." "Nangong, true, this is no laughing matter. This time, I'm determined to shine and showcase my acting skills across the board." "Chu Ge, we'll see whose survival points are higher." "Nangong, compete with you?" He sat on the bed, contemplating how to tell his parents that he was leaving. After some deliberation, he resolved to leave a note instead. This time, he intended to vanish for 3 days. If he were to leave without a word, his parents would undoubtedly go mad. After pinning a note at his desk, he retired to bed. The ensuing 3 days would be fraught with tension. That night, Chu Ge experienced an unusually deep slumber. dreaming of poignant moments from a past romance, beautiful yet heart-wrenching. At dawn the next day, he was abruptly roused from his dreams. The survival competition was about to commence. This round of survival was a frenzied hunt. 99 participants would first descend upon a preparatory battlefield, awaiting a random deployment to the task site after an hour. During the mission, each would contend independently, with a public leaderboard tracking kills. The bloodbath would persist for 72 hours, with each enemy slain yielding 200 survival points, whereas failure would incur a deduction of 200 points. A peculiar rule stipulated that leaving the confines of the survival arena would result in a loss of 1,000 survival points. The countdown began, 30 seconds. As he listened to the emotionless voice delineating the rules, Chu Ji's gaze flickered. An enemy was worth 200 survival points. If one were to top the leaderboard, survival points would double. Wouldn't that lead to instant wealth? Furthermore, the special rule compelled survivors to turn against one another. Perishing within the arena was preferable to being captured outside. Taking a deep breath, Chu Gu rose and patted his face, confirming that the note remained on the desk before he vanished from the room. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself lying on a smooth floor within a brightly illuminated expanse, reminiscent of a vast plaza, stretching endlessly. The sky above was a blinding white, devoid of a roof, sun, or clouds. One by one, animals began to emerge from the ground, each adorned with its own distinctive title. The sound of the Chu song reverberated above, as 99 survivors gathered together. A warning was issued. Combat within the arena was strictly prohibited. Violators would have 500 survival points deducted, and those who harmed others would be eliminated without hesitation. The cold, indifferent voice echoed once more, as if a deity were speaking, rendering the survivors speechless in fear. After a prolonged silence, they began to converse among themselves. Chu Gu crouched on the ground, his gaze sweeping across the scene. He beheld a plethora of creatures: pythons, black bears, wild dogs, white pigs, yellow cattle, Garfield cats, woodpeckers, bulldogs, small elephants, antelopes, and many others. Over 30 species in total, predominantly felines and canines. "Hey, big shot, take me along, will you?" A faint voice piped up from beside him. Chu Gu turned his head, only to be met with a rather disheartening sight: a worm wriggling at his feet, utterly inconspicuous. With a sigh, Chu Gu remarked, "Little brother, you've had a rather unfortunate existence, haven't you? How have you managed to survive this long?" The worm replied, feeling aggrieved, one word: endure. Such a worm could easily be crushed by a mere slap from Chu Gu, who looked down upon it with a sense of somber pity. "Big shot, you're a lion, so majestic and destined to reign. Please, take this little brother with you. I could hide in your fur and perhaps help you rid yourself of lice. Please, big shot, I feel my end is near. I beg you, show some mercy." As the worm's lamentations reached a crescendo, it began to sob, though its cries were feeble, almost pitifully humble. Chu Gu shuddered. He had no lice to spare. "If you continue to cling to me, I shall step on you," he retorted fiercely. He sighed inwardly. In this arena of survival, everyone was preoccupied with their own fates. Who could possibly safeguard another? Moreover, this creature's essence is that of an earthworm, perhaps a nefarious individual in reality. Otherwise, why would fortune elude it so? Chu Gu firmly believes that there is an unseen reason governing these events. Startled, the earthworm slinks away in defeat. As a lion, Chu Gu garnered considerable attention, keenly observing his surroundings. The most formidable presence appears to be the black bear, its limbs nearly reaching a meter in height, exuding an aura of indifference and dominance. Indeed, the name black bear is quite fitting. Chu Gu muses silently, shifting his gaze towards a small elephant. Even though it is diminutive, its tough hide and substantial mass render it a formidable opponent. Additionally, there is a python, over 2 meters in length, thicker than the arms of most adult men, adorned with intricate net-like patterns, likely a reticulated python. The python bears an amusing name, Wanderer. Chu Gu continues to observe, his ears attuned to the surroundings. What a colossal bear! Black bear? I have heard my friend mention this creature. It consistently tops the kill count in survival competitions. There's a lion over there as well? My. The cost of my 2-star ascent is quite steep. Has everyone else also attained 2 stars? Is that dark figure in the corner a wild boar? That creature is notoriously fierce. They are mercilessly hunting in the hellish dungeon. Even before the competition begins, the survivors instinctively establish a hierarchy in their minds. As a lion, Chu Gu naturally belongs to the elite tier. Soon, His gaze is drawn to a figure of interest, a honey badger, colloquially known as flathead brother. The honey badger sports grayish-white fur on its back, while its underbelly is black, with a notably large tail, a broad forehead, and small eyes and ears, resembling a house cat in size as it lies on the ground. Its name is equally intriguing, Arno, despite its diminutive stature. The honey badger possesses a truculent disposition and remarkably thick hide, rendering it impervious to the bite of even a fully grown male lion. Immunized against venom, it frequently preys upon poisonous snakes, including the formidable king cobra. Chuckling softly, Chugo remained stationary, maintaining a prone position as he patiently waited. An hour elapsed with celerity. The 99 survivors had already taken note of the individuals they deemed perilous. The frenzied hunt was on the cusp of commencing. 10, 9, 8. The dispassionate female voice initiated the countdown. Chugo, unwavering, remained prostrate, his patience unyielding. Abruptly, darkness enveloped his vision as a sensation of weightlessness overcame him. A feeling of compression ensued. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by obscurity, seemingly wedged within a crevice. A curtain loomed before him. He remained motionless, maintaining his prone posture, intently listening to the ambient sounds. The curtain fluttered gently, affording him a fleeting glimpse of a pair of flip-flops. A tremor coursed through his heart. Could this possibly be under a bed? He mused. Chapter 34. Monkey's Call. Chugo felt a twinge of discomfiture. How could he have materialized beneath a bed upon landing? He dared not venture out rashly, lest he be discovered and inadvertently incite chaos on campus. He could not bring himself to commit murder to silence witnesses. He had not yet descended to such depravity. By the way, where can one access the kill leaderboard? Chugo wondered inquisitively. As the thought materialized, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying the kill leaderboard for the current frenzied hunt. At present, it merely contained a roster of the survivors, devoid of any kill rankings. It was improbable that anyone had already claimed a kill so soon after landing. The survival arena had undoubtedly dispersed the 99 survivors to disparate locations. As Chugo lay beneath the bed, he pondered the fates of the other survivors. What might they encounter in the restroom, on the rooftop, or in the bathhouse? Lost in his reverie, he peered through the crevice of the bed linens, noting that it was still early morning. Sunlight spilled onto the floor, though it was not particularly bright. Chugo's form had grown considerably, rendering his confinement beneath the bed rather uncomfortable. Soon, he sensed the shifting of someone atop the bed, their movement pressing uncomfortably against his back. Time to rise, a delicate voice chimed, belonging to a girl whose tone suggested she had yet to fully awaken. Following her words, the dormitory fell into silence. Chugo sighed, surrounded by a group of lazy girls. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes, the sounds of rustling as they finally began to stir filled the air. Xiaoyu, have you gained weight again? Mind your own business. You're not exactly petite yourself. Can you all stop showing off and hurry up? You're going to miss the morning class. Even in college, there's an early class. This wretched school is unbearable. Are you in such a rush to see your beloved? Listening to the playful banter of the girls, Chugo remained motionless, even hesitant to breathe too loudly. For the breath of a beast often resembles labored panting. A full half-hour passed before the group of lazy girls finally departed the dormitory. Once the door clicked shut, Chugo exhaled a sigh of relief and cautiously crawled out from his hiding place. This dormitory, like many university accommodations, was equipped with bunk beds, housing 6 beds in total, each in a state of disarray, adorned with scattered articles of clothing belonging to the girls. Chugo was met with a pungent odor of sweat, which turned his stomach. Following the scent-s trail, he noticed a basin on the balcony, overflowing with a dozen socks, submerged in murky water that had darkened significantly. Whoever marries them will surely face misfortune. Chugo shook his head with a smile, then approached the balcony, suppressing the foul odor. He stood on tiptoe, placing his front paws on the stone platform, eager to observe the surroundings. For the past 5 days, he had perused the maps and photographs of Xinjiang University online, yet he had never truly laid eyes upon its campus. Thus he needed to survey it first. The campus pathways were bustling with people in the morning, flowing like a river. Suddenly, Chugo caught sight of an animal perched atop the opposite dormitory building. A black-furred wild dog, mirroring his stance, had also noticed him. Their gazes locked, and the wild dog quivered in fright, promptly retracting its head. As class time approached, he would have to depart. By nightfall, the dormitory gates would be locked, making it difficult to leave later. The survivor, the black bear, had successfully hunted an enemy. As this was the first kill in the recent frenzy, he would receive double survival points. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated in Chu Ji's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. So soon? Not only he, but all survivors hiding in various locations were taken aback. In the preparatory battlefield, the black bear had become widely recognized as the most dangerous character, and it was unexpected that he would secure a kill so early in the game. The cold voice echoed again, signifying a double kill. Chu Ji's eyelids twitched. What did this indicate? It suggested that the black bear had triumphed over two opponents. This fellow would undoubtedly be my greatest adversary. Chu Ji's gaze flickered as he began to contemplate his chances against the black bear. In terms of size, he certainly could not compete with the black bear. In terms of strength, he also lacked absolute confidence. In terms of speed, he was indeed unfazed. He did not believe that the black bear had enhanced its survival capabilities in terms of swiftness. Having grown to such a size, the black bear must have endured numerous survival challenges, far surpassing his own experiences. As Chugo pondered, he skillfully turned the lock with his claws, a task that now posed a considerable challenge, requiring both claws to cooperate. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. Upon stepping outside his room, Chu Gu sniffed the air. The human scent was overwhelmingly dense, making it difficult for him to ascertain whether anyone was nearby, and if so, their whereabouts. Just as he took a step forward, the door ahead abruptly swung open. Instinctively, he sought to conceal himself, only to find a young East African baboon emerging. This baboon stood over half a meter tall, its fur a striking blend of yellow, brown, and black. Its elongated face, particularly the nose and mouth, appeared as if sculpted by the creator, while its small, deep brown eyes belied a sense of trepidation. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Chu Ji's gaze grew increasingly fierce, while the East African baboon slowly bared its teeth in what seemed to be a smile, though internally it was gripped by panic. The baboon thought to itself, what unfortunate luck. Despite its formidable fighting prowess, it was utterly terrified at the prospect of facing a lion, its legs trembling uncontrollably. With a forced smile, it stammered, "Good morning, esteemed one." Without hesitation, Chu Gu lunged at it, causing the baboon to emit a terrified shriek before turning to flee. Meanwhile, a woman on the first floor, engrossed in a video on her phone, suddenly looked up, frowning as she murmured, "Was that the sound of a monkey?" Believing she might have misheard, she turned her head just as the baboon's cries echoed once more. Reluctantly, she picked up her phone and rose to head towards the stairs. In that very moment, the East African baboon found itself pinned down by Chu Gu. With unparalleled celerity, Chug surged forth. Overtaking the East African baboon merely steps into its escape. "Spare me, I beg you. Mercy, I implore." The baboon whimpered, its pleas laced with desperation. Its limbs pinned beneath the lion's paws, rendering it immobile, a tableau akin to a forced submission against the ground. Chug, gaze frigid, loomed over the baboon. The preceding clamor risked attracting unwanted attention, a predicament fraught with peril. "Esteemed one, may I address you as grandfather? Grant me clemency, and I shall be your vassal. Your loyal hound." The baboon entreated fervently. In swift response, Chug descended, teeth sinking into the baboon's throat. A piercing shriek erupted, its resonance carrying beyond the confines of the dormitory, reaching the ears of students both within and passing by. Murmurs arose among the female students sequestered in their rooms and those traversing the grounds. The cries of a monkey, perhaps? Nay, sounds more akin to a baboon. Huh, can it be that a damsel harbors a simian within the dormitory's walls? Such audacity. I harbor a desire to ascend and witness this spectacle. Amusement rippled through the onlookers. While the dormitory matron quickened her pace, indignation etched upon her features. To dare keep a monkey within the dormitory. Utter lawlessness. She fumed, sleeves rolled high, her resolve hardening with each step. Meanwhile, Chug exerted his might, teeth clamped upon the baboon's neck, yet found himself thwarted by the creature's resilient hide. You cannot pierce my flesh," the baboon exclaimed, its mirth unrestrained. Chapter 35, Stirrings Afoot in Tegumental Fortification? Chug mused, a hypothesis forming in his mind. The baboon's epidermis proved exceedingly robust, resisting his initial assault. Footsteps echoed from the corridor ahead. Someone was approaching. He swiftly seized the East African baboon and turned to flee. He dashed towards another staircase. Go ahead and bite me. If you don't kill me today, you are my grandson. You filthy lion, utterly worthless. You can't even kill me. Eat dirt. Curse you. The East African baboon cackled with audacity, exuding an air of arrogance that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Chuji's gaze remained indifferent, disregarding the creature. Gripping the East African baboon firmly, he hastened to a corner on the second floor. "If I can't kill you, can I not throw you?" Chu Gu resolved fiercely, violently shaking his head. The baboon's body collided with the wall, the sound of its bones fracturing resonating sharply. The baboon's cries abruptly ceased. In a frenzy, Chu Gu continued to whip his head, the baboon's form repeatedly crashing against the walls and floor. Within less than 10 vigorous shakes, the baboon's neck snapped, extinguishing its life. Survivor Chu Gu successfully hunted down an enemy. A cold, female voice echoed in the ears of all survivors, marking Chu Gu as the second individual to begin slaying enemies after the infamous black bear. "You have successfully hunted an enemy, earning 200 survival points." Chu Gu released his grip, letting the lifeless body of the East African baboon fall, and turned to depart. Within half a minute, the dormitory matron discovered the baboon's corpse. Upon seeing the gaping wound in its neck, terror gripped her, prompting her to scream and flee. Meanwhile, Chu Gu stealthily advanced along the drainage ditch beside the dormitory's entrance, shielded by a row of lush greenery that concealed his presence. He moved with bent limbs, crawling in a manner reminiscent of a lioness stalking her prey. He intended to crouch in a thicket. Previously, during the preparatory phase of the battlefield, he had not encountered any small venomous creatures, allowing him to conceal himself with a sense of boldness. However, the reticulated python posed a significant challenge, necessitating utmost caution. Survivor Arno had successfully hunted down an enemy. A cold, indifferent voice echoed once more. One must admit that in the realm of survival competition, such notifications felt almost like a death knell. Even Chu Gu felt a twinge of anxiety. How exhilarating! Chu Gu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. The number of wandering individuals around the campus was dwindling, which boded well for the survivors. Chu Gu observed a small white cat sprinting down the path with astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in less than 5 seconds before vanishing into the dining hall. This swift pace caused Chu Gu's eyelids to flutter. It seemed he could not gauge an enemy's strength merely by their size. After all, this was a 2-star tier. The East African baboon he had encountered earlier was similarly resilient, with skin so tough and meat so dense that he could hardly bite through it. The relentless hunt spared no weaklings. If there were any, it could only be that unfortunate earthworm. Chu Gu refrained from pursuing the small white cat. His objective lay within the botanical garden of Xinjiang University. Within Xinjiang University, there existed a charming botanical garden, replete with a myriad of flowers and plants. Resembling a scene from a fairy tale, numerous visitors flocked to Xinjiang University solely to explore its botanical wonders. Utilizing his chameleon-like ability, Chu Gu made his way to the botanical garden with ease. Just as he nestled into a patch of grass, he heard commotion ahead. Leaning forward, he peered through the intricate gaps between the foliage and flowers, witnessing Arno, the honey badger, locked in a fierce struggle with the reticulated python, Longzi. Arno clung tightly to the lower end of Longzi's head, while Longzi coiled his massive body around him, attempting to constrict him to death. The clash between the two individuals caused the surrounding flora to sway incessantly, yet fortunate for them, there was no one nearby. Such ferocity? Chu Gu raised an eyebrow. Considering that both of these fellows were quite formidable and ought not to have encountered each other so prematurely. "You scoundrel! Do you insist on engaging me in a relentless struggle? Has your mind been gnawed by a swine?" the wayward one exclaimed, exasperated. Arno, however, refused to relent, showcasing the ferocity of the flat-headed fellow in vivid detail, clinging on with unwavering tenacity. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Gu patiently awaited an opportune moment, recognizing it as a splendid chance for a double kill. In the struggle of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. However, matters did not unfold as he had envisioned. The distant sounds of laughter and chatter reached his ears, indicating the presence of more than just a couple of passers-by. Arno had no choice but to release his grip and hastily flee, with the wayward one not hindering his escape, instead darting into the thicket in another direction. Chu Gu felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. Subsequently, he began to shift his position, advancing deeper into the botanical garden. A piercing bird call resonated from above, and without needing to glance upward, Chu Gu recognized its source. The golden eagle, measuring 1/2 meter in length, with a wingspan of 1 meter. It was still in its juvenile stage, yet it was the only raptor that engaged in frenzied hunting. The golden eagle is not entirely golden. Its plumage predominantly exhibits a golden-brown hue, resembling the common perception of an eagle. It circled high in the sky, capturing numerous gazes. Such large raptors rarely venture into urban areas, and tourists and students naturally found it a novelty. Chugo could not forget the formidable prowess of the vulture in the wind, deeming it prudent to remain cautious of the golden eagle. This raptor possesses a natural advantage in the survival competition. After all, the majority of survivors cannot fly. Its strength is formidable, and its claws are razor-sharp, capable of delivering a lethal blow when one is caught off guard. As Chuj meticulously assessed the adversary's prowess, he sought refuge within a dense woodland. Ahead, cautionary tape marked the boundary, deterring casual visitors. The uneven terrain provided an ideal sanctuary for respite and discreet observation of the external environment. Survivor Black Bear has successfully eliminated an opponent. The impassive female voice reverberated once more, eliciting a tinge of envy within Chuj. Superior strength indeed grants unparalleled freedom. Does Black Bear not fear detection by humans? Regardless, Black Bear has undoubtedly garnered significant attention, becoming an object of apprehension for all survivors. Numerous survivors, like Chuj, had diligently studied the strategies. Chuj observed a considerable number of survivors converging towards the botanical garden. The shaggy black feral dog he had previously spotted on the balcony also made an appearance. The creature exhibited a furtive demeanor, its tongue lolling, advancing with intermittent pauses. "What breed of canine is that?" Suddenly, a child exclaimed, pointing in its direction, prompting other visitors to turn their heads. "It's a stray dog. Be careful. It might devour people," a knowledgeable youth warned, causing the tourists to scatter in fear. Initially startled, the shaggy black feral dog grew emboldened upon witnessing the tourist reaction. It pivoted and barked at the visitors, intensifying their fear and causing them to flee in disarray. The survivors concealed in the shadows gnashed their teeth in frustration. Is this fellow an imbecile? Why create such a commotion? With a resounding screech, a golden eagle descended, its talons seizing the shaggy black feral dog, lifting it skyward. Startled, the shaggy black feral dog attempted to bite the golden eagle. The golden eagle forcefully flapped its wings, casting the dog away. The shaggy black feral dog plummeted from a height of approximately 6 or 7 meters, landing upon a cobblestone pathway, resulting in plaintive howls. Chugo experienced a sympathetic pang of pain. Nevertheless, he felt no compassion for the black-haired wild dog, deeming it foolish. An African lion? A crisp, distant voice echoed from behind Chugo, causing his fur to bristle. Chapter 36. The lynx. A lynx resembles a cat, yet its physique surpasses that of a domestic feline. Its limbs are robust, and its tail is notably short, as if truncated. Tufts of black fur sprout from the tips of its ears, resembling twin antennae. Its coat bears a striking resemblance to Tang Shuejia's British shorthair, predominantly white and gray, interspersed with black spots. This particular lynx already dwarfed most domestic cats, appearing to be nearing adulthood. Chugo had previously observed her in the preparatory arena, but her stature was inferior to his, and he had dismissed her from his thoughts. However, he had failed to detect the lynx's approach. Did this not imply that the lynx could launch a surprise assault upon him? The mere thought filled Chugo with trepidation. He inwardly berated himself for his complacency. He had allowed himself to be distracted by the black-haired wild dog, a foolish error. My failure to ambush you earlier demonstrates my goodwill. I propose an alliance to slay the black bear, followed by a joint slaughter of the remaining survivors, with a division of survival points. You shall deliver the final blow to the black bear, ensuring that your survival points far exceed mine. The lynx fixed her gaze upon Chugo, her deep amber eyes inscrutable, leaving Chugo unable to fathom her intentions. Chugo calmly inquired, "What abilities do you possess that warrant my cooperation?" "I require direct combat prowess." In response, the lynx raised her right paw and raked it across a nearby tree trunk, peeling away a large section of bark as if it were mere clay. She exerted no effort, appearing utterly nonchalant. Chuj lay on the ground, contemplating the pros and cons. Should he cooperate? The lynx did not disturb him, instead lying down beside him, quietly observing. After a quarter of an hour, a group of security personnel, led by several previous visitors, approached briskly, and curious students gathered along the way. "What? Are there wild dogs in our school? Are they wild dogs or strays?" "They are African wild dogs, the fierce kind." "The African hyena?" "The hyena is the sworn enemy of the African wild dog, to be precise. The hyena is the nemesis of all African mammals." As this group conversed, they made their way toward the botanical garden. The Xinjiang Botanical Garden is expansive. Situated atop gentle hills, sprawling over a significant portion of Xinjiang University's campus. If the survivors chose to hide, they would be difficult to detect. Chuj and the lynx swiftly relocated. Why choose me? Chuj inquired. With your strength, defeating enemies should not pose a challenge, right? Through their dialogue, Chuj gained a deeper understanding of the black bear. According to the lynx, the black bear had undergone enhancements, possessing strength comparable to that of an adult black bear in reality. Moreover, the black bear's sense of smell was exceptionally keen. It had previously memorized the scents of all survivors in the preparation area, ensuring that even if they attempted to conceal themselves, the black bear would track them down one by one. Upon hearing this, Chuj realized why the lynx sought his cooperation. Even if they did not confront the black bear, it would not spare them. Then let us cooperate. Chuj consented, for if they could vanquish the black bear, wouldn't their survival points soar? Despite his reservations regarding the lynx's complete trustworthiness, apprehensive of potential concealed stratagems, the duo sought refuge behind a weedy embankment. They were encompassed by an expanse of arboreal flora, devoid of any human presence within a considerable radius. As a lion, have you ever received an impromptu invitation from the Lion King? The lynx inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she nestled beside Chugo. Lion King Assault, the 35th ranked survival team. The moniker had previously caught Chu Ji's attention. No, Chugo responded, shaking his head. The lynx chuckled. Lion King Assault is formidable. I once encountered their members. Their leonine roar instilled such dread that over a dozen survivors were paralyzed with fear, prostrating themselves and begging for mercy. Her tone was tinged with melancholy as she reminisced about the encounter. Leonine roar? Chugo mused, a contemplative expression gracing his countenance. Indeed, the roar of a lion is renowned for its intimidating effect. He resolved to concentrate his future endeavors on honing his vocal prowess. As time elapsed and midday approached, the botanical garden became more animated. Chugo and the lynx cautiously peered out to observe a septet of students reveling within a pavilion situated 100 meters away. In another direction, additional students were discernible. The botanical garden, with its free admission, was a favored rendezvous for amorous students. Tourists were also present, albeit in fewer numbers during the workweek. Survivor Arno has successfully hunted an adversary. The impassive female voice reverberated once more, eliciting a subtle reaction from Chugo and the lynx. Aside from the Asiatic black bear, Arno had emerged as one of the most prominent survivors, having eliminated 3 adversaries, second only to the Asiatic black bear's tally of 5. Truly savage for just a morning, Chugo mused internally. He refrained from acting rashly, not fixating on the number of adversaries vanquished. He could bide his time. After Arno and Black-Eyed Man have vanquished numerous adversaries, we shall make our move, ensuring a substantial accumulation of survival points. I doubt those two can maintain peak condition indefinitely. The honey badger is a formidable combatant, yet he is destined for defeat against Black-Eyed Man. Thus he is of no concern to us, Lynx remarked, judging by her voice. Chuj envisioned an intellectual woman adorned with spectacles, exceedingly beautiful and composed, perhaps even possessing raven, flowing locks. Chuj nodded gently, refraining from interjecting. Around 3 o'clock, the botanical garden was nearly devoid of students. Chuj and Lynx initiated their operation. They surmised that the majority of survivors would be congregated within the botanical garden, which would serve as their hunting ground. They advanced with celerity, especially Chuj, who swiftly outpaced Lynx. Is this fellow a lion or a cheetah? Lynx wondered inwardly, regarding Chuj with newfound esteem. Soon, they espied a mountain goat concealed within the undergrowth. Upon spotting their approach, the goat was nearly petrified, hastily rising to flee. Chuj unleashed the velocity of a cheetah, darting like an arrow along the narrow paths of the forest. When he was within a mere 3 meters of the goat, he abruptly leaped, tackling the goat to the ground. This goat's horns were yet to fully develop, rendering it no match for Chuj. Chuj seized its throat, and by the time Lynx arrived, the goat had already succumbed. Survivor Chuj has successfully hunted an enemy. You have successfully hunted an enemy, gaining 200 survival points. As this survivor has already hunted an enemy in this survival competition task, you will receive half of his survival points as a reward. Congratulations on receiving 100 survival points. Upon hearing this, Chugo was taken aback. Could this goat truly vanquish foes? The lynx, with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, remarked, "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Chapter 37. The Lion's Battle with the Honey Badger. Chugo rose to his feet, chuckling, The ambiguity in your words is quite pronounced. The lynx's gaze turned icy, and she refrained from responding, still enveloped in the shock of recent events. How swift. This individual might be the fastest among survivors, second only to the golden eagle. Chu Gu pressed onward, scanning the surroundings. He had amassed 500 survival points, a commendable beginning. It appeared that ascending to 2 stars was worthwhile. Although the challenges of survival had intensified, so too had the potential rewards. The lynx followed closely behind, her eyes darting about, ever ready to strike. She was not content to merely watch Chu Gu claim victories. She too sought to earn survival points. At this juncture, the notifications for defeating enemies had dwindled significantly. Survivors had become increasingly cautious, with many already securing hiding spots. Simultaneously, news of the wild dogs circulated through the forum of Xinjiang University. Some claimed to have witnessed a wild dog seized by a golden eagle mid-flight, prompting students to recall the recent fiery incident at Qingmei Park, igniting a flurry of discussions. Could Xinjiang University truly be the next Qingmei Park? This seems far-fetched. Who would be so bored as to spread rumors? There are consequences for slander. This reminded me of the legend recounted by a senior when I first enrolled, about a lone wolf in the botanical garden that specifically frightened couples at night. Is there any truth to this? Please don't frighten me. Will the school take any action? The impact of this matter is increasingly profound, prompting the principal to personally review the surveillance footage. Little did he know, upon viewing, he was astounded. The sight of lions, black bears, wild boars, and feral dogs left the elderly principal trembling with fear, even feeling a sense of impending doom. The presence of such numerous animals on campus posed a significant threat. Should anyone be harmed, the responsibility would fall heavily upon him. He bellowed at the staff behind him, "What have you all been doing? How could you fail to notice so many animals around?" Meanwhile, Chu Gu and the lynx continued their hunt. They had set their sights on a rabbit, which was quickly ensnared within their trap. Chu Gu instructed the lynx to deliver the fatal blow. The lynx regarded him intently before dispatching the rabbit. Chu Gu gained a rough estimate of the lynx's capabilities. It lacked a scent, possessed razor-sharp claws, and displayed extraordinary stamina. Truly, it was a seasoned veteran, having endured 5 survival competitions, comparable to survivors of the same cohort as Gao Fei. With so many survivors, a sense of exposure lingered in Chu Ji's mind. Gazing into the distance, he mused, 3 days' time. If we reveal ourselves on the first day, our adversaries will not only be each other, but also humanity. No creature, regardless of its strength, can rival humans. The lynx calmly replied, "Exposure is inevitable. Otherwise, why would the mission be set for 3 days? I suspect the survival arena aims to evoke humanity's awareness of animal rage, urging them to cherish all aspects of nature. Without trade, there can be no slaughter." Chu Gu was speechless, casting a sidelong glance at her. Had she been overly influenced by advertisements? Thus, the crux of the matter became clear. How to evade human capture and survive 3 days at Xinjiang University was paramount. Chu Gu pondered deeply. Xinjiang University is indeed quite grand. Yet if humanity were to conduct a thorough search, the survivors would find it impossible to remain concealed. Chu Gu, however, possesses the ability to change color, and with a bit of cleverness, he might just navigate through the chaos unscathed. When will he finally be able to compete in a pristine environment? With a sigh, Chu Gu reflects on the fact that the last 3 survival competitions have all taken place in human settings. He recognizes that, in the current circumstances, even the mightiest of survivors could falter. Suddenly, the bushes to the left rustle. Chu Gu and the lynx turn to see the honey badger, Arno, slowly emerging. Arno looks up at them, grinning widely, and charges directly towards them. Chu Ji's gaze sharpens. Can a honey badger truly rival a lion? Fearlessly, he advances to meet the threat. He leaps over Arno's head, landing deftly before striking at Arno's back with a paw. The impact is akin to slamming against a stone, sending a jolt of pain through him. Arno then lunges towards the lynx, who nimbly leaps to a nearby tree, deftly climbing higher and swiftly distancing itself from the ground. Losing its target, Arno pivots and charges back at Chu Gu. This time, Chu Gu bends his forelimbs, lowering his head to confront Arno head-on. Having undergone muscle enhancement, he is prepared to withstand Arno's assault. He uses his bulk to overpower Arno, fiercely biting down upon him. The strength of this honey badger is astonishing, making Chu Gu feel as though he is grappling with a wild boar. He aims to seize Arno by the head, but the creature struggles vigorously, thwarting his attempts. Before long, Arno unexpectedly shoves Chu Gu aside, swiftly rising and turning to face him with bared teeth and a ferocious roar. This creature embodies the honey badger's ferocity and fighting spirit in the most vivid manner. Contemplating him, Chugu was reminded of the pit bull from before. Unlike the pit bull, this fellow was taciturn, exuding a sense of coldness. Chugu discerned the murderous intent in his eyes, and thus he eschewed superfluous words. They both emitted low growls, charging towards each other in unison. Perched in a tree, a lynx observed the battle below, murmuring, a clash between an African bruiser and an Indian brawler. In Africa, honey badgers are notoriously ill-tempered, daring to confront anyone. Occasionally, they might kill a lone, injured lion. But more often than not, they become prey for lions. The disparity in size is too significant to truly pose a threat. However, this particular honey badger possessed other survival skills, making him stronger than the average honey badger. Chugu faced a formidable adversary, even with enhanced muscles. He was struck with excruciating pain. Arno fought in silence, his combat prowess vigorous, as if impervious to pain. After a protracted struggle, Chugu sustained numerous bite wounds, while Arno was covered in blood, appearing utterly wretched. If you continue fighting, I shall reap the rewards, the lynx suddenly announced, prompting both Chugu and Arno to leap apart. Chugu, panting, cast an icy glare. Despite the considerable size difference, he couldn't defeat his opponent. The terror of a two-star arena was truly evident. Arno intoned gravely, "How many survival arenas have you experienced?" Chugu scoffed, "This is my third." Arno, lynx. Chugu finally felt relieved. He had been feeling frustrated, having exchanged for LV3 muscle enhancement, expecting to dominate the arena, only to be stymied by a honey badger. The lynx could tell that Chugu lacked experience, but it hadn't realized that this was only his third survival mission. "This is outrageous," Arno grumbled under his breath. He had initially believed he had encountered a formidable adversary. Seizing the opportunity, Chug confidently suggested, "How about the three of us collaborate to eliminate the black bear? Eliminating the strongest opponent would be advantageous for all of them." However, he couldn't help but notice the eerie resemblance of this scenario to their previous encounter at Qingmei Park, a fact he found distasteful. With that pronouncement, Arno turned and fled, swiftly disappearing into the undergrowth. Seeing Arno's departure, Chu remained silent. The lynx in the tree mused, "It's a miracle someone like that has survived this long. An individual who relies solely on brute force cannot expect to thrive indefinitely in the survival arena. As the saying goes, even the strongest individual can be overwhelmed by numbers." In a survival arena, the existence of an absolutely invincible entity would negate the very purpose of the competition. Even the mighty adult elephant can fall prey to a pride of lions on the savannah. Chu turned his gaze towards the lynx and said, "Let's move on." The commotion we caused was significant. The lynx nodded, leaping down from the tree. Together, they hastened in a particular direction. The battle with Arno had left Chu aching all over. The man was like a living wrecking ball, incredibly difficult to deal with. Chu even thought Arno was stronger than a pit bull. Pit bulls simply ignore pain, while Arno possessed genuine resilience, making him difficult to penetrate. Although he's challenging, his size will prevent him from being our most formidable enemy, the lynx stated, scanning the surroundings warily, fearful of a sudden appearance by the black bear. Chu concurred. In a one-on-one confrontation, he believed he could subdue Arno, but it would require an extended period. Had the prodigious Arnold been at his physical peak, he might have exhibited even greater ferocity. He shook his head, ceasing such contemplations. Survival combat is never a gentleman's duel, devoid of consideration for one's adversary's condition. The pair swiftly departed the area. 5 minutes hence, a bulldog materialized, its coat a patchwork of fawn and white, its countenance replete with wrinkles, and its physique portly. Slightly larger than Arnold, it was classified as a medium-small breed. It sniffed the ground, subsequently pursuing the scent of Chugu and the lynx. Unbeknownst to Chugu, he was being trailed. He and the lynx pressed on with their hunt. An hour later, they encountered a Garfield cat. They were reclining on the ground, when the Garfield cat emerged from the thicket. Upon beholding Chugu and the lynx, it was taken aback. "Ahem, my mistake, apologies." The Garfield cat flashed an awkward yet courteous smile. Having uttered these words, it stiffly pivoted, poised to depart. Chugu sprang up forthwith, tackling it to the earth, severing its neck, and swiftly ending its existence, sparing it undue suffering. Survivor Chugu has successfully hunted an adversary. You have successfully hunted an adversary, gaining 200 survival points. Chugu effortlessly hunted a Garfield cat. He derived little sense of accomplishment, having grown accustomed to the act of hunting. He and the lynx possessed a profound rapport, alternating in the pursuit of prey, ensuring neither felt discontent. A lion is indeed a lion. Tisk, observing your hunting posture. One might mistake you for a lion from a wildlife documentary. The lynx exclaimed in admiration, his tone imbued with envy. Despite the lynx's admirable physique, his strength and stature paled in comparison to those of a lion. Even if survival capabilities could compensate under the same survival points, a lion would undoubtedly surpass a lynx in strength. Growth is essential, yet talent holds equal significance. Talent serves as the foundation, while growth merely adds layers upon that foundation. Chu Gu shook his head and remarked, "Have you rested enough? Let us continue our journey. Soon, the university students will finish their classes, and the botanical garden will be bustling." The lynx nodded and followed Chu Gu away. The news of an influx of wild animals at Xinjiang University had not circulated widely. The administration deliberately concealed it while instructing security personnel to search for the creatures. By 4 in the afternoon, many students had finished their classes, and the campus buzzed with activity once more. Despite the administration's efforts to suppress the information, whispers had leaked. On a narrow path, 3 girls walked arm in arm toward their dormitory. The girl in the middle, with a ponytail and adorned in a floral dress, bore a lovely visage, yet her brow furrowed in contemplation. She was Chu Ji's biological sister, Chu Yingying. Yingying, is it true what they say on the forum? Has our school been invaded by wild animals? Inquired the bespectacled girl on the left. The girl on the right, slightly plump yet fair-skinned, scoffed, "It must be false. Just like the previous hype about Qingmei Park, it's all mere sensationalism. Could it be connected to today's wild animal occurrences? In this day and age, every oddity makes the news. Seeing is believing. Why have we not encountered any animals on campus?" Chu Yingying shook her head. She was eager to wait for Chu Gu after school to discuss matters with him. This boy had been acting mysteriously of late, having gone missing twice. Was there a secret lurking beneath it all? Not only the girls, but also the other students around were discussing the recent sightings of wild dogs. The survivors had settled down, refraining from appearing before humans. The school administration, feeling uneasy, convened a discussion and decided to announce the situation regarding the wild dogs. "Dear students, for reasons unknown, a wild dog has been spotted on campus. To ensure your safety, please avoid secluded areas and refrain from visiting the botanical garden tonight." This message echoed through the various broadcasts of Xinjiang University, reaching not only the faculty and students, but also the survivors. At that moment, countless survivors were cursing the black-haired wild dog. Chu Gu and the lynx exchanged exasperated glances. It was only the first day, and already, it felt as if they were surrounded by fools. Some fortunate individuals had blindly ascended to second-tier status, endangering everyone. The lynx expressed her frustration. With the entire school now aware of the survivors' presence, how would they endure the next 2 days? Chu Gu felt a pang of guilt, as if he too were being scolded. "Let us find a suitable place to hide for now. Surely many students will come here this evening," the lynx suggested, turning away as Chu Gu followed her. "Is it possible? They've already announced it over the loudspeakers. Who would dare come here?" Chu Gu inquired. The lynx shot him a look of exasperation and replied, "The enthusiasm of university students is beyond their control. By nightfall, you'll witness just how many couples will flock here." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Gu smirked, "You seem quite experienced." The lynx chuckled softly but did not respond further. As time continued to pass, dusk descended, rendering the botanical garden desolate. The various gates of the garden had been locked, preventing students from entering, which offered a sigh of relief to the survivors. Chu Gu and the lynx were continuously alerted by the prompts of hunting. The black bear remained the most formidable and striking presence. This fellow had also infiltrated the botanical garden, perched 2 meters above the ground on a tree, concealed by leaves. They were difficult to spot. "Wow, you can climb trees?" The lynx exclaimed in surprise. Not only could he climb trees, but he had also been practicing diving. He believed that these skills would eventually prove useful. The lynx regarded him with newfound respect. Under the night sky, the botanical garden appeared eerily foreboding. As Chu Gu surveyed the surroundings, he could faintly discern pairs of glowing green eyes peering from the darkness. Chapter 39. The bear roars on campus. The night was tranquil, illuminated by a bright moon. "Have you joined a survival team?" Chu Gu inquired softly, his gaze fixed on the distant pair of green eyes. The lynx rolled his eyes and replied, "If I had, I wouldn't be here idly chatting with you." After half a day's interaction, Their relationship had grown considerably closer, allowing for lighthearted banter. Why not join my survival team? We already have a giant panda ready to sign up. You know how formidable a giant panda can be, right? Chu extended an olive branch. The lynx's speed was impressive, particularly his leaping ability, and coupled with his sharp claws and scentless nature, he could become an exceptional assassin. In response to the invitation, the lynx grinned mischievously and asked, "Really? If I join, can I be the vice captain?" Within the survival team, various positions held distinct privileges. The captain had the authority to expel any member, while the vice captain also possessed the power to dismiss anyone except the captain. Any member could be ousted by him. Chuj chuckled. That is not necessarily the case. What if stronger individuals emerge in the future, and you find yourself unable to command respect? I believe our purpose in joining a survival team is to thrive, rather than to pursue a mere semblance of power. Shelley could not deny this, though disdain flickered in his eyes. This is hardly a trivial power. It is power capable of leading to someone's demise. Regardless, Chuj had extended the invitation. Whether Shelley accepted it or not was of little concern to him. After all, he was still far from establishing a survival team himself. Why not simply join an existing survival team? Shelley inquired. With a wry smile, he replied, "Just as I suspected." Chuj raised an eyebrow. Was this a subtle refusal? The two fell into silence, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. As night deepened, the garden was filled with the symphony of croaking frogs and chirping cicadas, akin to a grand orchestral performance. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, and both Chuj and Shelley were taken aback. Black bear. They realized that the creature was indeed within the garden, its presence alarmingly close to them. They refrained from acting hastily and chose to wait. Why had the black bear roared? Had it encountered a formidable foe, or was there some sinister plot afoot? Moments later, the black bear let out another bellow. Could it be attempting to draw human attention? Shelley's expression shifted, his teeth clenched. Chuj squinted, an unsettling association with horror films depicting bear attacks flooding his mind. We should retreat, Shelley suggested, rising to her feet and leaping onto the grass. Chuj followed suit, and together, they swiftly vanished into the shadows of the night. On the other side, the formidable black bear stood erect on the stone path outside the forest, an imposing figure as he roared towards the distant buildings. In the thicket 10 meters away, a small lizard was railing. "Have you lost your mind? Black bear, you'll be the death of us all." Silence. His voice was faint, seemingly unnoticed by the black bear, who remained heedless. Moments later, 2 security guards approached with flashlights. Upon seeing the black bear, they halted in unison, blinking to ensure they were not mistaken. That's a bear," one guard stammered, his face etched with terror. The other nodded numbly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, the black bear charged towards them, eliciting a scream as they turned tail and fled. In the darkness, numerous survivors who witnessed the scene cursed the black bear. "That fellow is utterly insane." The reticulated python, Longzi, coiled around a tree trunk, muttered under his breath, then turned and slithered away with haste. The honey badger, Arnold, emerged from the bushes, his gaze fixed on the black bear with a fiery resolve. "Only you are worthy of being my adversary." He darted out like a bolt of black lightning, aiming to strike the black bear. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to keep pace. What in the? The black bear pursued the guards, Arnold pursued the black bear, a comical spectacle unfolding in the night. How can this species have such stubby legs? Arnold lamented inwardly as he desperately accelerated, emerging swiftly from the botanical garden's edge, near the dormitory buildings. Chuj and the lynx landed and promptly sought refuge in the drainage ditch adjacent to the dorms. Chuj suggested that under the cloak of night, the lynx could easily pass for a large feline, blending inconspicuously among the populace. The lynx acquiesced with a nod. They proceeded briskly toward the local mini-mart. Ascending the incline before the store, overgrown with verdant flora, Chuj concealed himself upon the slope, while the lynx darted down. The vicinity was sparsely populated with students, their whereabouts unknown. In under half a minute, the lynx reappeared, bearing 2 bags of crisps. "Get out, you mangy cat." A furious bellow emanated from within the store, presumably from a middle-aged woman, who, curiously, did not pursue. The lynx swiftly returned to Chuj, depositing the crisps. "Once you've finished, I'll fetch more," she stated. Chuj, tearing open the plastic packaging, jested, "Why crisps? You're not secretly a chubby girl, are you?" The lynx glared at him. "Are you going to eat them or not?" Chuj promptly lowered his head, devouring the crisps with gusto. The lynx watched in silence, before leisurely beginning to eat herself. The lynx ate with refined grace. Judging by your demeanor, you're certainly an unkempt, stereotypical bachelor. If I'm not mistaken, you're without a girlfriend and have likely never even held a girl's hand in your life? The lynx remarked playfully. The lynx smiled wryly. Are you envious? Your girlfriend probably couldn't even fit on a shared bike. A sharp retort. This woman was a master of debate, her counterattacks both swift and incisive. Chuj gazed at her and remarked, Indeed, I am but a Na'vi soul, and you, the seasoned veteran, might as well guide me. He added, I possess a certain fastidiousness. Thus, the two engaged in a playful exchange, neither willing to yield. After a brief interval, the lynx darted back into the convenience store. She lay on the ground, seemingly disinclined to speak. Chuj pressed the packaging with his paws, using his mouth to grasp the edge and tore it open with vigor. He tasted the spicy oil that oozed from within and chuckled. Aren't you going to eat? The lynx yawned and replied, I've had my fill. Not everyone is a glutton like you, you slothful couch potato. Chuj huffed lightly before delightfully indulging in his meal. It appeared that she had a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. Of course, it could also be a strategy for long-term gain. Chapter 40. Justice and Evil Once Satiated. Chuj and the lynx approached the tap outside the cafeteria and drank heartily. Chuj felt his strength revitalized, and his pain had diminished. Let us hide nearby, away from the botanical garden. Moreover, we must remain vigilant against surveillance, the lynx suggested in a hushed tone as she surveyed their surroundings. It was only 7 or 8 in the evening, yet the campus was surprisingly desolate. She inhaled deeply, noting that most individuals were converging towards the botanical garden. It appeared that the black bear had successfully captured human attention. Chuj nodded in agreement and proposed, Let us wait in the small garden behind the dormitory. Adjacent to the dormitory was a quaint little garden featuring 2 narrow paths and 3 benches, clearly a favorite spot for couples. The lynx had no objections, and the two swiftly made their way into the garden. Concealed within the verdant thicket proximate to the wall, they lay prone and quiescent, a bench serving as a natural screen before them. What stratagem do you suppose Black Bear is contriving? Chugo whispered. The interlude of waiting proved agonizing. Initially, he had intended to avail himself of the nocturnal veil to hunt, but Black Bear's interference had disrupted his plans, compelling him to seek refuge. Postponing his endeavors until the late hours, the survival arena teemed with a diverse array of individuals, many of whom, upon acquiring survival prowess, succumbed to hubris. Unleashing the darkness within, his deliberate enticement of humans could portend nothing virtuous. From the perspective of a conventional survivor, anonymity would be the paramount desire. Black Bear, despite his overwhelming dominance in this frenzied hunt, seemed poised to subvert this very principle, suggesting either imbecility or a concealed agenda. His continued survival thus far argued against the former. Do you know of the most deranged act I've witnessed a survivor commit? Lynx inquired softly, her gaze drifting towards Chugo. Even amidst the nocturnal gloom, her eyes retained their luminous quality, appearing to Chugo as a pair of resplendent moons. What transpired? Chugo instinctively pressed. The individual, Lynx intoned hauntingly, chanced upon a landing within his own city. Abandoning his mission, he proceeded to exact vengeance upon his real-world adversaries, indiscriminately implicating innocents in the process. He claimed 7 lives in a single night. Yet, as a survivor, even the surveillance footage exonerated him. He later boasted of his actions to me during a mission, displaying no remorse whatsoever. Chugo evinced no astonishment, having long anticipated such occurrences. The survival arena imposed minimal constraints upon its participants, save for the prohibition of divulging its existence. In essence, survivors were at liberty to act with impunity in the real world. The individual referred to by the lynx, though seemingly mad in Chuji's eyes, has not surpassed the bounds of imagination. Where there is malevolence, there exists righteousness. This holds true in every realm, including the arena of survival. Amongst the chaos, there are individuals of virtue and benevolence who unite to form survival teams, relentlessly pursuing those who commit malevolent acts in reality. They do not confine their retribution to survival missions alone. They also hunt down the malevolent in the real world. The lynx chuckled, her expression revealing subtle complexities as she spoke of this matter. A survival team executing justice? Chugo inquired, his tone laden with significance. Who determines if they have struck true? What if they err in their judgment? The lynx merely smiled, refraining from a response, her silence conveying her stance. She deftly shifted the conversation, stating, from my understanding of the Black Bear, this fellow is exceedingly reckless and arrogant. he might find dealing with us rather dull. Seeking to add some excitement by attracting human attention, attempting to slay us before their very eyes to demonstrate his prowess. In the hierarchy of human civilization, different species hold varying statuses. When a dog causes a fatality, it is swiftly dealt with. However, if a bear kills, its rarity is taken into account. Ultimately, most people would merely remark that the wild nature of animals is uncontrollable and that hunting is instinctual, allowing the matter to fade away. Thus, humans do not pose a direct threat to the black bear's existence. Chu-gu narrowed his eyes, astonished by the black bear's audacity. If the lynx's words ring true, then the bear's actions become understandable. He cast a worried glance towards the distant dormitory building. The lynx teased, "Are you afraid?" Chu-gu shook his head, on the verge of speaking when the sudden sound of footsteps startled both he and his companion into silence, lowering their heads. Before them approached a young couple, entwined in each other's embrace, who subsequently seated themselves on the bench directly in front of them. "Rumor has it that wild dogs roam here. How could you possibly bring me to such a place?" the young woman questioned. "Aren't the wild dogs supposed to be in the botanical garden? Now that it's deserted, don't you wish to get a little closer to me?" "How annoying," she exclaimed playfully. "Ah, sweetheart, I simply adore you. I wish I could gaze upon you forever. What can I do? You are simply irresistible." "Ugh, isn't that just a tad too mushy?" Listening to the couple's exchange sent shivers down Chu-ji's spine. Soon, the pair began to indulge in their affectionate antics. Chu-gu and his companion, the lynx, remained motionless, fearful of disturbing them. An entire hour passed, and Chu-gu exhaled deeply, feeling as though he might suffocate from the inability to move or even breathe. It was sheer torment. The lynx remarked in astonishment, "See? I told you so. No matter the danger, some young souls cannot restrain their hormones." Chu-gu chuckled. "It appears you are no stranger to such behavior yourself." The lynx smirked. "Not me, but my roommate often engages in such displays, boasting about her boyfriends to us." "Roommate? Is this woman still a university student?" Chu-gu pondered inwardly. They continued to wait, and as the clock approached 11 in the evening, the campus fell eerily silent, devoid of any activity. "Let us go," Chu-gu said, rising swiftly and jogging away, with the lynx closely following behind. Meanwhile, at a small square in front of a teaching building at Xinjiang University, a middle-aged man clad in a suit surveyed the nearly 100 security guards standing before him and declared, "Tonight, we must ascertain the whereabouts of those wild animals. The firefighters will arrive shortly. You shall set out in teams, and remember, do not venture out alone. There are not only wild dogs, but also black bears. And some students have even reported sighting a python. Exercise caution, do you understand?" "Understood." The security guards replied in unison, exhibiting not fear, but rather excitement. Having never encountered a bear in their lives, their exhilaration outweighed their trepidation, especially given their numbers. "Depart." The middle-aged man gestured, and the guards promptly dispersed. Subsequently, he lit a cigarette and gazed toward the distant hills of the botanical garden, exhaling a plume of smoke as he murmured, "I wonder which zoo irresponsibly released these creatures." Unbeknownst to him, lurking in the shadows at the corner of the teaching building behind him was a dark figure, indeed, a black bear. The teaching building, under the cloak of night, appeared ominously foreboding, rendering the bear a terrifying specter, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. Its eyes, filled with madness and exhilaration, fixated on the middle-aged man as though he were prey. Chapter 41. The black bear licks its face. Nightfall at Xinjiang University, on the playground. A white pig was sprinting when suddenly, a figure leapt from the podium, landing like a flash of lightning in pursuit. In less than 10 seconds, this bolt of energy caught up with the white pig, bringing it crashing to the ground. It was none other than Chu-gu. A lynx followed suit, leaping from the podium and watching Chu-gu from a distance, gritting her teeth in frustration. Does this guy not realize he should wait for me? Following Chu-gu. If he does not allow her, she would never manage to get ahead. The disparity in speed rendered her hunting efficiency inferior to that of Chuj. The survivor Chuj successfully eliminated an enemy. You have successfully slain an enemy, earning 200 survival points. Listening to the emotionless voice announcing the achievement, Chuj felt a wave of exhilaration. Another 200 survival points. He had amassed a total of 900 survival points, and this was merely the first day. The gains were quite satisfactory. He relaxed his jaw and turned to run towards the lynx. As for the corpse of the white pig, let the school take care of it. It would serve to escalate the situation, perhaps prompting the school to restrict the students' movements or grant a holiday, thereby ensuring Chuing's safety. You really are quick, the lynx lamented. Chud shot her a glance and replied, "Could you perhaps utter something more original? Could you slow down a bit?" As they conversed, they departed the playground. Chud wished to check the leaderboard for kills, and as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a luminous screen materialized before him. Black Bear, number of kills, 15 Arnold, number of kills, 7 Li Xiongying, number of kills, 6 Chud, number of kills, for Rogue, number of kills, for Gu Tianjiao, number of kills, 3 Gu Tianjiao was indeed the lynx. Her name rather juvenile. Observing the kill count clearly showcased Black Bear's dominance, rendering him nearly invincible. It was evident that the top 10 survivors coveted his demise. Not anymore. She should now be referred to as Gu Tianjiao, Chud remarked, shaking his head. Let's wait a bit longer. The more severe his injuries become, the more valuable he will be. Gu Tianjiao nodded as they continued along the edge of the verdant foliage. At that precise moment, a piercing shriek echoed, reverberating beneath the night sky, shattering the stillness. Chud and Gu Tianjiao turned their heads to look, the sound emanating from a nearby female dormitory building, though they couldn't discern which one specifically. Exchanging glances, the two immediately dove into the adjacent bushes, patiently awaiting. Soon, security guards and firefighters rushed over, the dormitory buildings becoming quite noisy, with many students standing on their balconies, observing. What happened? That scream was terrifying. Could it be wild dogs invading the female dormitories? This is like the beginning of a horror film. This world is too absurd. Wildlife invading the campus. We're in the city center. The students in the dormitory buildings discussed the matter, their hearts filled with trepidation under the cloak of night. Chud frowned and inquired, "A black bear?" Gu Tianjiao responded, "It shouldn't be. A black bear is so large. Going to a dormitory building would be like asking for trouble. It should be a smaller survivor." Suddenly, Chud grew even more concerned about Chu Yingying, his own sister, who had helped him countless times in his previous life, almost to the point of being a sibling-supporting devotee. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, falling into silence for a moment. "Oh, could it be that your little darling is in this school?" Gu Tianjiao teased. She didn't believe Chud was the kind of person to be so altruistic. He must have someone he cared about here. She had sensed something was off before. This guy was always looking at the female dormitory buildings, clearly searching for someone. Chud shook his head, not saying much. Approximately half an hour passed. Firefighters and security personnel emerged from a dormitory building, grasping a reticulated python. The notorious rogue ranked 5th on the kill list. Chu Gu, perplexed, murmured, "How could this fellow be so foolish?" He had anticipated the rogue to be a formidable adversary, only to witness such an unexpected elimination. "It's a reflection of his unscrupulous nature," Gu Tianji remarked with a light chuckle, revealing her lack of surprise. Many men, upon becoming survivors, indulge in questionable actions. Thus, the reticulated python rogue was vanquished, having not only eliminated 4 foes in vain, but also incurring a deduction of 1,000 survival points. A dismal fate. Once the firefighters and security personnel departed, Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao resumed their endeavors. Atop a dormitory building, a golden eagle perched on the railing, its keen gaze fixated on the captured reticulated python, caught in a web of indecision. It hesitated, contemplating whether to strike. Under the cover of night, it might seize the python and potentially deliver a fatal blow. Yet, considering the inherent suppleness of serpents, could it truly achieve such a feat? What if it could not subdue the python? Ultimately, the golden eagle opted for retreat, its focus shifting to Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao. The two large felines, though inconspicuous in the darkness, stood out vividly in its sight. This night, Xinjiang University was bustling with security personnel and firefighters conducting searches. Even students from the student council lending a hand, creating a lively atmosphere. Nevertheless, this fervor could not quell the inevitable conflict among survivors. They understood that as time progressed, capturing prey would become increasingly challenging. Better to act tonight. As long as they refrained from causing harm to one another, it should not lead to dire consequences. In an instant, the campus of Xinjiang University was alive with the scurrying of various creatures. Wild dogs, antelopes, rabbits, calves, turtles, and more. It was as if a zoo had opened its gates, creating a lively spectacle. Inside a certain academic building, at the corner of the first floor, there was a sudden thud. A security guard fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he beheld the approaching black bear. His voice quivered with fear. Suddenly, an escape strategy against the bear flashed in his mind. Play dead. He promptly collapsed to the ground, motionless, holding his breath. The bear loomed over him, gazing down with a look of disdain. This tactic is futile, and I am not truly a bear. The black bear scoffed, lowering its head, and sank its teeth into the guard's throat. The scene was chillingly horrific within the dimly lit building. As night fell, Chuge and Gu Tianjiu lay nestled in the grass of a small garden, two cats curled together. Gu Tianjiu rested her head atop his. Her right leg draped over his back, resembling the sleeping habits of social animals in the wild. The previous night, they had searched tirelessly for prey but found none. Wherever there were survivors, humans were in pursuit. It was not until 4 o'clock in the morning that they surrendered and sought refuge here to rest. Gu Tianjiao slowly awoke and, upon glancing beneath her, promptly pushed Chu Gu away. He groggily opened his eyes and inquired, "What is the matter?" With a cold huff, Gu Tianjiao retorted, "The sun is shining on our backs, and the black bear is licking our faces." At her words, Chu Gu sprang to his feet, causing the grass to sway. He scanned the area but saw no sign of the black bear. He cast a reproachful look at Gu Tianjiao, questioning whether she could refrain from frightening him. Perhaps he had been too exhausted, for he had slept soundly. Had Gu Tianjiao taken advantage of his slumber to strike, he would have been doomed. Little did they know, Gu Tianjiao harbored the same sentiment. Chapter 42. A frightening predicament. The campus was thrown into a state of high alert as the announcement reverberated, echoing a dire warning. A bear attack had occurred the previous night. Students were urged to remain indoors, venturing out only for meals, as classes were suspended and aimless wandering was strictly prohibited. Chu Gu sighed, remarking that the situation had taken a decidedly sinister turn, reminiscent of a horror film. Gu Tianjiao was visibly moved, having anticipated the black bear's desire to assert its dominance, but not to the extent of causing harm. She wondered whether the injuries were inflicted during capture or a deliberate act of aggression, the distinction carrying significant weight. "Let's proceed," she urged. "The challenges ahead will escalate, and we must make judicious use of our time." As they advanced along the edge of the thicket, news of the bear attack spread like wildfire throughout Xinjiang University and beyond. The presence of a bear, particularly one that had caused harm, on the grounds of a prestigious university was an anomaly that quickly captured public attention. Coupled with the presence of other animals, Xinjiang University swiftly gained notoriety. Within the university, however, excitement outweighed fear. Emboldened by their numbers, students, particularly the male contingent, entertained notions of hunting the bear. The sense of collective strength diminished their apprehension. Clad in a nightgown, Chu Yinging stood on the balcony, engaged in a phone conversation, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with perplexity. "Has Xiao Gu run away from home again?" she inquired softly. While comforting her mother, her mind wandered to the words spoken by Chu Gu. Could the bizarre occurrences involving animals at school be connected to him? Surely not. How could a high school student possess such abilities? After concluding the call, Chu Yinging remained on the balcony, lost in contemplation. Students from all nearby dormitory balconies gazed intently, eager to catch a glimpse of the black bear. "Have you heard? That black bear stands 2 or 3 meters tall when it rises," one exclaimed. "I've received intel that the incident occurred near the 3rd teaching building, which we frequent. That's terrifying. From now on, we must go out together and refrain from acting alone, understood?" The students were abuzz with excitement, while the school administration was in a state of heightened anxiety. Faculty members were scattered throughout the campus, and in broad daylight. Their fear of the black bear seemed considerably diminished. However, the audacity of the creature did not imply it would roam freely under the sun. Chu Gu and a lynx perched atop a tree, peering down to observe the school paths below. Individuals were scouring in every direction for the bear's whereabouts. "This situation does not bode well for us," Gu Tianji remarked gravely. Chu Gu too felt a twinge of headache. The situation had escalated to a point where their movements were severely restricted. Xinjiang University was vast, yet surveillance was abundant. It was not an insurmountable challenge for humans to locate them. What could he possibly want? Chu Gu whispered, naturally referring to the black bear. "He is nothing but a madman." A faint sound emanated from below. Initially, both Chuj and Gu Tianjiao dismissed it, presuming it was the other speaking, and paid it no heed. The feeble sound recurred, prompting Chuj to cast his gaze downward, where he was taken aback. An earthworm had emerged from the soil, its body half exposed, gazing up at them. "Are you still alive?" Chuj inquired. Gu Tianjiao followed suit, peering down at the earthworm, her expression tinged with peculiarity. "Esteemed sirs and madam," the earthworm began, its tone obsequious. "Might you require someone to delouse you? I assure you, My touch is gentle and will provide the utmost comfort. Thereupon, Gu Tianjiao whirled around and plunged into the copse, Chuj hot on her heels, and the pair vanished with alacrity. The earthworm, teetering on the brink of despair, lamented, "Heavens, is this what passes for a survival experience?" Chuj and Gu Tianjiao sprinted through the undergrowth with considerable celerity, eventually reaching the vicinity of the school's entrance. The gates of Xinjiang University were flanked by verdant landscaping, with a dense row of trees adorning the foliage. Chuj and Gu Tianjiao advanced on their bellies, their forms perfectly concealed by the vegetation. At that moment, the plaza before the gates was teeming with people, reporters, concerned citizens, and anxious parents aplenty. A line of security guards barricaded the entrance, holding back the throng. "Rest assured, parents," a middle-aged man with thinning hair declared from behind the guards, seeking to assuage their fears. "We have dispatched teachers to retrieve your children, and they will be out shortly." Chuj, peering through the gaps in the foliage, muttered, "How did so many people arrive? The news has spread with astonishing rapidity." Chuj sighed, "How vexing. We shall simply remain hidden here. Surely, no one would suspect we are lurking in this location. The objective of humanity is the black bear, which could not possibly conceal itself behind such low grass. Furthermore, this location is in close proximity to the school gates, and it is likely that the rescue personnel will bypass this area upon their arrival. Nevertheless, should it be discovered, Chu Gu possesses the confidence to escape." Gu Tianjiao nodded gently. The citizens gathered at the school entrance were primarily there out of curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of the bear that had caused injury. An increasing number of students chose to leave the school by nearly 10 o'clock. 3 main roads leading to the school gates had transformed into long serpentine lines. These students were equally curious about the black bear, yet their greater desire was to venture out and enjoy their newfound freedom. After all, they would not squander their hard-earned holiday. The school, wishing for their departure, did not intervene. Among them, Chu Yingying moved alongside her roommates, her brow furrowed in contemplation amidst the throng. "Let's go have barbecue and then sing karaoke. After that, we can watch a movie," exclaimed a girl adjusting her glasses, to which her companions readily agreed. They resumed their chatter about the bear, as did the other students nearby. It was the first time in their lives that an animal had caused the entire school to close. "The black bear is near. Right around here," Gu Tianjiao suddenly whispered. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu asked in astonishment, "It's nearby? Is that madness? There are so many people here." Gu Tianjiao took a deep breath and inquired, "Yes. With so many people, how will they respond to a frenzied black bear?" Chu Ji's pupils constricted as he grasped her implication. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Had the black bear become this deranged? What could it possibly seek? Was it merely the thrill of exerting its power? Chapter 43. Desperation ascends. This individual undoubtedly possesses a substantial reservoir of survival points, rendering him impervious to failure. He seeks to exploit this occasion to gauge the extent of his prowess and to ascertain the degree of human vulnerability, Gu Tianjiao murmured, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. She, too, was deeply affected by the audacious actions of the black bear. How many individuals are assembled here? Surely no fewer than 1,000. To instigate such a disturbance in the presence of so many is an act I could never conceive of attempting. Could there be an ulterior motive at play? Chu Gu inquired softly. Perhaps he intends to disclose a certain matter to the real world, the survival arena. The black bear's ostentatious behavior defies reason. Is he not apprehensive that the real world will become aware of the survival arena's existence? It is plausible that he desires precisely that, for humanity to discover the survival arena. Within its confines, survivors may attain superhuman abilities, yet the ceaseless competition breeds despair. Irrespective of one's strength, death remains a possibility. I have previously witnessed the abrupt disappearance of luminaries from the survival arena's top 100 leaderboard. Life and death are capricious, such is the nature of the survival arena. It remains unclear. We shall ascertain the truth as events unfold. It is regrettable that he possesses such an abundance of survival points, Gu Tianjiao lamented softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. If only I could personally slay the black bear, the satisfaction would be unparalleled. Chu Gu cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, "How ungrateful. Are you now misinterpreting my intentions? Were you not the one who proposed that I be the one to kill him? Or were you contemplating some underhanded maneuver against me?" Gu Tianjiao glared at him, exclaiming, "You are truly unconscionable. How can you so distort my words?" As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, the black bear slowly rose from the second floor of an office building nearest to the school gate. His ursine head emerged from behind the low wall, his gaze sweeping over the throng of people gathered at the school entrance. He stood erect, his bare paws dangling naturally, his eyes gleaming eerily, making him appear quite formidable even in broad daylight. A male reporter suddenly pointed towards the office building, exclaiming, "A black bear! There's a black bear!" Everyone turned to look. And there it was, standing before the low wall on the second floor, like a specter. Anyone catching sight of it would be instantly terrified. Students near the school gate also heard the commotion, instinctively turning their heads just in time to witness the bear leaping from the second story. Indeed, it jumped, plummeting from a height of 3 meters, its heavy body landing on the ground with a resounding thud. It roared, its form seemingly expanding slightly as it ferociously charged towards the crowd. Its momentum was akin to a small tank, causing the students' faces to pale in terror. "The black bear is here. Run. Oh my God. What's it doing here? What's happening?" The students were thrown into disarray. Most of them hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of the bear before they saw those in front of them screaming and fleeing, creating a chaotic scene in which students were quickly knocked over. The bear moved swiftly, ramming into a young man before lunging at other students, wreaking havoc as if it were in a flock of sheep. This creature, Chuj frowned, watching the frenzied bear, utterly astounded. What level of strength or motive could drive the bear to such brazen behavior? Gu Tianjiao murmured, "Be ready to retreat at any moment. Things have escalated completely." Chuj gazed at the panicked students ahead, remaining silent. Parents outside the gate surged inside, followed by some impassioned citizens. However, the chaos caused by the students rendered the automatic doors at the school entrance utterly jammed. Cries, curses, screams, and wails intertwined, revealing the raw essence of humanity in the face of calamity. Numerous students were trampled underfoot, some reached out to help, while others turned a blind eye, even stepping on those who had fallen. A few courageous students fought against the tide, encircling the beast. Faced with the creature's formidable physique, they hesitated, their hearts pounding with trepidation. With a thunderous roar, the beast lunged at one student, moving with such astonishing speed that an ordinary person could not react in time. The student's anguished scream echoed as their visage was brutally mangled, a scene of utter horror. Other students rushed forward, but the beast turned, akin to a vehicle, sending them flying. "Yes, just like that," the creature exclaimed, reveling in its overwhelming power. Gazing at the tumultuous crowd, it felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This is strength, a force that surpasses humanity. Chu Yingying and her roommates were also fleeing, navigating through the throng, swept along by the tide of people. In the sea of faces, they could only catch fleeting glimpses of the beast's massive head as it leaped. Even this was enough to pale their faces with fear. "Heaven help us! Heaven help us!" The bespectacled girl beside Chu Yingying fervently prayed, hoping for the swift arrival of the police. Suddenly, they passed by the thicket where Chu Gu was concealed. Chu Yingying was 6 people away from the bushes when Chu Gu, glancing inadvertently, caught sight of her. Upon sighting her, Chu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister," he instinctively growled in a hushed tone, poised to rush forward. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Tianjiao shot him a warning glance, reminding him, "Do not act recklessly. Even together, we are no match for the black bear. If we must engage, it must be at the right moment, and certainly not now." The power exhibited by the black bear had surpassed her expectations. With each survival task concluded, the creature had been rapidly evolving. At that moment, the black bear suddenly charged towards Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao, barreling through the crowd. Some students were sent flying, while others were trampled underfoot. None could impede its advance. Those who had initially contemplated resistance were paralyzed by its ferocity, losing all courage and fleeing in terror. The brave adults found themselves obstructed by the throng, unable to effectively halt the bear's approach. "The bear is coming. It's here," cried one of Chu Yingying's roommates in sheer panic, prompting the girls to instinctively release each other and evade. In the face of imminent death, the primal instinct of self-preservation took over. Chu Yingying quickly retreated, stumbling as she pushed her way through the crowd, preparing to escape through the underbrush. Suddenly, a student crashed down before her, his midsection slamming against the stone steps, eliciting a pained wail that sent tears and mucus streaming down his face, causing Chu Yingying to how a wave of trepidation washed over the approaching security guards, firefighters, teachers, and civilians. Was this young woman's life about to end so tragically? Chapter 44. The lion-bear clash outside the school gates. The wail of sirens pierced the air. Many students' faces lit up with a glimmer of hope. Yet, Chu Yingying remained oblivious, her world now consumed by the looming presence of the black bear. Fear and despair had taken root in her heart. Just as she was about to succumb and close her eyes, a figure darted past her, colliding head-on with the bear. The two formidable beasts clashed in a violent spectacle of raw power and untamed savagery. A lion. A young male lion. Chu Yingying instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Chu Gu engage the black bear. The students who had collapsed nearby stared in utter astonishment. "Hey, a lion?" stammered a bespectacled boy, struggling to grasp the reality before him. First, a black bear wreaked havoc on the campus, and now a lion suddenly appeared? Was this some kind of bizarre dream? Even those at a distance were taken aback, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A lion. There's a lion. Good heavens. It's really a lion. Is it fighting the black bear? What a majestic lion. Oh no, now there's another wild animal. Wait, it saved that girl. All eyes converged on Chu Gu as he and the black bear separated, engaging in a tense standoff. The black bear sneered, "I thought you were going to keep hiding." Drawn by the scent of his quarry, he presumed emergence was due to his own coercion, not its involvement. With forelegs coiled, poised to strike, emitted a guttural growl, demanding, "What is your intention?" The tableau of lion versus black bear resonated with a primal intensity, a scene rarely witnessed outside the confines of wildlife documentaries. Retreating stealthily, gazed upon's form, her emotions a maelstrom of confusion. Had she been rescued by a lion? Indifference had now transformed. She now perceived a radiant aura emanating from the beast. Was it mere chance, or a deliberate act of salvation? Her heart hammered within her chest, her thoughts in disarray. At the school gates, a contingent of armed police officers stormed through the throng, their arrival immediately quelling the pervasive unease. The black bear, eyes fixed on, sneered, "I have extinguished the lives of countless survivors, but never that of a lion." With that, he lunged, displaying remarkable agility, evaded the assault, retaliating with a counterattack. The bear's reflexes proved equally swift, and the two titans engaged in a fierce struggle. Honing his claws and teeth within the training facility, fought with the ferocity of a tiger, his paws hammering against the bear's skull. Yet, his strength paled in comparison, his blows failing to inflict significant damage. While a single strike from the bear threatened to overwhelm him, the chaotic din subsided into an eerie silence as the students, huddled at a safe distance, watched the spectacle unfold. The students nearby swiftly rose from the ground, distancing themselves from the fray. Many extracted their mobile phones, recording the spectacle. The arriving armed police officers, witnessing the scene, were taken aback. Found himself at a disadvantage, his adversary's strength proving formidable, yet he remained unyielding. His confrontation with the pit bull had irrevocably transformed him. He had now metamorphosed into a veritable lion, undaunted by combat, impervious to pain. He lunged upon this back, ferociously biting, while the retaliated with its massive paws, leaving his face bloodied and disfigured. Witnessing his pitiable state, the students averted their gazes, overcome with empathy. Her eyes welled with tears, an impulse to weep overwhelming her. "Captain, shall we discharge our weapons?" A youthful armed police officer inquired of the middle-aged officer beside him. He brandished a tranquilizer gun, specifically intended for subduing wild beasts. "Hold your fire for the moment," the captain responded, raising his hand. He first directed the armed police and firefighters to disperse the students, thereby precluding any potential attacks by the wild animal. He contemplated and, lost in thought. This was not the inaugural incident of animals assaulting humans, prompting him to question whether some individual or organization was orchestrating these events. The captain harbored suspicions, recalling a similar incident from the preceding month, occurring in proximity to the park incident, though it had been suppressed and remained undisclosed. Remained oblivious to the arrival of the armed police, engrossed in the throes of battle. They, however, took notice. The sight of the firearms instilled a tremor of apprehension within him. He had yet to experience the sensation of being struck by a bullet. At that juncture, a figure darted from the adjacent thicket, a lynx. She pounced upon this back, clawing with unrestrained fury. "Is that a cat?" A young girl exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the absurdity of a cat and a lion joining forces against a black bear. Nearby, a teacher interjected, clarifying, "It is not a cat. It is a lynx, a nationally protected species and the national animal of Romania." A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Why would a lynx aid a lion? The black bear attempted to drag Gu Tianjiao down, but her agility and petite frame thwarted his efforts. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Gu latched onto the bear's throat, his sharp fangs piercing the flesh, yet failing to penetrate deeply. With Gu Tianjiao's assistance, The pressure on Chu-Ge diminished significantly. Together, they engaged the bear, leaving it flustered and uncertain whom to confront. Hurry and escape, or we risk being hit by bullets, Gu Tianjiao urged urgently. Upon hearing this, Chu-Ge instinctively glanced at the armed police who had taken their positions in the distance. He immediately released his grip and leaped away. The black bear, unwilling to relent, also sought to retreat. Let us go, Chu-Ge shouted to Gu Tianjiao as they swiftly made their exit. Gu Tianjiao darted into the underbrush, racing behind the greenery to conceal her figure. Meanwhile, Chu-Ge sprinted along the main road, his speed remarkable. Fire, commanded the police captain, and the nearby officers armed with tranquilizer guns complied, shooting almost instantaneously. In an explosive burst of speed, Chu-Ge distanced himself from the bear. Despite his injuries, he outpaced the black bear. A tranquilizer dart struck the bear's rear, nearly toppling it, and as it watched Chu-Ge grow increasingly distant, its eyes brimmed with a mix of astonishment and fury. How can this creature be so swift? Before long, Chu-Ge had successfully evaded the black bear. The black bear endured 3 doses of tranquilizer, yet through sheer willpower, he managed to escape. Chu-Ge fled to a small grove behind a dormitory building, where he lay on the ground instinctively licking his wounds. His entire body throbbed with pain. Regret did not cloud his mind. He was determined to rescue his sister. Moreover, from what he gathered, the black bear had come specifically for him, and Chu Yingying was merely an obstacle in his path. The disparity in strength between him and the black bear was immense. Had it not been for Gu Tianjiao's support, he would likely have been torn apart. Next time you act so recklessly, I won't come to your aid. Gu Tianjiao's cold voice echoed as she leapt over the grass and landed beside him, crouching down to gaze at him. Chapter 45, Structure of Sea, Land, and Air. Members observing the feigned arrogance of Gu Tianjiao, Chu-Ge managed to smile and said, "Thank you." Had she not rushed to his aid, his fate would have been grim. Gu Tianjiao, now lying in the grass beside him, looked at his scarred face and remarked meaningfully, "It seems that girl is your beloved." Chu-Ge shook his head and replied, "Impossible. I don't even know her. I can hardly remember what she looks like. The black bear was clearly after me. I just didn't want to involve the innocent." He could not disclose his relationship with Chu Yingying, lest the enemy use her against him in the future. Is that so? Gu Tianjiao rested her chin on her forelegs, a teasing smile playing on her lips. The more he denied it, the more it suggested a connection between him and Chu Yingying. Gu Tianjiao began to analyze their current predicament. Having witnessed He Xiazi succumb to multiple tranquilizer darts, his potential capture looms large. Navigating the ensuing 2 days and evading human pursuit emerges as the paramount objective. While I possess the advantage of disguising myself as a feline, you, scrutinized, present a more considerable challenge given your size, surpassing that of most canines, rendering concealment problematic. Remain taciturn as his exterior gradually metamorphosed into a verdant hue, seamlessly blending with the surrounding verdure. S eyes widened in astonishment. Are you truly a novice with merely 3 survival arena experiences? She queried, her gaze tinged with incredulity. The velocity of a cheetah, growth accelerant, metachromatic abilities. It appears this individual, akin to He Xiazi, has adapted swimmingly to the survival arena, exhibiting an astounding rate of progression that leaves her speechless. Impressed, aren't you? Consider joining my survival team in the future. I hold you in high regard, jested. Having already deemed worthy, this woman possesses both courage and intelligence, coupled with commendable survival skills, rendering her a suitable teammate. Feigned composure, retorting, perhaps once you've amassed sufficient survival points. As the duo recuperated from their injuries, Xinjiang University was placed under complete lockdown. Announcements mandated that all students either remain sequestered in their dormitories or evacuate the campus, forbidding loitering. Firefighters and armed police initiated a comprehensive search of the premises. An enterprising individual uploaded footage of the altercation between and He Xiazi to the internet. Prestigious university. Lion engages black bear in combat. This sensationalist headline garnered considerable attention. However, just as the video was poised to explode in popularity, various online platforms promptly removed it. Nevertheless, in this era of big data, suppression often exacerbates matters, leading to a surge in interest. The proliferation of videos depicting the lion-bear battles at Xinjiang University online has been escalating. Concurrently, videos of ferocious animal combats from other locales are being unearthed, heralding an impending internet maelstrom. The dormitory building's entrance is ajar. Let's ascend and investigate. prostrate in the undergrowth, his muscles taut, exhaled audibly as he observed 4 firefighters sprinting past. Aloft in the arboreal canopy, slumbered, unperturbed by the specter of detection. Her perch, elevated 3 meters above terra firma, afforded her a sanctuary of verdant foliage, rendering her virtually imperceptible. Maintained a vigilant scrutiny of the survival missions leaderboard, wherein Black Bear retained his premier position, his presence undiminished, indicative of his continued sojourn within Xinjiang University and his evasion of human termination. Survivor Arner has successfully eliminated a combatant. An impassive female voice resonated in his auditory perception, eliciting his admiration. Honey Badger is truly formidable. To engage in combat under such duress. Such an individual, were he to integrate into his survival coterie, would be an invaluable asset. Harbored meticulously crafted plans for his survival ensemble. Representation from terrestrial, maritime, and aerial domains was imperative. Panda Nangong could serve as a vanguard, albeit the panda's stature was somewhat diminutive. An elephant, rhinoceros, or hippopotamus would be a welcome addition. Avian representation should ideally comprise raptors, preferably eagles, although the vulture, despite its status as the largest bird of prey, was aesthetically unappealing. Aquatic representation could encompass apex predators such as crocodiles, orcas, or great white sharks. Terrestrial representation, beyond himself as the lion, could incorporate a panoply of canids and felids. At present, he had only secured the allegiance of a single panda, a testament to the arduous journey ahead. As he contemplated his survival cohort, he availed himself of his chameleon-like abilities to evade successive waves of search parties. Time elapsed swiftly. As daylight ebbed away with haste, twilight descended, casting a pall over Xinjiang University, now devoid of yesterday's clamor. Gazing upon the leaderboard of vanquished foes, Chuj noted a mere 26 survivors, a testament to the day's toll. Black Bear remained unassailable at the summit, his position unchallenged. A mixture of elation and trepidation stirred within Chuj at the sight of his name. Elation, for the opportunity to hunt Black Bear and seize his immense survival points. Trepidation, for the possibility that Black Bear possessed latent survival capabilities, enabling him to elude human capture. Such a respite was indeed rare, born of the injuries Black Bear had inflicted upon many. Chuj even suspected that Black Bear had claimed lives. A truth the school dared not disclose. Pray tell, has your injury mended? In an hour or 2, we must needs embark, Gu Tianjiao's voice wafted down from the trees. Chuj lifted his gaze, replying, I am quite well. With nightfall, the intensity of the human search would surely wane, and they should continue to accrue survival points. As the clock struck 9, Xinjiang University lay in desolate silence, akin to a spectral domain. Chuj and Gu Tianjiu commenced their endeavor. Gu Tianjiao's keen sense of smell led Chuj swiftly to a survivor, a small calico cat, resembling a domestic feline, slumbering unmolested upon a cafeteria table, brazen in its repose. Upon beholding Chuj and Gu Tianjiao's approach, it fled, caterwauling in desperation. Alas, before it could utter more than a single cry, Chuj pounced, felling it with a fatal bite. Survivor Chuj has successfully hunted an enemy. You have successfully hunted an enemy, gaining 200 survival points. Without pause, Chuj and Gu Tianjiao pressed on in their search. After a span of 30 minutes, they came across another survivor, a small dog with white fur, whom Gu Tianjiu dispatched with ease, requiring no intervention from Chuj. The pair strolled leisurely through the corridors of the teaching building. This is a stroke of good fortune, all thanks to the blind Black Bear. Otherwise, the campus would still be teeming with others, Gu Tianjiu remarked with a soft chuckle, her spirits lifted by the thrill of the hunt. Chuj nodded in agreement. It is quite astonishing that the blind Black Bear has managed to survive this long. I wonder if it possesses some sort of cloaking ability. Gu Tianjiao speculated, it must. Its scent is so dispersed that I cannot pinpoint its location. Abruptly, she halted, her gaze fixed upon the darkness ahead. The corner of the corridor was enveloped in an abyss-like gloom, quite ominous. A figure emerged slowly. It was Arnold the Honey Badger. He glared at Chuj and Gu Tianjiao, declaring in a deep voice, at last, I have you cornered. The blind Black Bear is wounded and dare not show its face. Now, you are my greatest adversaries. Chuj advanced a step, his eyes locked on Arnold. The blind Black Bear is wounded? Do you know where it is? This honey badger was as unyielding as a steel ball, a formidable foe. Chuj and Gu Tianjiao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Could this fellow be a simpleton? Arnold leaned forward, poised to pounce, his eyes fixated on Chuj as he proclaimed, Lion, let us engage in another battle, to determine who is superior. a contest of life and death. Chuj was rendered speechless. This individual was remarkably melodramatic, fortunate that its survival form was a honey badger. Had it been fowl, canines, felines, or any other such creature, their demise would have been utterly wretched. Come then. Inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. Having contended with even a formidable Asiatic black bear, would he now cower before this mere honey badger? With that, he surged forth, confronting head-on. Likewise leaped into action, and in the blink of an eye, they were locked in fierce combat. The dim corridor echoed with a cacophony of guttural growls, yet with no one in the vicinity. They could engage in their struggle without restraint. Remained crouched on the ground, observing the fray with rapt attention, scrutinizing every move. Beyond its reinforced hide and flesh, what other survival capabilities might it possess? Could it be related to its physical stamina? Gu pondered inwardly, noting that ranked second only to the Asiatic black bear in terms of enemies vanquished, its tally now exceeding double digits. It seemed implausible for a mere honey badger to sustain such an intense hunting regimen. Its stamina was unervingly robust. This presented an opportunity to eliminate it. Gu slowly rose to her feet, her eyes hardening with resolve. Relying on his superior physique, pinned to the ground, yet continued to resist. Its hind legs thrashing wildly against his abdomen, causing him to grimace in agony. He sought to sink his teeth into his flank and neck, but his face remained vulnerable to its kicks. The creature possessed considerable strength. A single well-placed kick could rupture his wounds. Bang! Landed another blow to his face. The impact so severe that he felt his facial bones crack, his head swimming with dizziness. Instinctively, he staggered to his feet, followed suit, leaping up and ramming its head into his abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground. Then, clambered atop, raising its paws. Its claws elongated far beyond those of an ordinary honey badger, resembling nothing so much as a trio of scalpels held in each. He was about to strike at Chu Ji's face when Gu Tianjiao suddenly leaped out, shoving him against the wall. Damn it! Are you ambushing me? Arno erupted in fury, pushing Gu Tianjiao away. Swift as a shadow, she sprang up, nimbly leaping onto the wall and circling around to Arno's back. In the darkness, she resembled a wraith, darting about and disorienting Arno. Chu Gu then lunged forward, pinning him to the ground and biting down on his head. In that instant, Chu Gu truly felt as though he had clamped his jaws around a steel ball. What survival ability had this fellow exchanged for such hardness? To his dismay, Chu Gu realized he could not pierce Arno's head. He promptly began to shake Arno, employing the tactics he had previously used against the East African baboons. Despite Arno's formidable physique, his spirit remained unyielding. Even as he was tossed about, he remained silent. Just as Chu Gu began to tire, he had no choice but to release his grip. Gu Tianjiao charged forward, her claws raking at Arno in a frenzy, producing a jarring sound akin to blades scraping against iron. Soon, she too relented, retreating to stand alongside Chu Gu. This guy must have enhanced his body, fortifying his muscles and hardening his skin. He possesses an arsenal of defensive capabilities. Gu Tianjiao gritted her teeth, realizing she had never encountered such a monstrous existence before. Arno's strength was far inferior to that of the black bear, yet he proved to be even more troublesome. Impossible to vanquish. Arno sprang to his feet, gasping for breath as he cursed, "You foul cat! Is ambushing me what you consider heroic?" Gu Tianjiao rolled her eyes and replied, "I assure you, I am no hero." Arno refrained from charging forward. Although he was difficult to kill, he still feared pain. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Chu Gu fixed his gaze on him and said, "Brother, we have clashed twice, which could be deemed fate. What is your strategy in the survival arena?" "What strategy?" "Survival of the fittest. The weak are devoured by the strong. Do we need a plan for that? The king of beasts, the tiger, roams alone. Unlike you lions who must band together." Arno retorted with disdain, his irritation evident in his harsh tone. Chu Gu chuckled, "But the lion does not hunt. We are kings, enjoying the company of many wives while they do the hunting. Can the tiger boast of such a luxury?" Gu Tianjiao shot him a disapproving glance. Arno fell into silence. "Brother, I perceive great strength in you. How about we form a team? Rather than fighting, you must desire to grow stronger. If humans discover you, you will undoubtedly be captured. I, however, can change my color and evade surveillance. This lynx can easily disguise herself as a mere cat," Chu Gu said earnestly, his heart ablaze with enthusiasm, harboring no resentment towards Arno, but rather a desire to recruit him. This fellow was precisely the type of member his survival team required. Once again, he affirmed, "I do not disdain alliances. With a contemptuous snort, Arno turned to leave. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and a golden eagle suddenly soared in from the corridor, its talons seizing Arno and swiftly lifting him away. Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao were startled and hurried after them. The eagle ascended with Arno, who struggled desperately. When they were nearly 20 meters above the ground, the eagle abruptly released its grip. Arnold plummeted downwards, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in terror. Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao, unable to bear the sight, could only listen as a resounding thud echoed when Arnold struck the ground, motionless. The golden eagle soared above, its sharp gaze piercing, resembling a sovereign of the night sky. Surveying the prostrate Arnold, a chill ran down Chu Ji's spine. Had he been the one captured, he would undoubtedly have met his demise upon impact. This golden eagle was far more formidable than the vulture that sang in the winds of night. Yet, the eagle likely could not lift him to such heights. Its speed is astonishing. We must exercise caution, Gu Tianjiao cautioned, her eyes fixed intently on the eagle in the sky. The absence of a notification signifying the death of a survivor indicated that Arnold had yet to perish. The eagle dove once more. In a panic, Arnold sprang to his feet and ran towards Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao. They retreated into the nearest classroom, with Arnold closely trailing behind. The eagle dared not enter the classroom. Its advantage lay in the skies, and once it descended into the confines of the room, it would be akin to a fish in a barrel, and it was the fish. With a sigh of relief, Arnold collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently, blood pooling around him. No matter how enhanced he was, he could not withstand such a fall. Were he any other being, he would have surely perished. Gazing at Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao, he bitterly spat, "Go ahead and strike me down, you vile creatures. To be ambushed by a mere bird. I lack the strength to rise again. Grant me a swift end." The frantic run had exhausted his final reserves of energy. He would prefer to perish at the hands of Chu Ge rather than grant that golden eagle the satisfaction. After all, Chu Ge had extended his invitation twice, and Arnold held a favorable impression of him. Chu Ge fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "Do you have a survival team? Or is there one you wish to join?" Arno muttered, "No, I have turned down several invitations from survival teams." Chu Ji's eyes flickered as he suggested, "I won't kill you. How about joining my survival team? I need someone as formidable as you." Gu Tianjiao squatted down, licking her claws while observing the scene. Arno scoffed, "I refuse. Joining you won't make me any stronger." Upon hearing this, Chu Ge approached, slowly crouched down, and bit into his neck. Arno's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. "Could you not persuade me a little more?" Chapter 47. The final day. Arno, reckless as he was, did not wish for death. During this frenzied hunt, he had slain 11 enemies, accumulating nearly 3,000 survival points. Once the mission concluded, he could significantly enhance his strength. How could he resign himself to perish so easily? His earlier bravado had merely been a facade, a pretense of fearlessness. When Chu Ge had stated he would not kill him, Arno had felt a glimmer of hope. Little did he expect that upon his refusal, this individual would sink his teeth into his neck, so mercilessly. "Well, if you can't kill him, at least suffocate him," Gu Tianjiao remarked from the sidelines with a smirk. Arno fell silent. Chu Ge began to exert pressure. Even if he couldn't pierce Arno's flesh, he aimed to constrict his airway, already gravely injured. With his insides possibly in disarray, Arno felt the encroaching suffocation and started to cough, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. In the dimly lit classroom, only the sounds of Arno's coughs and labored breaths remained. Outside, the golden eagle circled, witnessing Chu Ge biting Arno, its gaze icy with fury. "Damn it! How dare you steal my kill?" Though seething with anger, he dared not charge indirectly. Alighting into battle, he would invariably be vanquished by the lion, especially with a lynx in close proximity. After circling for a spell, he departed with resentment in his heart. Abruptly, Chuj released his jaws, and Arno could finally breathe, gasping for air as if he had just surfaced from drowning. Before he could rejoice, Chuj clamped his teeth around his neck once more. "Damn it!" Arno cursed inwardly, his rage surging to the crown of his head. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of desolation. Was he to meet his end in such a humiliating fashion? Gu Tianjiao yawned and said, "Buddy, just compromise. What's so bad about joining us? He's a lion after all. Being under his command isn't degrading. And considering he's only been through 3 survival missions, imagine how strong he'll become in the future. I don't need to spell it out, do I?" Arno's eyes flickered, but he remained unyielding. Soon, he began to cough again. The combination of severe injuries and suffocation brought him to the brink of collapse. "Are you daft? This is the survival arena, not a game. You can't keep acting tough forever." Isn't it better to have a greater chance of survival? Gu Tianjiao continued, her tone languid, as if she were exceedingly weary. Arno's psychological defenses were under assault. Death was closing in on him. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and struggled. Chuj released his grip. If I join your survival team, what will be required of me? I won't become your lackey, will I? Arno asked, coughing between words. Chuj smiled and said, It's too early to talk about forming a survival team. For this mission, let's cooperate first. In the future, if you join my survival team, I won't force you to do things you dislike. With your abilities, a straightforward charge is the most effective approach. Arno's eyes widened as he exclaimed, I knew it. I was puzzled by how you managed to earn 1,000 survival points. So, you intended to win me over in advance. Fine, I accept. What if Chu Gu were to perish in the forthcoming mission? Agreeing now would not lead to any loss. A satisfied smile graced Chu Ji's face as he remarked, You stay hidden here while we venture out to hunt. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Tianjiao, and the two large cats swiftly departed. Arno let out a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that Chu Gu would insist on bringing him along. Severely injured, he was ill-suited for strenuous activity, and lying down seemed preferable. He hoped to survive until the mission's conclusion. A sigh escaped him as he felt utterly despondent. Once a formidable predator in this frenzied hunt, he now found himself incapacitated. He harbored a deep resentment towards the golden eagle. I have made a note of your name. May I never cross paths with you again. Meanwhile, Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao ascended the stairs of the teaching building. Rather than waiting for this empty promise, it would be better to eliminate him. With so many survival points at stake, can you truly bear to let him live? Gu Tianjiao spoke softly, her tone laced with bitterness. Chu Gu, undeterred, replied, Look at him, so reckless, he should adhere to his word. Consider it a gamble, I have nothing to lose. This matter could not be directly coerced. And he had already prepared himself for the possibility of being let down. Gu Tianjiao chuckled, saying, I wonder how long it will take you to establish your survival team. I hope I can live to see it come to fruition. In the survival arena, no one could predict their fate. Just look at Arno. He was brimming with confidence. Yet he ended up crippled, eliminated prematurely. May we both continue to survive, he thought, feeling that speaking too much would bring ill fortune. He turned his head to glance at Gu Tianjiao, speaking earnestly, with your dark disposition, you are bound to survive. I will ensure your induction into the group. Gu Tianjiao chuckled. With your insolence, you will surely endure. I shall await your arrival. Have you taken a liking to our verbal sparring? Do you recall the respectful tone you adopted upon our first meeting? Your tongue was not so audacious then. It is indeed a miracle that you have made it this far. The same could be said for you. The two resumed their banter, and as they exchanged quips, they departed from the teaching building, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of the golden eagle that loomed as their most formidable adversary. As the night progressed, their attempts at hunting proved futile. The other survivors had concealed themselves, and Gu Tianjiao's keen sense of smell could not accurately detect their presence. The survivors who had thrived thus far were astute, employing various methods within Xinjiang University to mask or eliminate their scents. As dawn broke, it marked the final day of their frenzied hunt. With the arrival of daylight, the search operations at Xinjiang University resumed. Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao concealed themselves atop a grand tree, surrounded by dense foliage that rendered them nearly invisible. We appear to be secure for now. It remains to be seen whether we should strive for additional survival points before taking action under the cover of night, Gu Tianjiao murmured, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Outside the woods, a multitude of police officers, firefighters, and volunteers were visible along the campus path. To capture a few animals, it was impractical to deploy the entire city as police force, hence numerous adult male volunteers had been summoned. Chuga nodded. After a battle with the black bear, his visage was marred, and although the pain had subsided, he was not in the same condition as at the outset. His vision was also affected, rendering the world slightly blurred, akin to that of a nearsighted individual. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the perilous endeavor. Suddenly, the distant barking of a dog pierced the air. Gu Tianjiao rose, squinting into the distance. Her complexion shifted dramatically as she whispered, "This is bad. Humans are coming with tracking dogs." Chu Gu felt a surge of urgency. He turned to look, but the leaves obscured his view, preventing him from discerning the situation beyond the trees. "We must vacate this place. If we are discovered, we will be met with tranquilizer guns," Gu Tianjiao urged. And without hesitation, she leapt down. Chu Gu followed closely behind, and the two fled at full speed in another direction. As the morning wore on, the names on the kill list dwindled. Survivors fought fiercely, leaving behind tufts of fur and traces of blood, which could easily be collected as specimens for the hunting dogs to track. Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao continuously shifted their positions. Chapter 48. A Desperate Situation. At Chuanjiang University. Within an experimental building, Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao paused at the corner of a corridor, panting as they took a moment to rest. The relentless hours of escape had taken a toll on them. Indeed, the canine sense of smell was remarkably acute. Gu Tianjiao gritted her teeth, visibly disheveled. With strands of hair clinging to her sweat-drenched skin, Chu Ge was similarly affected, his numerous scars rendering him far from the imposing figure of a lion. The difficulty has escalated. Humans are indeed an unpredictable variable. It is wise to avoid provoking them, Chu Ge sighed. It was undeniable that humans stood at the pinnacle of the Earth's biological hierarchy. A solitary individual is not to be feared. Rather, it is the collective wisdom and strength of humanity that instills dread. Subsequently, Chu Ge brought up the enemy kill leaderboard. He Xiazi, 16 kills, Anual, 11 kills, Li Xionging, 6 kills, Chu Ge Siqi, 5 kills, Gu Tianjiao, 4 kills, Xiaolong, 3 kills, Yi Shanhong, 2 kills. As they glanced further down, they noted that only 14 names remained among the survivors. The human counterattack was indeed fierce. Gu Tianjiao remarked with a bitter smile, perhaps this time, in this frenzied hunt, there will be no victor. It's all He Xiazi's fault. That fool has had his brain eaten by a pig. The mere mention of He Xiazi made her grit her teeth in frustration. Chu Ge took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. In the presence of the police dog's acute sense of smell, his ability to change color seemed insignificant. What if we find a place to alter our scent? Chu Ge hesitantly suggested. Where? The restroom? No way. I'd rather perish, she retorted. Just joking. We could go to the cafeteria and find something with a strong odor. Or we could pick up some perfume from the supermarket. That's a rather good idea. The two decided to head to the supermarket. They did not act immediately but rested for half an hour. Just as they departed, 2 police dogs arrived with their handlers. Strange, these animals are remarkably intelligent. Always leading us to dead ends, one officer remarked, his expression somewhat agitated. The other officer shook his head, replying, who knows? Recently, there have been numerous bizarre animal cases. Do you think it is nature's way of punishing us? The two continued their conversation while guiding the police dogs forward. An hour later, Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao, having evaded capture, found themselves in the campus supermarket, staring at the closed roll-up door, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, Gu Tianjiao sighed. Your suggestion is truly brilliant. Chu Ge, feeling a twinge of frustration at his sudden lapse in reasoning, pondered the situation. With students on break, the campus was deserted, and the merchants would surely be closed. Even if there were business activities, the school authorities would not allow them to linger for fear of wild beasts. They had no choice but to depart. The survivor, Arno, had successfully taken his own life. Just then, a cold, indifferent voice echoed in their ears, leaving Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao momentarily stunned. Suicide? Gu Tianjiao sighed again, remarking, he must have been captured. It would have been better for us to end his suffering. Being taken out of the campus by humans would incur a greater loss of survival points, making suicide the optimal choice. Yet, how many survivors dared to take that step? Thus far, only Arno had done so. Chu Ge, feeling despondent, replied, Brother, don't say such things, or I will regret it. Yet, deep within, he felt no genuine remorse. Rather, he found a strange sense of relief. It was Arno's audacity that made him a valuable ally. A teammate unafraid of death could instill a sense of security in others. If he feared not even death, what foe could intimidate him? His desire for Arno to be a man of his word grew stronger. Do not call me brother. Address me as sister, Gu Tianjiao retorted coldly, suddenly quickening her pace and leaping into the nearby bushes. Turning around, Chu Ge spotted a police dog, 100 meters away, fixated on him. The dog barked ferociously and bolted towards him, with 3 police officers in pursuit from the intersection behind. With no time to lose, Chu Ge sprinted away. Although he could not attain his peak speed, he was certain that not even the dog could catch him. A few minutes later, he had eluded the pursuit of the police dogs. Relying on his camouflage abilities, he arrived at another section of the campus, a construction zone marked by rubble and desolation. Concealing himself behind a large boulder, he began to contemplate his next move. It was only midday, and enduring until nightfall seemed a daunting task, as the exertion would increasingly deplete his stamina. This plot development had far exceeded his expectations. With a gentle sigh, Chu Gu resolved to wait for Gu Tianjiao there, lamenting her sluggish pace. Well, if it isn't you again, esteemed sir. A familiar, faint voice echoed from the side. Chu Gu turned his head, his lips twitching involuntarily. It was that diminutive earthworm again. Aren't you dead yet? How did you get here? Chu Gu inquired, his tone a mixture of emotions. The earthworm chuckled smugly. As long as I avoid crowded areas, who would bother to kill me? The survivors find me repulsive. Besides, I've already revealed my identity to you. It truly is fate. Oh, great one. Please, take me with you. Chu Gu, greatly annoyed, retorted, get lost. If I didn't find you so pathetic that I couldn't bring myself to kill you, I would have crushed you long ago. Undeterred, the earthworm chuckled. Sir, are you being pursued by police dogs? I possess a survival ability that can mask scents, and it can be used not only on myself but also on others. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu looked at him in astonishment. That's right. This is a 2-star survival battlefield, after all. This earthworm must have other survival abilities, even if his survival form is quite insignificant. I can secrete a special fluid. As long as you take me with you, I'll assist you, the earthworm said proudly, though inwardly he was shedding tears of joy. Finally, I have a purpose. Very well. I shall accompany you. Chu Gu readily assented, for he had no alternative. The earthworm, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Allow me to crawl upon you. I shall secrete my fluids upon your form. Chu Ji's expression became peculiar, yet he obediently extended his arm like a lion's paw. The earthworm traversed his forearm, sending shivers down his spine. Soon, it ascended to the crown of his head, moving with remarkable swiftness. No wonder it had managed to elude capture here. As the earthworm began to exert itself, Chu Gu initially assumed it was experiencing constipation. After a while, he sensed a dampness atop his head. Not enough. You are too large, please wait a moment. The earthworm slithered to the nape of his neck, continuing its secretion. Chu Gu suppressed his nausea, enduring the wait. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Tianjiao finally approached Chu Gu, wrinkling her nose as she inquired, What is that odor emanating from you? It resembles excrement. Suddenly, a cry from the earthworm erupted from behind Chu Gu, causing him to gasp for air. Gu Tianjiao noticed its presence, observing the creature quivering on Chu Ji's back. Her gaze shifted dramatically. Understanding her expression, Chu Gu retorted angrily, Do not misconstrue. This creature can mask my scent, aiding me in evading the hounds. Gu Tianjiao cast him a sidelong glance, asking, Is that so? Chu Gu, at a loss for words, felt his innocence slipping away. Big guy, I can still continue. The earthworm's faint voice came from behind, sending a chill through Chu Gu. Was this creature doing this on purpose? Chapter 49, The Choice of the Night. How much longer do you require? Exasperated, Chu Gu spoke, his emotions frayed by the feeble gasps of the earthworm, especially under Gu Tianjiao's disdainful gaze. The earthworm convulsed on Chu Ji's back, appearing to be on the verge of expiration. With a sigh, he conceded, Esteemed one, I am at my limit. Let us conclude here. Your scent should now be sufficiently masked. Gu Tianjiao sniffed the air, remarking with surprise, Indeed, your scent has transformed into something repulsive. Even a canine would likely recoil. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He fixed his gaze on Gu Tianjiao, proposing, Would you care to partake as well? After collaborating for 2 days, Chu Gu desired her continued success. Moreover, he was curious to witness her countenance upon being imbued with such an odor. Nay, I would sooner face elimination. My survival points are ample, Gu Tianji retorted, dismissing the notion outright. No longer a novice, she had grown accustomed to the rigors of survival competition, and a single setback held little consequence. Furthermore, observing the earthworm's evident exhaustion, Gu Tianjiao deemed it unnecessary. Disregarding him, her attention remained fixed on Chu Gu, as she casually inquired, Remember to add me as a friend upon the mission's completion. I intend to vie for the position of vice leader. Chu Gu raised an eyebrow, amused, and responded, So easily ensnared? Are you not overly trusting of a stranger? With that, she turned to depart. Chu Gu, taken aback, called out, Where do you intend to go? To distance myself from your presence, naturally. Were I to remain in your company, would not your diminutive earthworm companion's efforts be rendered futile? Surely you do not entertain the notion of me forfeiting my life for you to claim? Dream on. Humph, Gu Tianji retorted, and with that, she quickened her pace, swiftly vanishing behind a nearby edifice. Chu Gu furrowed his brow, momentarily indecisive about whether to pursue her. Resembles the very essence of amour, the earthworm mused. Chu Gu shuddered. promptly admitting his error, not daring to utter another imprudent word. Ultimately, Chu-gu did not give chase. He needed to maintain his composure. Subsequently, Chu-gu relocated once more. After nearly half an hour, he arrived at a thicket behind a cafeteria, where he concealed himself. Following Arno's lead, other survivors successively chose to end their lives. As dusk approached, only 6 individuals remained on the kill leaderboard. Gu Tianjiao's name was still present, which brought Chu-gu a measure of relief. It must be acknowledged that Chu-gu felt a certain emptiness in his heart, bereft of her companionship. In perilous circumstances, having someone to share the burden can indeed provide immense solace. Are you pining for her, esteemed leader? The earthworm's faint voice emanated from behind. Chu-gu chose to ignore him. This fellow was not as incorrigibly impudent as Panda Nangong, but Chu-gu always suspected that he was mentally deficient, or perhaps underage. He could not contain his thoughts, and was prone to jesting. Esteemed leader, I possess other survival skills. I implore you to invite me to join your survival team later. In the unlikely event that I, an earthworm, metamorphose into a dragon and soar into the heavens, I shall carry you along with me. Esteemed leader, how old are you in reality? Esteemed leader, do you have a cordial rapport with your parents? Esteemed leader, what is it like to be romantically involved with a feline? Her tongue is covered in barbs, you know. Veins throbbed on Chu-ji's forehead as he neared his breaking point. Was this fellow a diminutive Tang Sanzang? At that moment, 2 police officers passed by with a police dog, causing the earthworm to fall silent and Chu-gu to freeze. The police dog did not pause. Instead, it quickened its pace as it passed him. After a day of searching, it was finally time to rest. The black bear and lion were too adept at hiding. Could they have already left Xinjiang University? It was plausible. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to find them. The 2 officers chatted as they moved away from Chu-gu. Chu-gu breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the human search operation was nearing its end. He should also seek out Gu Tianjiao. The 2 could continue their collaboration for another night. Purely a collaboration, of course. Under the cloak of night, atop the teaching building's roof, a lynx reclined near the edge, admiring the campus vista. It was none other than Gu Tianjiao. Following her gaze, one could discern a raptor circling above the campus, a golden eagle. Gu Tianjiao slowly rose, muttering under her breath, "Doesn't this fellow ever tire? He's been flying incessantly." The threat posed by the golden eagle was no less significant than that of the black bear. A moment's inattention could easily result in her being carried into the sky, and she certainly did not possess Arno's resilience. As she cursed, she vaulted over the railing, preparing to retreat into the building. Just then, a dark, hulking figure emerged from the stairwell leading to the roof, a black bear. Gu Tianjiao halted, her eyes narrowing. But she did not panic. The black bear's face was contorted in a savage expression, marred by a long, bloody gash, the cause of which was unknown. "You wretched feline. You targeted me in the last mission, and you're targeting me again this time. Tonight, I will tear you to shreds." The black bear snarled, his mood one of utter delight. This teaching building had 6 stories. He doubted Gu Tianjiao could survive a fall from such a height unscathed. Gu Tianjiao huffed. "Who allowed you to encounter me? Should we meet again, I shall devise a way to eliminate you." The black bear stepped closer, and beneath the shroud of night, a brutal clash loomed imminent. Chu-gu meandered through the campus, gazing at the golden eagle circling in the night sky, murmuring to himself, "Where on earth is that woman? Why can't I find her?" The voice of the earthworm drifted in. "Is she perhaps asleep? Can one really sleep at a time like this?" Chu-gu retorted, exasperated, as he continued onward. At that moment, he faintly heard a roar, the roar of the black bear. He lifted his gaze, quickly fixing his eyes upon a teaching building, the very one where the golden eagle circled. A foreboding sensation washed over him, and he sprinted towards it. The building was several hundred meters away, and just as he reached the foot of the stairs, a figure suddenly fell from above, landing before him. Thud! Chu-gu halted abruptly, eyes widening in shock. Gu Tianjiao lay in a pool of blood, her body twitching slightly, unable to rise. Instinctively, Chu-gu looked up, just in time to see the black bear atop the building, gazing down at him. In the darkness, he resembled a demon, chillingly terrifying. "Damn it!" Chu-gu gritted his teeth, poised to act. Gu Tianjiao struggled to open her eyes and looked at him, saying, "I can't go on. Quickly, put me out of my misery. Don't let the golden eagle or the black bear take advantage." Chu-gu furrowed his brow. How could he ever bring himself to harm a companion? The golden eagle began to descend, ready to swoop down at any moment, while the black bear had vanished, likely rushing down the stairs. "Hurry! I have accrued over 3,000 survival points. I am not truly dead. Coughing and feeling awkward, Gu Tianjiao scolded angrily. How can you expect to be a leader like this? Chapter 50 concludes with each character experiencing their own joys and sorrows. Observing Chu Ji's indecision. Gu Tianjiao spat blood in frustration. Are you even a man? With a sigh, Chu Gu immediately leaned forward and bit into Gu Tianjiao's neck. Survivor Chu Gu has successfully hunted down an enemy. You have successfully slain an enemy, earning 200 survival points. Since this survivor has already taken lives in this survival competition, you will receive half of her survival points as a reward. Congratulations, you have gained 550 survival points. A cold voice echoed once more as Chu Gu released his grip. At that moment, his heart felt incredibly heavy. The golden eagle in the sky began to curse. You scoundrel! You've stolen my kill. Chu Gu rose again. I will remember you. If we meet again, I will target you relentlessly. Ignoring the eagle's furious admonishments, Chu Gu attempted to drag Gu Tianjiao's body away. But the black bear charged towards him from the first floor with unstoppable force. Realizing the urgency, Chu Gu had no choice but to flee. Run, big boss. Accelerate. The distance between them was closing. This bear is remarkably fast. Taking a deep breath, Chu Gu quickened his pace, deliberately leading the black bear away from Gu Tianjiao's body. 5 minutes later, the black bear became exhausted and roared at Chu Gu. You little brat. I won't forget you. Just wait. I will have others hunt you down and make your life miserable. Chu Gu remained unfazed. The golden eagle had taken note of him as well. What difference did one more adversary make? Their animosity had ossified into a mortal feud. Though presently outmatched, Chu Gu vowed to settle the score when his power burgeoned. Esteemed benefactor, the earthworm quavered. Does trepidation seize your heart? Trepidation be damned. Chu Gu retorted, his voice laced with indignation. His heart harbored no fear, only boundless ire. His animus toward the one-eyed villain eclipsed even his prior resentment toward the pit bull. Subsequently, he sought refuge within a neighboring dormitory, biding his time until the cessation of the survival endeavor. Concealed within the umbrage, his eyes gleamed with a chilling luminescence, a sight to unnerve the most intrepid soul. A sudden report shattered the nocturnal stillness, prompting Chu Gu to furrow his brow. Were the human pursuers still scouring the vicinity? Alas, the earthworm lamented. I am once more relegated to the subsistence allowance. Save for encounters with the Bureau of Entomology, he was largely incapable of vanquishing adversaries. His sole recourse being to navigate the ordeal unscathed. Chu Gu remained prostrate in the recess, hearkening to the ambient sounds. Only the croaking of amphibians punctuated the silence. Time ebbed away insensibly, and Chu Gu teetered on the precipice of slumber. With a start, he roused himself, exerting every effort to maintain his lucidity. He accessed the leaderboard. Scrutinizing the dwindling number of participants, Li Xiongying, 7 Chu Gu, 6 local bully, 0 indeed? Chu Ji's eyes dilated in incredulity. What fate had befallen the one-eyed brute? No notification had reached his ears. Could the preceding gunshot have felled him? Perhaps the incessant bellowing of that imbecile had betrayed his position. Li Xiongying was the golden eagle, and the local bully was the earthworm, an earthworm christened local bully. A smile tugged at the corners of Chu Ji's lips. He had not anticipated such an abrupt cessation to this frenzied hunt. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to elude capture. The golden eagle soars gracefully through the sky, embodying stability. Chu Gu exhales deeply, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. He suddenly yearns for a moment of slumber, a chance to forget his troubles. Perhaps it is the elimination of Gu Tianjiao that has left him feeling devoid of any sense of accomplishment in this survival task. As the night passes, the sun's rays pierce through the campus of Xinjiang University on the following day. In the midst of his dreams, Chu Gu receives a notification. The frenzied hunt has concluded, and he has successfully completed this survival task, earning 200 survival points, commencing the settlement of his survival points. His valiant efforts in the hunt have garnered him 1850 survival points. In total, he has accrued 2,050 survival points. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Gu feels a disorienting world. His consciousness transitioning to the survival house. Remember to accept my friend request. The faint sound of an earthworm echoes in his ears, almost like an auditory hallucination. Upon regaining consciousness, Chu Gu finds himself within his survival house, having assumed human form, reclining on the sofa, releasing a sigh of relief. These past 3 days have been nothing short of thrilling, akin to a vivid dream. A holographic screen materializes before him, displaying the detailed ledger of his survival points from the recent fray. He receives 3 friend requests: Gu Tianjiao, Dito Shi, and Hey Xiaozi. Chu Gu accepts all without hesitation. The chat window from Dito Shi pops up first. Boss, I made quite a contribution this time. Won't you take me along? Boss, I've added your sister-in-law as a friend. She is still around, so no need to worry. Boss, are you there? Wah. Next, the chat window from Hey Xiaozi appears, and he simply utters 4 words. Damn it. He then promptly removes Chu Gu from his friend list. He opened the friend window with Gu Tianjiao, only to find that she had not taken the initiative to contact him. Chu Gu called out, Hey, are you dead? Gu Tianjiao replied, What do you want? Chu Gu pressed on, Do you have nothing to say to me? Gu Tianji retorted, What do you expect me to say, my commander? Chu Gu apologized, I'm sorry for not finding you sooner. Gu Tianjiao dismissed him. Oh please, even if you came, it would only be to deliver vegetables. I feel nothing, not the slightest bit disappointed. Next time, I will definitely take down the black bear. The two began to converse. For some reason, as he read Gu Tianjiao's words, Chu Gu felt a strange warmth. Thankfully, she had not lied. Had she perished, he would have been overwhelmed with guilt. They talked for quite some time until Gu Tianjiao ended the conversation under the pretext of taking a shower. Ne Gong was exhilarated. Having secured the top spot on the enemy kill leaderboard and doubled his survival points, Chu Gu congratulated him, endured his boasting for a while, and then concluded their chat. Returning to the reality of his bedroom, Chu Gu drew back the curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to flood in. He raised his hand to shield his face and peered through his fingers at the sky outside. If there is a next time, I will surely confront you head on. He murmured to himself, as the visage of the black bear flitted through his mind, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. Really? Let me see. Soon. The door to his bedroom swung open, and Chu Ying entered. Without hesitation, she rushed to Chu Gu, tugging at his ear and scolding. You little rascal. Where have you been? Do you realize how worried we've been? Nearly driven mad. Chu Gu felt an overwhelming pressure. It was over. How could he explain this? Han Yujuan followed closely behind, and upon seeing Chu Gu, she burst into tears. Once again, you absconded from our abode without a word. Do you have any comprehension of the distress you've caused? Your sister narrowly escaped a mauling by a bear, and your mother was consumed by despair, Han Yujuan lamented. Her face buried in her hands, filled with remorse, hastened to console her. Chapter 51. The clash of serpent and crocodilian spent a considerable time assuaging his mother's anguish before she ceased her weeping. They adjourned to the living room, where they settled upon the sofa to converse. Citing the pretext of having secured employment, elucidated his 3-day absence. How old are you to be seeking employment? Han Yujuan rebuked, her gaze stern. With resignation, responded, Mother, this occupation is of a different nature. Rest assured, I shall only be engaged for a few days each month, and it shall not impinge upon my studies. Should my academic performance falter, I shall relinquish this position. The particulars of this undertaking must remain confidential for the time being, though I shall eventually bring you to witness it. I assure you, I am not engaging in any illicit activities. Scoffed, pay no heed to his fabrications. Mother, what manner of employment would require his presence for merely a few days each month? He is undoubtedly indulging in clandestine internet activities, which can bode no good. Shrugging his shoulders, jested, Sister, did I not offer you a word of caution some days prior? Behold, you encountered peril. My occupation is intertwined with such matters, and I cannot divulge further details. I implore you not to disseminate this information, lest it invite mortal danger. Have you not partaken in a surfeit of espionage dramas and films? Upon hearing this, was taken aback. Han Yujuan, growing apprehensive, seized arm and inquired, My son, I beseech you not to engage in any perilous endeavors. Your mother does not aspire for you to achieve greatness. I merely desire that you live a tranquil and secure existence. Left with no recourse, could only offer her further solace. Do not fret, truly. I shall not venture into peril personally. I will merely engage in endeavors within my capacity. However, there are stipulations in place that prohibit disclosure, and by confiding in you, I have already transgressed. Well then, I shall remain steadfast in my studies and will not neglect my responsibilities. Your attempts to alter my resolution are in vain. Chu Gu could only act with bravado, prompting Han Yujuan and Chu Ying to exchange glances. They suddenly perceived a transformation in Chu Gu. He was not one to behave in such a manner previously. Despite his display of defiance, his tone was composed and his expression earnest, evoking a sense of trust in him. Han Yujuan felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as she realized she had been overlooking her son's life. After school each day, their conversations were limited to mealtimes. Reflecting on this, She pondered whether her own pressures had become overwhelming for him, prompting his desire to evade her. She shifted the topic, inquiring, "How did you know our school would be under animal siege?" "You know, I nearly fell victim to a black bear. It was a lion that came to my rescue. Goodness, I never imagined I would be saved by a lion. It was so majestic. Though it seemed not yet mature and unable to contend with the bear. I wonder how it is faring now." The mention of the lion brought forth a mixture of delight and concern within her. She hoped nothing ill had befallen it. Han Yujuan mused. "A lion saving a life is indeed a rarity. Was that lion captured? You must visit the zoo to see it. Do take me along. We could capture a family photograph with it and commemorate the moment on social media." Chuga listened in silence. Subsequently, he chose not to attend school that morning, for it was the day of the sports meet, and his presence was inconsequential. However, the homeroom teacher held a strong disapproval towards him, causing Han Yujun to apologize profusely. This time, Chu Yingying's holiday had no specific end date. The teacher mentioned that notifications would be sent in the class group. The news from Xinjiang University did not escalate to chaotic proportions, but was swiftly overshadowed by a new sensational event. A colossal python measuring 14 meters in length confronted an 8-meter saltwater crocodile on the shallow banks of Changjiang. Many citizens captured this spectacle, and videos from various angles went viral online. This phenomenon captivated not only China but also garnered international attention, as the sheer size of these creatures was astounding. Particularly, the saltwater crocodile shattered the existing world record for the largest crocodile. As Chuga watched the videos on his phone, he was struck with astonishment. Viewing from the perspective of a survivor, he noted the formidable toughness of these beasts. Neither sustained injuries in their fierce encounter. The river churned, and even from 100 meters away, the sound of splashing water was audible. This was undoubtedly the most magnificent and authentic video of the python-crocodile battle circulating the internet today, sending ripples through the field of animal research. Meanwhile, local residents living near Changjiang were concerned about potential dangers, and discussions online were fervent. The world seemed to have gone mad. Chu Yingying, sitting beside Chu Ge, expressed her amazement as she too watched the video, having viewed it numerous times, each occasion leaving her in awe. Chu Ge felt a sense of his own insignificance. He realized he needed to acquire survival skills that would enhance his lethality. Observing the python and the saltwater crocodile, he noted that their teeth were as sharp as knives. Continuing his search online, he discovered that bizarre animal confrontations were occurring in other countries as well. It seemed that investigations had been initiated globally. The investigation proves futile. Science holds no reverence for divine authority. Chu Ge believes that, given the current technological capabilities, the existence of the survival arena remains elusive. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that certain soldiers or agents may have been selected for this arena. How they might disclose the existence of the survival arena, however, remains a matter for contemplation. "Time to eat," came the voice of Han Yujun from the kitchen. She had taken a 3-day leave expressly to seek out Chu Ge. After their lunch, she would have to return to work. Time slipped by swiftly. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. He opened the list of survival abilities to peruse. With the 200 survival points accrued prior to the survival task, he presently possessed 250 survival points. To secure a fallback, he resolved that at least 200 of these points must remain unspent. The fate of the black bear had imparted a crucial lesson. Even the strongest may face elimination. The pit bull, Arno, the reticulated python, and the black bear all exemplify formidable survivors. Yet, no matter how powerful, complete assurance of success remains unattainable. Chu Ge contemplated enhancing his own teeth and claws. With muscle reinforcement and the swiftness of a cheetah already in his possession, he sought the capability for a decisive strike. The memory of grappling with a honey badger, unable to inflict any harm, filled him with shame. A maximum of 2,000 survival points could be exchanged for 2 level 3 survival abilities. As for level 4 abilities, a minimum of 5,000 survival points was required. Survival abilities are categorized into several major types. The most basic involve single attribute enhancements, such as increased biting power or speed. Subsequently, there are abilities derived from specific creatures, such as the speed of a cheetah or the shell of a turtle. The former can augment all attributes completely, while the latter necessitates a period of acclimatization, albeit with a higher potential ceiling. As a lion, Chu Ji's growth cycle is exceedingly prolonged. Thus, he directs his focus towards enhancing singular attributes. He swiftly arrives at his first decision, LV3, Bite Force Enhancement. increases his bite force by 522 points, requiring 1,000 survival points. Chapter 52, Bite Force Augmentation, LV3, Bite Force Enhancement Exchange Successful. A beam of light descends, enveloping Chu-Gu. He can distinctly sense his jaws gradually brimming with power. After approximately half a minute, the radiance dissipates. He opens his attribute list to review. Survivor, Chu-Gu star rank, 2-star bite force, 844 forelimb strength, 247 hind limb strength, 291 speed, 207 stamina, 148 survival entity, African lion survival abilities, camouflage, cheetah-like speed, muscle enhancement, bite force enhancement survival equipment, non-survival team, non-survival points, 1250 with 844 points of bite force. Chu-Gu opens his mouth, feeling imbued with strength, as though he could sever anything. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Besides the enhancement in bite force, other attributes have also seen a slight increase, likely due to 3 days of relentless hunting. Sustaining this extreme state for 3 days has allowed his body to strengthen somewhat, akin to the principles of physical training. Chu-Gu promptly transforms into a lion and rises to enter the novice training hall. He requests wood, which materializes before him. He begins his experimentation. The majority of the wood he can effortlessly bite through, and he can even bend metal sheets. However, a 1 centimeter thick metal sheet remains impervious to his bite for the time being. Such a formidable bite force would effortlessly sever the throat of any prey. Yet, even against a survivor like Arno, his success remained uncertain. Thus, he dedicated the entire afternoon to testing the limits of his bite. That evening, as expected, he unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Chu-Gu, nearly resorting to physical violence, were it not for the intervention of Han Yujuan and Chu Yingying. Chu-Gu sensed that his relationship with his father was rapidly approaching a breaking point. However, he felt powerless to change the situation, resolving to make amends in the future. While fulfilling parental expectations held significance, it was not paramount. Survival was his ultimate priority. Had his relationship with his parents been strained, he might have abandoned his studies altogether, focusing solely on honing his abilities. Yet, it was his filial affection that compelled him to diligently attend school. This night proved to be another restless one for many. The following morning, Chu-Gu ate breakfast amidst a tense standoff before departing for school. Observing his composed figure receding into the distance, Chu Feiqiang was consumed by indignation. That insolent brat. If I don't rein him in, there's no telling what he'll do. Chu Feiqiang gritted his teeth, while Han Yujuan cast a disdainful glance. As if to say, where was this concern earlier? Chu Yingying chimed in with a huff. Dad, just leave him be. I was nearly devoured. And you barely offered me any comfort. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiqiang's face lit up, and he chuckled. But you're unharmed, aren't you? My precious daughter is always safe. The familial dynamic of daughters favoring their fathers and sons favoring their mothers was vividly apparent in Chu Ji's household. Boarding the bus, Chu-Gu arrived at school, joining the throng of students making their way through the entrance. The teacher on duty at the gate happened to be his homeroom teacher, Su Shuebing, who stopped him and scolded, "You rascal, do you still remember to attend school?" Chu-Gu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, turned around, revealing a bright and cheerful smile. "Good morning, Teacher Su. I must come for the attendance rate of Class 7 in my senior year. The monthly exam is approaching. Let me see your results." Su Shuebing shot Chu-Gu a stern glance, his irritation evident. This child used to be quite obedient. How has he transformed so drastically upon entering senior year? "I will not disappoint you," Chu-Gu replied confidently, leaving Su Shuebing at a loss for words. "Get inside quickly. We have the 100-meter race today. You are our class's star athlete. If your performance falters, prepare for an abundance of assignments from me." Su Shuebing waved him in. The 100-meter race? Chu-Gu raised an eyebrow, puzzled about when he had signed up. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it and strode into the school. Due to the upcoming sports meet, the school's playground was bustling with activity early in the morning. As he walked, Chu-Gu admired the athletes training on the field. This is youth. Having endured 3 survival competitions, he felt a deeper connection to such scenes. These students might never experience the urgency of life and death crises. Yet, Chu-Gu did not envy them. He had begun to relish the thrill of survival competitions, though he dared not contemplate what might become of him after death. He had grown fond of the invigorating sensation of rapidly enhancing physical prowess. He had transformed into something akin to a small superhero. Not only did he feel confident about excelling in the school sports meet, but he also believed he could shatter world records at the Olympics. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the classroom. The classmates already present were astonished by his arrival, gathering around to inquire about his whereabouts. "Chuj, are you aware of our concerns for you? This marks your third absence," said the class monitor, Xiao Xiaojia, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. Chuj responded with a smile, "It's a personal matter." With that, he maneuvered around his classmates to take his seat. Once seated, he propped his chin on his right hand, casting a mysterious glance at her. "I cannot divulge. Doing so would embroil you in trouble. Just be content in your mundane existence." Tang Xuejia, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "The one in trouble is you. Be careful not to be expelled from school." Song Xiaoyu rushed over, curiosity etched on her face, inquiring about Chuj's activities over the past 3 days. However, with her words resting on Chuj's lips, there was little she could do to extract the truth. Just then, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside the classroom. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Xiaoyu dashed out to investigate, while Tang Xuejiao remained seated, delving into her chemistry textbook. Chuj, contemplating whether to exchange some survival abilities to enhance his intelligence, suddenly furrowed his brow. Could this school be akin to a survival competition? He promptly rose and strode outside, with Song Xiaoyu and Tang Xuejia following closely behind. The edges of the corridor were teeming with students, and the center of the teaching building was open, allowing a view of the sky. As Chuj looked up, he noticed 2 birds of prey engaged in a fierce tussle atop the building, occasionally soaring into the air. One was a black eagle, and the other, a peacock, both of comparable size. "Indeed," exclaimed Tang Xuejia in astonishment, while the surrounding students animatedly discussed the recent bizarre animal occurrences. Although the fervor surrounding Xinjiang University has subsided, the majority of students remain aware of the events that transpired. Chu Ge squinted and observed that some of the iron rods at the edge of the rooftop were bent, as if struck by a heavy object. A wave of unease washed over him. It appeared that these 2 individuals possessed remarkable survival capabilities. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could there be other students within Xinjiang University who were survivors, perhaps witnessing their conflict? Where did the peacock originate? The zoo? Tang Xuejia inquired, bewildered, as it was her first time encountering such a fierce peacock. Chapter 53. The time of urban warfare under the watchful eyes of numerous students. The peacock and the black eagle engaged in a fierce battle. After observing for nearly 3 minutes, Chuga noticed that the 2 raptors had taken flight. As they vanished from sight, the students erupted into discussions. Can peacocks fly? Isn't it common knowledge that peacocks fly southeast? After such a lengthy struggle, it seems no victor emerged. The peacock's combat prowess is astounding. One must be cautious when visiting the zoo in the future. Fortunately, they did not descend to harm anyone. Capturing you would be akin to seizing a chick. There are 2 possibilities. One is a tangible conflict among survivors, and the other is that their survival competition has a prolonged duration. However, judging by the direction of their flight, could the environment be vast as well? Thus far, Chu Gu had not fully grasped the rules of the survival arena. It seemed prudent to consult Gu Tianjiao, whose survival experience surpassed even that of Gao Fei. Song Xiaoyu nestled beside Tang Xuejia, engaging in incessant chatter until Tang Xuejia's deskmate arrived, prompting her reluctant departure. Chu Ji's deskmate, Chen Xuanjia, entered the classroom to gather information and could not help but express his regret. He should have arrived earlier to witness an exhilarating fight. Although it was a sports day, the morning study session persisted. As the clock struck 8:30, the athletic events continued. Today featured the senior class's 100-meter dash. Only Chu Ge and the athletic prodigy Wang Hang from Class 7 were participating. As they approached the playground, Wang Hang playfully patted Chu Ge on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Brother, we must bring glory to Class 7. Let us meet in the finals." With that, he smiled and departed. Chu Ge shook his head, silently thinking, "You insisted on signing me up. Your chance to show off has vanished." Now that he had committed, Chu Ge was determined to secure first place. After all, youth should embrace a touch of audacity. Song Xiaoyu and Tang Xuejia approached curiously, inquiring about his confidence. Seeing his unwavering self-assurance, the 2 girls couldn't help but feel hopeful. They settled at the stone steps where Class 7 was gathered. With Chu Ge taking a seat beside Tang Xuejia, he discreetly pulled out his phone, sending a text to Gao Fei while covering the device with his clothing to avoid detection by the teacher. His inquiry pertained to work matters, as he was in urgent need of funds to alleviate his parents' concerns. He hoped that the wealthy benefactor had safely navigated the city's battle. "Brother, The big shot hasn't concluded the city battle yet. The environment is vast and the duration lengthy. It will take at least half a month. Let me tell you, I almost stumbled on this mission. I've been encountering fierce raptors lately, and my parrot's aerial advantage is rendered ineffective. Thankfully, I can communicate with humans and leverage their strength. Alas, this time I earned nothing aside from the minimum score. It is quite disheartening. I crave a drink, I yearn to sing karaoke, and I long for the comfort of a princess. Chuj found himself amused by the fellow's impudence. What are you snickering at? You look so lecherous. Song Xiaoyu's voice drifted from the side. From her vantage point, Chuj had his legs draped with his school uniform, and it appeared as if he were staring at his own groin with a goofy grin. Chuj rolled his eyes at her and retorted, "With so many handsome guys on the field, why are you fixated on me? Could it be you have a soft spot for me? Let me tell you, I'm not an honest man. If I were to have a girlfriend, I'd have to juggle several at once. You'd be heartbroken if you fell for me." Song Xiaoyu was speechless, finding him utterly shameless. Tang Xuejia also cast a disapproving glance at Chuj. The two girls then ceased paying attention to Chuj and resumed their conversation about the sports meet. Chuj looked up and observed the ongoing 100-meter race for the second-year students. He noticed that there were quite a few academic prodigies on the nearby steps, engrossed in their textbooks while watching the event. Remarkable, he mused. If you guys don't succeed, who will? Chuj shook his head with a smile and continued his conversation with Gao Fei. Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu genuinely believed that he was chatting with his girlfriend. An hour later, an announcement summoned Chuj to collect his bib number. Without changing clothes, he made his way to the temporary tent next to the podium, still clad in his summer school uniform. Although autumn was approaching, Nanluo City remained warm, with temperatures hovering around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius. After waiting in line to receive his bib number, Chuj proceeded to the starting line. The stone steps along the edge of the field were already filled with spectators, numbering at least 1,000 students. The outer school road was also teeming with students and local residents, creating a lively and spirited atmosphere, enhanced by the music playing over the loudspeakers. The race was about to commence. Chuj was positioned in the fourth lane, with 7 participants in total. The other contenders were clad in athletic shorts and short-sleeved shirts, yet he was attired in school uniform trousers. "Take your positions," the referee exclaimed, raising the flag. The 7 participants immediately prepared to sprint. Unlike the others, Chu Gu remained standing upright at the starting line, an anomaly that drew attention. Good heavens! That fellow is quite the showman. He's clearly here just for the sake of appearances. Haha, which class is he from? He's rather handsome, isn't he? Handsome? What discerning eye do you possess? He's merely trying to attract attention. Many students gossiped about Chu Gu, and even the participant beside him cast a bewildered glance in his direction. Song Xiaoyu covered her face, lamenting, "This is so embarrassing." Tang Xuejia chuckled. What if he's truly formidable? With a resounding bang, the race commenced, and 6 student athletes darted forward like arrows, bursting into a sprint. To the onlookers, Chu Gu was visibly slow off the mark. Initially, he did not exert his full strength, maintaining a steady distance from the main group. Yet even so, he trailed by nearly 10 meters. Su Shuebing, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, covered his forehead, shaking his head. That boy. He had held some expectations for Chu Gu, based on his prior performance in physical education class. Now, it seemed, there would be no expectations fulfilled, only amusement. The students of Class 7 high school also groaned in dismay. It seemed the dark horse, Chu Gu, was not as strong as they had thought. Currently leading the pack is contestant number 1, Qin Jun from Class 2 high school. He has already traversed 50 meters of the track. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the campus via the broadcast. Look, the student in lane 4 is accelerating. How swift. Good heavens. The female commentator's exclamation caused many students to turn their heads. They saw Chu Gu as if he had transformed, catching up with the other students at a visible speed, surpassing them one after another. In less than 2 seconds, he became the first. He was still sprinting, widening the gap between himself and the students behind him. The students of Class 7, Senior Year 3, were all invigorated, cheering and shouting. Even those studious top students put down their textbooks and looked over curiously. In the end, Chu Gu took first place with an absolute advantage, qualifying his group. The classmates of Class 7 all gathered around him. Su Shuebing's eyes widened, and after a moment he followed suit, clenching his fist and shouting. Chapter 54, Survival Body Experience Ticket Amazing. Chu Gu, when did you become so fast? Chu, you were really hiding your skills. You were so cool just now. Haha, were you letting them win on purpose earlier? The pride of Class 7. It looks like you're going to take first place." The classmates were very excited and enthusiastic, and Chu Ge could only smile modestly. Xiao Xiaojia, the class monitor who had always disliked Chu Ge, was also very excited, praising Chu Ge as the hero of Class 7. However, he still had to endure Song Xiaoyu's loud voice. Song Xiaoyu and Tang Xuejia were both very excited, but Tang Xuejia could restrain herself, maintaining a ladylike demeanor, while Song Xiaoyu was clamorous, like a little chick, chirping nonstop. Helpless, Chu Ge could only distance himself from them. He continued to chat with Gao Fei, increasing his understanding of the survival arena. After waiting for an hour, he arrived at the semifinals of the 100-meter race. Chu Ge lived up to expectations, advancing with unmatched speed. He waited another half hour. The finals of the senior year have arrived. Chu Ge did not see Wang Hang. Wang Hang stood at the edge of the track, gazing at him with a complex expression. The promise of the final had thus been shattered. He had fallen during the preliminary rounds, twisting his ankle and withdrawing early. Consequently, Chu Ge became the sole hope for Class 7 in the 100-meter race. On the starting line, Chu Ge positioned himself in lane 7, twisting his waist as if he were an elderly gentleman exercising in the park. The other competitors dared not mock him, for they had all witnessed his astounding explosive speed. Although his initial acceleration was average, his ability to increase speed was nothing short of terrifying. "Bro, I haven't seen you before. Did you transfer here?" inquired a boy with bangs beside him, flamboyantly tossing his hair. Chu Ge replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm a National Reserve athlete. You're all finished." Upon hearing this, the boy with bangs felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it be that he had truly encountered a formidable opponent? "Positions, please." The referee began to call out, and the 7 competitors immediately prepared to start. Chu Ge remained standing upright, calm and composed, unlike the other participants who were brimming with excitement. 3, 2, 1. Chu Ge dashed forward without hesitation, revealing his true prowess. Under the gaze of thousands, he quickly distanced himself from the other competitors with a single stride. Cheers erupted as everyone realized that he was not slow off the mark. He had merely been conserving his energy. The physical education teachers from all grades were taken aback. The younger students looked up to Chu Ge with admiration. He surged forward like a cheetah, progressively widening the gap between himself and the competitors trailing behind. What in the world was this astonishing speed? The boy with the bangs exclaimed inwardly, his face a picture of utter disbelief. The other contestants were equally astonished. Wang Hang, who was observing from the sidelines, was completely dumbfounded. Heavens! Heavens! Chu Ge from Class 7 of the 3rd grade unleashed his full speed right from the start. It was simply too fast, even faster than before. This was beyond the level of a high school student. The commentator's voice reverberated throughout the sports field, igniting the students' passions. When Chu Ge reached the 80-meter mark, he had already opened a gap of nearly 20 meters with the second-place runner. He deliberately decelerated, intending to make his performance less exaggerated. But this scene, in the eyes of the spectators, was the epitome of showing off. The students of Class 7 of the 3rd grade once again surrounded Chu Ge. Even the head teacher, Su Shuebing, rushed over, showering him with praise. Chu Ge smiled, realizing that he had redeemed himself in the eyes of his teacher. Of course, the monthly exam results were still crucial. On this day, Chu Ge was the center of attention, the entire class discussing him. He even felt that Tang Xuejia and Song Xiaoyu were looking at him with adoration, perhaps even infatuation. Ah yes, everyone experiences such delusions in their lives. She's looking at me. She might like me. They're looking at us. They might like me. During dinner, Chu Yingying excitedly gossiped about her old high school classmates, Chu Feiqiang constantly chiming in, laughing heartily, but avoiding eye contact with Chu Ge. Han Yujuan, while laughing and joining the conversation, occasionally placed food on Chu Ji's plate. Xiao Ge, how was the sports day today? Anything interesting happen? Chu Yingying suddenly asked Chu Ge, sensing the awkward atmosphere and seeking to ease the tension between Chu Ge and Chu Feiqiang. Chu Ge chuckled, it's quite good, and I've even participated in a competition, bringing glory to our class. Chu Yingying and Han Yujuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Han Yujuan eagerly inquired, really? Was it a relay race or jump rope for the whole class? Chu Yingying raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chu Feiqiang shot a glance at Chu Ge but remained silent. Chu Ge replied, it was a 100-meter sprint. If you don't believe me, feel free to rummage through my backpack. There's an award certificate in there. Upon hearing this, Han Yujuan immediately stood up to search. To her delight, she indeed found it. With a beaming smile, Han Yujuan remarked, what a coincidence. Chu Gu distinctly sensed that Chu Feiqiang's initially surprised expression had transformed into one of anger. Chu Yingying also took the certificate, marveling at it with an air of intrigue. Han Yujuan nudged Chu Feiqiang gently with her elbow, whispering, "See, Xiao Ji's changes aren't all negative." Chu Feiqiang scoffed, his gaze fixated on the certificate. Internally, he pondered, does this kid really run to the internet CAF? After locking the door to his room, Chu Gu tossed his backpack onto the bed and entered the survival chamber. He began to peruse the survival skill list. After witnessing the fierce battle between the peacock and the black eagle earlier that day, he felt a burning desire to grow stronger. However, despite his contemplation, he struggled to make a definitive decision. With only 1,000 survival points at his disposal, he knew he had to use them wisely. After some thought, he opened a chat window with Gu Tianjiao. Chu Gu typed, "I have 1,000 survival points. How can I maximize my strength?" Gu Tianjiao replied, "Dream on." Chu Gu persisted, "Gu Tianjiao, you've only participated in 3 survival competitions, so you surely haven't used the survival embodiment experience voucher." Chu Gu inquired, "What is that?" Gu Tianjiao, "Will you not search?" At this point, Chu Gu realized that there was no necessity to continue the conversation. He uttered the term Life Experience Scroll. Immediately, the screen before him displayed information regarding the Life Experience Scroll. Life Experience Scroll, unique. By utilizing this scroll, one can experience the entirety of a life. From birth to death, each survivor may use it only once. At the moment of death within the simulation, the survivor's real-life attributes will be replaced by the qualities of their simulated existence, excluding the attributes gained from exchanged survival abilities. Required survival points, 1,000. Chu Gu fell into deep contemplation. The physical attributes at the moment of death in the simulated life would supplant the real-life attributes of the survivor, thereby isolating the exchanged survival abilities. If he were to perish immediately upon birth, would that not mean his survival essence would revert to that of an infant, thereby bestowing the originally exchanged survival abilities upon him? In essence, dying early would render one weaker, while living longer would confer strength. It was a perilous gamble. Moreover, it could only be redeemed once. Would a newcomer truly be willing to expend 1,000 survival points for such a risk? Suddenly, Chu Gu recalled the basic trial scroll utilized by Gao Fei. Such scrolls could only be employed once, evoking a sense of starting anew. Chapter 55, The Life of the Lion begins. After reviewing the details of the Life Experience Scroll, Chu Gu felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to take the plunge. Yet the fear of failure loomed large. The most critical question remained. How long would it take to experience the life of a lion? Chu Gu widened his eyes in astonishment. Was it possible that the Life Experience Scroll was merely an illusory test, rather than a genuine experience of the real world? His intrigue deepened, but he understood the necessity of caution. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the survival chamber. Approaching his desk, he opened his computer and began searching for documentaries about lions. He needed to prepare thoroughly to extend his life as long as possible. Once he transformed into a newborn lion, even with the intellect of a human, survival in the ruthless wilderness would prove exceedingly challenging. For the following week, Chu Gu diligently watched lion documentaries each night with utmost seriousness. The time for the monthly examination arrived. His performance, while not exceptional, remained stable. Perhaps due to his enhanced survival instincts, he noticed an improvement in his memory. However, his recent distractions had hindered his ability to accumulate sufficient practice, resulting in no significant advancement in his grades. This stability alleviated some of the pressure for his homeroom teacher, Su Shuebing, who consequently adopted a much more favorable attitude towards Chu Gu. Similarly, Chu Feiqiang and Han Yujuan were also pleased, their smiles reflecting their approval. As a result, Chu Ji's life stress began to diminish. On Saturday evening, Chu Gu felt prepared to utilize the Survival Entity Experience voucher. Once his survival entity reached the maturity of an adult male lion, the value of the voucher would diminish. The earlier it was used, the more precious it would become. He settled onto the sofa in the survival chamber and took a deep breath. Redeem the Survival Entity Experience voucher and use it immediately, he proclaimed, as if rallying himself for the task ahead. As his words echoed, a radiant light descended from above, enveloping his body. You have successfully spent 1,000 survival points to redeem a Survival Entity Experience voucher. The use of the Survival Entity Experience voucher begins now. Upon detection of your corporeal essence as an African lion, you are to be randomly transported to a pride within the African savanna. Commencing transmission. Accompanying the impassive female voice, a profound darkness enveloped Chuj as an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Soon, he succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminable span, Chuj began to stir, his eyelids fluttering open. The sun's rays pierced his vision, instinctively causing him to recoil. Simultaneously, his memories resurfaced. It has begun, he mused inwardly, endeavoring to acclimate to the light. A prodigious fly suddenly darted toward him, appearing as large as an egg, startling him into a hasty retreat. An adult lioness stood nearby. A wave of fetid odor assaulted his senses, nearly suffocating him and inducing nausea. He observed numerous black insects crawling upon the lioness's muzzle and nostrils. The close proximity of the spectacle testing his composure. Maintaining his composure, he resisted panic. A nearby cub extended its paw, seemingly inviting him to play. Disregarding the cub, Chuj commenced an assessment of his surroundings. Azure skies, boundless plains, an air so invigorating that it dispelled the lioness's stench. He found himself upon a hillside, the sparse vegetation offering an unobstructed view. Behind them stood a colossal tree, providing respite from the scorching sun. A pride of lions inhabited the vicinity, and Chuj was now one of them. 4 adult lionesses, 2 nearing adulthood, and 5 cubs, including himself. A short distance away, a formidable beast reclined upon a large rock, basking in the sun's warmth. Its physique is markedly larger than that of other lions, with a deep brown mane cascading down its spine. Though Chu cannot see it directly, he can certainly feel the majesty of the king of the grasslands. An adult male lion, the largest among them, can reach a length of 3.5 meters, stand at a shoulder height of 1.2 meters, and weigh over 300 kilograms. Undoubtedly, it is a formidable beast. The African lion is categorized into several varieties based on its habitat, ranking among the apex predators. In terms of size among felines, the adult male lion is second only to the Siberian tiger. When it comes to hunting efficiency, the African lion is indisputably the strongest in the wild. Lion prides are capable of hunting various large animals, even full-grown elephants. Gazing upon the Lion King, Chu feels a surge of passion. This is the very essence of survival he yearns for. Merely lying there emanates an aura of power. However, this pride appears rather weak, consisting of only 5 adult lions. Will they face starvation? Not only from the lack of prey, but also from threats posed by other prides. Like most wild carnivores, lions possess a strong territorial instinct. Prides often engage in fierce battles to claim territory. If a male lion is defeated and fails to flee in time, it may be killed on the spot. A female lion that does not submit may also meet a similar fate. For young lions, being a small male carries both advantages and disadvantages. From birth until the age of 2, young males need not hunt. They simply await food. However, should the Lion King be overthrown, the young male would be among the first to perish. My father seems quite powerful. Surely he can protect me as I grow up. Chu muses silently, observing the lion's languid yet commanding posture. At that moment, he suddenly feels a pang of hunger and strives to adjust his mindset. He is now a lion and must recalibrate his mindset. If he wishes to endure, he must consume raw flesh. He had already steeled himself for this reality. He inhaled deeply, nudged aside a cub, and approached the lioness's abdomen. He took a tentative sip. It was not as repulsive as he had imagined. Intriguing. It was rather palatable. Was this an instinctive sensation? A wave of relief washed over Chuj as he began to suckle with relish. In the animal kingdom, the path to empowerment is straightforward. Consume as much as possible. The more one devours, the more robust one becomes. Thus, Chuj formally commenced his life as a lion. Daily, he frolicked with his siblings, and when herds of wildebeest or antelope traversed the vicinity, he would ascend the hillside to observe, witnessing firsthand the lion's predatory endeavors. The adult lionesses were invariably gentle, yet the male lion possessed an explosive temperament. Whenever he passed Chuj, he would invariably knock him off his feet, much to Chuj's chagrin. Did his size grant him impunity? His indignation was to no avail, for the male lion was his progenitor, an adversary he could not hope to overcome. Lion cubs have no need of meat, and Chuj would tremble with trepidation whenever he beheld the lions with their muzzles stained crimson. However, with prolonged exposure, he grew accustomed to the sight. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. On this particular day, the pride's territory was encroached upon by 2 uninvited guests. Chuj instinctively sensed an aura of peril. He rose with the lionesses and gazed into the distance, where 2 newly matured male lions were advancing from several hundred meters away. Chapter 56. After the deluge, the arrival of the two unfamiliar male lions caused consternation within the pride. The cubs huddled amidst the lionesses, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The slumbering Lion King abruptly roused himself. He ascended a massive boulder and roared at the two distant male lions. The roar of the lion was deafening, resonating in close proximity. It was the first time he had genuinely experienced the mighty roar of a lion up close, and it left him utterly astounded. In the face of the king's roar, the two young male lions exhibited no signs of fear. Having reached maturity and standing together, they were unfazed. As they approached the pride, sniffing the air, Chu Ji's heart raced with trepidation. He pondered whether he would meet his end. Unwilling to become merely a young cub, he compared the stature of the Lion King with that of the two males, noting that the king appeared more formidable, his mane and physique exuding power. Yet it remained uncertain whether he could confront both challengers simultaneously. As the young lions drew nearer, Chu Ge sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere, contemplating whether to flee. However, given his current condition, escape would not take him far. The African savanna teemed with danger. Wild dogs, hyenas, cheetahs, crocodiles, pythons, and cobras lurked nearby. A young lion could scarcely survive alone. Just as anxiety enveloped him, the Lion King took the initiative, leaping down from the massive rock and sprinting with increasing speed. His majestic mane billowed like a dark flame, undulating with every stride. The two young lions charged towards him, and an epic confrontation was imminent. In the face of adversity, the brave prevail. The Lion King, driven by his dignity, territory, and pride, charged forth fearlessly. The three lions collided, their roars echoing ferociously as they bared their teeth and engaged in a brutal fight, showcasing their ferocity. The Lion King occasionally raised his forelegs, his powerful frame towering over the others, exuding an overwhelming presence. Experience is indeed a formidable advantage. The Lion King relentlessly pursued, charging forward with unwavering determination, causing the two young male lions to flee in all directions, much like lost dogs. This battle was shorter than Chu Ge had anticipated, yet it imparted invaluable lessons. Indeed, momentum holds significant sway. The two young lions fought with fervor, yet the Lion King remained unyielding. Chu Ge gazed at him, his eyes filled with longing. As the Lion King approached, illuminated by the sunlight, it evoked a sense of legacy reminiscent of the Lion King. Chu Ji's heart raced. The Lion King's gaze was profoundly indifferent, exuding the solitude of a monarch. Then, as it passed by Chu Ge, it subdued a lioness behind him. Following this, a series of low growls echoed, rising and falling in intensity. Chu Ge was rendered speechless. The towering walls of excitement he had constructed within crumbled instantly. A beast is merely a beast. He shook his head and turned towards the shade of a great tree. The African summer heat was intense. Resting in the cool shade beneath the tree was a delightful reprieve. With so many lionesses providing protection, Chu Ge felt no anxiety about potential ambushes by ferocious predators. In Africa, two types of beasts dared to challenge lions: the second brother and the third brother, the spotted hyena and the honey badger. The honey badger was nearly extinct and seldom seen, while the spotted hyena was quite common, known as the adversary of all carnivorous and herbivorous creatures on the continent. Encountering a large pack of hyenas raised doubts about whether this pride of lions could withstand the threat. Each day, Chu Ge yearned to grow up quickly, to mature without delay. Two young lions approached, one male and one female, seeking to cling to Chu Ge. Due to his assertiveness, he consumed the most milk, making him the largest among the 5 cubs. Chu Ge took it upon himself to assume the role of the elder brother, believing all of this to be an illusion, thus maintaining a certain emotional distance from his siblings. However, the more he acted this way, the more the two young lions delighted in playfully tussling with him, often eliciting cries of frustration from his anger. The lionesses mostly reclined, observing the spectacle, with no one intervening to halt Chu Ji's bullying. They were simply too fatigued. Every hunt left them utterly exhausted, and some even bore injuries. Just days prior, one adult lioness had lost an eye, and witnessing her claw at the remnants of her orb left an indelible psychological scar on Chu Ge. Nature is ruthless, far more so than the cruelties of human civilization. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Chu Ge gradually succumbed to slumber. Before he knew it, for months had elapsed. The pride had weathered numerous trials, including the tragic death of a lioness at the hands of an African buffalo, which dealt a heavy blow to the group. Chu Ge could only observe from a distance, the scene hauntingly vivid. Unlike humans, Lions do not dwell in sorrow. The two nearly adult lionesses officially transitioned into hunters. Their location was in constant flux, primarily following the movements of the buffalo herds. Chu-gu was nearing the age of weaning, slightly larger than the other cubs, vibrant and full of life, often inspiring the others to mimic his playful antics. His exuberance stemmed from a desire to strengthen and flourish. That night, a storm approached. In the darkness, the pride huddled together in a thicket, seeking warmth from one another. Torrential rain poured down, deafening thunder echoed relentlessly, and flashes of lightning illuminated the night as if it were day. The tempestuous night of nature was terrifying. Even Chu-gu felt a chilling sense of impending doom. The once mighty Lion King lay trembling on the ground, seemingly in reverence to the formidable power of nature. Nestled amidst the adult lionesses, found himself surrounded by the four cubs, meticulously shielded. The verisimilitude is remarkable, he murmured, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. It was akin to Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream. The dreaded night passed without incident for the pride, and as the sun's rays painted the land, awoke languidly. For reasons unknown, he had slumbered soundly that night. Nearly half a year of coexistence had fostered trust in the pride. With them, he felt impervious to danger. The woods were sodden, countless leaves adorned with dewdrops. The ground dotted with puddles that shimmered under the sunlight, as if a vapor were rising. The Lion King arose, guiding the pride from the copse. In the wake of the deluge, the once parched savanna had donned a verdant mantle, leaving with an otherworldly sensation. Before he could revel in the vista, his gaze shifted. On the horizon, lions emerged, one by one. Two majestic males led a procession of 18 lions. As heart pounded in his chest, a territorial dispute was imminent. Such a formidable pride was beyond their capabilities. The male and female lions stood motionless, their gaze fixed on the approaching horde. Fear was present, yet concealed beneath impassive visages. This is the end, thought, recalling a documentary he had once viewed. In clashes between prides, the vanquished suffered greatly, either perishing or fleeing. The disparity in numbers was insurmountable, rendering the outcome of a confrontation virtually certain. Escape. The thought seized instantaneously. This existence was but a figment, and he was here to survive, not to meet his demise. He instinctively retreated, yet upon glimpsing the silhouettes of the lion pride, his heart became entwined in turmoil once more. The other young cubs, equally frightened, followed suit. I cannot save them. I can only save myself. Chu-gu gritted his teeth and turned to flee. If the lion pride truly intended to chase, he knew he would be unable to keep pace. Thus, he had to sprint ahead. As he dashed away, to his surprise, the two playful cubs that often clung to him also kept up. The three young lions raced through the tall grass, their bodies dwarfed by the verdant blades, while the roars of the pride echoed behind them, heralding the onset of conflict. Chapter 57. Encounter with the African second brother. Chu-gu ran swiftly, yet he could not shake off the two cubs trailing behind him. After all, they were of similar age, all being juvenile lions. No matter how fast he ran, he could not exceed their pace by a significant margin. After a spell, he became aware of his younger sibling's persistent presence. He lamented, "How can I protect these two little ones when I can barely safeguard myself?" Having spent half a year together, Chu-gu found it impossible to abandon them. He could only maintain a steady speed, allowing them to keep up. In the distance, the intermittent roars signaled that the battle between the two lion prides had commenced. Chu-gu dared not look back, for the outcome of this clash was all but predetermined. His pride could only survive by fleeing. Even the strongest Lion King could not hope to triumph over the other two. Unlike the previous two invaders, these two Lion Kings came with a formidable entourage of family members, equally fierce and undaunted. As they raced onward, the cacophony of roars behind them grew increasingly faint. A pang of sorrow pierced Chu-ji's heart as he once again confronted the harsh realities of nature. After approximately half an hour, he led the two cubs into a thicket of trees, where he paused in the underbrush to catch his breath. Two young lions approached each other, gently grooming one another. Animals possess a spirit, and they now appeared to be in a state of sorrow, lacking their usual vivacity, lying silently on the ground. Chu-gu gazed at them, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed they would have to depend on one another, wandering the world together. The male would be named Demao, and the female, Ermao, he murmured to himself. The two, Demao and Ermao, were particularly attached to him, while the fate of the other two young lionesses remained uncertain. Even if they survived, they would ultimately become the mates and hunters of the rival Lion Kings. With this thought, he sighed once more. No amount of documentaries could foretell destiny. Chu Gu chose not to succumb to despair. Instead, he rested while observing his surroundings. Should any venomous creatures or fierce beasts appear, it would not bode well. Cheetahs, leopards, and pythons often hide among the trees, necessitating caution. He surveyed the area and the sky above, finding no immediate danger, which brought him some relief. An hour later, having fully regained his strength, Chu Gu rose and cautiously ventured into the woods. He needed to assess the safety of this area. If it proved unsafe, they would have to evacuate promptly. Nightfall, without the protection of a lion pride, would be a true nightmare. De Mao and Air Mao followed closely behind him, as if he were their mother. After walking approximately 10 meters, Chu Gu suddenly halted. He spotted a massive beast lurking beneath a large tree ahead, most of its body concealed by underbrush. An African rock python. Its girth was thicker than that of an adult man's arm, its skin adorned with terrifying brown, tan, and olive spots. Just one glance sent chills coursing through Chu Ji's body. De Mao and Air Mao were equally startled, instinctively leaping back a step. Chu Gu hastily turned to leave. He could not linger in this forest. Without needing his command, De Mao and Air Mao understood they should follow him away. Once they swiftly exited the woods, the three young lions traversed the tall, golden grass. The African savanna was not merely a boundless expanse of green. Much of the terrain was characterized by a desolate yellow hue, mirroring the coats of lions and cheetahs. Through the passage of time, they had evolved such coloration to better conceal themselves and approach their prey. Chu Gu proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of an unexpected encounter with a fierce beast. Besides carnivorous animals, he also had to be wary of herbivores. Creatures such as cattle, sheep, horses, and elephants could easily trample them. Fortunately, there were no large herds of herbivores nearby, suggesting a scarcity of predators in the vicinity. How shall I survive from now on? Should I commence hunting immediately? Chu Gu pondered anxiously. At his age, he was barely weaned. What game could he possibly catch? Mice? Rabbits? Could he outpace them? Should he seek the eggs of birds or beasts? But which eggs are found on the ground rather than in trees? An image of a certain creature crossed his mind, and he quickly shook his head. Crocodiles. It would be wise to avoid such cold-blooded creatures. After approximately half an hour of moving forward, Chu Gu suddenly halted and crouched down in the grass. De Mao and Air Mao mimicked his actions, lying low behind him. Following their gaze, they spotted 3 hyenas, about 50 meters away, gnawing on carrion. These hyenas had reached adulthood, towering to a height comparable to that of an adult lioness. Undeniably colossal figures for Chu Gu and his companions. The spotted hyena can exceed a length of 1.5 meters and weigh up to 80 kilograms, adorned with numerous brown patches that, from a distance, resemble 3 small horses. Chu Gu inhaled deeply, subtly altering his direction to advance. In Africa, the population of spotted hyenas vastly outnumbers that of lions. Typically, a clan of hyenas can consist of dozens, sometimes even exceeding 70 individuals, a feat not matched by lion prides. However, despite their smaller numbers, lions possess formidable combat prowess and often venture deep into hyena territories to seize food. In human civilization, the spotted hyena is colloquially referred to as the African second brother or tawny brother. They exhibit a gruesome predilection for biting their prey's hindquarters, tearing at the flesh around the anus until the intestines are ripped out, a truly savage act. Chu Gu had no desire to meet such a gruesome fate. De Mao and Air Mao had also encountered spotted hyenas. Typically, the hyenas would flee upon seeing them, but now, deprived of the pride's protection, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Suddenly, a howl echoed behind them, prompting Chu Gu to quicken his pace. The tall grass here provided perfect concealment for their figures. Damn, have these 3 gluttons not had their fill? How are we discovered? Regardless, survival was paramount. With a loud thud, Chu Gu was unexpectedly knocked over, causing him to tremble in fright as he quickly looked up. His eyes widened in terror. A blood-soaked adult lioness stood before him. Nanny. Not only was she present, but behind her trailed another recently matured lioness, her face unblemished, yet a horrifying gash marred her neck. The 2 lionesses had escaped from a lion pride conflict, and they had found them. In that moment, Chu Gu suddenly believed in the existence of genuine familial bonds among animals. The cowed matriarch roared hoarsely toward the horizon, her visage smeared with blood, a truly terrifying sight. Another lioness echoed her ferocious cry, and instead of retreating, they advanced, sending 3 hyenas fleeing in terror. Had there been a few more hyenas, Chuj would undoubtedly have met his demise. De Mao and Air Mao, overjoyed, wagged their tails and circled around the two lionesses. Chuj maneuvered past them and glanced back, finding no other lions in sight. A realization dawned upon him as he turned to face the two lionesses. They lay in the grass, gently licking their cubs, seemingly offering comfort and reassurance. Chapter 58. Strike like a tiger. Chuj felt a profound sense of emotion and excitement. The two lionesses led them forth, in search of a new sanctuary. Without a lion king or other members of their kin, the family had grown desolate. Yet, Chuj felt no trepidation. On the contrary, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of security. As he observed the two lionesses and their cubs ahead, an overwhelming instinct to protect them surged within him. Even if this reality were merely an illusion, he yearned for their safe survival. He longed to grow up swiftly. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Chuj contemplated silently. Under the guidance of the two lionesses, they traversed the vast grasslands, leaving behind their former territory, wandering aimlessly. The great plains stretched endlessly, filled with the unknown and the allure of curiosity for a creature such as him. As evening approached, they arrived at a small hillock. Just as they were about to settle down, the distant roar of an engine pierced the air. Humans. Alarmed, Chuj sprang to his feet. Could it be hunters? He wished to lead two female lions away, but they remained unperturbed, lying on the hillside with their tongues lolling. De Mao and Air Mao, however, were quite excited, barking at the approaching vehicle. With the guardians nearby, they seemed to be in high spirits. Just as Chu felt a surge of panic and urgency, the vehicle drew closer. It was an off-road car, adorned with numerous yellow and green stripes, and in the passenger seat sat a photographer, brandishing a camera with a long lens protruding from the window. At this moment, Chu realized that they were not hunters. Soon, he heard a chorus of cheers, spoken in English. Foreigners. In the wilderness, one typically encounters either hunters, wildlife park staff, or photographers. Chu surmised that they were a team of photographers documenting wildlife. As long as they were not hunters, it was acceptable. The off-road vehicle halted over 20 meters away. Chu squinted and observed 4 individuals inside, 3 men and 1 woman, 2 of whom were photographers capturing images of him. Meanwhile, the 4 were engaged in conversation. It struck him as odd that 2 female lions accompanied 3 cubs. Where was the male lion? A bearded Caucasian expressed his confusion, gazing at one of the female lions. Marred by scars, his heart aching at the sight. The other 3 Caucasian men nodded in agreement. They were recent graduates, passionate about animals since childhood, who had come together to film a documentary. Throughout their journey, they had been seeking suitable subjects, yet had found none that resonated with them until now. Upon witnessing Chu's quintet of lions, why not film them? Let us follow their adventures and document their journey. What do you all think? Inquired a robust Caucasian man. 2 other photographers nodded in agreement, and the black woman displayed a look of approval. The lion is a symbol of the African savanna, and she hoped that the outside world would pay more attention to the African lion. Chu could not hear their conversation, but he understood by observing the camera. Am I to become the protagonist of a documentary? Chu squinted, contemplating that this might be beneficial. The presence of humans would instill a sense of awe in most fierce beasts. 2 lionesses lay on the ground, beginning to doze off. It appeared they were no strangers to the photographers. Chu approached his nurse and began to drink milk, feeling quite hungry. 2 hours later, the pride continued its journey, with the off-road vehicle maintaining a respectful distance behind them. Chu named the 2 lionesses. The nurse was called Lusha, and the younger lioness was named Jenny. The choice of foreign names stemmed from his encounter with these foreigners. Lusha and Jenny had saved him and nurtured him, and he felt it was essential to name them, so they would remain etched in his memory. Lusha was now the matriarch of this small pride, and Chu surmised that Jenny was likely Lusha's daughter, which explained her companionship during their escape. After traversing several miles, they encountered a herd of zebras grazing on the undulating terrain beneath the vast blue sky, where numerous birds soared above. As Chu scanned the surroundings, he noticed other predators lurking nearby, such as a cheetah stealthily advancing through the grass. From the summit of the hill where Chu stood, he could discern its form. In another direction, a pack of African wild dogs observed intently. They resemble spotted hyenas to some extent, yet they are considerably smaller. With upright ears, slender limbs, and large tails, their coats are a tapestry of black, brown, and white, with each individual bearing a unique pattern. There are a total of 36 African wild dogs, creating quite a lively scene. Chu comprehends that Lusha and Jenny are on a hunting expedition, as African lions hunt cooperatively. Thus, only Chu, Big Fur, and Second Fur are included. allowing them to learn the art of the hunt. In the distance, 3 photographers in an off-road vehicle continue to record the unfolding events. Lusha emits a low growl towards the 3 young lions, gently pressing her paw on their heads, signaling them to wait patiently. She then leads Jenny on their hunt. Despite Mingming's visible injuries, the necessity of hunting prevails, earning Chuj's admiration for her resilience. African lions exhibit remarkable hunting efficiency, particularly when the number of lionesses is substantial. 2 lionesses attempt to hunt a zebra, a task of considerable difficulty. After 3 failed attempts, Lusha and Jenny ultimately concede. They then proceed with Chuj and the 3 lions to a new hunting ground. As evening approaches, Lusha and Jenny successfully capture a young antelope, merely a few months old and unable to flee swiftly. Its mother, helpless, can only watch from a distance as Jenny delivers the fatal bite. This day marks a significant change for the pride, as it is also Chuj's first experience consuming raw flesh. How he managed to swallow it remains a mystery, as the psychological discomfort nearly rendered him faint. He and Big Fur, along with Second Fur, officially weaned from their mother's milk. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. Beneath an ancient tree, Big Fur and Second Fur frolic, while Lusha tends to the wound on Jenny's back, a customary method of healing. With the lifeless body of a buffalo nearby. To capture the water buffalo, both lionesses sustained injuries, fortunately not life-threatening. They were quite fortunate, as the African wild buffalo had strayed from its herd and bore wounds, likely having just escaped from other predators. 3 white photographers were in their vehicle. Their lenses not focused on Rusa and Jenny, but rather on Chuj. This young lion was incessantly clawing at a tree, which intrigued the trio of photographers. Chuj was honing his skills, aspiring to fortify himself. During battles, male lions utilize their powerful paws, yet their strength pales in comparison to that of tiger paws. Chuj's ambition was to render his forepaws as formidable as those of a tiger. Chapter 59. The 2-year-old male lion Chuj methodically commenced training his claws, and soon he became the focal point of the photography group. In the eyes of the 4 foreigners, he was a striking individual, standing in stark contrast to the other 2 young lions. Could he be training? Mused the bearded man with a curious expression. It was his first encounter with a male lion deliberately exercising. The black woman, wielding a tranquilizer gun, remarked with a smile, "This is nature, full of wonders. You will witness even more intriguing phenomena as you follow them." Upon hearing this, the 3 photographers felt invigorated. Chuj had grown accustomed to their presence, relishing their company. For their presence could alleviate many potential troubles for the pride. As days turned into weeks, the 3 young lions grew larger. Chuj developed the most rapidly. He consumed the most food and exercised frequently, his physique evidently surpassing that of Damao and Ermao. In the blink of an eye, Chu Gu has now reached the age of 1, appearing as sizable as some adult dogs. With a shoulder height of over 40 centimeters and distinctly defined muscles in his forelimbs. Compared to Damao and Ermao, he stands slightly taller and boasts a more robust physique. Although still merely a year old, he exudes a burgeoning aura of a lion's might, a testament to the effects of rigorous training. With a single paw swipe, he can snap a branch as thick as a wrist, a feat that, while seemingly trivial, is remarkable for one of his age. In addition to his physical strength, he frequently engages in running to enhance both his power and lung capacity. Jenny has fully transformed into a skilled huntress. Life on the vast plains proves to be quite arduous for them, as they must not only hunt, but also safeguard their 3 young cubs. Perils lurk from numerous sources, including prey and other predators such as lion prides, packs of hyenas, wild dogs, crocodiles, and more. Lusa and Jenny have not integrated into any other lion prides, while it is not difficult for 2 lionesses to assimilate into a new pride. Their responsibility for 2 young male cubs complicates matters. Aware of this reality, they maintain a distance from other lions. Their accompanying film crew occasionally departs, yet they predominantly remain close. On this particular day, they arrived at the edge of a great river. Glancing to the side, they beheld countless African wild buffalo migrating, leaping into the river in succession and creating a magnificent display of splashing waves. This spectacle is a grand event in Africa, occurring annually, where 5 to 6 million African buffalo migrate together, a dark mass moving with imposing grandeur. Numerous predators, including lions, trail in their wake. As Chuga gazes at the crocodile's back, surfacing from the river, he hesitates. Should he truly venture into the water? Yet, he comprehends its implications. It is time to prepare to enter the river. Animals possess the capacity for communication among themselves. At present, Chij is able to engage in rudimentary exchanges with fellow lions. Chij emits low calls, questioning whether it is truly necessary to follow the herd of wildebeests. Their intelligence fails to comprehend the rationale behind this, as such behavior is instinctual. Foolish lions, must you solely feast upon wildebeests? Do antelopes, zebras, and wild boars not tempt your palate? Reluctantly, Chij must accompany them into the river. Lusha and Jenny, however, display their cleverness by advancing along the periphery of the wildebeest herd, where crocodiles are relatively scarce. If fortune favors them, they might seize a calf upon reaching the shore. Nervousness envelopes Chij as it attempts to cross the river for the first time, a sentiment mirrored by its companions, Damao and Ermao. Suddenly, a colossal crocodile, mere meters away, seizes a wildebeest in its jaws. The immense head of the crocodile is nearly the size of half the wildebeest's body, creating a shocking scene that hastens the lion's pace. Ultimately, they manage to cross the river safely. Upon reaching the bank, Lusha lunges toward a nearby young wildebeest, effortlessly delivering a fatal bite. The calf's mother fails to render assistance, seemingly having become separated from it. Jenny rushes to lend aid, and together they drag the young wildebeest onto the grassland. They commence their feast on the spot, with Chij, Damao, and Ermao joining in a chaotic flurry of bites. In the distance, 5 spotted hyenas linger, eyeing the lion pride and gradually closing the gap. Chij remains unfazed. 5 hyenas are hardly a cause for alarm. In fact, he contemplates a challenge against the hyenas, albeit only the younger ones, as the bite force of adult hyenas is formidable, rendering them beyond his capacity to defeat. After a brief interval, the hyenas muster their courage and approach. Suddenly, Lusha charges forward in a frenzy, emitting fierce roars, closely followed by Jenny. The thunderous lion roars instill terror in the 5 hyenas, who promptly flee in panic. Having undergone a transformation, Lusha and Jenny were no longer ordinary lionesses. Their ferocity surpassed that of most. Such formidable traits were essential for safeguarding and nurturing their 3 cubs. After a satisfying repast for all, including Chij, they resumed their journey an hour later. Damao and Ermao playfully nudged against Chij as they ambled along, eager to frolic. Chij responded with a swat, eliciting yelps of protest, prompting them to seek refuge behind Lusha. The atmosphere lightened once more. Gazing ahead, Chij beheld an expansive savanna teeming with wildebeest. It was a truly magnificent sight. The sky stretched high above, the land vast and boundless, a spectacle that no television screen could truly capture. He found himself relishing this existence, where the sole concern was the daily quest for sustenance and survival. In human civilization, anxieties were manifold: finances, lifestyle, career, love, familial bonds, dignity, emotions, and more. It was a different kind of struggle. Hurry and grow, so you can become a majestic and imposing lion. Chij roused himself and dashed forward. Damao and Ermao, equally invigorated, gave chase, mistaking Chij's actions as an invitation to play. Beneath the sun's radiant glow, a cheetah stalked through the undergrowth, its gaze impassive. The spots on its coat melded seamlessly with the surrounding vegetation. Following its line of sight, a solitary wildebeest grazed peacefully. The wildebeest, a common herbivore on the African continent, resembled a dark horse with slender limbs and long, black fur. Unlike most horses, it possessed a pair of large horns akin to those of a buffalo. Just as the cheetah was about to pounce, a lion suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. The lion possesses an impressive physique, its muscles distinctly defined as it sprints, exuding a palpable sense of strength. This is a young male lion, having already developed the characteristic brown mane of its kind. The youthful lion leaps onto the back of a wildebeest, its claws tearing through flesh, nails embedded deeply into the meat. As it opens its gaping maw to seize the creature by the neck, the wildebeest, stricken with fear, attempts to flee. But its speed is insufficient to dislodge the young lion. At this moment, 2 lionesses charge from different directions, Lusha and Jenny. The young lion is none other than Chij. Now nearly 2 years old, Chij appears to be of similar size to Lusha and Jenny. In terms of muscular development, he surpasses both lionesses significantly. He began honing his hunting skills 2 months ago, and combined with daily training, his hunting prowess has reached formidable heights, far exceeding that of the 2 less experienced lions, Damao and Ermao, who are still observing from a distance. Chapter 60. Ethnic Consciousness, the Path of the Lion King after being bitten by Chij. The wildebeest is already in a state of panic, and with the onslaught of the 2 lionesses, escape becomes impossible. Soon, it succumbs to Chij's lethal bite. His jaw strength is remarkable, a result of deliberate training. He has been diligently enhancing his bite force daily, surpassing that of many male lions. Most male lions rarely engage in hunting, particularly after ascending to the position of king, spending their days lounging and using their jaws solely for feeding, which naturally diminishes their bite strength. However, Chuj is different. He is evolving into a superlative lion. Damao and Ermao approach to join their family in the feast. At present, Chuj's mindset is relaxed. He has transcended the mere survival instinct, and even if he were to perish now, he would have no regrets. At the age of 2, male lions are typically expelled from their prides. They are akin to adolescents, characterized by their volatile temperaments and their inclination to contest for mating rights with the dominant male, prompting the latter to drive them away. However, within this particular pride, there exists no reigning male. Thus, Chu Gu remains undisturbed. His mane, still short and far less majestic than that of an adult male, nevertheless renders him more conspicuous than the lionesses. Not far off, a cheetah, having lost its prey, retreats in disappointment. Meanwhile, a photography crew stands 100 meters away, marveling at Chu Ji's remarkable progress. This young fellow is destined to become an extraordinary lion king. He is impressively robust, remarks a female African wildlife specialist, who feels privileged to witness Chu Ji's development. It is her first encounter with such a strategically minded lion. A white male chuckles, suggesting, "Perhaps we shall title this The Rise of Simbor the Lion King?" To which a bearded man retorts, "That would infringe on copyrights." Unbeknownst to them, Chu Gu has silently emerged as the star of their documentary. After finishing their meal, the pride continues its journey, seeking a suitable spot for a nap. With a proud and buoyant gait, Chu Gu relishes the caress of the wind. Ever since his inaugural successful hunt, his mindset has shifted. No longer must he scavenge. He now ranks among the elite predators of the savannah, capable of instilling fear in solitary cheetahs and hyenas. In 2 years' time, he contemplates, he shall challenge a formidable pride. Chu Gu envisions a future where he can provide his family with a secure and stable pride, for the larger the pride, the greater the safety. Half an hour later, having arrived at a small grove to rest, Chuj observed yet another python coiled around a sizable tree. This particular serpent was of modest proportions, and upon Chuj's roaring at it, the python merely flicked its tongue and leisurely slithered away. Such is the way of the king of the savannah. Chuj mused with self-satisfaction, before reclining upon the earth to rest. Nearby, Damao and Ermao frolicked playfully, while Lusa and Ginny groomed each other affectionately. For some inexplicable reason, Chuj perceived that Lusa had aged. Her face bore numerous scars, lending her a somewhat fearsome appearance, which had prompted the photography team to nickname her Scarface, the Lion Queen. Sensing Chuj's gaze upon her, Lusa lifted her head and roared in his direction. She appeared unusually irritable, her countenance contorted into a fierce expression, as if ready to engage in combat. Chuj was taken aback, wondering what had provoked her sudden aggression. Could it be menopause? He pondered. Abruptly, Lusa rose to her feet and lunged at him, compelling him to retreat. Soon after, Ginny joined in, snapping at Chuj. However, their attacks lacked genuine force, suggesting they merely intended to intimidate him. Unable to retaliate, Chuj was forced to withdraw from the grove. Damao and Ermao approached, seemingly to defuse the tense atmosphere, but Damao was also met with a menacing roar, causing him to cower behind Chuj. In that moment, Chuj understood. He and Damao, both young male lions of 2 years, were reaching the age when they should leave their elders and strike out on their own. Within a pride, such behavior might appear to be the domineering act of the Lion King, but it also served to prevent the awkward consequences of inbreeding. Lions and tigers alike followed this pattern, ensuring that subsequent generations would grow stronger, not weaker. Chuj had not anticipated that the lionesses would possess such awareness. He sighed, realizing that the time for separation had come. Without him and Damao, Lusa and the others would fare better, spared the injuries they sustained during each hunt. He called out to Damao twice before turning to leave. Damao glanced at Lu Sha, Jean and Ermao, murmuring softly. Lu Sha let out a fierce growl, startling it into retracting its neck, and it could only follow Chu Gu with a sense of grievance. Ermao called out to its 2 elder brothers, but did not follow suit. Perhaps this was an instinct of species awareness. Even animals comprehend when it is time to depart. Lu Sha and Jean lay on the ground, gazing at Chu Gu and Damao as they departed. Their expressions remained unchanged, waiting until the 2 male lions vanished beyond the horizon before they lowered their heads. Not far away, the film crew zoomed in, suddenly struck by the profound sadness in the eyes of the lioness. She had nurtured the 2 male lions, had rescued them from the threats posed by hyenas, and had fearlessly hunted to provide for these offspring. Now, she had personally driven away Chu Ge and Damao. The depths of her feelings were beyond human comprehension. This epitomized natural selection. Even animals understood how to pass on their legacy, the black woman said calmly. The three men felt a sting in their eyes. Having spent over a year with this small pride of lions, witnessing Lu Sha and Jean and I fight valiantly for their three cubs on multiple occasions, they never anticipated that parting would come so swiftly. Chu Ge, too, felt a tinge of melancholy. He struggled to adjust, reminding himself that this was the instinctual awareness of African lions. After all, he was human and would eventually have to leave, refraining from intervening too much in Lu Sha's life. Roar. Damao trailed behind Chu Ge, whispering a growl, questioning why their mother had driven them away. Chu Ge, feeling impatient, let out a roar, prompting Damao to fall silent. Damao possesses a fierce nature, exhibiting a wild frenzy when confronting prey, a trait acquired from Lu Sha. However, before Chu Ge, it perpetually maintains a demeanor of reverence, from childhood to adulthood. Chu Ge has been the most intriguing figure in Damao's life, as well as its most trusted elder brother. It is time to establish our own pride of lions. I aspire to create a formidable coalition that will dominate the African continent. Chu Ge, filled with determination, strives to set aside the sorrow of impending separation. Concurrently, the documentary crew, after deliberation, has chosen to accompany Chu Ge and Damao. Male lions invariably capture greater attention, especially since they have already designated Chu Ge as the protagonist of their film. The two young male lions have matured, and they are now poised to mount a powerful challenge for the title of king. Each male lion embodies a legend, enduring a journey of wandering, life and death battles, defending their territory, and facing exile in their twilight years. Not all prides are ruled by a single male. Some may have two adult males coexisting. In stark contrast, nomadic males may travel in bands of 4 or 5. However, the number of lionesses in a pride is limited. Thus, the males vying for mating rights often engage in fierce duels. Chu Ge, already adept in the art of hunting and bolstered by Damao as his ally, is filled with confidence for the future. Chapter 61. The Dual Lions Odyssey. The life of wandering for the male lions has officially commenced. Chu Ge and Damao rely on one another as they traverse aimlessly towards the horizon. Though still in their youth, they possess a formidable stature that instills fear in most predatory animals. Initially, they experience some discomfort in their new lifestyle. Their speed does not match that of Lu Sha or Jenny, and hunting alone proves to be a chaotic endeavor, particularly for Damao, who often charges headlong into danger, resulting in frequent injuries. In a moment of helplessness, Chu Ge could only redirect his focus to the solitary animals around him. Separated from his mother and sister, Damao gradually revealed the ferocity of a lion. Like a valiant general charging fearlessly into battle, he consistently positioned himself in front of Chu Ge. He would distract the prey, allowing Chu Ge to leap forward and overturn it with sheer strength. During the feeding process, Damao exhibited a fierce demeanor. Previously tormented by Chu Ge and unable to satiate his hunger, he now feasted with abandon, free from the worry of other lions encroaching upon his meal. At times, Chu Ge would feel exasperated, fearful that this creature might inadvertently bite him. Fortunately, Damao still regarded him with a mixture of reverence and affection, relishing their playful interactions despite his growth. Time seemed inconsequential as they wandered. The two young lions roamed together, growing stronger with each passing day. It was only through the trials of their journey that Chu Ge comprehended the harsh realities faced by male lions, which were far from the idyllic notions humans often held. In their wandering, they were left to hunt for themselves, devoid of the support of a pride. Survival necessitated greater strength to secure a full belly. The herbivores were not always easy prey. On one occasion, Chu Ge and Damao managed to capture a solitary buffalo, only to be besieged by a herd of hundreds. They narrowly escaped, for had they not been swift, they would have succumbed to the deadly horns or trampling hooves. Familial bonds also existed among animals. As they roamed the wilderness, half a year swiftly passed. Chu Ge and Damao matured further, particularly Chu Ge, whose limbs now exhibited a muscular grace, with his mane having grown longer, exuding an imposing presence as he strode through the wind. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the edge of the grasslands, where a dense forested mountain awaited them. The wilds of Africa encompass more than mere savannas. Lions inhabit vast territories that extend into the woodlands as well. Chu Ge and Damao were trailing the cattle herd, both enamored with the pursuit of buffalo, formidable, perilous, and yielding delectable meat. Engaging in combat with wild buffalo served to hone their hunting prowess and combative capabilities. The photography crew playfully dubbed them Buffalo Maniacs, a moniker tinged with jest. On this particular day, Chugo halted upon a hillside. The meadow stretching before them was expansive, and a majestic lion patrolled the periphery of the woods. This lion was remarkably robust, its black mane luxuriant and redolent with virility. Even from afar, Chugo recognized his own inferiority. Damao sidled up, settling beside him. It, too, had espied the prime male lion and commenced a low growl. Upon hearing this, Chugo promptly delivered a swat, causing Damao to flinch. He issued a hushed snarl, cautioning it against recklessness. The brothers, united in purpose, had traversed the African continent, their failures now infrequent. Consequently, Damao had grown somewhat conceited, daring to pounce upon creatures of any stature or strength. Should it prove unequal to the task, Chugo would lend assistance. At worst, the brothers would flee in unison. Chugo lifted his head, inhaling the scent-laden air. Lions possess a highly developed sense of smell, and after more than 2 years of emulating one, he had successfully mastered this survival skill. He detected several distinct lion scents, indicating the presence of more than one male lion ahead. Chugo hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. A lion's patrol serves a singular purpose: to repel other lions. Trespassing upon another lion's territory invariably signifies conflict. Chugo and Damao, vagrant for half a year, had yet to engage in combat with a mature male lion. Should they venture forth and test their mettle? Chugo felt a sudden stirring of resolve. Though physically inferior, their 2-against-1 advantage might afford them a reasonable chance of success. In the wild, male lions are incredibly ferocious, far from the indolent creatures often depicted in documentaries. Chugo once watched a documentary about a coalition of male lions. 6 of these majestic beasts united to dominate their domain, bringing down formidable prey such as giraffes, elephants, hippos, and rhinos, tearing them asunder. When these lions engaged in combat, they fought with unbridled ferocity, even when grievously wounded, displaying a breathtaking tenacity. Lion prides in the wild are evolving, with coalitions of male lions becoming increasingly common, a significant departure from the traditional 2-male dynamic. This evolutionary adaptation has created some of the most formidable forces in the animal kingdom. Even a Siberian tiger would face certain demise against such a coalition. While the Siberian tiger may reign supreme in solitary combat among predators, it would meet a tragic end against a coalition of male lions. These coalitions typically consist of nomadic male lions driven by a singular purpose: to tear apart their prey. Lions themselves become targets, and the coalition may even prey on cubs. As Chugo deliberated, Damao suddenly surged forward. With a resounding roar, it sprinted ahead, its golden mane billowing in the wind, presenting a magnificent sight. Chugo cursed under his breath and hastily followed. His own sprint exuded even greater power. Behind them, the photography team sped along in their off-road vehicle. "They're going to fight adult male lions," exclaimed the bearded man, brimming with excitement as if witnessing his own offspring come of age. In the world of lions, challenging the king signifies true maturation. "Noth is too impulsive as always," grumbled a Caucasian man, convinced that Damao's recklessness would lead to its downfall. North was the appellation they bestowed upon Damao, while Chugo was hailed as Ares, embodying the god of war. In their estimation, Chugo was a nascent deity of battle, his ferocity unparalleled. Save for periods of convalescence, he maintained a rigorous training regimen, resulting in a physique markedly more muscular than Damao's, yet commendably devoid of corpulence. Upon reaching full maturity, Chugo would undoubtedly emerge as a preeminent lion, poised to dominate the savannah. The sable-maned lion, discerning Damao's advance, emitted a thunderous roar and charged forth with irresistible momentum. The 2 formidable beasts collided with tremendous force, resulting in Damao's swift incapacitation. It frantically brandished its claws, inflicting grievous lacerations upon the sable-maned lion's countenance. With a resounding thud, Chugo pounced from the periphery, his robust forelimbs landing squarely upon the sable-maned lion's back, instantly felling the creature. Unleashing his inherent savagery, he subjected the sable-maned lion to a relentless barrage of bites. Damao, regaining its footing, retaliated with unrestrained fury, pummeling the sable-maned lion with its paws and assailing its dorsal region with its teeth. The spectacle of this confrontation left the photography team in wide-eyed astonishment. They had not anticipated such formidable prowess from Chugo and Damao. Typically, Leonine combat commences with a vocal exchange, each combatant endeavoring to intimidate the other through auditory displays and imposing stature. However, Chu Gu, possessing a human essence, disregarded such superfluous formalities, while Damao, emboldened by his support, remained equally undaunted. The two juvenile lions proceeded to administer a thorough drubbing to the sable-maned lion. Alas, experience proved to be a decisive advantage. The sable-maned lion swiftly seized an opportune moment to regain its footing. It delivered a sharp blow to Chu Ji's cranium, its acuminate claws narrowly averting ocular injury, prompting his hasty retreat. Chapter 62. Unconventional sustenance. Ultimately, their youthfulness betrayed them. As the sight of a large wound on Damao's back became evident, Chu Gu immediately shouted, signaling Damao to retreat. Once injured, Damao regained his composure and hastily fled. Chu Gu evaded the pounce of the black-maned lion and turned to pursue. Although they were no match for their foes in combat, they excelled in retreating. The black-maned lion did not relentlessly chase after them. Instead, it roared in place, showcasing its strength and ferocity. The primary reason, of course, was its diminishing stamina compared to the younger pair. After several minutes of frantic escape, Chu Gu and Damao paused beneath a tree, where Damao began to lick his wounds. Witnessing his injury filled Chu Gu with both sorrow and anger. He growled softly, chastising Damao for his impulsiveness. Damao, feeling wronged, lay on the ground whimpering, a stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor. Chu Gu disregarded Damao's display of affection, instead wandering around to sniff the air, vigilant against a potential ambush from the lion. From the lingering scent, it was evident that the black-maned lion was not alone. It had companions nearby. Should they be surrounded by a pride of lions, both Chu Gu and Damao would surely meet a dire fate. The photography team's off-road vehicle approached once more, maintaining a familiar distance of 20 meters. They hoped that North would learn a lesson. They were not truly invincible yet. A white photographer remarked, both pained and amused, noting how Damao resembled an eternally youthful rascal, while Chu Gu embodied the mature and valiant elder brother. To them, the bond between these two siblings was almost excessively affectionate. A black female photographer expressed her concern, stating that beyond this point lay no longer the grasslands but the territory of roaming lion prides, which posed a significant danger as they were not yet strong enough. The three photographers, already well informed about the phenomenon of African lion prides, couldn't help but feel anxious for Chu Gu and Damao. The apprehensions they harbored were mirrored in Chu's own misgivings. Their journey to this point was not driven by a specific objective. They had merely followed the buffalo. For animal migrations are manifold, encompassing wildebeest, zebras, antelopes, and more, and their sustenance was not limited to buffalo alone. Reflecting on this, Chuj contemplated retreating. Perhaps, he mused, we should skirt the periphery of the woods. Having made this decision, Chuj reclined upon the earth to rest. Damao tended to its wound for a considerable time before nestling against Chuj's form. An hour later, Chuj and Damao resumed their journey. Wild animals possess remarkable regenerative abilities, honed by constant battles. Shortly after their departure, a pride of 5 male lions, led by a black-maned alpha, arrived at the location, tracking Chuj and Damao by their scent. Unaware of the pursuit, Chuj nonetheless sensed an impending danger. They pressed onward without pause. A fortnight elapsed. The photography team's off-road vehicle was rendered unusable, forcing them to navigate the forest's edge. Chuj proceeded cautiously, vigilant against insects and beasts that might alight upon him, particularly pythons. The thought of encountering a monstrous serpent of lore filled him with dread. Lions, despite their size, paled in comparison to the terror of a giant python. Damao, however, remained unfazed, marking its territory with urine to deter the pursuing lions. The pungent scent served as a warning to any unsuspecting rival males, creating the illusion of its omnipresence. Chuj paid little heed to Damao's mischievous antics. Instead, he detected a delicate fragrance that irresistibly drew him forward, guiding him nearly a kilometer. He espied a patch of deep violet fungi, nestled in the meadow betwixt the trees, encompassing an area of 2 square meters. Damao, with a sniff, made ready to approach, but Chu Gu promptly interdicted him. A gargantuan python of the rocks descended from the tree trunk ahead, its girth rivaling that of a grown man's thigh. Chu Ji's heart skipped a beat, a bizarre reminiscence of the film Anaconda flashing through his mind. He recoiled instinctively. What if other such behemoths lurked nearby? Damao, however, grew fractious, his impulse to pounce on any creature, regardless of its size, irrepressible. The python, though large, seemed less imposing than a water buffalo. Chuga growled at him in a low voice, bidding him to silence. Under his gaze, the python abruptly lunged towards the cluster of violet mushrooms, seizing one in its jaws and swallowing it whole. Instantly, the python began to convulse, emitting a spine-chilling hiss. Damao could not help but roar, his voice so thunderous that Chu Gu jumped in fright. That damned cur! Chu Gu fumed inwardly, tempted to strike Damao down. The python remained, continuing to devour the mushrooms, utterly disregarding Chu Gu and Damao's presence. Watching it consume the fungi with such relish, Chu Gu felt a peculiar craving stir within him. Strangely, as a lion, a carnivore by nature, he was experiencing a novel desire for vegetation. Could this be one of those serendipitous encounters from novels, these mushrooms imbued with arcane power? Chu Ji's mind raced with possibilities. The existence of the survival arena made him believe that anything was conceivable. Should he partake in one of these mushrooms? Chu Gu hesitated, wary of their potential toxicity. Moreover, the python might lunge at him if he approached. Judging by the python's physique, it was easily 5 meters in length, capable of inflicting a grievous bite. The formidable beast. Damao continued its vociferous roaring, its countenance twisted in a savage snarl, its body poised, suggestive of an imminent lunge. Chu Gu inhaled deeply, muttering under his breath, "I am the king of the savannah. I shall fear nothing." With that, he began to seek an opportune moment to seize the prize from the serpent's jaws. The python, as if discerning their intentions, raised its head and hissed menacingly, conveying its readiness to strike. Just then, the roars of numerous male lions resonated from the thicket behind them. Chu Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Had those curs pursued them this far? Were they mad? Damao, startled, whirled around, its anxiety palpable. Despite its ferocity, it understood the futility of fighting when beset on all sides. Chu Gu extended a paw and clawed at the earth, inadvertently unearthing 4 violet mushrooms. As the fungi, coated in soil, tumbled aside, he swiftly snatched them up and fled into the woods, Damao close behind. The brothers vanished into the undergrowth with haste. The python resumed its consumption of the violet mushrooms, but before long, 5 male lions arrived in succession, drawn by the same alluring fungi. Paying no heed to the serpent, they prepared for a fierce confrontation. Chu Gu, with the dirt-covered mushrooms in his mouth, sprinted onward, Damao keeping pace. They raced out of the forest and only halted when they reached the crest of a hill overlooking the savannah. Chu Gu deposited the clump of earth, the 4 mushrooms still clinging to it. He couldn't resist consuming one, discovering it to be remarkably sweet, melting upon his tongue. He continued to eat, unconcerned about potential poisoning. Even if he succumbed, this survival experience was worth it. Damao, witnessing his brother's relish, joined in, swiftly devouring a violet mushroom. Chu Gu, with keen eyes and swift reflexes, seized the last mushroom, swallowing it whole. At that moment, he felt a sudden surge of heat coursing through his body. Ding! Unconventional survival substance detected. Survivor will be forcibly withdrawn in 1 month. Please prepare accordingly. Chapter 63. Poisonous mushrooms? Unconventional survival substance? What could this be? Was bewildered by the sudden notification. Could these purple mushrooms actually alarm the rules of the survival arena? After consuming 3 purple mushrooms, he felt a burning sensation throughout his body, a sensation that was both uncomfortable and exhilarating. Who had only eaten 1 purple mushroom became extremely excited. It leaped and roared incessantly on the hillside, as if spring had arrived. After a while, S body temperature began to decrease. He felt a surge of anticipation. Unconventional survival substance sounded incredibly potent. Would his genes mutate? Would his attribute panel significantly improve? At that moment, felt like he had won the lottery. This was a worthwhile endeavor. However, as his body temperature returned to normal, he did not feel any stronger. He tried slapping, who yelped in pain and looked at him with grievance. Its reaction was the same as before. Could he have been overthinking things? Felt dejected. He had hoped to become stronger, but nothing seemed to have happened. Could it be a poisonous mushroom? Would the toxicity fully manifest in a month, prompting the survival arena to warn him of a forced withdrawal? This realization further depressed him, nuzzled him affectionately. Seeing its simple-minded appearance, S' heart sank. It had also eaten the poisonous mushroom. Did that mean it would also die? Endless regret and resentment welled up in his heart. He collapsed to the ground, utterly dispirited and devoid of any fighting spirit. He had calculated everything, except for dying in this manner. Indeed, the adage that the most visually appealing mushrooms are often the most toxic holds true, although oblivious to the old man's train of thought. Demao sensed his somber mood and nestled beside him in silent companionship. Half an hour later, the photography team's off-road vehicle arrived. Upon spotting Chu Gu and Demao cresting the hillside, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Their demeanor is unsettling. Could they be injured? The bearded man inquired anxiously. Unaware of the events that had transpired within the forest, they couldn't help but harbor concerns. It was unusual for Chu Gu to appear so dejected and dispirited. Despite their apprehension, they refrained from rushing over to assess the situation. Adhering to their principles, they were adamant about not disrupting the lives of wild animals. Even if Chu Gu and Demao were on the verge of being mauled by other lions, they would remain mere observers. After all, those same lions had preyed upon numerous animals in the past, and they hadn't intervened then. Having already exerted an excessive influence on wildlife, the photography team, dedicated to promoting the well-being of wild animals, couldn't afford to contravene the laws of nature. Of course, they might consider intervening if an endangered species were involved, such as the paradoxical nature of humanity, capable of both inflicting carnage and extending compassion. Another hour elapsed. Suddenly, 3 lions, their bodies streaked with blood, emerged from the forest. They appeared as though they had been flayed alive, presenting a ghastly sight. Chu Gu and Demao promptly rose and fled in the opposite direction. Startled, the photography team swiftly redirected their lenses. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired in that forest? A Caucasian man stammered, swallowing hard. He had witnessed numerous animals in distress. Yet the sight of those 3 lions sent a shiver down his spine. After running for a short distance, the 3 bloodied lions collapsed to the ground, their mournful roars echoing through the air. It seems that those majestic lions were enticed by the poisonous mushrooms, likely engaging in a fierce battle with the colossal python. How pitiful! The 2 brothers sprinted towards the edge of the savannah. Along the way, Chu Gu pondered how to spend the remaining month. There were numerous plans yet to be realized, and leaving in such a manner was truly vexing, especially concerning Demao. Perhaps Demao was not as deeply afflicted as he was, but could Demao survive alone in the future without him? Chu Gu turned his head to glance at Demao, observing its tongue lolling out in a comical manner, and his heart felt heavy with unease. The experience within the animal kingdom proved to be far more arduous than he had previously imagined. It was not merely a matter of survival. The emotional toll was equally challenging. After all, humans are inherently sentimental. Any entity capable of evoking feelings becomes difficult to relinquish. Sigh, one step at a time. Chu Gu mused inwardly. Each morning upon awakening, he sensed a slight increase in his strength. Not only he, but Demao too exhibited signs of growth, particularly in speed. Their transformations did not go unnoticed by the photography team, who found it peculiar yet did not dwell on it. After witnessing Demao successfully hunt alone, Chu Gu felt utterly reassured. Even in his absence, Demao should be able to thrive, albeit in solitude. This was an experience that most lion kings would inevitably encounter. Thus, Chu Gu ceased his hunting endeavors, dedicating his days to personal training while entrusting the task of hunting entirely to Demao. Following his solo success in hunting wildebeest, Demao brimmed with confidence, daring even to challenge a wild buffalo. Even without his elder brother hunting, he did not indulge selfishly, always bringing the prey before Chu Gu to share the feast. Such gestures not only moved Chu Gu, but also stirred the hearts of the photography team. The emotions of animals can sometimes be more genuine and pure than those of humans. On this particular evening, Demao had yet to return from his hunt, causing Chu Gu to feel a twinge of anxiety. He followed the scent of Demao, pressing forward for nearly 2 kilometers. Upon reaching a hillside, he gazed down and his heart sank. At the edge of the woods below, Demao was encircled by a pack of over 20 spotted hyenas. Crouching low, his body was marred with blood, yet he continued to resist, low growls emanating from his throat, his visage fierce. The hyenas circled menacingly, seeking the opportune moment to strike. With a furious roar, Chu Gu charged down the slope. Even while descending, he sprinted at full speed, his muscles rippling with explosive power, exuding an unstoppable aura. The hyenas, startled by his sudden approach, recoiled momentarily. However, instead of fleeing, they began to yelp and challenge. Though hyenas feared the mighty lion, their courage swelled in numbers, emboldening them to take on even a lion. As the most notorious predators of the African savanna, hyenas are notoriously brutal, relishing the act of consuming their prey alive. Starting from the rear, often while the victim still clings to life, tearing out its intestines with cruel abandon. Chu Gu harbored an inherent disdain for hyenas. and upon witnessing Damao's injuries, a long-dormant fury ignited within him. He yearned to rend the hyenas apart. His eyes quickly filled with blood, turning a vivid crimson at an alarming pace. Soon, he plunged into the fray of hyenas. Roaring fiercely, Chu-Gu charged like a tank, colliding with 3 hyenas and sending them sprawling. His movements were ferocious as he struck one hyena across the face with a powerful paw, tearing away a patch of flesh. Blood spraying in all directions. The spotted hyenas, frightened, scattered in every direction. Chu-Gu did not relent. He pursued the hyenas with ferocity, scattering over 20 of them into disarray. Upon witnessing his charge, Damao was instantly invigorated, roaring in response, and despite its injuries, it rose to join the fray. Chapter 64. The Battle with the Lion King, Unmatched Valor. The hyenas, cunning and elusive, preferred to weave through the chaos, waiting for the slightest opening to strike en masse. A solitary lion, ensnared by their numbers, would inevitably face a gruesome demise. Yet, Chu-Ji's ferocity was overwhelming. He barreled through, showing no signs of halting, which instilled fear in the hearts of the hyenas, causing them to flee in disarray. Thus, a fierce battle concluded. With an air of majesty, Chu-Gu injured several hyenas, among which 2 suffered broken spines, rendered motionless and groaning pitifully on the ground. In a fit of vengeance, Damao rushed over and delivered the final blow to them. Subsequently, it approached Chu-Gu like a wronged puppy, lying down and beginning to lick its wounds. Witnessing the severity of Damao's injuries, Chu-Ji's heart ached as if pierced by a blade. Alas, could this creature truly survive away from him? By now, Chu-Gu had come to regard all of this as a palpable reality. He considered Damao family, unable to part with it. In the distance, the filming crew captured the earlier battle. They were deeply moved, with one Caucasian even having tears welling in his eyes. Ares is indeed a hero of the North. A brother and a father reflected a black woman. In their documentary's narrative, Chu-Gu emerged as the undeniable protagonist, one who never failed to inspire. Whenever Damao found itself in peril, Chu-Gu would invariably rise like a true hero. They were convinced that once the documentary was released, it would create a sensation. It would be their magnum opus, propelling them into the professional sphere. For the first time, Chuj did not begrudge tending to Big Mane, licking its wounds. Big Mane was elated and began to playfully spar with him. Chuj swatted it, causing it to roar in pain before settling down. The brute truly only understood through physical correction. After a brief respite, the 2 comrades rose to depart. No, before we leave, I must assist this fellow in commandeering a pride, Chuj mused, gazing ahead. Big Mane was far too impetuous and would easily falter if acting alone. With a pride to support him, he would have a greater chance of survival. As for facing the incursions of other male lions, that was his inevitable trial. As long as he had a year of stability, Chuj believed his combat prowess would surge, rendering him fearless of other males. During their vagabondage, Big Mane had frequently emulated Chuj's training regimen and had consumed a purple mushroom, ensuring he would be no weakling. Oblivious to the impending parting, Big Mane began to trot. Like a child, Chuj's gaze was gentle as he quietly observed Big Mane. Beneath the azure sky, upon the boundless savanna, a robust adult male lion stood beneath a tree, roaring into the distance. Nearby, 5 adult lionesses gazed in the same direction. The cubs, meanwhile, cowered in the undergrowth, peering about, following their gaze. 2 young male lions were seen approaching the king of beasts. The leading young male was particularly robust, especially in his forelimbs, the muscular contours of which were strikingly imposing as he advanced. It was Chuj. Since ingesting the 3 purple mushrooms, his strength had been continually augmented, and even the mane upon his head had grown considerably longer. Now, he is poised to lead Damao in challenging the lion pride. Though they are not yet fully mature, adulthood is within sight. The Lion King lets out a thunderous roar that reverberates across the savanna. Chu-Gu similarly bellows, his voice matching the Lion King's in ferocity, unsettling the pride. He charges ahead towards the Lion King, with Damao eagerly following close behind. The 2 brothers sprint forth like famished wolves. The Lion King, undaunted, leaps down to confront them. This is a battle for supremacy among lions. The photography team quietly captures the scene on the plains. Ares seems out of sorts. Has it truly matured? The bearded man chuckles slyly, eliciting laughter from the others. The struggle for the position of Lion King is ultimately a contest for mating rights. Soon, Chu-Gu collides with the Lion King. Though his shoulders are lower than those of the Lion King, his muscular limbs are notably more robust. Typically, the muscles of male lions appear slack, particularly that of the king. When a pride hunts, they become lethargic, opting to walk rather than run, and to lie down instead of moving. Due to the slope, and with Chu Ge charging from below, he is swiftly knocked down by the Lion King, and the two male lions tumble downwards. After rolling 4 times, Chu Ge manages to shove the Lion King away and swiftly rises to his feet. Just as the Lion King regains his balance, Demao attacks from behind, his claws sinking into the Lion King's back, followed by savage bites. A cacophony of roars erupts. Ferocity, primitiveness, brutality. These qualities are vividly displayed in this contest for the title of Lion King. Demao may not overpower the Lion King alone, but with Chu Ge's assistance. The Lion King finds himself besieged, flustered, and soon sustains injuries. Apologies. I wish for it to survive. In an instant, Chu Ge transformed into a formidable force, his mane swirling wildly as he savagely attacked the Lion King. The Lion King, wary of Demao, found himself caught off guard by Chu Ge's sudden onslaught. In previous battles, the Lion King had relied on his imposing presence and strength to repel intruders, yet this particular assailant proved to be an unprecedented challenge. Chu Ge's ferocity even instilled fear in the Lion King. No longer was Chu Ge an ordinary individual from the city. He had endured countless acts of violence and combat, confronting death itself, which had cultivated an innate wildness within him. He was a true lion, king of the savannah. The 3 male lions engaged in a fierce struggle, their massive forms stirring up clouds of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ge bit down on the Lion King's neck while Demao pressed down on its head, and together, the brothers forced the Lion King to the ground. This act signified the conclusion of the battle. The Lion King was defeated. Chu Ge, with a fierce expression, clamped down on the Lion King's neck, emitting chilling roars that sent shivers down spines. The pride of lions on the hillside observed in silence. One lioness stealthily departed, intending to lead the young males away, for she sensed that the throne was about to change hands. As Chu Ge released his grip, the Lion King immediately sprang to its feet and fled. Demao, brimming with excitement, roared triumphantly at the Lion King's retreating form. The 4 members of the photography team stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that these 2 young male lions had truly succeeded. Their physiques were noticeably smaller than that of the Lion King. Chu Ge shook his head, revealing a deep gash on his left foreleg, exposing bone beneath, a sight both horrifying and shocking. Yet, he momentarily forgot the pain, filled instead with joy, for he had triumphed. He had secured a home for Demao. Demao excitedly dashed up the hillside, irresistibly drawn to the lionesses. Chu Ge neither intervened nor contested his pursuit of them. Everything that followed could be entrusted to him. That rascal, I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Chu Ge mused with a smile tinged with reproach, slowly rising to approach the Lion King. Thus, Chu Ge and the Lion King gradually vanished beyond the horizon. Demao seemed to sense something amiss. He ceased to sniff at the lionesses and turned instead to gaze in the direction where Chu Ge had departed. He emitted a low growl, his eyes blinking rapidly. In that moment, he resembled a forsaken child, his silhouette exuding profound loneliness. Chapter 65. Awakening of Survival Instincts. Chu Ge relentlessly pursued the Lion King. The two engaged in a relentless chase that spanned 3 days. He deliberately paused, allowing the Lion King to escape. The previous battle had left the Lion King gravely injured, rendering it too fearful to halt and confront Chu Ge. Lying in the grass, Chu Ge gazed at a herd of antelope in the distance, suddenly overtaken by fatigue. He panted heavily, his tongue lolling out. An overwhelming weariness surged within him, a sensation difficult to articulate. It dawned upon him that forcibly exiting did not equate to an immediate disappearance. It seems that, according to the passage of time, a month would amount to merely these 2 days, Chu Ge murmured. In that moment, he felt an uncanny sense of impending natural demise. There was no pain, no fear. Yet he sensed vitality ebbing away. The majestic savanna before him appeared increasingly surreal. Bowing his head, he quietly contemplated the path ahead. I am a human, not a lion, he thought to himself. Yet, as he reflected on Lu Sha, Jinny, Ermao, and the prospect of Demao facing the latter half of his life alone, a profound sorrow surged within his heart. He had, in essence, been reborn twice. Having lived 2 human lives, he was now reliving a leonine existence. He yearned for it all to be real, yet simultaneously dreaded the possibility. Gradually, his consciousness began to wane, and he relinquished control of his physical form. At that very moment, Two spotted hyenas materialized from an indiscernible location, sniffing his scent and advancing toward him. Resigned, lamented that he would be devoured by hyenas before his departure. He wondered if he would experience pain in his current state. As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his groin. Alas, he no longer possessed the strength to rise, let alone resist. He could only hope that his consciousness would fade away swiftly. Before long, the two spotted hyenas had approached within a mere 3 meters of him. He could vaguely perceive the hunger in their eyes. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar and enraged roar echoed through the air. Charged from the horizon of the savannah, its face contorted in fury, its speed unprecedented. It had abandoned its newly acquired pride to seek out. It was first time acting as savior, after having been protected and rescued by on numerous occasions. His heart was shaken, filled with both excitement and trepidation. That foolish fellow! His eyelids grew heavy, and his vision gradually narrowed. Before his consciousness was entirely consumed by darkness, he heard its furious roar, along with the anguished cries of the spotted hyenas. With a start, awoke from his reverie, leaping from the sofa. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. His memory swiftly returning. Survival house. He currently retains his human form, yet he feels no sense of joy. The thought of Demau's final appearance weighs heavily on his heart. He wonders if that foolish fellow can remain as lively as before without him. The more Chu-Go contemplates, the more dismal his mood becomes. Due to the survivor's exposure to unconventional survival substances within the experience scroll, the upcoming survival competition will forego the usual 5-day task notifications and simultaneously increase the task's difficulty. It has been detected that the next survival competition will incorporate undercover rules. You shall operate as an independent faction, devoid of allies. A cold, indifferent voice echoed, causing Chu-Ge's eyes to widen in astonishment. Damn it! He stifled his gloomy emotions and summoned his attribute panel. Survivor. Chu-Go star rank. 2 stars biting force. 1321 forelimb strength, 541 hind limb strength, 482 speed, 204 stamina, 217 survival entity, African lion survival abilities, color change of the body surface, cheetah's speed, muscle enhancement, biting force enhancement survival talent, awakening survival equipment, none survival team, none survival points, 250 a biting force exceeding 1,000. The strength of all limbs has also doubled. Chu-Go was momentarily elated, instantly transforming into lion form. A muscular lion materialized within the survival house, its golden mane exuding majesty. He felt stronger than he ever had on the vast grasslands. This transformation was a direct result of acquiring survival abilities. The experience scroll for the survival entity has proven to be a tremendous boon, perhaps even a remarkable windfall. He noticed the mention of survival talent and felt an intriguing curiosity. What could it be? Shouldn't talent be synonymous with survival abilities? I am curious about the details of unconventional survival substances and survival talents, Chuj inquired softly. However, the luminous screen before him remained unchanged. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering if this information was temporarily restricted. He promptly opened a chat window with Gu Tianjiao. Chuj, are you there? Gu Tianjiao. Yes. Chuj, what exactly are unconventional survival substances? And what are survival talents? Gu Tianjiao. How do you know about these things? Unconventional survival substances are materials that can disrupt the conventional genetic sequence, with both beneficial and detrimental effects. Earth has existed for billions of years, and organisms have continuously evolved. These unconventional substances play a role in this process, but they are difficult to discover, requiring generations of accumulated lineage. Humanity can only perceive it as natural selection. One must be cautious when encountering unconventional survival substances, as many survivors may face immediate death, akin to a lethal poison. Gu Tianjiao. However, there are instances of individuals rising to prominence through unconventional survival substances. For example, I once encountered a survivor who awakened a talent by consuming a plant with an unconventional substance. They are now a member of a top 50 survival team. Gu Tianjiao. Survival talent is a more advanced survival ability. I am not sure about the specifics, as I have not awakened one myself. How do you know about it? Did you ingest an unconventional substance and awaken a survival talent? Chuj, if what you say is true, that would be wonderful. A friend of mine was boasting, and I was curious, so I asked. You are the only one who knows. Gu Tianjiao. Indeed, individuals like you, who ascend to 2 stars after merely 3 contests, are likely to meet their demise, rarely encountering survivors more seasoned than myself. Chu Gu. Yes, you are truly impressive. Gu Tianjiao. Modesty is key. Chu Gu ceased the conversation, becoming lost in contemplation. It seemed that fate had indeed intervened. He had consumed 3 purple mushrooms, awakening his survival talent. Would Damao also experience genetic evolution? Contemplating this, he exited the survival house. It was still night, and the sound of the television in the living room continued to resonate. Chu Gu realized he was drenched in sweat, with an unpleasant odor clinging to him. He disregarded his discomfort and rushed to his desk, opening his computer to search for news regarding lions. He hoped to find information about Damao, yet simultaneously feared the outcome. Only an hour had passed since reality unfolded. While he had spent nearly 3 years with Damao, how could they possibly exist within the same temporal realm? After searching for quite a while, he found no leads, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information regarding lions. Suddenly, he recalled the photography crew that had been trailing them. Those individuals seemed to have given them names. He was called in Ruosi, while Damao was referred to as Nasher. Ugh. Nas. Chapter 66. Encountering camp tasks again. Fighting alone, Chu Gu diligently searched online for over an hour, yet he could not locate a single photograph of Damao. He had no choice but to concede defeat. With a heavy sigh, he realized that Damao was indeed not part of this world. It was also possible that the documentary by the photography crew had yet to be uploaded online. Weighed down by his thoughts, he rose and approached the wardrobe, selecting an outfit before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Chu Feiqiang lay on the sofa, engrossed in television, while Han Yujin occupied herself playing mahjong on her phone. Chu Feiqiang caught a glimpse of Chu Ji's figure and frowned slightly. Why did this fellow seem to have gained some muscle? He murmured to himself, yet did not dwell on it. Perhaps fatigue had conjured a mere illusion. After his bath, Chu Gu requested Han Yujuan to assist him in changing the bedding. As she departed with the soiled sheets, she gently closed the door behind her. Approaching the sofa, she whispered, "Do you feel that something is amiss with Xiaoge?" Han Yujuan shot him a glance before carrying the linens to the bathroom. Tomorrow was Sunday, and Chu Gu had no school, allowing him the luxury of a leisurely morning. That night, he dreamt of leading Damao and a pride of lions across the vast prairie, invincible and undefeated. Suddenly, a Siberian tiger intruded upon the scene, hunting relentlessly, vanquishing numerous formidable predators beneath its claws. As the king of the grasslands, Chu Gu prepared to confront this Siberian tiger. Just as the climactic battle commenced, the tiger morphed into a black bear, accompanied by a pack of pit bulls, startling him awake with a jolt. Sunlight streamed through the window as he inhaled deeply, glancing at the wall. It was 11:30. Lunchtime was imminent. Rubbing his eyes, he began to rise. After freshening up, he found that Han Yujuan had already prepared lunch. Chu Feiqiang was out for the day, leaving just the two of them at home. "You eat first. I'll prepare a soup." Han Yujuan's voice called from the kitchen. Chu Gu filled 2 bowls with rice. Moments later, Han Yujuan brought the radish and pork rib soup to the table. As she ladled soup for Chu Gu, she inquired, "Xiao Gu, did you not sleep well? The bloodshot in your eyes is quite pronounced." Though she maintained a calm exterior, her heart was unsettled. He was struggling to readjust. Chuj offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, the abundance of assignments kept me up late." Han Yuan, with heartfelt sympathy, consoled him. "Don't burden yourself with excessive pressure. University isn't the sole determinant of one's life achievements. Relax, even if you don't perform exceptionally well, it's all right, as long as you've given it your best effort." Chuj nodded, replying with a smile, "Rest assured, I won't let you down. This afternoon, I intend to remain in my room to study, so don't concern yourself with me." Han Yuan hesitated before asking, "You're not planning to run off again, are you?" Chuj responded with resignation, "If I ever intend to leave in the future, I'll certainly inform you beforehand. Throughout my life, have I ever encountered any significant trouble? Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan relented. After lunch, Chuj promptly secluded himself in his room. He entered the survival house, commencing training to adapt to his new leonine physique. He now dwarfed even an adult lioness, his mane reaching 10 centimeters in length, and his limbs boasting formidable musculature, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. His physical attributes had undergone substantial enhancement, albeit with a slight reduction in agility compared to before. The increase in mass naturally led to a deceleration in speed. Before the advent of the next survival arena, he had to acclimate himself to his current form. Should he encounter a black bear again, he was confident in his ability to engage in combat. The following morning, Chuj departed for school. He endeavored to regulate his demeanor. Yet his presence still instilled trepidation among his classmates, particularly his gaze, which even unsettled the instructor during class. Even his usually loquacious deskmate, Chen Xuanjia, hesitated to initiate conversation with him. Chuj felt helpless, but there was little he could do. Qualities such as temperament are difficult to alter, requiring gradual cultivation over time. He could only attempt to keep his head lowered as much as possible. Chuj found the day to be quite uncomfortable, as did his peers and teachers. Whenever he excused himself to the restroom, his classmates would invariably engage in discussions about him. During one such instance, Tang Xuejiao passed him a note, expressing her concern for his well-being. He leaned forward, whispering softly to her back, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." His words sent shivers down Tang Xuejiao's spine, and she nodded awkwardly. Chu Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. On his way home from school, he telephoned Gao Fei, inquiring whether the formidable figure had concluded the city battle. Gao Fei replied with resignation, "I'm afraid I must postpone our plans once more, my friend. That influential individual suffered a crushing defeat in the city battle and is currently in low spirits. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Are you in need of funds? Would you like me to lend you some in the interim?" Chu Ge remained unperturbed, acknowledging that setbacks were commonplace in the survival arena. He reasoned that had he been the one to fail a mission, he too would be reluctant to face others. The two conversed briefly, with Gao Fei uncharacteristically refraining from prolonging the conversation, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. Life resumed its ordinary rhythm, having grown accustomed to the daily necessity of hunting for sustenance. Chu Ge found himself somewhat ill-prepared for the change. Fortunately, he was still able to consume cooked meals, sparing him the need to rummage through the refrigerator for raw meat. As the commencement of the survival competition approached, Chu Ge received a notification 5 days prior, indicating the imminent start of the mission, albeit without providing details regarding the environment or specific regulations. Undaunted, Chu Ge remained composed, confident in his current strength. In fact, he eagerly anticipated the commencement of the competition, yearning to unleash his prowess and assert his dominance as the king of the grasslands. During the remaining 5 days, he meticulously allocated his time to exercise and study, noticing a gradual improvement in his physical fitness and memory, which facilitated his learning. Could this be attributed to the awakening of his survival instincts? On the final evening, Chu Ge summoned Han Yujuan to the kitchen, informing her of his impending departure for a few days. Startled, Han Yujuan seized his arm, her voice laced with anxiety. "Xiao Ge, I forewarned you about your mother out of respect. Rest assured, I'll be fine." Chu Ge spoke with earnest sincerity, unable to elaborate further, resorting to emotional appeal. Han Yujuan remained indecisive. Chu Ge waved dismissively, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Anyway, I'm about to leave. Refrain from calling the authorities again. It's rather unbecoming. My performance on the next exam will undoubtedly be superior." Chu Fei was incensed, poised to confront Chu Ge, but she intervened. After a lengthy deliberation, the couple resolved to lock Chu Ji's bedroom door, preventing his departure. Escape through the window was out of the question, as they did not reside on the ground or first floor. The following morning at precisely 5:30, Chu Ge awoke. He lay in bed, anticipating the commencement of the survival competition. At approximately 6:40, the emotionless female voice reverberated, as expected. "This survival competition task is a faction survival arena. There are 26 survivors participating in this faction survival arena, divided into 3 factions. One faction consists of a single individual, who will be randomly deployed into the other 2 factions, each of which contains 2 moles. This faction survival arena will take place in Shenangjia, with a duration of 7 days. Leaving the Shenangjia area constitutes failure. Each elimination of an opposing faction survivor yields 200 survival points. Mistakenly eliminating a friendly mole incurs a deduction of 400 survival points. Upon completion of the competition, failure to eliminate any opponents will result in an additional deduction of 400 survival points. The faction survival arena commences." As the announcement concluded, a familiar sensation of giddiness enveloped him, and Chu Ge vanished from the confines of his bedroom. Chapter 67. No weaklings. Is there an additional deduction of 400 survival points for failing to eliminate enemies? Does surviving until the end still constitute a loss? Coupled with the penalty for mission failure, wouldn't that amount to a total deduction of 600 survival points? These conjectures swirled in Chu Ji's mind as his consciousness succumbed to darkness. After a brief interval, he gradually awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of towering, upright trees and a colossal beast, a creature with which he was intimately familiar, an African buffalo. The fully grown behemoth lay prostrate on the ground, its eyelids fluttering slightly. Chu Ji's consciousness swiftly returned, and he widened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Animals lay all around him, and including himself, there were 14 survivors in total. Apart from the African buffalo, the other survivors were no longer the diminutive cats and dogs of the past. Among them was a lynx. Chu Gu was pleasantly surprised. Could this be Gu Tianjiao? Gu Tianjiao lay in the undergrowth, appearing to be on the verge of awakening. In addition to her, there were also a kangaroo, a cheetah, a wild boar, a giant tortoise, a chimpanzee, a white horse, a sheep, an Alaskan malamute, a skunk, a calf, and a peacock. Chu Gu remained prone on the ground, observing them silently. His leonine demeanor radiating powerfully, he refrained from greeting Gu Tianjiao, curious to see if she would recognize him. His current form was vastly different from his previous appearance in the survival arena. Not only had his physique and musculature undergone significant changes, but his mane and overall aura had also been dramatically transformed. Soon, the survivors began to awaken one after another. Every survivor who laid eyes on Chu Gu was visibly startled. The muscles in Chu Ji's forelimbs were remarkably developed, reminiscent of a bodybuilder, and his aloof gaze, when encountered at close range, evoked the atmosphere of a horror film. Gu Tianji was taken aback as she scrutinized Chu Gu, her heart racing with alarm. What manner of freak could cultivate such formidable muscles? His survival instincts must be exceptionally robust. As she pondered this, a sense of familiarity wafted from the imposing lion before her. The thought of Chu Gu flitted across her mind, but it was fleeting, after all. Her acquaintance with him had lasted less than 3 days, and now, his physique had undergone such a dramatic transformation that his scent must have changed as well. The previous incarnation of Chu Gu, having never roamed the vast grasslands, bore a resemblance to the lions found in a zoo. The lion before her exuded untamed ferocity, its eyes more frenzied than those of a black bear. Goodness, brother, your muscles are quite impressive, though I wonder if they are merely for show. A mocking laughter broke the tension, revealing an African buffalo sprawled on the ground, observing Chu Gu with a bemused expression. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. At that moment, Chu Gu rose slowly to his full height, his imposing physique amplifying the sense of pressure. He slightly lifted his chin, gazing down at the African buffalo, and spoke in a gravelly voice. Do you know that over the past year, I have hunted African buffalo daily? I have feasted on those larger than you. Are you aware of the size of African buffalo on the grasslands? His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable weight that stifled the air. Every survivor present felt a surge of lethal intent. This man was not boasting. He truly had consumed that many African buffalo. The African buffalo snorted dismissively, its gaze flickering, choosing not to engage further. Without a clear understanding of his opponent's strength, it would not act recklessly. Ahem, comrades, there's no need for such apprehension. We have a couple of moles in our midst. Perhaps we should begin by introducing ourselves. Kangaroo stepped forward, endeavoring to diffuse the tension and steer the conversation toward the survival mission at hand. Gu Tianjiao chuckled. Not 2, but 3 moles, wouldn't you say? There are 14 of us here. This survival game consists of 26 participants in total, with 12 on the opposing side. Therefore, we outnumber them by 1, and consequently, we must bear an additional mole, a latent menace. Chu Gu was mortified. Was this woman tempting fate with such perspicacity? Other survivors chimed in. Being a lone wolf is truly exhilarating, eliminating targets at will. What good is that? He lacks allies. Who will assist him? Who is best suited to be a lone mole? The strongest among us? Nay, that would only empower him. Not necessarily. It should be the most inconspicuous one. After all, we are yet unaware of the structure of the other faction. We cannot afford to isolate our strongest asset. From the current standpoint, Chu Gu and the African buffalo appear to be the prime candidates for the strongest. As for the other survivors, their survival skills remain unproven, making it difficult to assess. A fearsome appearance does not necessarily equate to strength. Chu Gu remained silent, prone on the ground, observing the survivors' deliberation. If I were not a mole, whom would I suspect? Chu Gu pondered, thinking in reverse. Firstly, he would suspect himself and the African buffalo, followed by the sheep, and then the kangaroo. The latter's willingness to step forward and ease the tension suggested a certain confidence. What's our next course of action? Shall we split up or remain as a unit? The Alaskan malamute inquired, his gaze subtly drifting towards the North American gray wolf in the distance. The chimpanzee interjected, separating is the obvious choice. Shenangjia is vast. Sticking together would severely limit the number of adversaries we could eliminate. Standing nearly 1.5 meters tall with well-developed muscles, he may not have possessed Chu Ji's imposing presence, but he was clearly a force to be reckoned with. His proposition garnered the assent of most of the survivors, underscoring the formidable nature of every participant in this survival game. "Then let us disperse," the African buffalo declared, rising to his feet and departing without delay. The other survivors followed suit in quick succession. Gu Tianjiao also began to rise, only to be halted by Chu Gu. "Something you require?" Gu Tianjiao questioned, narrowing her eyes. The lynx is an animal of striking beauty, and when she narrowed her eyes, she bore a resemblance to a tiger. Chu Gu, looking down at her, said in a coarse voice, "My survival form is almost 3 years old." Gu Tianjiao paused, momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. A male lion at 3 years of age is seeking a mate. Was this individual attempting to humiliate her? She lowered her posture slightly, preparing for a confrontation. Upon hearing this, the other survivors fled in terror. In the blink of an eye, only she and Chu Gu remained on the grassland. Chu Gu smiled enigmatically. "Do you believe you can defeat me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu Tianjiao sprang into action, using her foot to push off Chu Ji's head, propelling herself into the trees. She then prepared to flee. "Wait," Chu Gu called out hastily, abandoning his coarse tone. "Are you Chu Gu?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Impossible. How has this fellow become so formidable? Could it be that he utilized a survival embodiment experience scroll? Is he truly so audacious?" At this juncture, Gu Tianjiao was thrown into disarray. Chapter 68. Confrontation with the crocodile. "What? Do you truly fail to recognize me?" Chu Gu remarked with a raised eyebrow, deriving immense pleasure from Gu Tianjiao's expression. Gu Tianjiao alighted before him, extending a paw to pat his cheek, exclaiming in astonishment, "You actually managed to turn the tables with a survival embodiment experience scroll. Unbelievable. How did you manage to survive?" Chu Gu rolled his eyes at her, retorting, "Do you believe I am incapable of subsisting in the wild on my own?" Gu Tianjiao shook her head, striving to regain her composure. She even felt a tinge of envy towards Chu Gu. This was only his 4th survival arena. His survival embodiment was already nearing adulthood. A mature lion is an apex predator. Disregarding the survival arena's survival capabilities, few terrestrial animals can triumph over a mature lion. Enough with the idle chatter. What are your plans? Chu Gu shook his head, stating that this survival arena spanned 7 days, which seemed ample, but the Shenanggeo was vast. If a survivor wished to conceal themselves, he might achieve nothing in those 7 days. Gu Tianjiao scrutinized him, remarking with a profound tone, "Could you be the undercover agent from the solitary faction?" Chu Ji's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a placid facade, responding with a smile, "If only I were. Then I wouldn't have to guess who the mole is and could simply start eliminating people. Is that so? Refrain from divulging your previous experiences to other survivors. Typically, survivors who reap significant benefits from the survival embodiment experience scroll will encounter an escalation in task difficulty in the subsequent survival arena." Gu Tianjiao wore a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Chu Gu playfully slapped her on the head, reminiscent of how he would tease Mao, and chided, "With your intelligence, how have you managed to survive until now? The tall tree is destined to be uprooted by the wind, you know? I can only tell you that you are mistaken. I do not possess an undercover identity." The force of his playful slap nearly caused Gu Tianjiao to topple over. "This fellow is remarkably strong." In her indignation, she lunged at Chu Gu, engaging in a playful scuffle. She did not exert any real force. It was merely a light-hearted exchange. After some time of frolicking, they decided to part ways. Their previous collaboration stemmed from a formidable adversary. But that was no longer the case. Not only was Chu Gu growing stronger, but Gu Tianjiao had also significantly improved. This suited Chu Gu perfectly. He yearned to traverse the Shenanggeo alone, ready to conquer. The two set off in opposite directions. For reasons unknown, Chu Gu appeared to radiate an additional layer of brilliance in her eyes. It was unclear and ineffable. Would this fellow someday ascend to become a prominent figure on the leaderboard? As Chu Gu meandered through the forest at a leisurely pace, it felt as though he was merely wandering through the scenic woods. Shenanggeo was vast, adorned with mountains and waters, perilous terrains at its fringes, while the depths remained an uncharted wilderness. Numerous legends abounded here, the most famous being that of the Shenanggeo wild man. The region was teeming with wildlife, creating certain challenges for its inhabitants. They could masquerade as wild creatures, thus deceiving one another. However, Chugu could not disguise himself, for there were no African lions in Shenanjia. This was his first visit to Shenanjia, and his mood was light and carefree, eager to take in the scenery. As he ventured forth, he emerged from the woods, and before him lay a vast lake, its surface shimmering with a crimson glow, a reflection of the adjacent maple forest. Beneath the azure expanse, the vermilion lake and crimson forest unfolded, a tableau of breathtaking beauty. Chugu was captivated by the stunning vista. He ambled towards the lake's edge, where the water, though not crystalline, revealed the darting forms of fish near the surface. Indeed, the landscapes of Great China are unparalleled in their splendor, Chugu mused. Thereupon, he leaned forward, intending to take a sip of water. At that moment, he discerned ripples spreading across the nearby surface of the lake, advancing towards him. With a resounding splash, the water erupted, and Chugu instinctively leaped backward. The scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of his river crossings in the African savanna. Crocodiles lurked in the lake. His hind limbs narrowly avoided the gaping maw of the reptile, escaping unscathed. Upon landing, he scrutinized the crocodile. It was a behemoth, rivaling the size of a mature Nile crocodile from Africa. Its body was encased in dark, scaled armor, punctuated by black, horny protrusions that amplified its menacing appearance. A saltwater crocodile, the largest extant species of crocodile and the world's foremost reptile. The saltwater crocodile fixed its gaze upon Chugu, its eyes betraying a hint of vexation. Chugu marveled, can saltwater crocodiles even thrive in fresh water? The saltwater crocodile grunted, what's it to you? Quite audacious, aren't you? Believe me, I could spread the word, cautioning everyone about the saltwater crocodile in the lake, and you'd starve. The saltwater crocodile was incensed. While formidable, crocodiles found hunting on land challenging, save for densely vegetated wetlands where they could conceal their bulk. Although Shenanjia boasted abundant flora, concealing its immense form would prove difficult. Despite its confidence, the saltwater crocodile could not guarantee outstripping terrestrial animals. Chuj smiled and said, tell me, what animals are in your camp, and I shall keep your secret. The saltwater crocodile fell silent. Positioned 5 meters away from Chuj, it contemplated whether it could seize the opportunity to strike. To be frank, I am an undercover agent from your side. I need to understand the species of your members to facilitate my forthcoming actions. Given your hunting methods, you are undoubtedly ill-suited for the role of a spy, which is precisely why I am inclined to negotiate with you, Chuj remarked with a profound air. He spoke with a hint of levity, deliberately adopting an enigmatic demeanor that left the crocodile perplexed. The crocodile snorted dismissively. Do you take me for a fool? Or do you believe yourself to be exceptionally clever? Chuj chuckled softly, beginning to circle around the saltwater crocodile. The crocodile, brimming with confidence, remained by the lakeshore, awaiting Chuj's offensive. The crocodile's bite force is terrifying. If it were in the water, it would execute a death roll, twisting its body to shred its adversary. On land, Chuj merely needed to be cautious to avoid its jaws. Wow, what a massive crocodile. My friend, let us join forces to defeat it. An exclamation of surprise rang out from behind. Chuj glanced back to see the large turtle from his earlier alliance approaching. This formidable turtle had stout limbs resembling thick columns. Its shell prominently arched with numerous protrusions akin to a heavy armor. Its length was estimated to be around 70 to 80 centimeters, its overall hue reminiscent of Earth, giving it the appearance of a large boulder. Chuj recognized this species, the sulcata tortoise, the third largest terrestrial tortoise in the world. This tortoise exuded a commanding presence and was more agile than its counterparts. The saltwater crocodile scoffed. You, a mere turtle, think you can defeat me? Upon hearing this, the sulcata tortoise was immediately incensed and charged directly at him. When this fellow accelerated, he was like an unstoppable rolling stone. As he approached the saltwater crocodile, he suddenly leaped up, retracting his limbs and head into his shell, the heavy carapace slamming onto the crocodile's back. Chuji's eyes widened. What kind of maneuver was that? Could turtles even do that? The saltwater crocodile turned its head and bit down on him. The sulcata tortoise's voice came from inside the shell. Simba, what are you waiting for? Attack. Simba? Chugu was taken aback. This tortoise was in the crocodile's mouth and still had the leisure to joke around. He truly was bold from his great skill. He immediately rushed forward, skirmishing with the saltwater crocodile. His bite force, no matter how strong, could not pierce the crocodile's armor. But the crocodile's abdomen was a weak point, lacking thick armor. Chugu only needed to find a way to flip the saltwater crocodile over to kill this large reptile. The saltwater crocodile bit the sulcated tortoise but couldn't crush its shell directly. It wanted to spit it out but couldn't, as its tongue wasn't hard enough. Its mouth was stuck. Chugu began to push him with all his might. The saltwater crocodile wasn't stupid. It frantically twisted its massive body, trying to knock Chugu away. Although its size was enormous, Chuji's strength was considerable. Chugu had not only trained a muscular physique, but had also undergone muscle enhancement, allowing him to withstand the impacts. "Ha! Renekton, are you afraid?" The sulcated tortoise exclaimed excitedly, infuriating the saltwater crocodile even more. Renekton? Was that the saltwater crocodile's name? How did this tortoise know? Intrigued, Chuj speculated whether the two creatures were acquainted. Abruptly, the saltwater crocodile wheeled around and plunged into the lake. Chuj hesitated to follow. With a splash, the saltwater crocodile and the sulcated tortoise vanished beneath the surface. Maintaining a safe distance from the lake's edge, Chuj remained vigilant against potential ambushes. Could this be a charade? Chuj mused, racking his brain for where he had encountered the name Renekton before. After a prolonged period of eerie stillness, with neither the tortoise nor the crocodile resurfacing, Chuj shook his head and resolved to depart. With 22 other targets to pursue besides Gu Tianjiao and these two, he couldn't afford to squander any more time. Scarcely 5 meters from the shore, the sulcated tortoise scrambled onto the bank and charged toward him, its cylindrical legs churning comically. "Simba, wait for me. What is this creature up to?" The saltwater crocodile surfaced, its gaze fixed on them with the chilling intensity of a demon peering from the abyss. The sulcated tortoise, surprisingly swift, reached Chuj's side and exclaimed, "Brother Simba, let's collaborate." Chuj raised a paw, his voice frosty. "Turtle, dare to call me Simba again." "Turtle." The sulcated tortoise's expression faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. "We're on the same side, so why not team up? I'll be your shield." The tortoise's eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. Gazing upon Chuj's physique, he could barely contain himself. This was the partner he had always envisioned, imposing, powerful, with agile movements. Chugu gazed down at him and said, "How am I to know whether you are an undercover agent? I assure you, I am not an undercover agent. My skills in combat are quite lacking, and I can only defend myself," the cicada turtle replied helplessly. Chugu shook his head and continued onward, prompting the cicada turtle to hurriedly catch up. In response, Chugu accelerated, and in less than 5 seconds, he had distanced himself from the cicada turtle, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Goodness, what incredible speed! The cicada turtle was astounded by Chuji's swiftness. Meanwhile, as Chugu navigated through the trees, he pondered whether he should eliminate the cicada turtle right now. If he were to kill him, how should he proceed? It was imperative to strike when he was unprepared, before he could retract into his shell. Suddenly, Chugu halted, leaping into a nearby thicket, his body tensed, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. After a while, the cicada turtle approached briskly, cursing, "This scoundrel runs incredibly fast. He cannot be an undercover agent. If he were, he would surely find a way to stay close to me, waiting for the right moment to strike." The distance between him and Chugu's south hiding place diminished. Remaining perfectly still, Chugu awaited his opportunity. As the cicada turtle passed right before him, oblivious and still muttering curses, a sudden gust of wind heralded the appearance of a lion's claw, descending from above and tearing the cicada turtle's head clean off, blood splattering the ground. Chugu emerged, the entire sequence unfolding in the blink of an eye. "You have successfully hunted an enemy and earned 200 survival points," a cold, female voice echoed in Chuji's mind. He looked down at the lifeless body of the cicada turtle, his expression devoid of emotion. Shaking his lion's claw, he turned and departed. With several leaps, he vanished from sight. Half an hour later, a saltwater crocodile passed by and spotted the corpse of the tortoise, momentarily stunned. "Goodness, that was ruthless," the crocodile murmured, realizing that the assailant had acted with remarkable speed, leaving no time for him to retract his head. A chill ran through him as he thought of Chuj. It seemed he had underestimated that lion. Resolving this in his mind, he approached and began to feast on the tortoise. Chuj was bounding through the forest, as agile as a leopard. He surged up the hillside and soon reached its summit, where a cliff loomed before him, a distance of over 20 meters to the opposite woodland. Lying at the cliff's edge, he took a moment to rest. Above him still lay the forest canopy, approximately 50 meters high before reaching the mountain's peak. From this vantage point, Chuj could gaze upon various landscapes, including the expansive lake where the saltwater crocodile resided. Apart from the crocodile, he had yet to encounter any other survivors from the opposing faction. Curiously, the wildlife around was sparse, During his journey, he had only come across a single gopher, which had scurried into its burrow upon seeing him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the woods across the way. Trees began to sway in succession, indicating that something was moving swiftly through the foliage. Moments later, a spotted deer burst forth from the thicket, arriving at the cliff's edge. This deer stood nearly a meter tall at the shoulder, its golden-brown coat adorned with numerous white spots, and its antlers were modest in length. It turned to face the forest, retreating step by step, perilously close to the edge of the cliff. "Are you a survivor or a monster?" the deer cried out, the voice revealing itself to be that of a young woman. The words of a survivor can only be comprehended by another survivor. Humanity can merely hear the cries of survival itself. Chugu squinted into the distance and discerned a colossal shadow amidst the trees, the foliage obscuring his view, revealing only that it was a humanoid figure, a wild man. Chugu instinctively thought, noting the formidable stature of the entity, which stood at least 2 meters tall. The shadow picked up stones and hurled them at the roe deer, causing it to scream in terror as it edged ever closer to the precipice. A lioness roar? Are there lions in Shenanjia? She quickly surmised the identity of the creature. Urgently, she cried out, "Big brother, save me. This creature is not a survivor. It seeks to kill me. I am an undercover agent, aligned with your faction." Chapter 70. Young man, thankfully you are here, young lady. Even if I wish to save you, how can I? Should I fly over? Chugu chuckled, observing the doe's frantic state without an ounce of sympathy. He found it rather amusing. This creature is truly foolish, running toward the cliff while daring to call itself an undercover agent. By any measure, you are unworthy of such a title. The doe, desperate, implored, "Big brother, if you keep roaring, it will surely be frightened. I beg you. I know where some survivors are hiding. I can lead you there." Upon hearing this, Chugu began to roar incessantly. The sound of his lion-like growl reverberated through the mountains, instilling fear in the nearby woods. All the birds in the vicinity took flight, startled by the cacophony. In the distance, she hesitated for a moment before leaping towards the source of the sound. Not just she, but several other survivors were also alarmed by the lion's roar. Merely hearing it was enough to chill the bones. Chuji's mighty roar added an air of dread to the forest. Meanwhile, the shadow that had been pursuing the spotted deer was evidently deterred by Chu's presence. It ceased its hurling of stones. After a moment of hesitation, it ultimately chose to retreat. As it fled, Chuj emitted a resounding roar that echoed through the vicinity, causing the leaves of nearby trees to quiver. Once he came to a halt, the deer, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Chuj, surveying her from his elevated position, responded, "Come here." The deer, leaping in place, replied, "Brother, I cannot approach. A debt of gratitude remains unspoken. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chuj before dashing into the thicket. Chuj shook his head in amusement, murmuring, "Silly girl. My intention in saving you was not out of trust. I merely wished for you to perish by my hand." He gradually rose to his feet and sprinted down the mountain. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the spot where the deer had previously lingered, capturing her scent and following it. The deer was still in full flight, playfully thinking, "Foolish lion, did you truly believe I was an undercover agent?" Yet, it appears he is not one after all. Ahead lay the exit of the woods, and she did not slow her pace. Rather, she quickened it. With the acute sense of smell characteristic of felines, she was anxious that Chuj might catch up to her. Upon emerging from the forest, Chuj beheld a mountain gorge, bordered on either side by a small river and dense woodland. He ceased his rapid pace and commenced a leisurely stroll. As long as her scent remained intact, he was confident in his pursuit. However, despite his cheetah-like speed, his endurance was not exceptional. In a marathon, he would certainly be outpaced by the deer. Time silently flowed by during this chase. In the blink of an eye, afternoon had arrived, and Chuj finally caught up to the spotted deer. Ahead lies a valley strewn with stones, where the grassland unfolds. Chugu crawls along the ground, employing his chameleon-like ability to advance stealthily. A spotted deer has just encountered a formidable zebra, robust and imposing, unmistakably not a creature to be trifled with. The deer, standing beside it, conveys a sense of delicate dependence. "Goodness, you startled me. I was being chased by wild men and even crossed paths with a lion from the opposing faction. A true African lion, no less. I deceived him into believing I was an undercover agent. Do you think he will pursue me?" The deer lamented, its voice tinged with vulnerability. The zebra, brimming with pride, replied, "Fear not, for I am here. He shall not lay a finger on you." With that, it reared up, showcasing its strong physique by striking the air with its front hooves. "You say that, but do not deceive me," the deer teased, a playful glint in its eyes. "The lion sounds fearsome, yet it is much smaller than I. And the wild man I encountered was truly enormous. Do not fear. Can wild men outrun us?" The zebra reassured. "Indeed, dear friend, I am fortunate to have you by my side. Had I not met you, I would surely have been terrified. You see, in each survival challenge I faced, I was paralyzed with fear, too afraid to confront the enemy." Listening to the exchange between the deer and zebra, Chuga couldn't help but smirk coldly. The two were so engrossed in their banter that they remained oblivious to his approach. He advanced slowly, allowing his skin to blend seamlessly with the shifting environment. After a while, Chuga found himself within 8 meters of them, yet it was still insufficient. He calculated silently. The zebra and deer possessed remarkable explosive power, their instinctive reactions in the face of danger swifter than that of a lion. He needed to draw closer. Just then, as the zebra and the spotted deer approached him, he was instantly frozen in shock, fear evident in his gaze. The deer nodded, equally apprehensive. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a lion erupted, deafening in its intensity. Instinctively, the zebra attempted to leap away, but Chuga sprang forth, sinking his teeth into its neck, his claws piercing through the zebra's flesh as he clamped down tightly. With a thud, the zebra, taken by surprise and unable to bear Chuga's weight, collapsed forward. The spotted deer let out a terrified scream. The sudden appearance of Chuga nearly terrified her to death, prompting her to flee. The zebra struggled violently, trying to rise. Yet the sheer strength of Chuga was overwhelming, making it feel as though a mountain had settled upon its neck, preventing any chance of standing. An unprecedented terror surged within, its eyes bloodshot, blood gushing from the gaping wound, staining the grass below. "Save me," the zebra wailed, casting a desperate glance towards the distant spotted deer, as if she were a lifeline, forsaking any semblance of dignity. The deer gazed back, her eyes filled with dread. How could he be here? She thought, gripped by fear and disbelief. She hesitated, contemplating whether to rescue the zebra. Yet, considering that the zebra, far more robust than herself, had been so swiftly subdued by the lion, she realized approaching would be akin to courting death. Without further hesitation, she turned and fled. The zebra, consumed by rage and resentment, felt an overwhelming hatred towards the deer that far surpassed its animosity towards Chuga. A crack echoed as bones shattered, and the zebra's vitality swiftly waned. "You have successfully hunted an enemy and gained 200 survival points." Upon hearing the cue, Chuj, with a countenance marred by sanguine streaks, rose gingerly after displacing the zebra. His visage, though gruesome, did not deter him from his pursuit of the deer. Once the deer was vanquished, he would commence his hunt for sustenance. He preferred the flesh of wild beasts over the corporeal essence of his fellow survivors, for he was, in truth, a man. Would he not be forfeiting his humanity should he partake in cannibalism? Ere long, his silhouette vanished into the mountain pass. In the sylvan heights above the valley, a pair of eyes scrutinized Chuj's retreating form. They belonged to a cougar, its reddish-brown coat a testament to its prime, its stature commanding at 80 centimeters at the shoulder. Its gaze was sharp, its expression unyieldingly severe. A fine African lion, it mused, a sinister grin contorting its features. I have yet to sample the flesh of an African lion. With a lick of its lips, its countenance morphed into one of malevolent intent. Chapter 71. The Trinity. The deer possessed remarkable velocity, eluding Chuj's grasp for 4 relentless hours. In desperation, he resolved to hunt and satiate his hunger. In this locale, wildlife was becoming more abundant, albeit primarily smaller, agile creatures that did not pique Chuj's interest. His fervent hope was to encounter larger game, such as wild boars or bison. As time wore on and dusk began to settle, Chuj espied a serow by a brook. The serow, alongside the reindeer, camel, and elk, was an amalgamation of creatures. Its coat was predominantly black, its horns pointed and concise, its physique akin to a hyena, and its head bearing resemblance to cattle. This particular serow was robust, promising Chuj a substantial repast. Capitalizing on his chameleon-like ability to blend, Chuj cautiously approached his quarry. Inevitably, the lion, an apex predator, coupled with the camouflage of a chameleon, was unlikely to fail in its hunt. Commencing his repast, Zhuge began to consume the sustenance. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Gu Tianjiao's voice emanated from the rear, remarking with a TSK, "Indeed, You have metamorphosed into a veritable beast. Gu Tianjiao did not demur, and the two commenced to partake of the Capricorn together. As a seasoned veteran of the survival arena, Gu Tianjiao had long surmounted the psychological impediment of consuming raw flesh. Otherwise, her continued existence would have been untenable. With her inclusion, the Capricorn was soon reduced to a mere skeleton. Having sated themselves, the duo proceeded to the riverbank to imbibe water and cleanse their countenances. Zhuge inquired, "How did you transpire to be here? Were you surveilling me?" Gu Tianjiao retorted with a snort, "Nonsense. Your vocalizations were so stentorian that I surmised you had succumbed. Pray tell, are you concerned about my well-being? Have you, perchance, become enamored of me? Alas, our species are incompatible and reproductive isolation prevails. Bah! I merely wish to forestall the nascent survival team from being nipped in the bud. It would appear that you are, in truth, amenable to serving as my second-in-command. Ergo, you must endeavor to augment your prowess. Do you presume that you alone have become more formidable? My current capabilities are not to be underestimated." Zhuge scrutinized Gu Tianjiao with meticulous attention, inwardly curious as to the source of the woman's strength. Gu Tianjiao tossed her head, causing droplets of water to bespatter Zhuge. She elevated her head, regarding Zhuge askance, and declared with profound significance, "Your ambition to establish a survival team need not solely rely upon your own acquisition of survival points. You may solicit a portion of the survival points from pre-selected members. I am prepared to furnish you with 5,000 survival points. 5,000 survival points." Zhuge exclaimed inwardly, astonished by the magnitude of the sum. Did the woman truly possess such a surplus of survival points? Had she not previously stated that she possessed a mere 2,000 to 3,000? Nevertheless, her proposition was indeed alluring. The survival points of Chugu are indeed of some value, yet he has barely accumulated any. By the time he gathers 10,000 survival points, who knows how long it will take. However, prior to establishing a survival team, one must prepare thoroughly. I have inquired and learned that while survival teams can operate collectively, the adversaries will also be formidable, and it is highly likely that they may encounter other survival teams as well, Gu Tianjiao cautioned. Zhuge nodded in agreement, stating, "I share the same sentiment. We cannot force the formation of a team until we possess genuine strength." Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation as they ventured into the woods. As night fell, Zhuge intended to rest. They arrived beneath a grand tree, lying down to deliberate on the plans for their survival team. The limitation on the number of team members correlates with our kill count. Currently, the survival team at the top of the leaderboard boasts a maximum of 18 members. Therefore, our team must possess strength, ideally comprising individuals adept in land, sea, and air, to adeptly navigate various survival environments. We should refrain from including the weak, Gu Tianjiao asserted earnestly. Zhuge held no objections, aligning with her thoughts. In the survival arena, selecting the weak as allies would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Curious, Zhuge inquired, "What do you know about the Three Divine team?" The Three Divine team is ranked second within the entirety of the survival arena. Unlike other teams that are full at 18 members, they stand uniquely with only 3. They are renowned for their unparalleled prowess, as the trio embodies the sovereigns of land, sea, and sky, their combined strength rendering them invincible. It is said that upon encountering them, one's survival in the competition is deemed futile, and the outcome is already sealed without the need for combat. Gu Tianjiao sighed, remarking that such beings are entirely mythical in her eyes. Chuge's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Upon attaining their level of prowess, is it plausible that they need not fret over survival, but rather solely contemplate the means of augmenting their strength? Who knows?" Gu Tianjiao retorted with a pout. She eschewed discussing matters so distant from her, deeming it futile. Suddenly, the branches overhead stirred, startling Chuge and Gu Tianjiao, who craned their necks to behold the source. A pair of verdant eyes gleamed amidst the arboreal shadows. Chuge squinted, discerning the true form of the entity. A cougar? Gu Tianjiao, having also identified the creature, furrowed her brow in response. "I am an undercover agent, aligned with your faction," the cougar declared coolly, gazing down upon the duo. Gu Tianjiao scoffed. Would an undercover agent reveal themselves so readily? Chuge rose to his feet, poised for battle. Regardless of the cougar's true allegiance, it was his prey. "The opposing faction is formidable," the cougar stated calmly. "Were I not an undercover agent, you would assuredly face defeat." His gaze subtly shifted towards Chuge, harboring a veiled intent to kill. As the lions from 2 continents converged, Each harbored the desire to tear the other asunder. The most formidable is a wild boar. Not particularly imposing in size, but fortified through various enhancements, rendering it virtually impervious to blades and projectiles. Next is a saltwater crocodile, nearing 6 meters in length, followed by a black bear, whose strength rivals my own. With that, the cougar descended, landing directly before Chuj, unfazed by the prospect of an attack. Chuj remained wary, pondering the extent of the cougar's power that instilled such confidence. A black bear? Is he known as Blackie? Gu Tianjiao inquired. The cougar cast a sidelong glance at her, a sardonic smile playing on its lips. It seems you are acquainted. Blackie. Her eyes instantaneously flushed crimson, a sardonic grin contorting her visage. A sigh escaped Chu Ji's lips, foreseeing the impending targeting of the one known as by this woman. Pray tell, Chu Gu inquired, who, apart from yourself, might be a clandestine operative? Having borne witness to the formidable saltwater crocodile, he surmised the creature was not prevaricating, yet the mole's identity remained dubious. Chuckled, methinks is the culprit, thereby equilibrating the forces. As for a lone operative, 'tis likely among your ranks, lest our boars would have already commenced a slaughter. Canines of boar truly be so formidable? Chuga queried. His curiosity piqued, having beheld the sheer magnitude of the saltwater crocodile. Upon hearing the insinuation that might be a mole, Gu Tianjiao's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. Observing this, Chuga mused, how can this woman not master her emotions? Does this not signify her innocence? Accompany me hence, entreated, his gaze fixed upon Chuga. Your prowess is considerable, and I have a scheme to impart. Chuga nodded with a smile, advancing towards him. Pivoted, and in that instant, Chuga launched his assault. Chapter 72, an enigmatic survival instinct beneath the cloak of night, employed his limbs as a bulwark against Chu Ji's advance, preventing the latter from sinking his teeth into his jugular. Such immense strength. This sentiment echoed in both their minds. Suddenly, Chu Ji's claws raked across face, leaving 2 crimson furrows in their wake. Enraged, unleashed a surge of power, his legs propelling Chu Gu backward. Swiftly regaining his footing, he stood with a ferocious expression, bellowing, Thou darest to ambush me. Maintaining his balance, Chu Gu retorted with a sardonic grin, My friend, your ruse is too transparent. Perchance you should peruse a treatise on the art of acting. Consumed by unbridled fury, the cougar roared, I have a penchant for king of comedy. With that, he bounded forth, lunging towards Chuj. Once more, the 2 felines became entangled in a fierce struggle. Chuj possessed an advantage in size and a degree of superior strength. Yet the cougar exhibited greater agility. Just how many survival skills has this fellow acquired? Chuj mused with astonishment. His claws struck the cougar, but the beast seemed impervious, maintaining his savage assault. The cougar, overcome with rage, disregarded his prior strategy, determined to tear Chuj asunder on the spot. Chuj's right foreleg was seized in the cougar's jaws, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. An indescribable fury surged within him. With a mighty roar, he twisted his head and clamped down on the cougar's leg, forcefully flinging him away, while simultaneously having a piece of flesh torn from his own foreleg. The cougar collided with a tree trunk, wincing in agony. He swiftly regained his footing, only for Chuj to pounce upon him, pinning him against the tree in a frenzy of biting. The cougar desperately resisted, aghast to discover that his adversary's strength had increased. Nearby, Gu Tianjiao's eyes gleamed with enlightenment, realizing this fellow is indeed awakening a survival talent. It seemed Chuj's earlier mention of a friend was, in fact, a reference to himself. Concurrently, Chuj sensed a resurgence of power within him, fueling an insatiable desire to tear his foe asunder. A primal fervor coursed through his veins. The cougar twisted, narrowly avoiding Chuj's attempt to sink his teeth into his neck. Seizing the opportunity, Chuj bit down on the cougar's back. The cougar, equally ruthless, resorted to brute force, wrenching himself free and escaping beneath Chuj's arm, leaving behind strips of torn flesh from his back. Instantly, his back was a bloody mess. He swiftly leaped into a tree, halting at a position more than 3 meters above the ground. He gasped for air, fixed his gaze upon Chu Gu, and gritted his teeth. Your strength. Have you awakened a survival talent? Impossible. Chu Gu lifted his head to look at him, his blood-red eyes causing the other's heart to palpitate. Either leave, or come down and meet your demise, Chu Gu uttered in a cold voice, a stark contrast to his previous conversational tone. He revealed the wildness he had cultivated in the grasslands. Gu Tianjiao was inwardly astonished, noting the drastic change in him. You mangy lion, you've successfully angered me. There are still 6 days left. Let's not rush. Watch as I torment you to the point where you'd wish you were dead," the cougar said in a frigid tone. After uttering these words, he immediately fled. Chu Gu smiled disdainfully and went to Gu Tianjiao's side, where he lay down. Gu Tianjiao marveled, "Indeed. One must view you with new eyes after even a few days. You must have spent a considerable amount of time in the grassland." Chu Gu chuckled, "About 3 years. Give or take." He lowered his head and began to lick his wounds. His injuries appeared gruesome, but for him, they were considered minor. Survival talent. What exactly was his survival talent? He brought up his attribute panel and discovered that his survival talent was still in the process of awakening. The two fell into silence, each immersed in their own thoughts. Chu Gu pondered his survival talent, while Gu Tianjiao schemed about how to take down the black bear. In the night sky, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The cougar arrived at a valley, where he went to a large rock, lay down, and began to lick the blood from his back. Nearby, a sick deer lay prone, cautiously asking, "Brother Lion, what happened to you?" Besides them, there were 5 other animals. The menagerie consisted of a boar, a black bear, also known as a black eye, a hyena, a sheepdog, and a Persian cat. The cougar directed his gaze towards the boar, which appeared smaller than the black eye. However, its tusks were remarkably prominent, estimated to be several inches in length, pristine, and sharp. His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, reminiscent of a man in his middle years, and his eyes, devoid of pupils, were stark white, lending him an eerie presence in the darkness. "I was ambushed by an African lion," the cougar confessed through gritted teeth. "That brute awakened a survivalist talent, and I was no match for him." Upon hearing this, the boar lifted its head, narrowing its eyes as it muttered, "A survivalist talent. I didn't expect such a character in their ranks. Intriguing. Refrain from targeting him for now," the boar commanded. "Allow him to cull their numbers before we strike." At this pronouncement, the sick deer, hyena, sheepdog, and Persian cat trembled with trepidation. The cougar turned to the black eye, taunting, "When do you plan to make your move?" The black eye retorted with a dismissive sneer, "What? You suffered a setback and now you want me to follow suit? You fancy yourself so formidable. The African lion is wounded from your attack, ripe for the picking. I'm conserving my strength." With that, the cougar began to tend to its wounds, offering no further words. The black eye's gaze flickered with contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he rose to his feet, declaring, "Hyena, with me." The hyena, unwilling to defy the command, quickly rose and trailed after him into the night. The boar cast a pensive glance in their direction as they departed, while the cougar lowered its head, a silent smirk playing on its lips. As the first rays of dawn kissed Chuj, he stirred, a sense of heaviness weighing him down. He glanced behind him, his lips twitching in amusement. He promptly shrugged, dislodging Gu Tianjiao, who had been lying on him. "You wretched woman, you're crushing me again," Chug murmured under his breath as Gu Tianjiao groggily awoke. She stretched languidly, yawning with an air of contentment, much like a domestic feline. Chug couldn't help but mirror her actions, extending his limbs and opening his jaws in a wide yawn. "Cats are all the same, regardless of their size," he mused. "Well, I must go and seek my vengeance. Let us part ways here," Gu Tianjiao declared as she rose to her feet. With that, she began walking in a specific direction. "Do you require my assistance?" Chug inquired. Before he could finish, she leaped into the air, swiftly ascending a tree and disappearing from view. How is it that all these individuals can climb trees with such ease? Are they akin to monkeys? Chug pondered idly. Could it be that they have exchanged for survival skills that enhance the friction of their claws? After a brief respite, Chug stood up and resumed his pursuit of the sick deer's scent. Knowing the deer's proclivity for seeking protection, he reasoned that following her would inevitably lead him to prey. Chapter 73. A Clash of Titans. The crisp morning air of Shenangjia was invigorating, filling one with a sense of serenity. Chug ambled along the riverbank, his pace unhurried, confident in his ability to track the sick deer's scent. Since the previous day, he had encountered no signs of human presence, indicating that this area was likely uninhabited. The uninhabited regions of Shenangjia were rumored to harbor wild beasts, perhaps even tigers. As he journeyed onward, he encountered an increasing number of wild animals. He couldn't help but speculate whether the scarcity of animals in the area he had passed through yesterday was somehow connected to the shadowy figure he had encountered. After all, the term wild man still contained the essence of humanity. In nature, it is only humanity that can instill fear in all species, causing them to shy away. Throughout the morning, Chu Gu encountered neither fellow survivors nor formidable beasts. As midday approached, he paused on a hillside to rest when suddenly a shadow darted out from the adjacent forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the gorilla that had descended alongside him. Though this gorilla was robust, it had not yet reached the stature of a silverback. Upon seeing Chu Gu, it halted, hesitating momentarily before approaching him. "Greetings, brother lion. How fares your hunting this fine noon?" The gorilla grinned, revealing its gums and 2 rows of yellowed teeth. Chu Gu contemplated whether to eliminate this creature. The gorilla, with a glint in its eye, leaned closer, proposing, "Brother, let us join forces. Together, we shall be unstoppable." "Join forces?" Chu Gu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the gorilla, silently questioning its worthiness. "Do not underestimate my stature. I possess martial skills," the gorilla asserted, demonstrating a martial arts stance. Amused, Chu Gu inquired, "What style do you practice?" With a chuckle, the gorilla replied, "Wing Chun." "Oh, can you take on 10 opponents? With a physique similar to yours, I could handle 3 or 4 with ease. Care for a demonstration?" At Chu Ji's request, the gorilla commenced to showcase its Wing Chun. Though its performance was somewhat convincing, Chu Gu found it utterly ridiculous. The style, while lacking the spectacle of other martial arts, emphasized swift incapacitation of foes and a harmonious blend of offense and defense, holding considerable practical value. Indeed, some police academies had incorporated Wing Chun into their curriculum. After completing its display, the gorilla asked, "What do you think, brother?" Chu Gu shook his head, saying, "I can't discern the true efficacy. I implore you to assail me." Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee hesitated, his gaze fixed on Chu Ji's robust forelimbs. A sense of trepidation washed over him. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Chu Gu, adopting the signature Wing Chun stance. Swiftly advancing, soon, he stood before Chu Gu, who, prone on the ground, raised his leonine claws in a sweeping motion. The chimpanzee deftly deflected the blow with his elbow, his other hand transforming into a blade, aimed at Chu Ji's neck. Chu Gu withstood the attack, a pang of pain resonating through him. Intriguing, he mused, realizing the chimpanzee was no mere charlatan. With a sudden surge, Chu Gu rose to his feet, causing the chimpanzee's legs to tremble. Chu Gu lunged, but the chimpanzee nimbly sidestepped. Upon landing, Chu Gu pounced once more, his claws flailing, met by the chimpanzee's defensive Wing Chun maneuvers. Raw power prevails. Despite blocking 7 or 8 strikes, the chimpanzee was inadvertently struck by Chu Gu, collapsing to the ground. Chu Gu ceased his assault, remarking with a smile, "You're still lacking refinement." He then raised his paw, placing it upon the chimpanzee's chest. His substantial weight exerted considerable pressure, particularly on the chimpanzee. Under Chu Ji's gaze, the chimpanzee's heart raced, a sudden premonition of death washing over him. Could he be an undercover agent? The thought flashed through the chimpanzee's mind, filling him with dread. Blast! How foolish of me. Am I courting death? The chimpanzee sank into despair. At that moment, Chu Gu retracted his paw, stating, "You strike me as no mole. An infiltrator wouldn't be so imprudent. Very well, align yourself with me. Henceforth, you shall do as I bid, and your rewards shall be plentiful." The chimpanzee was momentarily stunned, then erupted with elation. He promptly rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together as he exclaimed, "Excellent, big brother. With such a magnificent lion as an ally, our safety is assuredly amplified." Thus, Singularity had acquired a temporary underling skilled in combat. He resumed his pursuit of the deer's scent. The chimpanzee, brimming with excitement, was hesitant to speak, lest he disturb Singularity. Singularity inquired about his survivability, to which he replied that he had only redeemed LV3 muscle enhancement. Singularity regarded this with skepticism but did not press the matter. Half an hour later, Singularity and the chimpanzee halted at the riverbank. The stream, no more than a meter in depth, flowed with crystalline water, teeming with small fish. Their pause was due to the presence of 2 adversaries awaiting them on the opposite bank, a black bear and a hyena. Upon sighting the black bear, the chimpanzee involuntarily gulped. The hyena, similarly apprehensive, cast a glance at Singularity's musculature, his legs quivering. He had witnessed numerous documentaries where hyenas met their demise at the jaws of lions. Indeed, it is he, Singularity thought, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The black bear scrutinized Singularity, inwardly impressed by his robust physique. However, he remained undaunted. In terms of brawn, as a bear, he feared no one. "Youngster, you have caught my attention," the black bear grinned, his expression cruel. "I advise against resistance or flight. or I shall ensure your demise is agonizing." Singularity scoffed. "The question of who shall perish remains to be seen. Come forth and meet your doom." The chimpanzee was captivated by this display of dominance. His trepidation significantly diminished. Without delay, the black bear plunged into the river, advancing towards Singularity. The hyena hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to follow suit. A grand battle was imminent. Chu-gu raised his head and roared, his lion's roar reverberating through the forest. When the black bear charged from the river, Chu-gu did not evade. Instead, he collided head-on with it. The two ferocious beasts clashed by the riverbank, exhibiting untamed ferocity. The black bear was not the largest member of the bear family, and if Chu-gu were to fear it, how would he ever confront grizzly bears or polar bears in the future? This time, Chu-gu distinctly felt that the oppressive force exuded by the black bear was significantly diminished. It was not that the black bear had weakened. Rather, he had grown stronger. The two began to grapple and bite. Chu-ji's lion claws, honed through rigorous training, were equally lethal. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. This creature possessed immense strength, and its hide was remarkably tough. The black bear was alarmed. Seeing Chu-ji's demeanor, he realized that he was being outmaneuvered by the cougar. Yet, he was a black bear, invincible in battle. With a mighty roar, he attempted to overpower Chu-gu, but Chu-gu was swift, effortlessly dodging his assault before leaping onto his back, sinking his teeth into the nape of his neck while his claws pierced through the bear's flesh, eliciting a series of agonized roars. Meanwhile, the chimpanzee engaged the hyena in combat. The hyena was smaller than Chu-gu and lacked his strength, making it an easy opponent for the chimpanzee. A series of Wing Chun strikes caught the hyena off guard. "You know martial arts?" The hyena exclaimed in fear, leaping back. The chimpanzee assumed his stance and calmly replied, "Wing Chun, Yukong." Chapter 74, The Gun-Wielding Chimpanzee. Wing Chun, Yukong? The hyena was momentarily taken aback, then, filled with rage and embarrassment, shouted, "I also know Choi Li Fut, you mutt." It lunged once more at the chimpanzee. It is understandable that he dares not confront Chu-gu, yet to be outwitted and defeated by this black gorilla would be nothing short of disgraceful. This fellow is no mere gorilla. What is he afraid of? The wild instincts of the hyena were stirred, and it lunged once more at the black gorilla. The battle by the riverside grew increasingly fierce. Both Chu-gu and the black bear had sustained injuries, the severity of which was indiscernible. As he felt the pangs of pain and the metallic scent of blood, Chu-ji's eyes began to redden. The peculiar sensation he had experienced while battling the cougar surged once more within him. Tear apart, annihilate, slaughter. The black bear before him became the object of his frenzied obsession. Chu-ji's fighting stance grew increasingly savage, matching the ferocity of the black bear. He exuded an aura of hysteria, reckless abandon. The black bear, taken aback, had never encountered an opponent more deranged than himself. Rather than succumbing to fear, he became exhilarated. Excellent. He relished such adversaries. He raised his massive paw, and suddenly his claws elongated by several centimeters, slashing through the air as if wielding a blade. Chu-ji's heart raced. Instinctively he dodged, yet he was still grazed on his side, 3 lines of blood appearing. Had he not undergone muscle enhancement, he would have likely been disemboweled. Alarmed, Chu-gu instinctively recalled his survival instinct. For now, he only understood that this instinct could amplify his strength in combat. Of course, it was possible that some survival skills might also contribute. His thoughts raced like lightning as he swiftly distanced himself from the black bear. The black bear licked the blood from his claws and cruelly remarked, "I once encountered an African lion, far weaker than you, and allowed him to escape by mere chance. I shall not grant you the same mercy." Overwhelmed by a surge of homicidal intent, Chu-gu, far from being subdued by astonishment, found his heart consumed by a rampant savagery. "Is that so?" he uttered icily. "The outcome remains to be seen." With that, he lunged once more at the blind bear. Disregarding the menacing claws, his sole focus was the bear's neck. This time, he leaped into the air, evading the bear's paw, and landed beside it. Sinking his teeth into its right arm, he bit down with every ounce of strength he possessed. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the bone fractured, causing the bear to wince in agony. It immediately retaliated, swinging its left paw in an attempt to crush Chu-ji's skull. Chu-gu released his grip instantly and retreated, swiftly leaping behind the bear. He crouched down, his body shifting hue, before launching himself onto its back. He tilted his head and clamped his jaws onto its neck, the gushing blood flooding his throat. intensifying the crimson hue in his eyes. Aya! The blind bear emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Chugo. Meanwhile, the chimpanzee's mastery of Wing Chun left the hyena utterly defenseless. The hyena had already sustained multiple fractures, yet its primal instincts were ignited, compelling it to fight with reckless abandon. It charged at the chimpanzee once more. With a deft sidestep, the chimpanzee extended its right foot, tripping the hyena to the ground. It followed up with a swift stride, its left hand reaching for the hyena's tail. Aya! The hyena's cry was even more agonizing than the bear's. Its eyes widened, its mouth agape, its tongue trembling. How do you like my monkey steals the peach move, brother? This isn't Wing Chun, it's monkey fist. The chimpanzee chuckled, its grin radiating deviousness. The hyena experienced a torment akin to a fate worse than death, curling up on the ground and gritting its teeth, exclaiming, "You foul monkey, just wait. I will not let this go." The gorilla delivered another swift jab beneath the hyena's tail, inflicting excruciating pain. Every time I watch the animal kingdom, I am revolted by your kind. Now, it is your turn to taste this bitterness. The gorilla stomped his feet in frustration, sniffing his own hands with a look of disdain. The hyena, having lost the will to fight, lay weeping on the ground, feeling a profound sense of injustice. I am not just a hyena from the animal kingdom. I am a human. The gorilla lifted a large stone nearby, preparing to crush the hyena. Never mind, consider this my declaration of allegiance. A flicker of hesitation crossed the gorilla's eyes, but soon he brought the stone down. Severing the hyena's limbs, the hyena fainted from the agony. Chook, relying on his ability to change colors, incessantly ambushed the black bear, who was battered and bruised, with varying degrees of fractures in his arms, all inflicted by Chook's bites. The force of his bites was terrifying, exceeding 1,000 pounds of pressure. Although Chook also sustained injuries from the black bear, they were far less severe. The black bear had lost all reason, vowing to tear Chook apart. Alas, reality is often merciless. Chook's strength had grown immensely since their last encounter. During the battle, he discovered that the angrier he became, the stronger he grew. First, he needed to eliminate this opponent. Chook's eyes glinted as he continued his evasive assault. The gorilla watched from a distance, witnessing Chook's constant color changes. Feeling a surge of fear, I have chosen the right ally, he thought. If such a formidable black bear was so thoroughly mauled by Chook, following him would undoubtedly lead to greater prospects. He glanced around before dashing into the woods. The battle raged on, with Chu-Gu remaining oblivious to his surroundings. 2 minutes later, a gorilla emerged, brandishing a branch with a diameter of 4 to 5 centimeters, its end sharpened by its bites. "Step aside, I shall assist you." The gorilla bellowed, raising the rudimentary wooden spear as it charged forward. Chu-Gu cast a glance, startled, and promptly retreated. The black bear turned to face the gorilla, equally taken aback, contemplating flight, yet its size hindered its speed, while the gorilla was far from slow. The gorilla closed in, less than 2 meters away, and began to swing its spear with remarkable precision, demonstrating a surprising mastery of technique. Is there weaponry in Wing Chun? Chu-Gu mused, suddenly perceiving the gorilla as a formidable force within this survival arena, capable of crafting weapons. With this realization, he grew wary of the gorilla. "Get lost." The black bear roared, but the gorilla paid no heed, delivering a flurry of stabs that pierced the bear's hide, creating several shallow wounds that, while bloodletting, were not fatal. With a sudden crack, the black bear severed the wooden spear with its claws, its visage contorted in rage, eyes bloodshot as it cursed, "Damn monkey. I will crush you." The gorilla, startled, retreated behind Chu-Gu, striking a defensive pose and declaring, "Wing Chun Wukong will not be intimidated." Chu-Gu then leapt forward, tackling the black bear. The bear, having lost considerable blood, felt its strength waning, the scales of victory tilting in Chu-Ji's favor. This cannot be. The black bear collected itself, realizing that recklessness would no longer suffice. It turned to flee, plunging into the river with a resounding splash. Chu-Gu contemplated pursuit but hesitated, wary of potential traps, ultimately deciding to abandon the chase, as he too bore injuries. The chimpanzee approached, rubbing its hands together with a chuckle. "Big brother, I've delivered that hyena for you to dispatch. Are you satisfied with my performance?" Chapter 75. Rules of Survival. Chu-Gu turned his gaze towards the hyena lying prostrate in the distance, barely clinging to life, and raised an eyebrow slightly. "That young one is quite ruthless," he mused. Chu-Gu nodded in approval and said, "Not bad. I have high hopes for you." With that, he approached the unconscious hyena and ended its life with a bite. You have successfully hunted an enemy, gaining 200 survival points. A notification echoed. Chugo exhaled a breath of stale air. He lay down by the riverbank to rest. The chimpanzee watched with concern, but he endured it for the sake of the future. He sat down in front of Chugo and chuckled. Big brother, you are truly formidable. Even a bear of that size couldn't defeat you. The encounter could not be described as a victory for Chugo. It was more of an even match. Had the chimpanzee not intervened, the outcome would have been uncertain. He casually brushed it off. You're not bad either. Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee became animated. Big brother, with your robust physique, have you participated in dozens of survival games? Have you joined a survival team? Where are you from? He fired off a barrage of questions, but Chugo ignored him, and he continued to chatter incessantly. He began to recount his own past experiences. He had already endured 7 survival games, relying solely on himself from the beginning, without any guidance from veterans. Half a year prior, he had encountered a veteran who deceived him and attempted to devour him after exploiting him, leaving him traumatized. Consequently, he resolved to learn martial arts and enrolled in a Wing Chun class. Since there are lessons to be learned from the past, why do you still seek me? Chu Gu inquired, lying on the ground, a smile gracing his lips. The potential of a martial arts trained chimpanzee is indeed commendable. Should it be considered as a prospective member of a future survival team? Given his resources, attracting influential figures seems nearly impossible. Thus, he must select survivors with significant potential. Negong, being a panda, possesses commendable qualifications for survival and has already been earmarked as a candidate. Though Gu Tianjiao is a lynx, her intelligence and extensive knowledge of the survival arena make her a contender, particularly since she can provide support of 5,000 survival points. The previous choice of Arno did not accept his friend request, suggesting a lack of seriousness. Surviving alone proves exceedingly challenging. During my last survival competition, I encountered a survival team that decimated my faction, and I narrowly escaped with my life. Hence, I have resolved to band together. The chimpanzee expressed his frustration, haunted by memories of the previous competition. Chu Gu, taken aback, asked, isn't the survival team meant to compete against one another? Will they also compete alongside independent individuals like us? This question is pivotal. If true, it seems exceedingly unjust. Yet, upon reflection, fairness has never been a tenet of survival trials. The harsh reality of nature's survival competition abides by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Indeed, we solitary survivors may also encounter survival teams. The one I faced comprised 7 members, merciless in their approach. They later extended an invitation for me to join them, which I declined as I yearned for vengeance. The chimpanzee nodded in agreement as Chu Gu once more fell into deep contemplation. The chimpanzee eagerly remarked, brother, you are truly formidable. You must possess a considerable amount of survival points. Shall we establish a survival team together? Rather than joining an existing team, it would be preferable to create our own. This way, you would at least hold the status of a founding member, rather than serving as a mere subordinate. Chu Gu cast him a sidelong glance, a smile dancing on his lips as he replied, that is indeed possible. But how many survival points can you contribute? It cannot fall solely on my shoulders. After all, that amounts to 10,000 survival points, which could significantly enhance one's strength. The chimpanzee was taken aback, hesitating as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Survival points are of paramount importance to survivors, and 10,000 points could create a substantial disparity in power. Chu Gu then rose to his feet, stating, let us be on our way. Take your time to ponder this. There is no rush. After the competition, add me as a friend. With that, he proceeded along the riverbank, for the scent of blood was too pungent here, likely to attract other ferocious beasts and survivors. He needed to find a safer place to rest. The chimpanzee hurriedly followed, saying, brother, we must eliminate all the survivors from the opposing camp to amass more survival points. You can claim the top spot on the kill leaderboard, while I will take second place. Afterwards, I shall contribute the points I earn. What do you say? Yet, he was not entirely willing to place his trust in the chimpanzee. It was only prudent to keep his survival points secure in his own possession. In the woods, the black bear leaned against a tree, weary and battered. His body was riddled with wounds, and the loss of blood rendered him somewhat lightheaded. Damn it, you two wait for me. Damn your parents. He muttered resentfully, his voice strained from exertion, aggravating his injuries and causing him to grimace in pain. After resting for a while, the nearby thicket suddenly rustled, revealing a saltwater crocodile emerging from the underbrush. The immense figure pressed the flowers and grasses askew. The black bear, catching sight of his presence, snorted, why don't you remain in the lake? The salty crocodile fixed his gaze upon him and remarked with a grin, "How did you sustain such injuries? Was it at the hands of that lion?" The black bear nodded, feeling a wave of gloom. He must be an undercover agent from the opposing camp. He did not even consider whether his adversary might be an infiltrator before launching a direct attack, displaying a blatant audacity that could be exploited to sow discord within the rival faction. The salty crocodile continued, his tone dripping with malice. The black bear's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he completely disregarded the possibility that I could be an undercover agent during our confrontation. The salty crocodile inquired with a sly smile, "Are you an undercover agent?" "Of course, I am not." The black bear retorted defiantly. Suddenly, the salty crocodile lunged at him, sinking his teeth into his body and thrashing wildly. The black bear was tossed about, crashing into trees until he quickly lost consciousness, after shaking him violently for several moments, resulting in multiple fractures. The salty crocodile finally released him. "You are not the undercover agent." "I am," he sneered, his voice laced with scorn. At that moment, Chugu emerged from the stream, shaking off the water from his body as he made his way towards the adjacent hillside, followed closely by the gorilla. Just then, a white horse galloped up the slope. The horseman called out to Chugu and the gorilla, "Follow me. A meeting has been convened." Chugu glanced at him and asked, "What meeting? Who summoned it?" After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to go. Only by concealing his identity could he draw nearer to his prey. Once his identity was revealed, the difficulty of his hunt would significantly increase. The Shenanjia was vast. He had no desire to chase down his targets one by one, for that would be far too exhausting. The chimpanzee remained indifferent, suggesting that he was not an undercover agent. The two followed the white horse onward. After a considerable passage of an hour and a half, they finally arrived at their destination. Survivors had congregated on the grassy banks of the lake, including Gu Tianjiao, the African buffalo, kangaroo, cheetah, wild boar, Alaskan dog, peacock, and calf. In addition to the sulcata tortoise, the skunk and sheep were notably absent, leaving one to ponder whether they had perished or whether, as undercover agents, they were too apprehensive to appear. The update commenced. Should the rewards be plentiful, I shall increase my contributions. Chapter 76. The undercover struggle in the camp where Chu Gu had landed. The assembly comprised Gu Tianjiao, the African buffalo, kangaroo, cheetah, wild boar, sulcata tortoise, chimpanzee, white horse, sheep, Alaskan dog, skunk, calf, and peacock. The sulcata tortoise had fallen prey to him, while the sheep and skunk had vanished, leaving only 11 individuals remaining. Chu Gu leaned beside Gu Tianjiao, commencing an analysis of who might be the undercover agent. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Gu Tianjiao's allegiance. Besides her, who else could it be? The African buffalo stood tall, his imposing figure instilling a profound sense of pressure among the survivors. He surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. "We have 3 undercover agents among us. The absent skunk and sheep could very well be among them, or perhaps deceased. We must identify the infiltrators. I have encountered the wild boar in combat, and that creature possesses an alarming strength, making him the most formidable among them. I am no match for him. Furthermore, there is a cougar, equally formidable. Their attribute panels must be notably high. If we fail to unearth the undercover agents, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." Wild boar? The survivors were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the wild boar within their ranks. The wild boar was of modest stature, approximately 70 centimeters at the shoulder, and it sat in the corner, wearing an awkward yet courteous smile. An Alaskan Malamute remarked, casting a glance at the wild boar, causing it to feel so ashamed that it wished to disappear into the earth. The kangaroo turned to the African buffalo, inquiring, "Do you possess any intelligence regarding the mole?" The African buffalo nodded, replying, "I overheard them mentioning that one of the undercover agents is a feline, and it has already divulged our information to them." Upon hearing this, Chugu, the cheetah, and the lynx became the center of attention. Chugu narrowed his eyes. If the African buffalo's information is accurate, then the cheetah is undoubtedly the mole. But what if the African buffalo is the mole himself? In any case, it's certainly not my brother. He engaged in a fierce battle with the opposing black bear and hyena to save me. Just look at the injuries he sustained. Would a mole do such a thing? The chimpanzee stood up abruptly, vehemently protesting. Gu Tianjiao glanced at Chu Gu, curiously asking, "You encountered the black bear?" Chu Gu nodded. She pressed further, "What was the outcome?" Gu Tianjiao's gaze shifted immediately. "Has this fellow grown to the point where he can pose a threat to the black bear? Are you two acquainted?" Chu Gu retorted, "Just because we know each other Does that make us moles? Does the survival arena grant me such preferential treatment? The kangaroo, intimidated by his outburst, dared not respond. The cheetah stood up, proclaiming, I am not a mole either, truly. Can you be certain that the other side isn't deliberately using deception? Or perhaps, this buffalo is the mole. If I were them, would I be unable to detect the scent of a buffalo? His words prompted all the survivors to turn their gaze towards the African buffalo. The buffalo snorted disdainfully and remarked, Do you comprehend survival instincts? Can you even detect my scent? Upon closer inspection, the group realized they could not. The cheetah, in a state of panic, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, It certainly isn't me. I've been following the kangaroo the entire time. Ask him if I've ever harmed him. The kangaroo nodded vigorously in support of the cheetah. The Alaskan dog interjected, Currently, the African lion possesses the golden essence of the chimpanzee, and the cheetah bears the golden essence of the kangaroo. That leaves only the lynx. All eyes subsequently fell upon Gu Tianjiao. What nonsense. Have you played too many rounds of werewolf? I've encountered our companions alone numerous times. Have I ever resorted to violence? Idiots. Gu Tianjiao rolled her eyes and cursed vehemently. Chuga felt embarrassed, taken aback by her fiery temperament. Gu Tianjiao, with a sardonic smile, remarked, The least likely to be the infiltrator is, paradoxically, the one who seems harmless yet stirs trouble. If he isn't the infiltrator, I'll eat dirt. The survivors were left speechless. The Alaskan dog's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth, retorting, You have no shame. Chu Gu bowed his head, adopting an air of ignorance towards her. The chimpanzee gazed at the lynx in admiration, having never encountered such a brazen woman before. In that moment, the survivors began to bicker, debating who among them was the infiltrator and who remained innocent. With the chimpanzee's assurance, no one dared to cast suspicion upon Chu Gu. Though he bore wounds, he appeared even more formidable. Chu Gu watched the commotion with a bemused smile. They were all so theatrical. After much ado, they still failed to identify the infiltrator. The Cape buffalo, incensed, declared, In that case, we shall proceed together from now on. If the opposition also acts collectively, we won't be at a disadvantage. The other survivors concurred. Gu Tianjiao inquired, Where shall we go next? Should we actively seek them out for a confrontation? The kangaroo nodded, stating, I believe that's feasible. With such a large group, we can retreat if we are outmatched. In the ensuing chaos, the mole will inevitably expose themselves. Furthermore, we also have our mole on their side. Thus, they reached a consensus and began to pursue the scent, intending to hunt down the strongest boar on the opposing side. Chu Gu had no objections and accompanied the group. As if no one else was present, Chu Gu informed Gu Tianjiao, This chimpanzee wishes to join our future survival team. Shall we accept him? Gu Tianjiao scrutinized the chimpanzee, appearing somewhat hesitant. The chimpanzee gestured, conveying, I know Wing Chun. Puff the Alaskan Malamute beside them burst into laughter, remarking, To be honest, I am capable of 72 transformations. The chimpanzee glared at him, feeling indignant. Other survivors, upon hearing that Chu Gu and his companions were establishing a survival team, eagerly inquired about joining. Having no survival team to rely on, they naturally desired to join. This was not an online game where each survival team has a fixed number of members. The more members a team has, the greater the survival challenges they encounter. Therefore, each survival team is cautious about recruiting new members. Chu Gu turned them down, and Gu Tianjiao disregarded them entirely. The Cape buffalo and the kangaroo walked ahead, conversing in hushed tones. There is definitely a mole among the three of them. The kangaroo scoffed. The Cape buffalo nodded, whispering, Let's observe further and remain vigilant. As time ebbed away, marked by the descent of the sun and the ascent of the moon, night gradually enveloped the land. The survivors pressed on relentlessly. For numerous creatures, the nocturnal hours held no dread. Indeed, some even favored them. Throughout the night, Chuj retained his lucidity, his vision uncompromised by the darkness. The party maintained their relentless pace, and he saw no reason to halt. He anticipated the impending melee, eager to seize the opportunity to claim lives. Under the cloak of night, the group continued their journey. Around 10 in the evening, rustling emanated from the thickets ahead. A mountain lion sprang forth, startling the survivors, who immediately came to a halt. The African buffalo bellowed in a low growl, It's you again. His eyes were bloodshot, evidence of a prior encounter with the mountain lion. The mountain lion raised a paw, pointing at Chuj, and jested, The African lion on your side is a mole from a separate faction. Don't be deceived by him. Let's join forces and eliminate him first. Chuj had yet to utter a word when the chimpanzee bounded forward, erupting in a furious tirade. Do you take us for fools? Unable to defeat my brother, You resort to falsely accusing him of being a mole? If something happens to my brother, are we not certain to be defeated? His words instantly reinforced the survivors' resolve. They had no reason to trust the mountain lion. Chuj advanced a few paces, stating, "Let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Regardless of who falls, it will not be entirely detrimental to my team." The mountain lion's gaze turned frigid in an instant. The African buffalo's eyes gleamed with sudden interest as he exclaimed, "Let the fight begin." He was acutely aware of the prowess of the cougar. Even if Chuj emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries, and at that moment, he would wield the greatest influence within the team. Indeed, come on. I have longed to witness a confrontation between the cougar and the African lion. Ha ha ha. Are you intimidated? The African lion is simply magnificent, exuding an aura of dominance. He is frightened. The survivors erupted in cheers, their admiration for Chuj palpable. Chuj embodied the very essence they aspired to achieve, contemptuous of all. Strength reigned supreme. The cougar chuckled, stating, "I belong to your side. If he were to kill me, you would lose a comrade and trust the enemy even more." Your turtle over there met its demise at his jaws. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the forest. The survivors exchanged glances, their confusion rekindled. Was Chuj truly an undercover agent? Gu Tianjiao playfully inquired, "How can you prove your allegiance?" "Perhaps this. Go hunt a survivor from the opposing camp and bring him here. If you succeed, we shall join forces to slay this African lion." What a splendid idea. The survivor's eyes sparkled with admiration for Gu Tianjiao. Though she may be brash, her intellect shone brightly. The cougar narrowed his eyes and replied, "Very well," without hesitation. He turned to depart. Observing his decisive action, the Alaskan dog murmured, "Could it be that he is genuinely an undercover agent?" Gu Tianjiao shot him a glare, retorting, "You truly are one of the three foolish ones, hopelessly lost. If he does not flee, does he intend to stay and meet his demise?" The crowd suddenly grasped the situation. This fellow was merely seeking to escape. "Pursue him." The Cape Buffalo promptly issued his command, taking the lead with an indomitable surge. The other survivors followed closely behind. However, Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao proceeded at a more leisurely pace. Noticing their lack of haste, the chimpanzee decelerated his stride. "I suspect this might be a ruse," Gu Tianjiao conjectured. Chu Gu concurred, opining that the cougar was not so imprudent. To expose a mole without sufficient certainty seemed uncharacteristic of the cougar's nature. Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee experienced a sudden realization. He inquired cautiously, "Should we lag behind then?" Chu Gu cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "If we fall behind, the three of us will appear as the moles." "Are you a mole?" The chimpanzee offered an awkward smile, while simultaneously reinforcing his conviction that Chu Gu was not the mole. The trio then quickened their pace, swiftly catching up with the others. The cougar moved with great celerity, outpacing the group, yet the survivors could trace his scent. The Alaskan Malamute and the cheetah took the vanguard, cautiously navigating the path ahead. After pursuing for half an hour, they had yet to overtake the cougar. Nonetheless, the cheetah asserted that the cougar was not far ahead, evidently leading them on a wild goose chase. "Should we persist in this pursuit?" A calf inquired tentatively. The calf, a young yellow bull, was of comparable stature to Chu Gu. The dim forest evoked a sense of lurking phantoms and apparitions within him. The Cape Buffalo halted, declaring, "Let us rest. We shall spend the night here." His words brought a collective sigh of relief. The protracted chase had left them all weary, and they had long yearned to recline upon the earth. Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao nestled beneath a tree, while the chimpanzee attempted to squeeze in beside them. Gu Tianjiao pinched him, causing him to recoil in fright. Other survivors could not help but suspect an underlying connection among them. At night, the trio took turns to keep watch, ensuring that no one was left unguarded. The kangaroo proposed this arrangement, which met with unanimous agreement. After some deliberation, Chu Gu was teamed up with the kangaroo and the peacock. The peacock, quite unassuming and barely noticeable, remained silent throughout. Chu Gu observed that he was not anxious, indicating that he might not be as soft as he appeared. Could he be the mole? Indeed, maintaining a low profile could be a survival tactic for an undercover agent. Their team was assigned to the second watch, allowing them to rest first. Gu Tianjiao was placed in the first team, and with her presence, Chu Gu felt secure enough to sleep. 3 hours later, Chu Gu was stirred awake by Gu Tianjiao's gentle shake. He rubbed his eyes and lifted his head, alert to the surroundings. Gu Tianjiao yawned but said nothing, promptly falling back asleep. Gazing at the sleeping survivors, Chu Gu narrowed his eyes, suddenly contemplating a violent course of action. He could eliminate the African buffalo first, then take out the others. However, such a move would surely raise alarms. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought. If the majority of survivors from this faction were to perish, the remaining group would band together against him, an outcome that would not maximize his benefits. It was better to seek opportunities to eliminate them one by one. Chugo suddenly noticed that the kangaroo occasionally glanced in his direction, his eyes filled with caution. A smirk crept across Chuji's face. "Buddy, you've guessed right. I am indeed the mole. Come at me." Everything remained tranquil. The night was like water, with the croaking of frogs serving as the sole symphony beneath the darkened sky. Although Chugo felt drowsy, he resisted the urge to slack off, wary of a potential ambush from the mountain lions under the cover of darkness. Approximately an hour passed. Enemies approach. Peacock declared suddenly. At this pronouncement, Chugo lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with an emerald luminescence as he surveyed the vicinity. Swiftly, his vision fell upon a colossal silhouette, a saltwater crocodile. The beast had stealthily encroached upon their position. Moreover, he detected the scent of a sick deer. "Prepare for battle," he roared, his leonine bellow reverberating through the air, startling the slumbering survivors. Imagine, if you will, the sensation of a lion's roar erupting beside your ear as you slumbered, a veritable nightmare for the survivors. Gu Tianjiao cast a reproachful glance in his direction before vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At that instant, the guttural grunts of wild boars echoed through the air, followed by the abrupt rupture of a thicket as a dark form burst forth. Two sharp tusks glinted menacingly in the night, belonging to a boar from the opposing faction. It collided head-on with the nearest Cape buffalo with tremendous force. The immense buffalo was sent hurtling through the air, soaring nearly 2 meters above the ground before crashing into a tree several meters distant. A scene of extraordinary visual impact. Everyone was petrified, Chugo included. What preternatural strength was this? The boar wheeled around, charging toward the other survivors who scattered in disarray, none daring to impede its advance. "Flee," Gu Tianjiao urged as she dashed past Chugo. Observing the boar's awe-inspiring rampage, Chugo elected to retreat. The chimpanzee, witnessing his flight, followed suit, endeavoring to keep pace. This marks the third installment, exclusive of tomorrow's update. Your endorsement is appreciated. Remember, for every additional 4,000 votes, there will be an update. QQ reading is faster than starting point. If you wish to join the group for character roles, please append the name of your survival entity to your group nickname. Chapter 78, Survival Talent. Lion's Fury. What is the situation with that wild boar? How can it possess such immense strength? Is it a level 4 strength enhancement? Or perhaps a higher tier survival capability? As Chugo ran, he pondered aloud. The scene from moments ago was truly astonishing. The creature that was hurled away was not some insignificant animal, but a robust African buffalo. Even with all his might, it would be a challenge for Chugo to knock it down, let alone send it flying. Gu Tianjiao gritted her teeth. "We've encountered a formidable opponent. That fellow must have suppressed their star level." She too was taken aback. "Big brother, sister-in-law, wait for me." The chimpanzee called from behind, realizing that 2 legs could not outrun 4. Although he was an ape, he was still not accustomed to running using both hands and feet. The chimpanzee felt a sense of despair. What offense had he committed against his sister-in-law? Chugo and Gu Tianjiao maintained a steady pace. This survival competition had taken a turn for the worse, with infiltrators and such a formidable character exceeding 2 stars. Gu Tianjiao expressed her frustration. Chugo nodded in agreement. He too wished to eliminate the black bear to prevent any future complications. Thus, the two began to track the scent of the black bear. In the woods, the wild boar stood amidst the bodies of 2 animals, a young yellow cow and an African buffalo. Both were riddled with numerous puncture wounds, all inflicted by the wild boar's tusks. A cougar approached, beginning to feast upon the carcass of the African buffalo. Emerging from the shadows, the sick deer gazed upon him with ardent admiration, exclaiming, "Leader, your prowess is simply awe-inspiring. You have vanquished all opposition." While the boar's physique may not be imposing, his ferocity in combat is akin to that of a savage beast, truly formidable. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in the boar's eyes. The cougar continued its feast. Beneath the veil of night, they resembled a pair of malevolent specters, a truly unsettling sight. Having sated our appetites, let us proceed and continue our pursuit of those adversaries. The expanse of Shenanjia is vast. We must not allow them to stray too far. The boar declared in a deep voice. His strength far surpassed that of the other survivors, and having witnessed his power, they would undoubtedly refrain from engaging him in combat. opting instead to remain concealed. Within Shenanjia, the act of concealment is not a difficult feat. The Cicadier, observing them, could not help but swallow nervously. It was fortunate that they were not infiltrators. She felt a sense of relief, grateful for the rules of this survival game, where the penalty for slaying a teammate was too severe. As the night waned, Chu Gu, Gu Tianjiao, and the chimpanzee pressed on relentlessly, their search culminating in the discovery of the Asiatic black bear. However, what they encountered was the bear's lifeless form. The creature was disfigured beyond recognition, and the surrounding trees were stained with blood, making it difficult to fathom the ordeal it had endured. Gu Tianjiao approached for closer inspection. Chu Gu, observing the tooth marks on the bear's body, swiftly deduced the involvement of the saltwater crocodile. Could he have been an undercover agent? Chu Gu pondered with a furrowed brow. The bear had attacked him with lethal intent upon their encounter, ruling out the possibility of him being an infiltrator. Recalling the crocodile's feigned entrapment while biting the sulcated tortoise, he began to suspect that it was a deliberate act. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. He met a painful demise, and that brings me solace. Gu Tianjiao smiled with satisfaction, causing the chimpanzee to break out in goosebumps. Sister-in-law is quite ruthless, he remarked. It must be the work of an undercover agent. We lack such formidable characters on our side, Gu Tianjiao speculated. Chu Gu nodded and then mentioned the saltwater crocodile. Upon hearing of the 6-meter-long crocodile, the chimpanzee instantly became exhilarated. Gu Tianjiao, however, frowned. Chu Gu observed their expressions, becoming increasingly convinced that Gu Tianjiao was also an undercover agent. If my brother teams up with the saltwater crocodile, they will surely defeat that monstrous wild boar, exclaimed the chimpanzee, his previous despair dissipating as he learned of the crocodile. What does a 6-meter length signify? To him, it represented a behemoth. Gu Tianjiao looked at the chimpanzee and jested, "What if your brother is the undercover agent?" The chimpanzee widened his eyes and retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? If my brother were an undercover agent, he would have devoured me long ago." He recalled the time Chu Gu had tackled him but spared his life, which solidified his belief that Chu Gu was not an undercover agent. In his battle with the black bear, he had witnessed the ferocity of Chu Gu, who was anything but a benevolent figure. Gu Tianjiao shook her head, perplexed as to what kind of enchantment Chu Gu had cast upon this fool to make him so unwavering in his loyalty. The foolishness of the world was beyond her comprehension. Chu Gu then inquired, "With the black bear defeated, shall we part ways or continue together?" Gu Tianjiao pondered. "Let us part ways. Our team has already become disbanded, and grouping together would be futile. I also need survival points and do not wish to have my kills usurped by you." Chu Gu rolled his eyes, feeling as though she painted him as miserly. Thus, Gu Tianjiao departed on her own. Chu Gu, accompanied by the chimpanzee, ventured in another direction. As they traversed the forest, he instructed the chimpanzee to craft 2 wooden spears for ease in combat. While walking, an unexpected warmth enveloped his body, prompting him to pause and declare, "Let us rest for a while." With that, he reclined upon the grassy earth. The chimpanzee nodded, feeling fatigued as well. It promptly ascended a tree to keep watch. As Chu Ji's body grew increasingly heated, he remained unperturbed, for he recognized this sensation. It mirrored the experience he had shared with Mao after consuming the mysterious mushrooms. It appeared that his survival instincts were on the verge of awakening. The awakening of his survival talent commenced, merging within him, culminating in a successful emergence. "You have successfully acquired the survival talent, Lion's Fury," a dispassionate female voice announced, as Chu Ji's temperature began to subside. Simultaneously, he sensed a warm current surging through his veins and muscles. A luminous screen materialized before him, elucidating the nature of Lion's Fury. Lion's Fury, survival talent, a survival instinct birthed from the wild nature of the African lion, enhancing strength in moments of anger, with the magnitude of power correlating to the intensity of fury. Indeed, as Chu Gu had previously surmised, the angrier one became, the stronger they would grow. What a remarkable skill! A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. When confronted by adversaries, he could conjure a self-induced rage, thereby amplifying his strength. He fixed his gaze upon the chimpanzee, intent on experimenting with this newfound power. He envisioned the chimpanzee as a cunning infiltrator, deceitfully earning his trust, only to betray him on the day of the survival competition, launching a surprise attack with a wooden spear. Veins of crimson began to thread through his eyes. Insufficient. Chu Gu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the scene of a chimpanzee tormenting a hyena. A chill crept beneath him, and his fury surged uncontrollably. The sentinel chimp inadvertently caught sight of Chu Gu, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. causing the chimp to shudder in fear, nearly losing its grip and falling from the tree. A heartfelt message upon the book's launch. Survival competition. The free chapter of Chapter 173 marks the culmination of over 2 months of hard work in this new book phase, finally debuting today at midnight on January 1st, coinciding with the New Year celebration. This book presents an innovative and niche theme, attracting a smaller audience compared to my previous works. Nevertheless, I find great joy in writing it, as I often fall asleep watching nature documentaries. In my youth, I was captivated by various animal documentaries, such as those featuring Bear Grylls, Snake King Austin, BBC, and National Geographic. Writing this book requires substantial research, but in the face of passion, such challenges seem trivial. The book's collection is not particularly high. To be frank, I still feel uncertain about its launch. For me, this is already a significant breakthrough. Following the launch, updates will be based on monthly votes, each update requiring 200 votes, with no upper limit. Please remember to save your monthly votes for me tomorrow. For those without guaranteed monthly votes, subscriptions to titles such as The Strongest Mythical Emperor, The Demon King of 10,000 Beasts, and I Have Countless Divine Swords will secure a guaranteed monthly vote next month after reaching a subscription total of 10 yuan last month. The reader group number is 947938312. You can also find and join by searching for the group name Survival Arena. As the launch approaches, I am both anxious and excited. I wonder how many animal enthusiasts will join. The launch is bound to see a wave of readers depart. In this vast sea of literature, finding kindred spirits is a rare endeavor. A heartfelt message upon the book's launch. Survival competition. Chapter 79. Profoundly unrevealed Big Brother, what troubles you? The chimpanzee inquired with trepidation from its perch atop the tree. It was the first instance he had witnessed such unbridled fury in Chu Ji's countenance. His eyes suffused with a crimson hue akin to twin droplets of blood, an utterly chilling sight. Chu Ge grinned, a malevolent expression that sent shivers down the chimpanzee's spine. At that moment, he sensed his power surge exponentially. The sensation was exhilarating. However, as his rage subsided, his strength would wane accordingly. Indeed, the angrier he became, the mightier he grew. His grin petrified the chimpanzee. Why does he suddenly regard me with such displeasure? What transgression have I committed? The chimpanzee, filled with trepidation, contemplated descending to offer an apology, yet feared Chu Ji's potential aggression. Abruptly, the sanguine tint in Chu Ji's eyes receded swiftly, and his features gradually composed themselves. He murmured, "It is nothing, merely a consideration of certain possibilities." Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee's heart sank, and it hastily exclaimed, "I am not a mole. I truly am not." Chu Ge shook his head, a smile playing on his lips, and without responding, he rested his chin upon his leonine paw and commenced a brief respite. There were no olfactory traces of other survivors in the vicinity, allowing him a moment to rest. He could not afford to slumber. For some survivors possess the ability to conceal their scent, such as Gu Tianjiao, the African buffalo. Gu Tianjiao seemed capable of manipulating her scent at will, sometimes detectable, sometimes not, rendering her movements enigmatic. After half an hour of repose, Chu Ge and the chimpanzee resumed their journey. Emerging from the forest, they were confronted by undulating mountainous terrain, barren and strewn with shattered stones. Chu Ji's gaze was captivated by a figure in the distance. A peacock. It stood atop a mountain slope, surveying its surroundings with an air of regal authority, befitting a sovereign among birds. The chimpanzee squinted, murmuring, "Big brother. Why does this fellow seem different from before?" Previously, the peacock was taciturn and appeared harmless, but now, he exudes an aura of danger. As soon as he finished speaking, the peacock turned to face them. "Hey, are you a mole?" The chimpanzee bellowed, brandishing his wooden spear in a threatening manner. The peacock coldly gazed down at them, retorting, "Indeed." Whoosh. His tail feathers suddenly unfurled, resembling a large fan covered in eyes, a dazzling display. Was taken aback, asking with a strange expression, "We are males. Why are you courting us?" The display of a peacock's feathers is typically a mating ritual performed by male peacocks. "Humph. I am merely declaring war upon you. You are doomed." He scoffed before taking flight and gliding down, charging towards, and the chimpanzee, observing his posture, couldn't help but recall the peacock on the campus balcony. The aura was similar, but it was not the same peacock. The chimpanzee immediately brandished his wooden spear, attempting to scare the peacock away. However, with lightning speed, the peacock seized the spear, wrenching it from his grasp with a forceful toss. Startled, the chimpanzee leaped back, adopting a defensive stance, and exclaimed, "I know Wing Chun. Don't go seeking death. Ignoring him, the peacock lunged at. Prepared, leaped into the air just as the peacock's claws were about to reach him. Bang! The two survivors collided midair and failed to pull the peacock down directly. Greatly alarmed, he hastily bit down on the peacock's lower neck. So hard. Felt as if he were biting into an iron plate, immediately followed by a sensation of weightlessness. The peacock intended to drag him into the firmament. He forthwith released his grip, then retaliated by biting the peacock's talons, causing the bird to instinctively relinquish its hold. Chuj plummeted to the earth, fortunate in that the altitude was insufficient to inflict injury. He craned his neck to observe the peacock, his brow furrowed in consternation. This fellow is formidable. He had initially surmised that the African buffalo was the most puissant denizen of this terrestrial encampment, yet it would appear that the peacock held that distinction. The old insidious canine had concealed his strength with great artifice. Mobile edition, the peacock wheeled in the heavens, its gaze fixed intently upon Chuj, poised to dive earthward at a moment's notice, akin to a diminutive warplane. The chimpanzee retrieved his wooden spear, his gaze anxiously directed skyward. Chuj, likewise, maintained a vigilant posture against the peacock. The memory of the scene in which the pit bull terrier had mauled Nangong to his demise, the image of Gu Tianjiao's fatal plunge from the precipice, ignited a conflagration of wrath within his breast, causing that peculiar, tepid current to surge with renewed vigor. Augmentation of strength. Chuj's orbs became suffused with crimson, his mane billowing in the zephyr, exuding an aura of domineering ferocity. The peacock squinted, perceiving Chuj's transformation, and a sense of apprehension stirred within him. This fellow is not to be trifled with. Has he awakened a talent for survival? Or does he possess some unique capacity for self-preservation? The peacock, sensing an imminent peril, began to vacillate as to whether he should abandon the endeavor. After a dozen or so seconds had elapsed, he abruptly wheeled about and soared into the distance. The chimpanzee, dumbfounded, muttered, "He simply absconded?" The sanguine hue in Chuj's eyes receded, and he inhaled deeply, his gaze following the peacock's departure. This fellow is exceedingly circumspect, unwilling to court even the slightest peril. Even with the invocation of the lion's fury, Chuj lacked the absolute assurance of vanquishing the peacock, particularly given the latter's aerial advantage. "He was frightened away by my Wing Chun," the chimpanzee offered meekly. Chuj paid him no heed, but rather pressed onward. This altercation had impressed upon him the necessity of not underestimating any of his fellow survivors. Those who have attained the rank of two-star survivors undoubtedly possess their own unique capabilities, particularly those whose survival avatars have reached adulthood, each more formidable than the last. After all, this is only his fourth survival arena, and it is perfectly normal not to be the strongest. It would be preposterous for him to be the strongest at this stage. He shook his head with a smile, invigorated himself, and prepared to continue hunting. He would simply avoid peacocks, saltwater crocodiles, and wild boars. Other survivors were still easy prey for him. The chimpanzee followed closely behind, and the two soon departed from the mountainous region. Half an hour later, they entered a dried-up riverbed, flanked by two precipitous cliffs. Suddenly, Chu Gu detected the scent of a sika deer and immediately accelerated his pursuit. "Big brother, wait for me," the chimpanzee called out, but no matter how he shouted, Chu Gu did not slow down, instead increasing his pace. On the other side of the mountain, a sika deer was drinking water by the riverbank. She faintly heard the chimpanzee's voice and couldn't help but look up. "Did I mishear?" she murmured with a frown, a sudden unease creeping into her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to leave. As she walked, she inwardly cursed the wild boar and the cougar, those two confirmed bachelors. Even when she tried to ingratiate herself with them, they ignored her and even forbade her from following them. According to them, her presence would alert the prey. She missed the deceased zebra. There were few men as foolish as him in the survival arena. She was not walking very fast, unaware that a killer was rapidly approaching from behind. New Vertex Chapter 80. Is he an undercover agent? The sight nearly caused her to faint. Chu Gu could no longer maintain his chameleon-like state, yet his speed was unmatched, with the distance to the spotted deer dwindling to less than 20 meters. In that exhilarating moment, his blood surged with fervor. Upon returning to the survival arena, he rarely unleashed his full velocity in pursuit of prey. This sensation of lightning speed made everything around him appear to slow down. The quarry was nearly within his grasp. Suddenly, the spotted deer let out a cry and swiftly turned to flee. Her explosive strength was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Chu Ji's. She had barely taken 5 steps when Chu Gu lunged from behind, his claws gripping her back, while his jaws aimed for her neck. With a thud, the spotted deer fell to the ground, and Chu tumbled after her onto the grass, rolling 4 times before coming to a halt. With great force, he bit through the deer's neck. You have successfully hunted an enemy, earning 200 survival points. As this survivor has already slain an enemy in the current survival challenge, you receive an additional 100 survival points. Chu was taken aback. Could this female also kill? Which unfortunate soul met such a fate? He released his grip and gradually stood up, awaiting the gorilla's arrival. After 2 minutes, the gorilla finally arrived, panting heavily, and upon seeing the carcass of the deer, his heart raced with astonishment. His brother's speed was astonishing. He felt increasingly fortunate to have aligned himself with Chu. While Chu may not possess the ferocity of a wild boar, the skills he exhibited were remarkably well-rounded. He could run, fight, and change colors, truly the epitome of an optimal assassin. Given the right opportunity, he might even launch a surprise attack on a wild boar. The chimpanzee gazed adoringly at Chuj, akin to a young girl admiring her idol, its large, watery eyes exuding an almost nauseating charm. You climb up the tree and hide. I shall lie in ambush here, Chuj instructed. Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee hesitated for a moment before dutifully darting into the nearby thicket. Chuj then approached a pile of scattered rocks, seamlessly blending into his surroundings. This ability is truly remarkable. If only I possessed such a skill in reality, the chimpanzee thought, chuckling to itself with a finger in its mouth, lost in some indecent reverie. Chuj's concealment was prompted by the scent of a cougar, which was not far from their location. As time ticked away, 20 minutes passed. The cougar emerged from a bend between 2 hills, frowning at the sight of a dead deer. After a brief moment of hesitation, it swiftly approached. When it was 7 meters away from the carcass, it suddenly halted, crouching down to observe the deer from a distance, murmuring, "Dead so soon? I had hoped to use her as bait." Instinctively, it scanned the surroundings, seeking any signs of adversaries. Soon after, it burst into laughter. "Stinky monkey, come down. Where are your legs? Are you hiding nearby as well?" The cougar mocked. At this, the chimpanzee leaped down from the tree. Chuj, remaining still, silently applauded the chimp's actions. This foolish creature, in a pivotal moment, proved to be rather astute. The cougar, refraining from rash action, continued to survey the area, having caught the scent of Chuj and sensing his proximity. "Stinky monkey, you truly lack intelligence. I am an undercover agent. Why can you not trust me?" The cougar cast another glare at the chimpanzee, rebuking him with a tone of profound disappointment. The chimp hesitated, certain that Chu was not an undercover agent, yet uncertain whether the cougar himself might be one. If this individual were indeed a spy, he would be an ally, and to mistakenly harm a comrade would render him a liability. Observing the chimpanzee's expression, the cougar sighed. "Have you seen the prowess of the wild boar? Both the saltwater crocodile and I are your side's infiltrators, and together we may not even stand a chance against him. He is exceedingly formidable. Should I fall, your team will lose a significant asset. Your elder brother may not belong to the opposing side, yet he could very well be part of a separate faction. You must contemplate this carefully." The cougar's lamentations incited a surge of indignation within the chimpanzee, reminiscent of past encounters where cunning adversaries had employed similar rhetoric to deceive him, leading him to become a hindrance to his own team. He gestured, exclaiming, "Feline, approach. Allow me to demonstrate a series of Wing Chun techniques. If you refrain from retaliating, I shall believe in your intentions." The cougar frowned, his gaze icy. After surveying the surroundings to ensure Chu was absent, he spoke, "Step closer, and keep your distance from the woods." The chimp complied immediately, shifting aside to a spot over 10 meters away, positioned perfectly behind a pile of rubble where Chu was concealed. The cougar charged towards the chimpanzee, declaring, "We agreed on just one set. Should you attempt any deceit, I shall tear you apart." Just as he leaped over the carcass of a roe deer, Chu suddenly sprang into action. The cougar sensed a blur before him, as if a mountain was crashing towards him, and he was knocked to the ground. Before he could even struggle, his throat was savagely torn open, causing a torrential gush of blood. He desperately attempted to retaliate, but his body was pinned down by his assailant, an African lion. The cougar, consumed by unbridled fury, fought tooth and nail to break free. Alas, Chuj had already entered a state of leonine rage, rendering him impervious to the cougar's desperate kicks. As his injuries mounted, his strength began to wane, giving way to terror and, ultimately, despair. The chimpanzee approached, gesticulating wildly as he taunted, "So, Your Wing Chun is impressive, huh? Capable of summoning a lion far mightier than yourself. The cougar glared at him, his eyes venomous, filled with the utmost hatred. The chimpanzee, emboldened by this display, reveled in his triumph. Before long, the cougar breathed his last. You have successfully hunted an enemy, earning 200 survival points. As this survivor had already hunted 4 enemies in this survival arena, you have been awarded an additional 400 survival points. Chuj released his grip, inwardly surprised. This guy had already killed 4 people? That's quite impressive. He paused, a thought striking him. The opposing team's lineup. I still haven't fully grasped it. Could it be that the 4 individuals he killed were members of the opposing team? The chimpanzee exclaimed with excitement. Big brother, next time. Let me take down one of them. I haven't tasted blood yet. Chuj turned to face him, his gaze complex. Yukong, who else do you suspect might be a mole on the opposing side, besides the saltwater crocodile? Chuj inquired pensively. The chimpanzee froze, realization dawning upon him. He cautiously asked, He's a mole? Chuj licked his lips, rose to his feet, and shook his head. The chimpanzee was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, descending into utter disarray. Did I screw up again? He lamented, on the verge of tears, crying out, Big brother, I was wrong. Chapter 81. Dreamwalking. Chu Gu paid no heed to the chimpanzee, remaining uncertain whether the cougar was indeed an undercover agent. After all, he himself was an undercover operative, navigating this perilous path alone. The chimpanzee fidgeted anxiously, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Continue to lie in wait, Chu Gu uttered coldly, prompting the chimpanzee to hastily retreat into the thicket. Subsequently, he approached the pile of stones, lying down and blending into his surroundings once more. The chimpanzee concealed itself deep within the underbrush, hesitant to ascend the trees again, plagued by existential doubts. Was the cougar truly an undercover agent? Anxiety gnawed at him, inducing a sense of impending collapse. Chu Ji's silence only exacerbated his inner turmoil, akin to the incessant scratching of a cat's paw. The two continued their vigil, waiting for what felt like an eternity. As dusk approached, at long last, a creature drew near. A behemoth, a saltwater crocodile. The colossal beast ambled leisurely along the waterway, exuding an air of dominance with its languid gait. Chu Gu squinted, tensing his body to meld perfectly with the stone pile. Regardless of whether this creature was an undercover agent, it was undoubtedly his adversary, and he pondered how best to hunt it. As he waited, lost in contemplation, the chimpanzee also caught sight of the imposing crocodile. Its sheer size made him gulp involuntarily. What did 6 meters truly signify? Standing upright, it was nearly 3 stories tall. The crocodile, undeterred, approached the carcass of a sick deer. With a swift motion, it clamped its jaws around the deer, thrashing violently. In that instant, Chu Gu recalled the grim fate of the black bear. It became evident that the crocodile had indeed been responsible for the demise of the black bear. It seemed there was no doubt that the saltwater crocodile was an undercover agent. In a swift and brutal display, the saltwater crocodile tore apart the sick deer and commenced its gruesome feast, a sight so savage that it caused the chimpanzee to tremble. After devouring the remains of the deer, the crocodile turned its attention to the carcass of the cougar. 5 minutes later, satiated, it glanced towards the pile of stones and remarked with a smirk, having watched the spectacle for so long. "Isn't it time you emerged?" Chu Gu remained motionless, contemplating the possibility that this creature was merely toying with him. "Your ability to camouflage is woefully inadequate before my eyes," the saltwater crocodile continued, chuckling. With a sigh, Chu Gu decided he had no choice but to reveal himself. He faced the crocodile and inquired, "How do you know of my survival skills?" The crocodile replied with a grin, "I have exchanged for the vision of serpents, granting me thermal imaging capabilities." Chu Gu fell silent. The cunning of these old schemers was truly boundless. Resigning himself, he turned to depart. "Hey, where are you from? Would you care to make a friend?" The crocodile called out, extending an invitation. "My friends and I have established an exclusive club for survivors in the real world. We could invite you to join, and you would receive a salary every month, ensuring a prosperous life for you, requiring nothing from you except a helping hand when the club faces difficulties." Upon hearing this, Chu Gu immediately recalled what Gao Fei had mentioned about influential figures. "Are there numerous such clubs and companies in reality?" he queried. The crocodile chuckled, "Not many. It takes substantial financial resources to support so many survivors. After all, our minimum salary is already 10,000. Some influential individuals are lured away with monthly salaries reaching 1 million. In fact, our club is home to one such prominent figure. After pondering for a moment, Chu Gu remarked, "Let us add each other as friends after the survival competition." With that, he turned and departed. The chimpanzee hurriedly dashed out from the thicket, keeping pace with him. "Aren't you afraid he might be an undercover?" the saltwater crocodile quipped. With that, he gallantly caught up to Chu Gu. The saltwater crocodile squinted his eyes, his gaze chillingly cold. Night fell, marking the third evening of the survival competition. Chu Gu and the chimpanzee ascended a tree to rest. Though Chu Gu was capable of climbing trees, his movements were slow and lacked the agility displayed by Gu Tianjiao or the cougar. The chimpanzee, brimming with excitement, began recounting tales of survival teams and his personal experiences. For the most part, Chu Gu listened in silence, gradually succumbing to slumber. After a few hours, he awoke once more. In the stillness of the night, the forest was eerily quiet. He suddenly realized that the chimpanzee had vanished. Where could that fellow have gone? Chu Gu furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. He looked up, scanning the surroundings, but not a single strand of fur was in sight. Could something have happened to the chimpanzee? He hesitated, contemplating whether to seek him out. Just then, the bushes nearby rustled, producing a sound. He glanced down to see the chimpanzee emerging from the thicket like a specter. The creature moved sluggishly, as if in a trance. After observing for a moment, Chu Gu concluded that he appeared to be sleepwalking. How audacious! Sleepwalking during a survival competition. Is he courting danger? Chu Gu bellowed, his voice echoing through the night sky. The chimpanzee, startled, trembled violently, awakening from his dream. "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" he exclaimed, striking a Wing Chun stance, eyes darting around in terror as he searched for threats. Chuj gazed at him in silence. The gorilla quickly realized that the previous roar had emanated from Chuj. He hurriedly climbed the tree to stand beside him, lamenting, "Brother, why did you kick me down?" Chuj shot him a glare, retorting, "You were sleepwalking, and now you blame me for kicking you? Sleepwalking?" The gorilla was taken aback, as it seemed to be the first time he had heard such a term applied to him. Typically, sleepwalking is associated with dissociative disorders or mental instability. Unless one is a child. Chuj teased with a smirk. The gorilla awkwardly chuckled, "My mind is perfectly sound. Brother, please do not frighten me." "Is it?" Chuj replied with a semblance of amusement, suspecting that this fellow had endured considerable trauma since entering the survival arena, resulting in potential mental disturbances. Since the gorilla refused to acknowledge this, Chuj decided to refrain from further discussion. However, he pondered whether bringing this creature into his team might lead to treachery. Sleepwalkers often engage in perilous actions, occasionally even resorting to violence. "Let us proceed. We shall hunt under the cover of night," Chuj declared as he rose and leaped from the tree. The gorilla yawned and swiftly followed suit. Thus far, Chuj had slain 5 foes: a sulcata tortoise, a zebra, a hyena, a spotted deer, and a cougar, collectively earning 300 survival points. He felt a surge of hope for claiming the title of the top killer. Thus he was eager to make haste. As they continued their journey, they exited the woods and began their ascent up the mountain. The Shenanjia region, shrouded in night, exuded an aura of mystery and dread. The gorilla treaded cautiously, maintaining a close distance to Chuj. After approximately 40 minutes, a sound echoed ahead. Suddenly, a kangaroo bounded swiftly towards them, closely pursued by a cheetah. Upon recognizing his ally, the chimpanzee exclaimed with excitement, "Hey!" In Chapter 82 of The Mystery of the Wild Man, the kangaroo quickly darted to the side of Chu Gu, babbling incoherently, "Brother Lion, save me. He is an undercover agent. He truly is an undercover agent." The chimpanzee hesitated as he glanced at the cheetah, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Chu Gu narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Come hide behind me." The kangaroo nodded, swiftly maneuvering to Chu Ji's side, prepared to leap behind him. Suddenly, Chu Gu sprang forth, sinking his teeth into the kangaroo's neck and severing it in one bite, as if triggering a critical hit. "You have successfully hunted an enemy, earning 200 survival points. As this survivor has already eliminated an adversary in this survival competition, you additionally receive 100 survival points." The cold voice of the system resonated, bringing joy to Chu Ji's heart. The chimpanzee stood in shock, staring blankly at Chu Gu, while the cheetah halted, astonished by the turn of events. Calmly, Chu Gu declared, "This fellow is the real undercover agent. I have not been deducted any survival points." The chimpanzee suddenly comprehended the situation, while the cheetah frowned, skepticism etched on his face. Was he pursuing his own teammate? How could that be? During their earlier skirmish, this individual had not confessed. The cougar was not the undercover agent. It was these two who were deceiving them, plotting in the shadows. With a serious tone, Chu Gu stated, igniting the chimpanzee's anger. It became clear that the cougar had indeed been misleading him. The chimpanzee did not doubt Chu Ji's words. Had Chu Gu truly made a mistake, he would surely retaliate. Yet he did not. The chimpanzee raised his spear, charging after the cheetah, exclaiming, "You sly feline! Witness the might of my spear." Upon perceiving the dire situation, the cheetah swiftly turned and fled. Similarly, Chu Gu sprang into action, for he possessed the swiftness of a cheetah. The chimpanzee had scarcely taken 5 steps when Chu Gu surpassed him, racing towards the fleeing cheetah with remarkable speed. The cheetah, though possessing formidable explosive power, lacked endurance. After pursuing the kangaroo for an extended period, it was unable to reach its peak velocity. "How could it possibly be so fast?" he exclaimed, as Chu Gu rapidly closed the distance, charging directly at him. With a resounding thud, the two large felines became entangled, rolling forward. Leveraging his overwhelming strength, Chu Gu effortlessly subdued the cheetah, seizing its throat and rendering it breathless. By the time the chimpanzee caught up, the cheetah had succumbed. You have successfully hunted an enemy and earned 200 survival points. As this survivor has already eliminated 2 adversaries in the current survival competition, you are awarded an additional 200 survival points. Thus, another 400 survival points were credited to his account, filling Chu Gu with a sense of joy. His spirits soared, for he had now vanquished 7 foes, and the prospect of claiming the title of the top hunter seemed promising. After all, there were only 26 survivors in total. From his accumulated points, it was evident that 13 survivors had already been eliminated, with half of the survival competition time still remaining. "Brother, you are truly formidable. Even the cheetah cannot outrun you, the mightiest feline on land," the chimpanzee remarked, his expression one of admiration, feeling no sense of regret. Even with nothing to gain, he felt elated simply to be aligned with Chu Gu. Chu Gu licked his lips and said, "Let us proceed. If they dare to put on a show, the wild boar may be lurking nearby." Wild boar? The chimpanzee shivered with excitement, promptly following Chu Gu as they departed. They remained oblivious to the silhouette perched upon a tall tree nearby. It was the peacock who had witnessed the hunting exploits of Chu Gu. He murmured softly to himself, "What a cunning lion." He had already deduced that Chu Gu was the undercover agent of the opposing faction, deliberately deceiving that foolish gorilla. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the peacock's eyes. He felt a twinge of jealousy as he observed Chu Ji's relentless slaughter. To him, Chu Gu had come to symbolize a formidable reservoir of experience and wealth, the ultimate boss. Defeating the boss, acquiring survival points. With this thought in mind, he took flight, soaring in a different direction. In the latter part of the night, Chu Gu and the gorilla encountered no other survivors, but they did come across some wild animals, such as wild boars and wild dogs, which posed no threat to them. Not all wild boars were as terrifying as those from the opposing faction. As the moon set and the sun rose, the two rested for a while before continuing their journey. Throughout the following morning, they still had not encountered a single survivor. The gorilla hesitated, asking, could it be that they have all perished? The peacock, the saltwater crocodile, and the wild boars surely remained alive. The first 3 were exceedingly formidable, while the latter, a certain woman, was exceedingly cunning. The 2 halted by the riverbank to drink and rest. The gorilla cupped his hands to gather water and took several large gulps before wiping his mouth and asking, "Brother, did I perform well in this survival competition? Can I become a member of your survival team?" Chu Gu pondered for a moment before replying, "You can be noted for consideration later." Upon hearing this, the gorilla felt a surge of joy. At least this was the first step toward success. At that moment, Chu Gu suddenly raised his gaze. The gorilla followed suit, and they beheld a towering figure emerging from the trees across the river. The figure before them resembled an ape, towering nearly 2 meters in height, possessing a robust physique akin to that of a tiger or bear, with long, reddish-brown hair exceeding 10 centimeters. Wild man. Both Chu Gu and the chimpanzee simultaneously thought of this term. Could there truly be a wild man? The chimpanzee inquired with astonishment, unperturbed, for a formidable lion stood beside him, rendering any fear of a wild man utterly absurd. Under their watchful gaze, the wild man leapt into the river, commencing his bath, completely disregarding their presence. As they observed him scrubbing his back, their expressions turned peculiar. The chimpanzee raised his wooden spear, emitting strange cries, attempting to intimidate the wild man. Yet the wild man showed no interest in him whatsoever. Is this fellow out of his mind? The chimpanzee questioned in confusion. Chu scrutinized the creature closely, noting the striking similarity of its eyes to those of a human. Could this being actually be human? The more he gazed, the more plausible it seemed. The wild man's facial features bore a closer resemblance to humanity than to that of an ape. His brow was less pronounced, and his jawline was not as jutting. Shaking his head, Chu remarked, "Indeed, legends are mere fabrications. Let us depart." He turned to walk along the riverbank. Chu cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, "You lack moral integrity. Do not concern yourself with him. He is merely a pitiable soul. Humanity is afflicted by myriad ailments. This individual may possess a low intellect, compounded by excessive hair growth, leading his family to abandon him in the mountains, where he has survived to become a wild man." At that moment, the wild man suddenly struck the water's surface with great force, wailing mournfully. The chimpanzee, startled, quickened his pace, fearful that the creature might pursue them. After 10 minutes, the echoes of the wild man's cries faded into silence. Chu could no longer detect any signs of survivors and found himself wandering aimlessly. Thus, 2 days passed in such a manner. With the survival competition drawing to a close, a mere day and a half remains. "Why the inquiry?" Chu queried languidly, opening one eye. Chu nodded slightly, prompting Gu Tianjiao to raise an eyebrow, impressed. "Remarkable. You've managed to eliminate so many adversaries without my assistance." Gazing at the robust Chu, she mused inwardly, "This fellow already possesses the bearing of a leader. Subsequently, we shall assist you in securing the top spot in kills. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the competition, you shall be able to establish a survival team." Gu Tianjiao contemplated aloud. Upon hearing this, the chimpanzee became visibly elated. "A team?" Chu frowned, questioning, "Wouldn't that be premature?" He still harbored the intention of preserving his survival points to augment his strength. Gu Tianjiao responded earnestly, "I've gleaned intelligence indicating that the subsequent survival competition will adhere to the annual random species rule. This rule purportedly offers advantages to survival teams, with rewards escalating in proportion to the number of surviving members within the team. I overheard Boar and Saltwater Crocodile discussing it. Saltwater Crocodile sought to enlist Boar into his club to jointly establish a survival team. However, Boar scorned the offer, asserting that he already had a preferred survival team in mind and was awaiting the impending purge to create an opening for him. Random species. Chu was once again reminded of the terror inflicted by the British short-hair cat. Upon the establishment of a survival team, a window akin to a chat group will materialize, enabling you to extend invitations to the survivalist you wish to enlist. Members can contribute survival points to collectively establish the survival team. Aside from sharing survival points for communal purposes, survivalists are generally prohibited from transferring survival points among themselves. With an intense gaze, Gu Tianjiao directed her attention towards Chu, who hesitated momentarily. She glanced towards the chimpanzee, inquiring, "How many survival points can you contribute?" The chimpanzee, swallowing nervously, responded, 100. "Is that acceptable?" "Leave," she retorted dismissively. 200. "Humph. 500. I cannot offer more. Any further contribution would jeopardize my life in the next round." "Very well." Observing their exchange, Chu found the proposition feasible. Gu Tianjiao would contribute 5,000 survival points. The chimpanzee 500, and Nangong, having recently experienced a successful streak, might also contribute a certain amount. This would significantly alleviate his burden. Chu grew increasingly tempted. Turning to the chimpanzee, Gu Tianjiao stated earnestly, "From now on, we must assist him in eliminating the boar and the saltwater crocodile. We can no longer adhere to the rules of the survival competition. We must consider the future of our team." The chimpanzee, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't the saltwater crocodile one of our own? Won't the boss be penalized with survival points for eliminating him?" Gu Tianjiao rolled her eyes, questioning the chimpanzee's intelligence. With strained patience, she explained, "Having been with him for so long, can't you discern that he is an undercover agent from the independent faction?" The chimpanzee's eyes widened in astonishment, plunging him into disarray. "Damn!" he exclaimed, feeling betrayed by the entire world, his liver throbbing with pain. Chu turned to Gu Tianjiao, asking, "Those two are formidable opponents. How do we confront them? Can you two at least restrain one of their legs?" Ignoring his jest, Gu Tianjiao stated, "First, we must locate the saltwater crocodile. After all, he is aligned with us. I have already arranged for him to await us at a designated location so that we may confront the wild boar together. You must seize the opportune moment to secure the kill. Once the boar is slain, we shall then join forces to eliminate the crocodile. Chu Gu narrowed his eyes, remarking internally on the woman's ruthlessness. The crocodile likely had no inkling that his ally also intended to dispatch him. Is the peacock in the sky still alive? Chu Gu inquired, wary of being ambushed by the formidable creature. Gu Tianjiao scoffed. I have lured the crocodile into a vast, natural cavern. Even if the peacock were to enter, it would find it challenging to maneuver effectively. Chu Gu raised his paw. What does that signify? Gu Tianjiao asked, puzzled. Chu Gu exclaimed, I am offering you a gesture of approval. Regrettably, I cannot fully extend my thumb. Please make do with this. Gu Tianjiao was left speechless. The chimpanzee, overhearing their exchange, was astounded. This sister-in-law is exceedingly ruthless. He mused. Most survivalists adhere to the established rules, as survival points are paramount. Gu Tianjiao's willingness to disregard her own survival points and flout the rules for others was nothing short of audacious. Such trust is a rarity in the survival arena. Let us rest for a while before proceeding, Chu Gu said, lowering his head. He needed to replenish his strength in preparation for the impending battle. Gu Tianjiao nodded and nestled behind him, joining him in repose. The sight of the large cat and small cat huddled together struck the chimpanzee as a display of affection, filling him with a pang of bitterness. Recalling his girlfriend in the real world, who constantly demanded handbags and cosmetics and disparaged his salary, he felt a tightness in his chest. A lemon tree bears lemon fruit, and beneath the lemon tree, there is only me, he muttered to himself. Chu Gu pretended not to understand. Gu Tianjiao shot a glare at the gorilla and scolded, What are you thinking? I am merely considering my own interests. I am a heartless lynx, so spare me your wild imaginations. The gorilla smirked and murmured, Clearly, this is the semblance of love. The kind of love for your mother. As Gu Tianjiao became increasingly exasperated, the gorilla hastily fell silent. Chu Gu shifted the topic, inquiring, What should we name our survival team? He yearned to exhibit superiority like the three deities group, but reason reminded him of its impracticality. Can it be any more absurd? Chu Gu rolled his eyes at her. Survivors Alliance. The gorilla suggested with a grin while rubbing his hands together. Could you be a bit more serious? Chu Gu retorted in annoyance. At this, Gu Tianjiao and the gorilla fell into contemplation. An hour later, the trio rose to seek out the saltwater crocodile. After 4 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at their destination. This expansive cave nestled between two mountains at the edge of a lake resembled the gaping mouth of a mountain from a distance. The cave's entrance measured nearly 10 meters wide and 3 meters high, shrouded in darkness. Chu Gu nodded in satisfaction. If the peacock dared to fly inside, it would surely be akin to courting death. As they approached the cave's mouth, with a splash, the saltwater crocodile emerged from the lake, sending waves that drenched the trio. The gorilla, frightened, quickly hid behind Chu Gu. He was always terrified upon seeing the crocodile due to its immense size. Is the agreement reached? The saltwater crocodile inquired, its gaze fixed meaningfully on Chu Gu. Gu Tianjiao nodded and then asked, What about the wild boar? I have already issued a challenge. He will undoubtedly come. For he is stronger than us. He has been frantically searching for prey these past few days. The saltwater crocodile chuckled, remarking that the vastness of Shenangjia made hunting difficult when survivors were few. The challenge wasn't defeating opponents, but finding them, especially skilled ones like the boar. How long until he arrives? Chu Gu inquired. Chapter 84, Megalodon. Upon entering the cave, the trio of Chu Gu began to explore cautiously, wary of sudden ambushes by the boar or other survivors. The saltwater crocodile remained at the cave entrance, lost in thought as he gazed outside. 10 minutes later, Chu Gu and his companions emerged from the cave to discuss their strategy with the crocodile. To confront the boar, they needed to unite. The crocodile would engage the boar head-on, while the chimpanzee prepared weapons in advance, and Gu Tianjiao would maneuver to distract the boar. Just how formidable is he? Chu Gu asked, curious about the boar's capabilities. The saltwater crocodile replied with a profound tone. He is skilled enough to compete in the 3-star arena, and is regarded as a formidable adversary there. We must proceed with caution, as there is a significant risk of total defeat. That's quite an exaggeration. Chu Gu and the chimpanzee exclaimed, taken aback. Gu Tianjiao remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the sky. If the boar is so powerful, how did you manage to survive? Chu Gu asked with a grin, his mind still preoccupied with concerns. He was worried that the crocodile and the boar may have reached an accord. Yes, he is stronger than me, and is regarded as a first-rate expert, even on a national scale. The chimpanzee inquired, What is the most formidable survivor in our country? The saltwater crocodile cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, a prehistoric entity. What is it? Trust me, you wouldn't want to know, as it would leave you utterly despondent. Pray tell, my psychological fortitude surpasses your imagination. Megalodon. What? The chimpanzee exclaimed, leaping in place. Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao were also visibly moved. Megalodon. The unrivaled sovereign of the seas. The megalodon bears a resemblance to the contemporary great white shark, yet the latter pales in comparison. Reputedly, some megalodons attain lengths exceeding 20 meters and weighed up to 90 tons. Concurrently, it possesses the most formidable bite force in Earth's history, capable of exerting 20 to 30 tons, eclipsing even the Tyrannosaurus rex. Before such a creature, lions, tigers, and hippopotamuses are but a jest. Did he commence as a megalodon? Or did he subsequently transition to this survival form? Chu Gu inquired, unable to resist. The disparity in survival forms is substantial. Does he need to exchange survival abilities to attain the attribute panel of a typical megalodon? The saltwater crocodile shook its head, responding, I know not, nor would he divulge. Perhaps the survival arena forbids him from doing so. Chu Gu and his companions were immersed in boundless reverie. What, then, constitutes the most formidable survival form in the world? Mosasaurus? Tyrannosaurus rex? Deinosuchus? Leviathan whale? Quetzalcoatlus? The chimpanzee pressed, exhibiting a stimulated demeanor. Previously, he had deemed his survival form quite satisfactory, enabling him to execute martial arts. Now, to employ Wing Chun against a megalodon or Tyrannosaurus rex is simply farcical. I am truly unaware of this. The top contender in the personal rankings must be some form of dragon, a creature of formidable prowess. Do not worry, we shall not encounter them. For while the realm of survival competitions may occasionally seem unjust, the disparity in power is not excessively vast. Those formidable beings are far beyond mere two-star ranks. And even if we wished to cross paths with them, we would lack the qualifications. The saltwater crocodile reassured, pausing momentarily before adding with significant emphasis. Remember, the most crucial aspect of the survival arena is to endure. Do not perceive it merely as a game. Chu Gu nodded, though astonished. He did not dwell on it too much. His inherent survival capabilities were already exceptional. Why should he envy others? Returning to the matter at hand, we must next contend with a formidable opponent of 3-star strength, Gu Tianjiao interjected, steering the conversation towards the wild boar. Meanwhile, the chimpanzee remained in a daze, clearly exhibiting poor mental fortitude. It was no wonder he was prone to sleepwalking. Chu Gu mused, suddenly feeling a twinge of hesitation. Would incorporating this individual into their survival team prove to be a liability? With just one day remaining until the conclusion of the survival competition, that morning, Chu Gu and the saltwater crocodile stood at the cave's entrance, awaiting the others, while Gu Tianjiao and the chimpanzee had concealed themselves. From a distance, they observed a dark-hued wild boar ambling along the riverbank. The creature moved with an air of leisure, devoid of any tension typically associated with an impending confrontation. Chu Gu fixated on its sharp tusks, striving to compose himself, yet the image of the boar violently tossing an African buffalo lingered in his mind, a stark reminder of its terrifying capabilities. The saltwater crocodile, however, remained remarkably composed. After what felt like an eternity, the wild boar approached them. Is it just the two of you? It inquired, furrowing its brow with evident dissatisfaction. A robust male lion and a 6-meter-long giant crocodile were unexpectedly scorned by him. Chu Gu couldn't help but recall a news story from the day he entered the survival arena, about a wild boar that had severely injured 2 tigers. Could it possibly be this creature? This individual was not particularly intimidating in size, and seemed yet to reach full maturity. He began to crawl, positioning himself on the opposite side of the wild boar to flank it alongside Chu Gu. The wild boar grunted, if that is the case, then let us engage in battle. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. With that, he suddenly charged at Chu Gu. Anticipating this move, Chu Gu was prepared. He delighted in surprising his prey, and he would certainly be vigilant against such tactics. He swiftly leaped aside, his speed remarkable, and quickly maneuvered around the wild boar. It appears you are not as composed as you pretend. Chu Gu chuckled softly, his eyes beginning to bloodshot. He envisioned scenes that ignited his fury, imagining himself pierced by the wild boar's tusks, then picturing his parents' despair upon his disappearance. His anger surged, amplifying his strength. The saltwater crocodile let out a roar and charged towards the wild boar. The wild boar did not evade. Instead, he crashed headlong into the crocodile. With a thunderous impact, the 6-meter-long crocodile was sent flying. The scene was utterly breathtaking, akin to a mere mortal striking down a bus. Simply astonishing. The wild boar shook his head and then charged at Chugo. He moved swiftly, yet not as swiftly as Chugo. Faced with the boar's fierce advance, Chugo chose not to confront it head-on, but rather to evade continuously, as if engaged in a dance with the bull. "You little brat! Dare you not face me in a proper duel?" The wild boar bellowed, suddenly filled with disdain for Chugo, so powerfully built, yet revealed to be a coward. With a visage contorted in fierce determination, Chuj hesitated momentarily before resolving to confront the raw power of the wild boar. Chapter 85. The Unstoppable Boar Thump. The force of the boar's charge sent Chuj hurtling backward nearly 10 meters, perilously close to the lake's edge. Though of considerable size, he was dwarfed in comparison to the saltwater crocodile. It was a testament to his resilience that he remained conscious after such an impact. Upon landing, he shook his head to clear the daze, slowly regaining his footing. A tempest raged within his abdomen, leaving him nauseated and weak. He yearned to join the fray, but his limbs trembled, hindering his every step. He lifted his gaze to witness the clash between the crocodile and the boar. The crocodile had seized the boar's leg in its jaws, initiating a frenzied thrashing. The scene was one of brutal violence, the boar flung about with savage abandon. Yet its hide remained unbroken. How is it that the combatants in this arena are so incredibly resilient? Chuj mused with growing apprehension. The boar's toughness surpassed anything he had encountered, even exceeding that of the honey badger, Arno. Its strength was terrifying, its flesh seemingly impenetrable. Such an adversary was a veritable nightmare. After a prolonged assault, the crocodile released its grip, sending the boar hurtling through the air to collide with the cave wall. The battle paused, and Chuj, having regained some of his strength, began to approach the boar. "Is that all you've got, you weakling? They say crocodiles possess a terrifying bite, but it seems to be nothing more than an exaggeration." The boar scoffed, rising to its feet and shaking its head. It appeared unscathed, while the crocodile showed signs of fatigue. The boar immediately charged, its speed akin to a wild stallion unleashed, an unstoppable force. The crocodile opened its jaws, preparing to intercept the boar. It was at that moment that Chuj, who had been advancing at a measured pace, suddenly surged forward with renewed vigor. Thump! He collided with the boar from the side, his leonine claws tenaciously gripping its hide, and they tumbled together. "Damn it! How much vitality has this guy accumulated?" Chuj mentally cursed, realizing that the impact had left him with a sore jaw. They wrestled, rolling on the ground until they collided with the cave wall. Chuj, now on top of the boar, began to tear at it ferociously. The boar retaliated with a kick, sending him flying. As soon as he landed, the boar rose to its feet. "Big cat, your speed is commendable, but your strength is lacking. If you wish to pierce my hide, you'll need to endure 10 more survival games." The boar dismissed Chuj with disdain and began to advance toward him. Suddenly, a stone struck the boar's body. Though it caused no significant harm, he instinctively turned his head to see a chimpanzee standing on a large rock at the edge of the cave entrance. The chimpanzee held a wooden spear in its right hand and a stone in its left, gazing down at the boar with haughty defiance. "Pigsy, upon seeing your simian elder, you should prostrate yourself," the chimpanzee proclaimed arrogantly, its demeanor grating on Chuj's nerves. The boar's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it charged toward the chimpanzee. An estuarine crocodile emerged from the side, attempting to ambush the boar. With a resounding thud, the boar rammed into the crocodile, sending it flying once more. Its tusks tore through the crocodile's tough hide beneath its head, nearly causing a fatal head wound. This display caused the chimpanzee's legs to tremble, and sweat poured down its face like rain. The chimpanzee, gripped by a sense of dread, realized this was a dreadful idea. The wild boar was formidable beyond measure. Even with the combined efforts of Chuj and the saltwater crocodile, it was impossible to halt its advance, let alone confront it in a one-on-one duel. Clutching a wooden spear, he braced himself for the wild boar's charge. When they were merely 2 meters apart, the chimpanzee thrust the spear forward, its tip piercing the boar's forehead. With a resounding crack, the spear shattered. The chimpanzee nearly lost control of his bladder and hastily leaped aside. The impact sent a thunderous echo as the large stone beneath him cracked, while the boar's tusks embedded themselves deeply into the stone. Chuj and the saltwater crocodile watched with hearts racing. The wild boar, shaking its head vigorously, struggled to free its tusks from the stone, yet the rock was massive, buried deep beneath the earth, rendering it impossible to uproot. Seizing the opportunity, Chuj unleashed a surge of lion's fury, his strength swelling beyond limits. He lunged from the side, sinking his teeth into the wild boar's neck, his claws gripping its sides. If he could not slay the boar outright, he would suffocate it. The wild boar thrashed violently, and soon enough, its tusks were freed from the stone, flinging Chuj away in the process. The saltwater crocodile, recognizing the moment, charged forward and clamped its jaws onto the boar, shaking it violently. Nearby, the chimpanzee observed with trepidation. How could they possibly contend with such a creature? The wild boar's ferocity was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Instinctively, he glanced toward a corner of the cave, where Gu Tianjiao lay in wait behind a rocky outcrop, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the wild boar. Though she appeared cold and unyielding, her heart raced with the same urgency as the chimpanzee's. We have indeed underestimated this fellow's prowess, Gu Tianjiao thought to herself as she assumed a stance of stealthy hunting. Preparing to charge forward, the saltwater crocodile, after thrashing about violently, finally relaxed its jaws. Such vigorous head movements were immensely taxing for it, leaving it susceptible to dizziness. The wild boar, having fallen, swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken creature. "Do you three intend to kill me? You are still far from it," the wild boar grumbled, its vision blurring, reality doubling before its eyes. At that moment, Gu Tianjiao suddenly sprang forth. In 2 leaps, she ascended the crocodile's body, and as she reached its head, her hind claws inadvertently grazed its wound, eliciting a pained cry from the crocodile. Following this, she launched herself at the wild boar, opening her mouth to seize its ear. Her sharp teeth pierced through the wild boar's ear, causing it to panic and shake her off. Upon landing, Gu Tianjiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, no matter how much this creature had fortified itself, its ears remained its Achilles heel, even with surface and muscle enhancements. The ears could not be significantly strengthened due to their thinness. The wild boar lifted its head, furiously cursing, "You little brat. You're seeking death." It charged towards Gu Tianjiao. She calmly counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a thud, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, convulsing, foam bubbling from its mouth. Chu Gu was left stunned. The saltwater crocodile and the gorilla also stood frozen in shock. A chill ran through them simultaneously. This woman is poisonous. Chapter 86. The rampage of the wild boar. After Chu Gu clamped onto the wild boar's neck, he did not relent. He exerted tremendous effort, yet was unable to pierce through the beast's tough hide. However, he managed to compress the wild boar's trachea, inducing a state of asphyxiation. The wild boar did not struggle. Foam erupted from its mouth, its eyes rolled back, and its limbs trembled slightly, resembling a creature deeply poisoned. "We have triumphed," the gorilla exclaimed with exhilaration, astonished by how swiftly the battle had concluded. Sister-in-law is indeed remarkable. When she strikes, it is nothing short of spectacular. The saltwater crocodile fixed its cold, murderous gaze upon Gu Tianjiao, who stood beside Chu Gu, keeping watch and primarily focusing on the crocodile. The wild boar represented a source of survival points, and the crocodile undoubtedly coveted it. She exchanged a knowing glance with the gorilla, who promptly understood and turned to face the crocodile, assuming a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. "Little cat, your abilities are remarkably concealed. I had suspected that a seasoned survivor like you could not possibly be so feeble," the saltwater crocodile remarked with a mocking tone, advancing step by step towards Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao. Gu Tianjiao raised her claws, retorting with a cold smile, "I am far more complex than you perceive. I advise you to maintain your distance. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is excruciating." The crocodile halted, intrigued. "I am curious, just how many survival competitions have you endured?" Disregarding her current demeanor, Gu Tianjiao appeared no different from an ordinary lynx, aside from her concealed scent. Few survivors possessed such remarkable restraint. The gorilla chimed in, "Great crocodile, do not act recklessly. You cannot defeat us alone." The saltwater crocodile's eyes flickered with hesitation. Suddenly, the wild boar began to tremble violently, catching Chu Gu off guard as he was flung away. In the next moment, the wild boar leaped up, its pupils vanished, and its body swelled visibly. Gu Tianjiao, terrified, hastily dodged aside. The wild boar's gaze was fixated solely on the saltwater crocodile as it charged with a deafening roar. The crocodile, unable to match its speed, swiftly turned to brace itself against the oncoming force. With a resounding thud, the massive creature was sent soaring nearly 2 meters into the air. Upon landing, the ground quaked beneath the impact. The wild boar relentlessly pursued, seemingly driven mad, crashing into the saltwater crocodile once more, sending it flying. To their horror, the boar's assault quickly tore through the crocodile's abdomen, blood gushing forth and splattering the ground in a gruesome display. "This is sheer brutality," exclaimed the chimpanzee, reflecting on the once mighty saltwater crocodile now on the brink of demise, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. The crocodile writhed in agony, his mind racing to devise a means of escape from the relentless boar. Before long, he found himself thrust into the lake, where he swiftly submerged in an attempt to flee. Yet, the wild boar continued its pursuit. A wild boar that could swim? The crocodile felt on the verge of collapse, incredulous at the creature's madness. With another fierce impact, the boar smashed into his belly, the searing pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Inside the cave, Chu Gu lamented. "This wild boar is truly omnipotent. Once it goes berserk, no one can withstand its wrath." Gu Tianjiao nodded in agreement, equally astounded by the boar's ferocity. Even in a state of unconsciousness, it continued to fight, its combat prowess only heightened, an absolute anomaly. The chimpanzee approached and inquired, "How can the elder brother defeat the enemy if both of them have fallen into the lake? One must not be overly greedy." Chu Gu nodded, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart, yet recognizing that achieving the title of the foremost killer would still grant him ample survival points. They waited patiently. 3 minutes later, a wild boar surfaced, glancing around before spotting Chu Gu and his companions, and immediately swam towards them. Meanwhile, the lake behind him was stained crimson with blood, a sight both shocking and gruesome. "Prepare for battle," Chu Gu commanded in a low voice, once again invoking his primal rage. Various terrifying visions ignited his fury, amplifying his strength rapidly. The wild boar soon reached the shore, charging towards them with a furious roar. "His speed is diminishing," Gu Tianjiao remarked, indicating that the wild boar's stamina was not inexhaustible. Chu Gu was the first to leap forward. As they were about to collide, he skillfully evaded by jumping aside. Upon landing, he propelled himself with his hind legs, landing directly on the wild boar's back, and with a swift turn of his head, sank his teeth into its neck. With a heavy thud, the wild boar collapsed. Gu Tianjiao followed suit, joining Chu Gu in biting down on it. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a pride of lions hunting in the wild. The chimpanzee, not to be idle, picked up a wooden spear and stabbed it at the wild boar's rear. The wild boar let out a series of low growls. Gu Tianjiao shot the chimpanzee a glare, causing him to retreat in fright. "Don't provoke the enemy," she scolded sharply before lowering her head to bite the wild boar again. The chimpanzee felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "I was merely trying to assist." After a fierce battle with the saltwater crocodile in the lake, the wild boar's strength had significantly waned. Gu Tianjiao continued to inject venom, further incapacitating the wild boar. After a while, she released her grip, ceding the vanquished head to Chu Gu. Not disappointing her expectations, Chu Gu swiftly dispatched the boar with his bite. "You have successfully hunted an adversary, acquiring 200 survival points. As this survivor has eliminated 5 adversaries in this survival arena mission, you are additionally awarded 500 survival points." Chu Gu relaxed his jaw, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Finally finished off this fellow. Superb. Absolutely superb." The chimpanzee gesticulated wildly at the cave entrance, overcome with excitement. Splash! Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao were startled, but it was too late to intervene. The creature had not perished. Chu Ji's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Undoubtedly, the chimpanzee is doomed." Gu Tianjiao inhaled deeply, remarking, "Let it be, consider it a boon for him. That wretch was grievously wounded, disemboweled, and likely won't survive until the end of the arena." Chu Gu nodded in agreement, yet his spirits remained low. Despite the chimpanzee's contemptible nature, he had, at least, joined forces with him. He suddenly realized that every individual who had collaborated with him in the survival arena had met their demise. Even Gu Tianjiao had perished once. Am I a jinx to my comrades? Chapter 87. The protection of the wild man. Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao lingered in the cave for an extended period, resting while keeping watch over the lake's surface. "Have you eliminated any adversaries?" Chu Gu inquired. Gu Tianjiao nodded, replying, "Fortuitously, I caught a fox." Upon hearing this, Chu Gu felt reassured. This survival arena not only demanded survival, but also the elimination of adversaries. To merely survive without eliminating any enemies would result in defeat. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. The peacock soared from the verdant woods, circling gracefully above. From its vantage point, It beheld a colossal figure motionless at the center of the lake, the lifeless body of a saltwater crocodile. After a fierce confrontation with a wild boar, the crocodile had succumbed to its grievous injuries. What transpired here? The peacock pondered in astonishment, for it also caught sight of the boar's carcass. It could scarcely believe its eyes. How could Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao possibly have vanquished both a wild boar and a saltwater crocodile? The peacock had faced these two adversaries before. Even with its utmost effort, it had been unable to defeat them. Doubts began to cloud its perception of Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao's prowess. Were they merely masquerading as innocuous creatures while concealing their true strength? Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao had also noticed the peacock's arrival. Without lifting their heads, they lay flat on the ground, gazing quietly at the peacock, resembling authentic wildlife in their stillness. The two parties remained in silent standoff. After a few minutes, the peacock opted to depart. Gu Tianjiao stretched languorously, a playful smile gracing her lips. At last, it is over. Now we can contemplate our survival team. Chu Ge nodded, feeling the ache in his internal organs after being struck multiple times by the wild boar during the skirmish. In the heat of battle, he had scarcely registered the pain. But now, resting, he found himself too weak to even stand. Should the peacock decide to attack, he feared he would be unable to defend himself. The survival team can initially accommodate 5 members. It would be ideal if you could invite all 5 at once. This would be advantageous for the forthcoming random species competition. Moreover, the position of vice captain is rightfully mine, so do not be greedy, Gu Tianjiao quipped. That is certainly the case. You are indeed the benefactor of our team. Chu Ge replied with a smile. He withdrew 5,000 survival points at once, harboring suspicions that Gu Tianjiao had been hoarding some of her survival points from each competition. Could it be that this woman, now in her middle age, had developed a penchant for saving? With this thought, the image of Gu Tianjiao in his mind began to crumble. With so many survival points, why not establish your own survival team? Chu Ge inquired with curiosity. He found it hard to believe that Gu Tianjiao had fallen for him and was unwaveringly determined to assist him. This woman undoubtedly had her own agenda. Chu Ge chuckled with pride. It appears my charm is quite potent after all. Gu Tianjiao replied earnestly, though you are indeed cunning and audacious. You treat your companions with kindness. During the last survival competition, you had numerous opportunities to eliminate me, yet you refrained. And look at how you regard the chimpanzee. Its assistance to you is not as significant as you might think. Chu Ge's integrity, while not particularly remarkable in the everyday world, is indeed a rare quality within the survival arena. Naturally, he is no saint. When necessary, he is ruthless, which is a crucial reason for Gu Tianjiao's choice in him. Trust amongst companions is vital, while one must be merciless toward foes. Facing any formidable enemy, one must dare to fight. This embodies the essence of a competent leader. Flattered by her words, Chu Ge felt somewhat bashful. Am I truly so virtuous? Thus, as they conversed, their relationship drew nearer. Time slipped by unnoticed. As night fell, Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao ventured into the woods, climbing up a large tree to rest. The branches here were dense, making it difficult for peacocks to locate them. Everything seemed to have settled into place. Yet, they remained vigilant, for many survivors had not yet been seen in the flesh. They took turns on duty, alternating their rest. In the dead of night, a terrifying and chilling roar of a tiger suddenly pierced the silence, jolting Chu Ge awake. A tiger? His eyes widened as he instinctively glanced around. It wasn't a survivor, but a wild tiger, Gu Tianjiao whispered, her expression grave. Given Chu Ge's current state, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over an adult tiger. This meant she would confront the beast alone. Is there really a tiger in this area? Chu Ge asked, his expression peculiar with confusion. Gu Tianjiao nodded, explaining, there have been sightings of South China tigers in Shenangjia, though they are seldom seen now. Yet, no one can guarantee that there are absolutely no tigers here. Chu Ge squinted. For some reason, the thought of a tiger evoked an instinctive aversion within him, akin to a feeling of an old foe. In the realm of nature, lions and tigers are two sovereigns that rarely cross paths. They fell silent, awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, a robust South China tiger emerged. Under the cloak of night, it approached the large tree where Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao were perched, sniffing the air. Tigers are capable climbers, and Chu Ge was not far from the ground. The creature could easily strike at him. The South China tiger arrived beneath the tree, raising its gaze to Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao. In its eyes, they discerned hunger. Just then, a strange cacophony echoed through the air, and a tall shadow charged forward. causing the South China tiger to flee in terror. Chu Ge focused his gaze. Was that not the wild man? The wild man halted beneath the tree, incessantly calling out to Chu Ge and waving his arms, brimming with excitement. A wild man. Gu Tianjiao's eyes widened, clearly witnessing him for the first time. Chu Ge felt a sense of disorientation. Did this wild man remember him? He had encountered the wild man twice before, yet had never engaged in close proximity. Now, the wild man had come to rescue him? How absurd did that seem to him? The wild man did not ascend the tree. After calling for a while, he leaned against the trunk, seemingly prepared to guard Chu Ge and Gu Tianjiao. TSK, has my charm already captivated the wild man upon our first meeting? Gu Tianjiao mused narcissistically. Chu Ge did not respond. Instead, he scrutinized the wild man with keen observation. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar familiarity in the wild man's scent. It was reminiscent of Demao, yet distinctly different in essence. Wait a moment. The wild man's aroma bore a striking resemblance to that of Demao after consuming the purple mushroom. Could it be that this fellow had also partaken of such fungi? This notion began to make sense. A normal person, even one raised in the wilderness, could not possibly exhibit such strength capable of scaring off a tiger. The more Chu Ge contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Could it be that the purple mushroom existed not only in Africa, but also in the vast lands of Huaxia? The latter half of the night passed in safety. With the wild man as their protector, they faced no threats whatsoever. As dawn approached, after Chu Ge vanished, Gu Tianjiao also disappeared into the trees. The wild man below seemed to sense something amiss. He looked up, but could not discern Chu Ji's figure. He immediately sprang up and let out a loud roar. After calling for a considerable time without any sign of Chu Ge, he sat down and began to weep inconsolably. Upon returning to the survival shelter, this survival competition proved perilous, yet the outcome was fortuitous, at least more so than Chu Ge had anticipated. Such is the nature of competition, and the unpredictability of life. He noted the names of the wild boar, saltwater crocodile, and peacock. The wild boar was named Marshal Tianpeng, while the saltwater crocodile was dubbed Fingertip Cigarette. The peacock is named Son of Heaven. 3 unconventional individuals are involved. He receives a friend request from Fingertipped Cigarette and Yi Wukong, who is likened to a chimpanzee. Yi Wukong initiates the conversation. Brother, my heart is heavy. I feel like crying. Chu Ge Siqi responds, how pitiable. Yi Wukong continues, Wah, you must include me in your group. Chu Ge Siqi replies, okay. Shortly thereafter, Fingertipped Cigarette sends a message, not expressing anger, but rather extending congratulations. Chu Ge also displays courtesy, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they conclude their conversation. Gu Tianjiao messages him, urging him to commence the establishment of a survival team. Chu Ge promptly sends an email to Panda Nangong and Gao Fei. Nangong, brimming with excitement, leaves a message, include me. I can contribute 1,500 survival points. I struggled in the last round. It was unbearable, and I need you to lead me to victory. Upon reading this, Chu Ge feels a surge of joy. Gao Fei, however, declines, revealing that he has already received an invitation to a survival team from a big shot in Nanluo City, offering substantial benefits. Chu Ge, not wanting to impose, concedes defeat. I shall establish a survival team, Chu Ge declares to the luminous screen. Immediately, a window appears. Please select friends to join your survival team. A list of friends is displayed beside it. Chu Ge selects Gu Tianjiao, Nangong, and Yi Wukong. Subsequently, a group chat window materializes. Gu Tianjiao asks, why are we still one short? Nangong comments, Tianjiao, Wukong, your names are quite impressive. Yi Wukong boasts, indeed, we are formidable. I just dispatched a 6-meter-long saltwater crocodile. Nangong exclaims, no way, that's incredible. Chu Ge Siqi adds, one of my acquaintances has already been invited. How about you recruit a skilled player? Gu Tianjiao remarked that while skilled individuals exist, their trustworthiness is questionable, suggesting the recruitment of a non-threatening survivor for the time being, with the option of dismissal if their performance proves unsatisfactory. Surveying his remaining allies, Pitiful Teddy, Windsong Vulture, Cigarette-Fingered Crocodile, and Local Earthworm, Chu Ge hesitated momentarily before messaging Pitiful Teddy. He recalled that during their time in Qingmei Park, although Pitiful Teddy's assistance was limited, her willingness to brave danger alongside him was commendable. Satisfied, Chu Ge promptly added her to the survival team group, then proceeded to confirm the team's establishment. A small window appeared, displaying the prompt to enter the survival team's name, indicating a requirement of 10,000 survival points, with the current accumulation at 0. Before he could fully process this, the accumulated survival points surged to 5,000, a testament to Gu Tianjiao's swift action. This was quickly followed by 6,500, 7,000, and 7,500 as the four members promptly contributed the agreed-upon survival points. Chu Gu, in turn, opted to contribute 2,500 survival points. Having retained 250 survival points and acquired an additional 5,800 in the survival arena, he was left with 3,550 survival points after the donation. He then found himself engrossed in the deliberation of the survival team's name, a process that consumed a full 10 minutes. The survival team group buzzed with suggestions, a plethora of eccentric names being proposed. It was imperative to select a name that would instill fear in their adversaries. Chu Gu mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he began to input the name. The following moment, the small window transformed. You have successfully established the Die-Hard survival team. You will assume the position of team leader and may also appoint a deputy leader. Chu Gu immediately selected Gu Tianjiao as the deputy leader. Simultaneously, the survival team group chat's name changed to Die-Hard, igniting a flurry of messages. Gu Tianjiao, deputy leader Die-Hard? Nangong. Yu Yukong. Little pitiful. Nangong. How inauspicious. Disregarding the group chat, Chu Ji's attention was captured by a notification. The Die-Hard team has been established and is at full capacity. As the leader, you may receive advanced details regarding the next survival competition. Below was the information. Next survival competition, Random Species Arena. 300 survival teams will descend upon the ocean to engage in a ruthless battle for survival. The law of the jungle prevails. If even one survivor from a team remains alive, the entire team will receive 400 survival points. Each elimination of an enemy by a survivor will grant their teammates 50 survival points. Total annihilation of a team will result in a deduction of 200 survival points for each survivor. Duration, 240 hours. Location, Pacific Ocean. Special note, although this is a random species arena, each survivor's inherent survival abilities will be retained. 300 survival teams. The Pacific Ocean, Chu Gu exclaimed, his eyes widening with exhilaration. He promptly forwarded the details of the next survival competition to the Die-Hard group chat. Yu Yukong, 300 survival teams? Little pitiful, the Pacific Ocean is so vast. If we get separated, won't it be difficult to find each other? Nangong, I'm already filled with fervor. Gu Tianjiao, deputy leader frankly, the real challenge lies in our ability to subsist in the ocean. Conflicts among survivors are of lesser consequence. Yu Yukong, if fortune favors me and I metamorphose into a great white shark, wouldn't I be invincible? Nangong, awaken from your reverie. My urine is quite potent. Would you care for a sprinkle? The random marine species invigorated the five, who were ready to face death. They began to fantasize about the creatures they might become. After conversing with them for a while, Chu Gu exited the survival pod. Mobile version, it was morning, and he could hear sounds from the kitchen in his bedroom. He inhaled deeply, rose stealthily, and opened the door. Chu Feiqiang was seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. He flipped through it rapidly, evidently in a foul mood. Chu Feiqiang set down the newspaper, picked up one of his slippers, and advanced menacingly toward Chu Gu. Han Yujuan immediately shielded him. Chu Feiqiang roared, "Look at him." This time, he ran away from home for 7 days. Will it be 10 days, or half a month next time? Chu Gu sighed, thinking, "You've guessed correctly, actually. This time, I left a note, so you could see that I was not in danger, really." Chu Gu spread his hands, feigning innocence. His demeanor only intensified Chu Feiqiang's urge to strike him. New Apex, Chapter 89. Dropping out, a direction for empowerment. The next survival competition will span 10 days. Chu Gu realized he needed to revise his previously established life plan. He had initially believed that future survival competitions would only last 2 or 3 days. But he had just experienced one lasting 7 days. Henceforth, regardless of the excuses he concocted, he would be unable to convince his parents. At the dining table, Chu Feiqiang glared daggers at Chu Gu, voraciously devouring his fried dough stick, his agitation palpable. Chu Gu set down his utensils, met his parents' gaze, and stated earnestly, "I wish to move out, and if feasible, withdraw from school." Even if he desired to continue his education, the school would scarcely condone a student who vanished for several days each month. Should he encounter another survival game lasting half a month, the situation would become utterly untenable. "What did you say? You're abandoning your studies? What do you intend to do?" Chu Feiqiang roared, slamming his hand on the table, genuinely incensed. At that moment, he felt an urge to tear Chu Gu limb from limb. Han Yujuan frowned, slowly placing her chopsticks down. Is this related to what you've been occupied with recently? She inquired softly. She had perceived a transformation in Chu Gu. She had entertained numerous possibilities, some favorable, others unfavorable, but she understood that she could not control her son. Chu Gu nodded, saying, I am deeply sorry to disappoint you. I, too, wish things were different. He turned to Chu Feiqiang, earnestly stating, Dad, regardless of your scolding, I feel only remorse towards you. From childhood until now, you have provided me with a stable life. I am the one who is now disappointing you. But I hope you will trust me. In the future, I will make you proud, and I will strive to fortify myself and enable you to live a prosperous life. His words were sincere and heartfelt, his gaze unwavering, causing Chu Feiqiang and Han Yujuan to lapse into a daze. Chu Feiqiang suddenly experienced the same sentiment Han Yujuan had felt earlier. Their child had changed. Although Chu Ji's countenance remained youthful, his tone and gaze were far removed from those of a mere adolescent. What nonsense are you spouting? Without any explanation, how can you expect us to believe you? Should you, in the future, stray from the righteous path and commit wrongdoings, only to later cast blame upon us for not guiding you properly, what then shall we do? Have you not encountered such news frequently? Chu Feiqiang replied, somewhat exasperated. Chu Gu, devoid of any jest, responded earnestly, I shall not engage in wrongful acts. The most reprehensible deed I have ever committed was discarding my summer homework. Do you not trust the son you have watched grow up? Chu Feiqiang fell silent once more. Han Yujuan yearned to voice her dissent, yet upon meeting Chu Gu's gaze, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. The atmosphere at the dining table grew heavy with silence. Chu Gu rose and declared, in 6 months, I shall come of age. After that, I will embark on my entrepreneurial journey, and I will personally take you to see my company. I have devised a comprehensive business plan. His words were not mere bravado. After all, he was a reborn soul, with the future market fluctuations etched in his mind, and he had indeed ventured into entrepreneurship before, albeit without substantial profit. He intended to establish a company to put his parents' minds at ease, while he focused on strengthening himself and persevering in life. Chu Feiqiang and Han Yujuan exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with complexity. That day, Chu Gu opted not to attend school. He sought to manifest his determination through action. Surely, Chu Feiqiang could not forcibly compel him to attend school. Becoming a troubled youth was far from his initial aspirations. Such is life, there are invariably challenging moments. He slept the entire day, for during his week in Shenanjia, he had not truly enjoyed a peaceful slumber. In the evening, Chu Gu awoke to a call from Gao Fei. Brother, when will you be free? I will send you the address. You should meet the big boss. His surname is Jean, and you may address him as Boss Jean, Gao Fei chuckled. His tone was somewhat awkward, especially since he had declined Chu Ji's invitation to form a band that morning. Gao Fei straightforwardly divulged Boss Jin's phone number and address. Subsequently, Gao Fei brought up the upcoming survival competition. Boss Jean had just established a survival team, and it was already fully staffed. Thus, they were privy to the details of the next survival competition. Random species, Pacific survival. Their survival team was also among the 300 competing teams. Gao Fei inquired whether he had successfully founded his survival team. Chu Gu did not conceal anything, prompting Gao Fei to marvel at Chu Ji's remarkable pace in accumulating points. All right, I have decided to head to Nanluo City first thing tomorrow morning. I will wait for you in the lobby of their company. I find you quite intriguing. See you tomorrow. After concluding the call, Chu Gu rose to the living room to have a meal. Chu Feiqiang was busy serving dishes and sarcastically remarked, Oh, awake now? Isn't it delightful not having to go to school? Chu Gu smiled and nodded, causing him some discomfort. At the dining table, Chu Gu behaved normally, inquiring about his parents' work and casually discussing household expenses. He made no promises, intending to prove himself through actions in the future. Your father and I have discussed it. Since you have already missed so many days of classes, you might as well take a year off. If, after a year, you still wish to continue your studies, we will have you repeat your senior year, Han Yujuan said earnestly. Chu Gu nodded, deciding to address the matters of the future when the time came. Don't bother renting a place, stay at home. If you need to work again, let us know in advance, and make sure to review your studies in your spare time. Chu Feiqiang said impatiently. Chu Ji's heart was warmed by his father's concern. Chu Feiqiang's paternal love was steadfast, though unexpressed. The Die with Honor group was still lively. Gu Tianjiao was imparting her expertise in the survival arena to Xiao Kulian, Nangong, and Yu Yukong. Chu Gu refrained from interrupting them and perused the list of survival abilities. He currently possessed 3,350 survival points. As the survival abilities of level 4 require at least 5,000 survival points, he could only select 2 or 3 level 3 abilities. He intended to focus on speed, bite force, strength, and physical resilience. The next survival arena would involve random species, allowing participants to retain their survival abilities. After contemplation, he resolved to prioritize speed enhancement. Speed was the greatest asset for survival. Enhancing bite force or strength would be futile if he transformed into a toothless fish. Moreover, in the natural world, speed is often more crucial than strength for hunting. He set his sights on the level 3 speed enhancement. Speed enhancement, LV3, grants a 100-point increase in speed. Costs 1,300 survival points. Speed enhancement, LV2, grants a 30-point increase in speed. Costs 500 survival points. Speed enhancement, LV1, grants a 5-point increase in speed. Costs 100 survival points. For Chu Gu, exchanging for level 3 was the most worthwhile. Chu Gu observed that the level 1 speed enhancement differed from the list he initially used to exchange abilities with virtue, lacking 5 points in value. It seemed that the existence of virtue truly served to create a disparity at the starting line, favoring those with moral integrity. He first exchanged for 2 level 3 speed enhancements. A radiant light enveloped him, and the enhancement of speed would also bolster his physical attributes. As the light dissipated, he promptly summoned his attribute panel, Survivor, Chu Gu Si Chi, star rank, 2-star bite force, 1328 forelimb strength, 546 hind limb strength, 503 speed, 404 stamina, 232 survival entity. African lion survival abilities, color change. Cheetah's speed, muscle enhancement survival talent. Lion's fury survival equipment, none survival team. Fearless survival points, 750. After Chu Gu exchanged for the 2 speed enhancements, the singular attribute enhancements ceased to appear on his attribute panel. Muscle enhancement, however, does not belong to singular attribute enhancements and can only be exchanged once per level. With 750 survival points remaining, Chu Gu intended to reserve them for his own safety. He had previously acted too recklessly. Observing Gu Tianjiao and Yu Yukong, they had all retained their survival points. He was preparing to rise and head to the beginner training hall to test his speed when a window appeared before him. Vice Captain Gu Tianjiao has applied for the team training hall. You may now freely enter the team training hall. Within the team training hall, survivors can only maintain their survival entity state. A team training hall. This woman is quite enthusiastic. I wonder how many survival points are required to apply for the team training hall. As he pondered this, another luminous door appeared beside the portal leading to the beginner training hall. Almost simultaneously, both doors displayed labels. How considerate. Chu Gu immediately stepped into the team training hall. Upon his entrance, he instantly transformed into an African lion. A blinding light flashed before him, revealing a spacious gymnasium within Chu Ji's sight. It was roughly the size of a football field, with a swimming pool measuring 50 meters in length and breadth situated at the forefront. Gu Tianjiao, having morphed into a lynx, stood at the pool's edge, directing Nangong, Yu Yukong, and Xiao Keiling in their training. The zenith of the training hall shimmered with a brilliant white light, resembling an enormous ceiling lamp, while the edges of the hall were bordered by silver walls, each adorned with a luminous portal. Including Chu Ji's portal, there were a total of 5. Chu Gu approached Gu Tianjiao from behind, observing the training of Nangong and the others with keen curiosity. Nangong appeared somewhat larger than before, resembling a large canine, while Xiao Keiling, a poodle, had not undergone significant changes in size. They splashed about in the water with great effort. Are you a swimming coach? Chu Gu inquired, intrigued by Gu Tianjiao's multifaceted abilities. She seemed knowledgeable, full of mischievous ideas, and capable of training the team. Gu Tianjiao shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Soon, we will engage in ocean survival competitions. They are all novices, having never been in the sea, so naturally, I must teach them." With a cheerful smile, Chu Gu remarked, "What? Have you been to the sea?" At that moment, Gu Tianjiao lunged at him, playfully scratching him. "Boss, you're here," Nangong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he swiftly swam ashore. Chu Gu restrained Gu Tianjiao while casting a stern look at Nangong, saying, "Don't even think about slacking off. Keep swimming." At his words, Nangong's expression immediately fell. After some playful banter with Gu Tianjiao, Chu Gu broached the subject of his impending meeting with boss Jean. Gu Tianjiao furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you in dire need of money? Very well, there's no harm in attending such a meeting. Remember, do not disclose your true identity and refrain from mentioning your family." Gu Tianjiao cautioned. Such companies and clubs are becoming increasingly common. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you accept their funds, you will be obligated to protect their interests. However, this protection will cease upon your resignation. No company would dare to forcibly retain a survivor, should they be exposed. A certain organization would intervene. There are rules among survivors, one of which is to never involve family. This organization serves as the enforcer of these rules. Nevertheless, even with their presence, we must exercise caution to avoid future regrets. A certain organization? Chu Gu inquired, curious as to whether there was a survivor organization regulating these companies and clubs. Gu Tianjiao waved her hand, saying, "I know what you want to ask. You will find out in due time. When you reveal your survival form tomorrow, do not conceal your strength. The stronger you are, the more respect they will accord you." With that, she plunged into the swimming pool, leaving Chu Gu in contemplation. Later that evening, at 10 o'clock, Han Yujuan and Chu Feiqiang were lying in bed. Chu Feiqiang was engrossed in news on his phone. Han Yujuan, with a worried expression, asked, "Why do you think Xiaoga has become like this? Which company would take him? And for a classified mission at that? Should we ask the police to investigate?" Heartbreak? Han Yujuan glared at him, retorting, "What are you saying? Is he even your son?" Chu Feiqiang shrugged, suggesting, "Let him take a year off from school. Once his friends go off to college and he feels left behind, he will naturally return to his studies. I can't bring myself to actually beat him, can I? Is corporal punishment still an effective disciplinary method for contemporary children? Given their impending adulthood, resorting to physical discipline might prove counterproductive. Old Wang from my factory, for instance, disciplined his son, who was on the cusp of taking the National College entrance examination, which led the boy to contemplate jumping off a building, causing Wang considerable distress and necessitating a 2-hour apology before the boy relented." Han Yujuan nodded in acknowledgement, yet her curiosity regarding Chu Ji's activities during his absence persisted. The following morning, after bidding his parents farewell, Chu Gu departed. He boarded a bus en route to Jin's company. Prior to boarding, he noticed his parents hastily emerging from the residential complex's gate, evidently intending to tail him. Feigning ignorance, he proceeded with his plan. Chu Fei promptly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to pursue the bus carrying Chu Gu. An hour later, Chu Gu disembarked in the city center and proceeded toward a prominent building, Gold Ape Technology Company. Before entering, Chu Gu sent a message to his parents and then entered the building. The vicinity was a bustling commercial plaza, teeming with activity. Chapter 91. The Astonishment Brought by the Lion. Third update. Chu Gu maintained a sense of trust in his parents, whom he perceived as composed and refined individuals unlikely to create a public spectacle. Moreover, given the bustling environment and the seemingly upscale nature of the company, he anticipated their patience in awaiting his return. Upon entering the opulent lobby of Gold Ape Technology, Chu Gu sensed an undercurrent of danger. The lobby was resplendent, boasting an impressive design, and featured a business lounge. In addition to the bustling staff, there were over 20 individuals present. He promptly identified 6 survivors among them. "It seems I underestimated this, Mr. Jean." Chu Gu sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone, a portly man approached him. Dressed in a black coat and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, his face gleamed with oil, giving him the appearance of being in his 20s or 30s. "You must be Brother Chu, right? I am Gao Fei. TSK. You are younger than I imagined." The portly man exclaimed with a grin, casually draping an arm around Chu Ji's shoulders as he led him towards the elevator corridor. "This fellow is Gao Fei?" Chu Gu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gao Fei would be a rotund individual. "You seem to be older than I envisioned," Chu Gu replied with a smile, unrestrained in his candor. Having conversed for months, they had become friends, and there was no need for formality. Gao Fei laughed heartily, saying, "My voice is quite youthful, haha." The two began to engage in a more familiar conversation. Upon entering the elevator, Gao Fei produced his employee card, swiped it, and then pressed the button for the 29th floor. Once the elevator was solely occupied by Chu Gu and Gao Fei, their discussion turned to the matter at hand. "When the time comes, you must showcase your abilities. Only then will Mr. Jin's secretary arrange your salary tier. Don't be anxious, with me around. There is certainly a meal waiting for you," Gao Fei stated nonchalantly as he took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Chu Gu nodded. feeling no trace of nervousness. Before long, they arrived at the 29th floor. This level was eerily quiet, with the workspaces lining the corridor completely vacant. Following Gao Fei's lead, Chuga navigated through a series of turns until they reached a spacious indoor gym. A tall, beautiful woman stood beside the entrance, her long, wavy hair dyed brown, dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of intellect as she held a folder in her hands. "Secretary Su, this is my friend. Shall we begin right away?" Gao Fei greeted with a smile. Secretary Su cast a brief glance at Chugu, then nodded and stepped a few paces into the room. Gao Fei closed the door, and Secretary Su spoke. "There are no surveillance cameras here, and the walls are made of soundproof materials. You may now transform into your true form, and we will offer you a suitable salary based on your abilities." Chuga nodded and immediately transformed into his survival form. There were no dazzling lights or intricate changes. He simply became an African lion, with a golden brown mane, a robust physique, well-defined muscles, and piercing eyes. He embodied the majesty of the king of the savannah. Gao Fei and Secretary Su were momentarily stunned. Gao Fei stammered, "A lion? I didn't expect Chu Gu to be truthful. This guy is indeed a lion. So strong." Secretary Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Merely observing Chu Gu's form made her realize she had encountered a rare talent. Chu Gu twisted his neck and charged forward. A gust of wind surged as his speed, measured at 404 points, exploded forth with terrifying intensity, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. It is noteworthy that the maximum speed achievable by humans is merely 100 points. Gao Fei stood speechless, while Secretary Su's enthusiasm grew. She opened her folder and said, "The boss is on a business trip, so I can directly offer you a B-level salary. There are two options. One is full-time, requiring you to come to the company daily for a monthly salary of 50,000. The other is a part-time mode, where you come only when the company needs your assistance, for a monthly salary of 20,000. Do you find this acceptable?" Chu Gu turned to her and inquired, "If I have existing commitments and cannot assist, is that a feasible situation?" Secretary Su nodded and said, "You may simply inform us of your task schedule in advance each month. At that time, you can contact me directly, and I will assist you with the registration." Chu Gu pondered for a moment and found the arrangement acceptable. He need not come to the office, and could effortlessly earn 20,000 each month. His parents' combined income barely reached that amount. He approached Secretary Su and replied, "All right." Gao Fei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, that's fantastic. Truly a lion among men. Your fortune is remarkable." He gazed enviously at Chu Ji's muscular physique, which appeared more formidable than that of a fully grown lion in a zoo. "If it's possible, I can prepare a contract for you right now. This contract will merely be a formality, and it won't utilize your actual identity information, but your bank card details will be registered. Would that be acceptable?" Secretary Su inquired. Chuga hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I collect cash directly from you each month?" Secretary Su maintained a smile and replied, "Of course. Many survivors share your cautious approach, and we greatly respect your choices. As a gesture of our sincerity, we can offer you an advance of 10,000 upon your entry. To Mr. Jean, that sum is trivial, yet it demonstrates our goodwill and generosity." Chuga nodded, and Secretary Su then led them to the finance department. Gao Fei, brimming with enthusiasm, incessantly questioned Chu Gu. Outside the Jin Yuan Technology Building, Chu Feichang and Han Yuan sat on a stone bench beneath a large tree in the plaza, occasionally glancing towards the Jin Yuan Technology Building. "It's been an hour. Why hasn't that fellow come out yet?" Han Yuan inquired with concern. Chu Feichang supported himself on his knees and remarked, "If this truly pertains to work, even if it is a pyramid scheme, it would be impossible for it to be resolved so swiftly." He continued to shake his right leg, clearly troubled. At that moment, they unexpectedly spotted Chu Gu emerging from the Golden Ape Building, accompanied by a portly gentleman and an elegantly poised female secretary. The secretary exchanged a handshake with Chu Gu, her face beaming with smiles. After he released her hand, he turned to leave. Only after he had walked a dozen meters did the secretary and the portly man depart. Han Yujuan and Chu Feiqiang exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Upon noticing them, Chu Gu took out his phone and sent a message, "Mom, you all go directly to the bus station to wait for me. Once you board the bus and arrive home, we can talk. I have something to show you." Han Yujuan's phone vibrated, and upon checking the message, she promptly departed with Chu Feiqiang. Throughout the encounter, they did not greet Chu Gu. Over an hour later, he appeared remarkably composed. Chu Feiqiang immediately picked up the contract to peruse it, while Han Yujuan examined the money, confirming its authenticity. New Apex. Chapter 92. The Arena of Land, Sea, and Air. Chu Feiqiang scrutinized for quite some time, but found no negative information regarding Golden Ape Technology Company, Limited. Still feeling uneasy, he contemplated making a phone call for inquiries. However, Chu Gu interjected, exasperated. Is it not embarrassing to make that call? Can you show me a little respect? Did you not often boast about how, at the age of 17, you ventured to coastal cities with my mother all on your own? Now I am nearly 18, and I still reside at home. What is there to fear? What could they possibly want from me? My good looks? Chu Feiqiang cast him a disdainful glance and muttered, shameless. Han Yujuan hesitated and inquired. This isn't your first time working for them. Why have you not received any payment before? Chu Gu shrugged and replied, is earning money that simple? Previously, I was merely interning and submitting articles. Studying animal behavior is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in the effort it requires. Can you all commit to watching documentaries daily, summarizing the information, and even hypothesizing new topics? Do you think you could manage that? Chu Feiqiang and Han Yujuan exchanged surprised glances, beginning to believe Chu Gu. They were taken aback that this young lad had managed to secure an income. If Chu Gu continued on this path, would his earnings eventually surpass those of their parents? They were baffled by the dubious nature of Chu Ji's profession, teetering between skepticism and belief. Perhaps we should let him try, Han Yujuan suggested. After all, it's a large company. If anything goes awry, we can always approach them. Chu Feiqiang nodded slowly in agreement. Chu Gu cautioned, remember, do not go to the company. They might not recognize my name. It's a large corporation with branches nationwide. We must maintain our dignity as ordinary citizens and not bring shame upon ourselves. Chu Feiqiang rolled his eyes at this sentiment. Han Yujuan, however, was delighted and remarked, let's go out for lunch today. My son is doing well. He is earning money now, even more than his father. Chu Feiqiang felt a sting at her words. Nan Gong, Yu Yukong, and Xiao Keilang were present, yet Gu Tianjiao was nowhere to be seen. He paid little mind, focusing instead on his training regimen. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Chu Gu accompanied Han Yujuan to the school to apply for a leave of absence. The homeroom teacher, Su Shuebing, did not attempt to dissuade him, recognizing that Chu Gu had already been categorized as a significant problem student. He merely expressed his regret, hoping that Chu Gu would diligently study at home. Chu Gu greeted them with a nod and proceeded to gather his belongings before departing. That evening, the class group chat erupted with curiosity about Chu Ji's decision to withdraw, with classmates tagging him in messages. Tang Xuejia, Song Xiaoyu, and Chen Xuanjia reached out to him privately. In contemporary society, students hailing from fortunate backgrounds often find it challenging to appreciate the value of education. Yet who can truly escape the demands of schooling? Naturally, for children in certain regions, attending school remains a distant dream. Such is the nature of the world. What one may disdain, another may yearn for. After a brief exchange with the three classmates, Chu Gu returned to his survival quarters. Since their encounter at the Golden Ape building, Gao Fei had become increasingly enthusiastic towards Chu Gu. The two often engaged in discussions about the upcoming random species competitions. Gao Fei had many friends among the survivors, and all survival teams were preparing for battle. It was said that apart from the Pacific battlefield, the other three oceans were also zones of conflict. On land, there were survival arenas, with Mount Everest being the most demanding. Upon hearing that one would need to endure 10 days on Everest, Chu Gu felt a chill run down his spine. There was also the sky battlefield, which bore similarly stringent requirements. One could not touch the ground, but might land on trees instead. He would share these details with Gu Tianjiao and the others, most of whom were already aware of the majority of the information. Life returned to a semblance of routine. After taking a leave from school, Chu Gu remained indoors, immersing himself in ocean documentaries. Occasionally, Han Yujuan and Chu Feiqiang would enter the room and, upon seeing him engrossed in the documentaries, felt reassured. As Chu Ji's dedication was genuine, dedicating time each day to perusing texts, his focused demeanor elicited profound satisfaction from his parents, who were gratified by their son's maturation. A sudden atmospheric shift brought forth frigid temperatures, compelling urban denizens to don down-filled outerwear. Yet, Chu Gu persisted in his sartorial choice of a t-shirt, endeavoring to acclimate himself to the encroaching chill. Han Yujuan frequently admonished him for eschewing a coat, but he remained obstinate in his decision. With a mere 5 days remaining until the next survival competition, Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao initiated a mobilization within the confines of their team's training facility. Gu Tianjiao assumed the role of orator, addressing the assembled members. Having familiarized yourselves with the regulations, understand that our triumph hinges upon the survival of a single member. Should circumstances necessitate a sacrificial act, such as being pursued by a shark and our velocity proving insufficient, someone must willingly offer themselves. The sequence shall commence with Xiao Kulian, followed by Yu Yukong. Subsequently, Nangong and I shall proceed, culminating with our leader, whose prowess is unparalleled. Are there any objections? The three members unanimously assented, their acquiescence resounding in unison. Even the timorous Xiao Kulian had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. Chu Gu jested, "Let us not succumb to such despondency, as if I were certain to exploit you as mere stepping stones." Gu Tianjiao castigated him with a glare, retorting, "Such an eventuality is highly plausible. The vastness of the Pacific teems with predatory fauna." Yi Wukong brandished his fist, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law speaks sagaciously." Chu Gu and Gu Tianjiao simultaneously directed their gazes toward him, their expressions conveying a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Nangong and Xiao Kulian, in turn, erupted in laughter. In all seriousness, Chu Gu declared, adopting a more solemn tone, "This marks our inaugural foray as a cohesive unit, and our maiden voyage into such an expansive survival arena. Under no circumstances should we become separated. To be adrift in the ocean is to risk eternal severance. Do you comprehend?" As the leader of the team, he felt it imperative to admonish his comrades not to let their guard down. "Remember our team name, facing death with courage. Each survival challenge must be approached with an unwavering resolve, for it is only through the fearless acceptance of death that we may truly evade it." Chu Ji's voice resonated with authority, his gaze sharp and piercing, embodying the spirit of the king of the grasslands. The four members were invigorated, chanting the name of their team in unison. Initially, they found the name ominous, but as they grew accustomed to it, they began to appreciate its profound significance. Each utterance of the name invoked memories of Chu Ji's fierceness and fearlessness in the survival challenges, subtly transforming their hearts in the process. "Continue training," Chu Gu commanded, before moving to the adjacent track to practice his speed. That evening, he informed his parents of his upcoming 10-day business trip. Upon hearing the duration, Han Yujun expressed considerable concern, prompting Chu Gu to soothe her worries for a considerable time. This time, by notifying his parents 5 days in advance. Their anxiety was notably lessened, as they were already acquainted with the company he worked for. Han Yujun could not alter his decision, and thus suppressed her worries within her heart. In Chapter 93, Entering the Sea, the Heaven's Mischief, observing Yi Wukong's whimsical demeanor, Nangong scoffed, "Please refrain from your ill-omened predictions." After a month of camaraderie, these two mischievous souls had forged a deep bond. They engaged in playful banter while Xiao Keilang lay beside Gu Tianjiao, patiently waiting. Gu Tianjiao murmured, "I hope it isn't a little goldfish or sardine." Chu Gu felt a chuckle bubbling within him, surprised that Gu Tianji would share such a wish. In his memory, Gu Tianjiao had always been a cunning and composed figure, seemingly unfazed by any situation. Yet, even before the event commenced, she began to indulge in wild thoughts. Time continued to march on. Approximately half an hour later, the survival competition was about to commence. This survival contest featured a random species competition. Task details: 300 survival teams descended upon the Pacific for a brutal clash, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Each survival team must ensure that one survivor remains to earn 400 survival points. For every enemy killed by the survivor, their teammates would receive 50 survival points. However, if the entire team perished, each survivor would incur a deduction of 200 survival points. The duration of the task would be 240 hours. In this random species competition, survival abilities would not be concealed. Throughout the survival period, updates regarding each team's status would be continuously provided. The survival competition officially began. As the cold, impassive voice echoed, Chu Gu and the others felt the world spin around them, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. In the depths of endless darkness, Chu Ji's consciousness began to awaken. He felt buoyant and surprisingly comfortable, gradually opening his eyes. Before him loomed a colossal squid, startling him into retreat. Instinctively, he glanced around, finding himself in a cerulean world, where the vibrant seabed was adorned with a kaleidoscope of coral, stunningly beautiful. Rocky formations rose and fell, and a multitude of bizarre fish swam about, alongside crabs bearing shells and vividly colored fish that seemed to have emerged from an animated realm, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Above, a vast school of sardines surged, their forms shifting continuously, reminiscent of a swarm of locusts, a sight to behold. Sunlight danced upon the surface of the ocean, glimmering with the undulating waves, rendering everything extraordinarily beautiful, almost surreal. This is the Pacific Ocean, Chuga mused, shifting his gaze to the colossal squid before him. This squid measured nearly a meter in length, adorned with vivid red patterns on its head, its large eyes exuding a somewhat eerie aura. Beside the squid lay a flounder, its body flattened, resembling dried fish, and measuring less than 20 centimeters in length. Only two? And there are still two more people? Chuga pondered, a hint of joy bubbling within him. Visually, he appeared quite large. The flounder seemed diminutive next to the squid, which was not as large as he. He twisted his body slightly, feeling robust, and opened his mouth, sensing the touch of teeth. Soon, the squid and the flounder stirred awake. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with Chu Ji's gaze, both widening their eyes in astonishment. "Who are you?" Chu Gu inquired with a smile, feeling the encounter was promising. "Not with mere small fry." The squid exclaimed, "Boss, incredible. You are a dolphin. You look so grand." Dolphin? Chu Gu thought with delight. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him? Simultaneously, he recognized the squid's identity, Nangong. The flounder exclaimed, "Damn. Just a squid makes me feel like a mountain. What am I, a trivial creature?" Yi Wukong, the flounder. The flounder seemed struck by lightning, its mouth agape in a state of bewilderment. "What about Gu Tianjiao and Xiao Keiling?" Chu Gu questioned, perplexed. Nangong looked around anxiously, muttering, "Could it be that we've just descended into the Pacific only to be devoured?" Chu Gu shot him a disapproving glance, questioning the absurdity of his words. At that moment, a colossal creature emerged from behind a nearby coral mountain. A manta ray. This magnificent beast spanned 5 meters, resembling a spaceship with its flat body. Unlike the vertically flattened flounder, it was horizontally flattened. Its surface was predominantly black, adorned with symmetrical white patches, and its elongated ends resembled a pair of wings. On either side of its head, there were pectoral fins that had evolved into cephalic fins, and its tail was slender, akin to a whip. Upon sighting it, Chu Gu and his companions instinctively recoiled. "Is this creature herbivorous?" Yi Wukong inquired nervously, aware that he was merely a flounder at present, devoid of any lethal capabilities. In his eyes, the manta ray truly resembled an enormous spaceship. "Fool, how many large fish in the sea are herbivorous?" Nangong retorted, equally apprehensive at the sight of such a behemoth. Chu Gu reassured him, "This is a manta ray, also known as a devilfish. It typically preys on smaller fish." "Smaller fish?" Yi Wukong exclaimed in despair, bubbles escaping his mouth. "Ha! Did I scare you into submission?" A cheerful voice emerged from the manta ray, leaving Chu Gu and his companions momentarily stunned. The dissonance of a devilfish speaking in an adorable, girlish tone was utterly surreal. Yi Wukong, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "Why does that brat have such luck?" Nangong circled around the cheerful voice, marveling. "Is this a rebound of luck? Did the heavens take pity on your previous struggles and survival challenges?" The cheerful voice flapped its wing fins, sending him flying, and huffed. "Now it's my turn to take you all for a ride." Chu Gu was also taken aback by her fortune. Upon reflection, the size of the manta ray was indeed daunting, yet its lethality seemed insufficient. Such a substantial form would easily attract formidable predators, such as sharks and orcas. Suddenly, Yi Wukong recalled Gu Tianjiao and inquired with curiosity, "Where's my sister-in-law?" "I am here." Gu Tianjiao's voice emanated from below, prompting everyone to glance downward, their expressions turning peculiar. A regal crab was seen traversing the coral mound, drawing nearer to them. Its entire body was a striking orange-red, adorned with numerous sharp protrusions, and its 8 legs were elongated, reminiscent of a spider. Nangong exclaimed, "A king crab. I have tasted this delicacy before." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianjiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Gu remarked, "See? Those who prayed earlier have all faced misfortune, while our lack of prayers seems to have brought us luck." In response, Gu Tianjiao and Yi Wukong fell into silence. The survival team of the Red Chamber has been annihilated. A cold, female voice suddenly resonated in the ears of Chu Gu and his companions, leaving them stunned. "Still, it's better for you, as long as you do not encounter humans. Surviving for 10 days should not pose a challenge," Chu Gu said with a smile to Gu Tianjiao. recognizing her evident distress. The king crab appeared fearsome. Yet it was merely a weakling in the vast ocean. Its speed was lackluster, and being favored by the enemy of all living things, humans, was a rather unfortunate fate. Gu Tianjiao lamented, "It seems I am destined to be the second sacrifice." The only creature weaker than her was the flounder. Sharks should not have a taste for king crabs, right? Subsequently, they began to adapt their bodies to their surroundings. Chu Gu observed that his speed attribute remained constant at 411 points. Considering a cheetah's speed is approximately 200, with peak speeds reaching around 115 kilometers per hour, Chu Ji's potential top speed in the ocean could reach at least 230 kilometers per hour. Given that dolphins have a maximum speed of about 50 kilometers per hour, Chu Gu could conceivably become the fastest dolphin, pending complete adaptation to his new form. Visibility in the ocean is quite limited. It's challenging to spot other creatures beyond 20 meters. Under these conditions, Chu Ji's bursts of speed could create an elusive, almost spectral presence. The others were also acclimating to their forms. Gu Tianjiao, having previously augmented her speed with survival skills, remained agile even as an emperor crab. Nangong, now a giant squid, tested his resilience by colliding with underwater rocks and felt reassured that his body was as robust as his original form. Yu Yukong's survival skills were less pronounced, owing to his earlier failures in survival competitions. Only after mastering Wing Chun did he improve, but he lacked significant survival abilities. This month, like Chu Gu, he had acquired the cheetah's speed, but his offensive capabilities remained unchanged. As a flounder, his diminutive size made it difficult to achieve speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, making him the weakest link in the marine team. Little Ku Lien, in addition to his noise throat, had also invested in cheetah's speed. Nangong did too. However, due to the influence of their other survival abilities, their acquired speeds varied. For instance, Nangong's weight-enhancing survival ability would undoubtedly affect his speed increase. Weight influences speed. With the same survival capabilities, different species experience varying degrees of enhancement. Lions and cheetahs possess similar physiques, resulting in minimal differences in their performance post-transformation. Chu Gu concentrated on acclimating to his new form, occasionally leaping above the ocean's surface, surrounded by an endless expanse of water, devoid of any human vessels or islands. After swimming for an hour, he had adapted to his current physique. Although he was uncertain of his exact speed, he felt remarkably swift. Even if he had not achieved his ideal metrics, he could easily preserve his life. Your speed is impressive. It is unlikely that many marine creatures could catch up to you, unless they are survivors. It appears we have a significant advantage, Gu Tianjiao observed. Nangong, Yu Yukong, and Xiao Keilang gazed at Chu Gu with envy and admiration. Chu Gu smiled and inquired, "Shall we proceed or remain here? While this place seems safe, I cannot shake the feeling that danger will eventually find us. The most crucial aspect of survival is hunting for sustenance. It is improbable that we can go 10 days without consuming anything." Gu Tianjiao contemplated, "Let us follow those small schools of fish. We are relatively safe. Being common marine life, we can conceal our identities as survivors for the time being." The group had no objections. After an hour of activity, they began to feel hunger pangs. The survival team Atlantis has successfully hunted 10 enemies, a cold female voice suddenly echoed, leaving them stunned. The fourth-ranked survival team, Atlantis? In just over an hour, they have eliminated 10 foes? It seems we have crossed paths with another survival team, Nangong said nervously. The mere contemplation of those colossal entities dominating the leaderboards filled him with trepidation. Chuj offered solace, urging him to quell his anxieties, stating that encountering other survival teams, let alone Atlantis, was a remote possibility given the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. Gu Tianjiao chimed in, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant during their expedition, emphasizing that the ocean harbored numerous perils, some of which were beyond the purview of human knowledge networks. They delineated their roles, with Little Pitiful bringing up the rear, Chuj spearheading the advance, and Gu Tianjiao, Nangong, and Yu Yukong positioned in the center. They maintained a separation of several meters and varied their vertical alignment to evade detection as survivors. Throughout their journey, Chuj engaged in predation, as dolphins are carnivorous creatures, with small to medium-sized fish serving as his targets. Nangong followed suit, while Little Pitiful preyed on smaller fish. A vast shoal of sardines lay ahead, promising a sumptuous feast. The most challenging aspect was for Gu Tianjiao and Yu Yukong, as their quarry was diminutive and thus difficult to locate. The subsequent leg of their journey proved to be uneventful, affording them glimpses of the magnificent underwater realm that had previously eluded their sight. Azure light cascaded upon the submarine desert, where myriad shellfish creatures crawled. He even witnessed a titanic crab engaged in combat with an electric eel, evoking the imagery of a valiant hero battling a fearsome dragon. The impassive female voice reverberated once more, announcing that the survival team Liberty had successfully eliminated 10 adversaries, marking the 5th instance of a survival team surpassing the 10-kill threshold. Even Chuj felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. The number of obliterated survival teams had already exceeded 10, and this was merely the beginning. "There's a scent of blood ahead," Gu Tianjiao suddenly exclaimed, their distance necessitating a louder vocal projection for effective communication. Upon hearing the ominous news, the 4 companions of Chu Gu immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. After swimming approximately a kilometer forward, they stumbled upon a colossal carcass. It was a gray whale, immense in size, adorned with mottled brownish-gray spots, with only its head remaining, which measured 3 or 4 meters in length. Blood continuously oozed from its body, attracting numerous small predatory fish that circled hungrily. What sort of predator could possibly rend such a magnificent creature asunder? Yi Wukong inquired anxiously, his voice trembling as he instinctively scanned the surroundings. Fearful of a sudden ambush from a ferocious beast, Gu Tianjiao spoke solemnly, noting the numerous bite marks along the edges of the carcass, suggesting the involvement of a formidable shark or orca. "Everyone, tread carefully and steer clear of the area." In the next moment, she suddenly commanded, "All of you, dive beneath the surface." At her words, the group promptly submerged, dispersing into the coral thicket for concealment. Chu Gu glanced upwards, spotting a massive shadow gliding overhead. Its form remained indistinct, yet its velocity was astonishing as it devoured swathes of small predatory fish. Chapter 95. The battle with the bull shark. Chu Gu slowly sank deeper, his gaze fixed upon the enormous shadow above, stifling his breath in trepidation. Gu Tianjiao, Nangong, Yi Wukong, and the unfortunate Xiao Kulian were similarly scattered, their nerves taut and voices silenced by fear. What manner of creature could it be? A thought struck Chu Gu. Could random species potentially transform into prehistoric beings? Megalodon, Dunkleosteus, Basilosaurus, Pliosaurus. These names sent shivers down his spine. He pondered another unsettling possibility. Could this creature be the most formidable survivor of Huaxia? He scrutinized the creature, discerning disparities in its physique compared to the megalodon and great white shark. Its cranium was notably robust, and its bodily proportions were peculiar, bearing a resemblance to the Mosasaurus. The enigmatic entity commenced to voraciously devour the shoal of fish proximate to the gray whale's cadaver, causing tremors throughout the aquatic realm. After a span, the cryptic being departed, apparently satiated and exhibiting no inclination towards the life forms lurking on the seabed, including Chu Gu and his companions. A considerable duration elapsed subsequent to its departure before Gu Tianjiao's voice resonated. Its scent has attenuated considerably. It should have receded into the distance. The quintet congregated and navigated in the opposing direction. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Yi Wukong with a tremulous voice. "Is it not stipulated that the survival arena prescribes encounters between survivors with substantial disparities in their astral prowess?" Gu Tianjiao posited, "Theoretically, yes. But what if that entity was not a survivor? A marine monstrosity?" The thought sent shivers down their spines. Legends of various aquatic beasts frequently circulate in the maritime domain, even serving as inspiration for numerous cinematic productions. It is also plausible that a fortunate individual has metamorphosed into a prehistoric organism, Chu Gu added. This conjecture nearly induced Yi Wukong to regurgitate. "Why must I be a flounder?" He lamented once more, in profound anguish. None offered solace. As they were still reeling from the preceding fright, Chu Gu issued instructions and accelerated his pace, with the others promptly following suit. Having encountered the aforementioned colossal entity, they exercised heightened caution, refraining from indulging in the allure of the surrounding seascape. The ocean is even more vibrant and multifaceted than terra firma, particularly in its coral formations and diverse array of organisms. Sardines, salmon, mackerel, squid, flounder, clownfish, tuna, kissing fish, tiger fish, dragonfish, flying fish, marlin, tropical fish, neon tetra, angelfish, lanternfish, sturgeon, trout, and rays, among others. The variety of fish left Chu Gu and the 5 companions utterly captivated, their eyes darting in every direction. Some species Chugu had previously believed to be exclusive to other oceans were surprisingly present in the Pacific as well. Indeed, the Pacific is vast, teeming with countless creatures that no one could ever fully catalog. If only I were a hungry shark, Nangwa lamented. Xiao Kailang chuckled lightly. You poor couch potato. You've become obsessed with gaming. Nangwa retorted. Is it that you're unhappy because there's no waste in the sea? The two began to exchange playful banter. Relying on the imposing size of her manta ray, Xiao Kailang quickly had Nangwa begging for mercy. Gu Tianjiao settled onto Chu Ji's back, seeking rest. Yet she cleverly disguised her laziness under the guise of conversation. We cannot solely focus on survival. We must also seek out other survivors to hunt. This is a splendid opportunity. Chu Gu felt discomfort on his back. She was rather burdensome. The legs of the king crab pressed against his smooth back, akin to a punishment. We can certainly discuss pursuing survivors, but could you perhaps dismount first? My senses are quite sharp. How about yours? Your mother exploded, came the retort. While deliberation was in order, she dared to insult his mother, and he warned her not to provoke his wrath. Chu Gu began to shake vigorously, attempting to dislodge Gu Tianjiao. Yet, she clamped onto his fin, securing her position. Chu Gu was on the verge of despair. Yi Wukong followed behind and exclaimed, The morals of society are in decline. No, they have sunk to the depths of the sea. What manner of conduct is this in broad daylight? Upon hearing this, Gu Tianjiao immediately released Chu Gu. As she departed, Chu Gu felt an immediate sense of relief. He turned around, casting a fierce glare at Gu Tianjiao, radiating an aura as if he might charge at her. Do not provoke. There is an unusual scent in the air. Everyone, exercise caution, Gu Tianjiao stated gravely, causing the group to tense. Chu Gu hesitated and remarked, This is not a matter for jest. It pertains to the trust within our team. Gu Tianjiao scoffed. Would I gamble with my life? Everyone, disperse and pretend to be marine creatures. At her command, the group scattered. The surrounding waters remained remarkably clear, teeming with marine life, ranging from diminutive seahorses to formidable cuttlefish. Their separation did not appear out of place. In the ocean, encountering whales is hardly a rarity. After a few moments, a 3-meter-long shark leisurely approached. It was a bull shark, known for its aggressive nature. Its robust form bore a dark gray dorsal side and a pale gray underbelly, with a broad, flat snout, resembling a powerful bull at first glance. Its gaze fixated on the unfortunate little creature. Such a large shark would not settle for mere small fish. The little creature instantly grew anxious. Chu Gu, however, was unperturbed. A 3-meter length posed no threat to him. He observed, curious to see if this beast might be a survivor. At that moment, the bull shark accelerated, charging towards the little creature. Though the little creature was quite large, even surpassing the bull shark in size, the shark recognized it as merely prey, incapable of defending itself. A manta ray of such size would sustain the shark for quite some time. Observing its velocity, Chu Gu surmised it was not a survivor. He promptly accelerated, surging forth with tremendous impetus. His caudal fin oscillated rapidly, creating a lengthy trail of effervescence. With a resounding thud, he collided with the flank of the bull shark. Possessing augmented musculature and enhanced velocity, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary dolphins. The bull shark was overturned by the impact, yet undeterred. It retaliated with a furious charge toward Chu Gu. The conflict had officially commenced. Chu Gu exhibited his celerity, circumnavigating the bull shark, rendering himself elusive. After numerous rapid revolutions, the bull shark became disoriented, its pace diminishing. Seizing the opportune moment, Chu Gu lunged forward, lacerating its flank. His enhanced bite force facilitated the effortless rending of a piece of flesh from the bull shark. Thus, Chu Gu persistently employed hit-and-run tactics. Before long, he had dismembered and killed the bull shark. Magnificent, chieftain, Yi Wukong exclaimed with fervor. The bull shark, to him, appeared colossal, akin to an aircraft. Thus the battle's visual impact was profoundly staggering. A dolphin tearing apart a robust bull shark was as improbable as a canine vanquishing a lion. Let us depart from this locale with haste, for its blood will attract more sharks, Gu Tianjiao cautioned. Sharks are prone to intraspecific aggression, constituting the most formidable force of malevolence in the ocean. Chu Gu concurred and pressed onward. The skirmish had left his mouth feeling uneasy, as if strained. Henceforth, caution must be exercised to prevent the fracturing of my mandible, Chu Gu mused inwardly, casting his gaze forward. After traversing several hundred meters, A multitude of green sea turtles materialized ahead. New Vertex Chapter 96. The Path to Strength. Could they be survivors? If so, what were they doing? Curiosity stirred within Chu Gu as his gaze fixated on the two green sea turtles. This group of green sea turtles numbered at least 100, advancing with a deliberate calmness. Soon, one peculiar turtle approached Chu Gu, maintaining a distance of 5 meters, observing him intently. As Chu Gu met the indifferent, tranquil gaze of its turtle eyes, an inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over him. The turtle's visage and expression bore a striking resemblance to that of an elderly man, exuding a sense of time's passage. What does it feel like to be scrutinized so intently by a turtle? Many would not know. Yet, at this moment, all Chu Gu felt was laughter. Gu Tianjiao, Nangong, Yi Wukong, and Xiao Keiling also took notice of these strangely behaving green sea turtles, quietly observing and ready for battle at a moment's notice. My goodness! The green sea turtle suddenly let out a loud exclamation, causing Chu Gu to flinch, though he did not retreat. Indeed, they were survivors. What madness! A ghostly shout. Chu Gu mentally ridiculed the absurdity, yet he understood their intentions. They sought to test him. The green sea turtle continued to circle around Chu Gu, murmuring, "It seems he is not a survivor, but why does he accompany a group of turtles?" His gaze shifted towards a nearby manta ray. As for Gu Tianjiao, Yi Wukong, and Nangong, they were disregarded. The manta ray's appearance was indeed intimidating. However, mantas were not uncommon in the Pacific. This green sea turtle had done its homework. Most mantas traveled in groups, so why was this one alone? Could it be a survivor? He swam closer, employing the same tactic, and shouted, "Your father has arrived." The unfortunate creature was not frightened. Instead, it felt a wave of exasperation wash over it, its mind filled with confusion. Was this fellow a fool? It regarded the green sea turtle with a peculiar gaze. The turtle, unable to comprehend the expression, mistakenly assumed that the creature was unperturbed. Were they not all survivors? The green sea turtle pondered hesitantly. At that moment, another eccentric green sea turtle approached. "Let us depart. There are no survivors here. We should seek another location." This turtle, larger in size, spoke with a somewhat antiquated tone. The smaller turtle nodded in agreement, but just as they prepared to leave, a colossal squid obstructed their path. "Where do you think you are going?" Nangong sneered, observing the demeanor of the two creatures, which did not resemble that of seasoned experts. They were surely overconfident weaklings. "Survivors!" The two green sea turtles exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, an emperor crab swam towards them, with a manta ray blocking their rear. Chu Gu turned to face them, and the four surrounded the two green sea turtles. "I regret to inform you that you have been encircled by the fearless," Yi Wukong declared boastfully, prompting the two turtles to glance his way. Upon discovering that he was but a flounder, their expressions turned incredulous. "Huh, you think you can encircle us? What is this fearless you speak of? We have never even heard of it." The two green sea turtles burst into uproarious laughter, completely dismissing the five who proclaimed to be fearless. Chu Gu issued a direct command: "Charge!" The manta ray, emperor crab, colossal squid, and Chu Gu, transformed into a Pacific bottlenose dolphin, surged forward. With a resounding crash, Chu Gu collided with one of the green sea turtles, which immediately withdrew into its shell. So hard, Chuch felt a sudden chill of fear, realizing why these two fellows were so audacious. Another green sea turtle retreated into its shell. Yi Wukong, as a flounder, could only stand on the sidelines, mocking the adversaries. "Come out, you turtle. Show your head and meet your doom. Aren't you quite arrogant? Is your audacity simply a guise for being a cowardly turtle? Your pitiful appearance is nothing but a source of amusement for me." As he taunted, the two shells quivered slightly, perhaps stirred by his words. Suddenly, Chuj bit the edge of one shell and began to accelerate, wildly swimming through the water while shaking his head vigorously. The green sea turtle inside the shell was thrown into discomfort. Alarmed yet hesitant, it contemplated peeking outside. Meanwhile, Gu Tianjiao instructed Nangong to ensnare the other shell with his tentacles. The shell could shield the sea turtle, but only against larger fish. Numerous gaps in the shell prevented large fish from inserting their mouths. Yet for the king crab, it was an effortless endeavor to thrust its claws inside. The green sea turtle emitted a heart-wrenching cry, instinctively thrusting its head, limbs, and tail in a frantic struggle. Nangong strained to bind it, only to receive a bite that made him instinctively release his grip. However, Gu Tianjiao did not relinquish her hold. Instead, she exerted all her strength. The green sea turtle wailed in agony. Yet, its head could not reach its hind limbs, forcing it to rely on its body to attempt to shake off Gu Tianjiao. After a prolonged struggle, its movements gradually ceased. It began to froth at the mouth, its eyes rolling back, vitality swiftly ebbing away. In a display of fearless resolve, Gu Tianjiao successfully hunted an enemy, earning 50 survival points. After exerting himself for quite some time without managing to kill the green sea turtle, he was taken aback and somewhat frustrated when Gu Tianjiao took the initiative and vanquished the foe. "You take over," he said. Moreover, with Gu Tianjiao's assistance, he would still accrue survival points, albeit not as many. Gu Tianjiao promptly employed the same tactic once more. In less than 5 minutes, she had dispatched the green sea turtle. Yi Wukong exclaimed with admiration, "Sister-in-law is formidable indeed." Nangong and Little Darling were equally impressed by Gu Tianjiao. They suddenly realized that Gu Tianjiao's crab transformation was not as feeble as they had initially thought. Chuga nodded, smiling. This is an auspicious beginning. He, too, began to acknowledge Gu Tianjiao's capabilities. With an additional person to share the burden, their chances of survival increased. This survival competition was not merely about who could eliminate the most enemies, but more importantly, about enduring for 10 days. Subsequently, they continued onward, conversing and laughing. It seems that our team should consider a division of labor in the future, as our paths to empowerment should not be too similar, Chuga mused. The other 3 emulated him, pursuing the path of speed, but this did not lead to a timely improvement in their strength. "I shall pursue the path of a resilient tank, charging ahead and becoming impervious to harm," Nangong chuckled, revealing his long-held plan. Yi Wukong hesitated before stating, "I shall continue to focus on Kung Fu, selecting survival skills centered around Wing Chun." Little Darling pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Is there a healer among us?" It seemed that there was no creature in nature capable of rapidly restoring one's injuries. Chu Gu smiled. "There is no rush after this survival competition. You can all consider it further." Chapter 97. Deep Sea Behemoth. The Deep Sea. The deep sea represents mystery, terror, and the existence of sea monsters for humanity. Many believe that prehistoric creatures dwell within its depths, while others speculate that an entirely different world is concealed beneath the waves. Our understanding of the deep ocean remains scant. Even with contemporary technology, humans can only reach slightly beyond 10,000 meters beneath the surface. The crushing water pressure in the deep sea is formidable enough to reduce a well-conditioned individual to mere pulp. As Chu Gu and his companions stood at the precipice of an underwater cliff, gazing into the abyss, darkness enveloped their vision. Nothingness. A chasm was the first word that sprang to their minds. "Do you think survivors might randomly transform into deep-sea creatures?" Yi Wukong ventured cautiously, wary of disturbing the beings lurking below. The unknown is indeed the most daunting aspect. Nan Gong expressed his excitement. Could the colossal creature we observed earlier possibly originate from the deep sea? They began to engage in a discussion about the marine life that could inhabit such depths. Chu Gu glanced across the water. The visibility was alarmingly low, obscuring the opposing cliff. Swimming across felt inherently perilous. Should they encounter a current, they could easily be swept into the ocean's depths. He promptly took the lead, while the others hesitated to follow. Shortly after their departure, a massive shadow began to rise slowly from beneath the cliff. Chu Gu propelled himself forward with urgency. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease enveloped him as he distanced himself from the underwater precipice. After approximately half an hour of swift swimming, he finally eased his pace. "Shall we find a place to rest?" Nangong inquired. For a giant squid, such a rapid and sustained exertion was indeed exhausting. But the most fatigued among them was likely Gu Tianjiao, a mere king crab. The movements of crabs are generally languid, save when imperiled. Chuj surveyed his surroundings, noting the paucity of coral in this expanse of level sand, sparsely populated with marine life. "Exercise caution, especially towards that diminutive flounder. The sands may conceal predators partial to your kind," Chuj cautioned, eliciting a dispirited reaction from Yi Wukong, who lamented the pointed remark. They paused to rest. For marine creatures, respite is found in suspension, obviating the need to alight. Ever the diligent sentinel, Little Darling, brimming with vigor, proactively undertook patrol duties, vigilant against potential adversaries. The Atlantis survival team has successfully eliminated 100 adversaries. A detached, feminine voice reverberated, leaving Chuj and his companions momentarily stunned. "Already 100? Gu Tianjiao mused with a sigh. "When might we attain such prowess?" Atlantis, the fourth-ranked survival team in the survival arena. Their very appellation bespeaks a maritime association. In the Pacific arena, they ascended to prominence on the very first day. How many survival arenas do you reckon the monsters in Atlantis have endured? Nangong inquired with curiosity. Even if they were to dispatch 100 adversaries per survival arena, 100 arenas would be requisite. The mere contemplation thereof sent shivers down their spines. Simultaneously, they were compelled to ponder the sheer multitude of survivors populating this world. To gain entry into Atlantis, one must possess exceptional skills. It is not uncommon for a single individual to vanquish 10 foes, provided they do not encounter an overwhelmingly powerful survival team. Typically, such formidable teams are frequently pitted against one another, as Gu Tianjiao astutely observed. Subsequently, they began to contemplate a future filled with valor and defiance. Time continued its relentless march, and one by one, survival teams faced complete annihilation. As dusk approached, the encroaching night was palpable even beneath the ocean's depths. Yet, they harbored no trepidation toward the night. The darkness of the wilderness, whether in the ocean or on land, was uniformly profound. Seizing the cover of darkness, they pressed onward. Numerous marine creatures emerged under the veil of night, and the survivors mirrored this nocturnal activity. After prolonged exposure to the survival arena, the survivors increasingly resembled wild animals. The 5 members of Chuj could discern their surroundings with clarity amidst the night, perceiving it as akin to daylight. The ocean under the shroud of night was remarkably lively, teeming with marine life, as if celebrating a festival. Some creatures glimmered with bioluminescence, serving as natural beacons. After 2 hours of advancement, a pungent odor of blood wafted through the water, indicating a fierce battle had recently taken place, as Gu Tianjiao cautioned. Chuj promptly commanded, "Continue forward, spread out, and exercise caution. The hunt begins." The group immediately dispersed, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters between one another. Soon, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, an array of green sea turtle carcasses, each met with a tragic end, either decapitated or mangled beyond recognition. The sea turtle differs from the freshwater turtle in that it cannot retract into its shell. The 2 green turtles previously killed by Gu Tianjiao were survivors, possessing the ability to endure, which is why they exhibited such vigorous movements. The green sea turtles, unable to withdraw into their shells, are indeed prey for many large predatory fish in the ocean, with their greatest adversary being the shark. Could it be that a school of sharks lies ahead? Chu Gu pondered with confusion. If they were not survivors, there would be no need to take such risks. A gathering of sharks certainly spells madness. Any large creature encountering a school of sharks would be torn to shreds. Just as he hesitated on whether to proceed, a cacophony of raucous laughter reached his ears. "Are you frightened? Your pleas for mercy are futile." The voice bore a brutish quality reminiscent of a butcher, echoing through the night.